Apocalypse Tales left and right. Survival panel gets it right.
Do not go to the city. Crackle. Do not go to the city. Facing the invasion of anomalies, humanity can no longer stop them. All major cities have fallen. If, Crackle, you are still alive, remember, keep walking, never stop. Finally, comrades, you must survive. The hope of humanity, Crackle, rests on you. The sky was dark, mirroring Gu Chen's mood, filled with oppression and despair. He listened silently to the broadcast while walking toward a motorcycle and opening the bag on the back seat. Just over a month ago, the moon had cracked. The moon, which had accompanied the blue planet for 4.5 billion years, had turned blood red and split open with a fissure. Then countless anomalies descended, especially in densely populated cities, which directly became nests of anomalies. Human thermal weapons were ineffective against the anomalies, unable to cause any real damage. Even nuclear weapons were useless. The anomalies were like movie Godzillas. They could absorb radiation from nuclear bombs and become stronger. The only way to fight them was to awaken a sequence and become a sequencer. When the apocalypse came, Gu Chen was at the Beifeng Forest shop picking up a Beifeng 250 SR. He was extremely excited to finally own his first motorcycle. Now Gu Chen looked at the black-gray motorcycle with its streamlined body and sport bike style. A bitter feeling arose in his heart. The long-distance ride had nearly broken his back. Back then, he had no time to find a vehicle suitable for long journeys. He had ridden this motorcycle out of Yangqing, joining a convoy of survivors fleeing constantly. Along the way, he searched for a better vehicle. Even an old man's scooter would do. Unfortunately, all the vehicles he encountered were scrapped. There might be good ones in the city, but he dared not go. Not going might mean 9 chances of death out of 10. Going meant certain death. But Gu Chen wasn't too pessimistic. His motorcycle was still better than a bicycle. Bicycles were not uncommon in the convoy. They belonged to people who hadn't found suitable vehicles before the apocalypse. Luckily, the convoy's speed wasn't too fast and they could barely keep up by pedaling hard. Gu Chen's convoy, the Hope Convoy, planned to head to the sparsely populated desert where there might be a better chance of survival. The convoy stopped vehicles scattered in disarray. At the front, a jeep and an SUV. Several people got out of the 2 vehicles. 2 men and a woman. The leading man spoke. "It's getting dark, let's camp here." He had a fair-faced, tall build and carried a black sword on his back. This man was Chen Mo, the captain of the Hope Convoy. He was also a sequence awakener, awakening the Tianshi sequence. After awakening, he could summon talismans. Gu Chen once saw him summon a talisman that could unleash lightning. Moreover, the Tianshi sequence granted him the ability to avoid danger. It had saved them from several crises, which was why he became captain. Following a strong leader in the apocalypse greatly increased the chance of survival. The Tianshi sequence was among the strongest known sequences. After the anomalies descended, everyone had a chance to awaken their own sequence ability, but Gu Chen didn't know how or under what conditions. The apocalypse was only about a month old, and he was just an ordinary person with no chance to learn. In such a short time, the pattern of awakening couldn't be found. Thinking this, Gu Chen took out a watermelon knife, then a can of beef and a slice of bread, and began to eat. Under current conditions, eating a hot meal was a luxury. Except for a few sequence awakeners, everyone else ate compressed biscuits. Some even dry-chewed instant noodles with seasoning packets. A few had already run out of food and stared hungrily. Feeling several greedy stares around him, Gu Chen tightened his grip on the watermelon knife. He had found it at a fruit shop. Back then he had hoped to find some fruit, but found the watermelon knife instead. In the apocalypse, one must never underestimate human evil. When starving people will do anything. Gu Chen didn't want to kill, but he didn't want to be killed either. Seeing the 60 centimeters watermelon knife in Gu Chen's hand, those people reluctantly looked away. Although supplies were scarce, following the sequence awakeners meant they wouldn't starve to death. Most of them had only run out of food yesterday or today, not yet desperate enough to fight to the death. Night fell, the most dangerous time. Under the blood moon, anomalies seemed to gain a powerful buff, stronger and more active than during the day. Gu Chen walked to his motorcycle, took a piece of cloth from the backseat bag, and threw it on the ground. Then he took out a sleeping bag, propped up the cloth with branches, and tied it with rope. A simple tarp was raised. Gu Chen leaned against the motorcycle, crawled into the sleeping bag, and rested. This was another disadvantage of motorcycles. No enclosed space like four-wheeled vehicles. He had been living like this for over a month. He couldn't help envying the sequence awakeners in their Jeep or SUV. They were far more comfortable than his sleeping bag. If only I could awaken a sequence, he thought. Suddenly, a message panel appeared before his eyes. Ding, detecting strong desire to awaken sequence. Would you like to exchange for sequence awakening potion? Seeing the panel, Gu Chen was stunned at first, then ecstatic. He had awakened a system. He began to examine it carefully. Gradually the joy faded, replaced by a bitter expression. It turned out to be a kill leveling system. With enough kill points he could upgrade anything or exchange items. And Sequence Awakening Potion cost 5000 kill points. But the problem was that his kill points were 0. He couldn't exchange for anything. System, how do I get kill points? Chen asked directly. Ding. Killing or wounding anomalies or killing hostile survivors will earn kill points. Kill aberrations. This Chen directly passed. How many lives does he have to kill aberrations? He directly looked at the back, killing hostile survivors. System, how many kill points do I get for killing a survivor? Ding. Killing a hostile survivor grants 50 kill points. Ding. Friendly reminder, if the target is a Sequence Awakener, the reward is higher. Chen directly ignored the rest of the system's words. Only 50 kill points for 1 kill. Damn. Doesn't that mean he needs to kill 100 to exchange for the Sequence Awakening Potion? Chen's convoy has only about 90 people. Where would he find so many to kill? Besides, Chen wouldn't kill without reason. He's not that insane. System, is the only way to awaken the sequence by using the Awakening Potion? Chen asked persistently. Ding. Besides relying on external help like potions, you can also awaken on your own. How to awaken on my own? To awaken your sequence autonomously, you need to resonate with your own sequence. When the resonance reaches a certain level, you can awaken. Then how do I resonate with the sequence? Chen asked hastily. Ding. No comment. Chen twitched his mouth, realizing he couldn't awaken the sequence for now. Just as Chen was about to sleep in disappointment, the system popped up another message. Ding. Detected that the host still has a newcomer gift pack. Open it. Chen's eyes lit up. A newcomer gift pack. He immediately chose to open it. Ding. Congratulations. You've obtained 800 kill points. 800 kill points. On his own, Chen would have to kill 16 hostile survivors. Now the system gives it as a bonus. Not bad. Looking at the kill points from the system, Chen thought about how to allocate them for maximum benefit. Forgetting about saving for Sequence Awakening, he couldn't afford to wait. In the apocalypse, everyone lives on the edge. The person you're talking to might be dead the next second. Thinking of this, Chen couldn't help but look at the watermelon knife in his hand. He always sleeps holding this knife. A habit he developed in the apocalypse. This knife, after years of cutting watermelons by its original owner, had a slightly curled edge. A slightly damaged, curled watermelon knife. Spend 500 kill points to upgrade. Chen raised an eyebrow. Upgrading the knife costs 500 kill points. That's 10 kills. He then turned his gaze to his Beifeng 250SR motorcycle. A well-maintained 249cc sport motorcycle. Spend 750 kill points to upgrade. Chen thought for a while and decided to upgrade the watermelon knife first, since his motorcycle was sufficient for now. Although the riding experience was poor, it wasn't a big problem. With his current situation, upgrading the weapon was the best choice. Ding. Confirm. Spending 500 kill points to upgrade the watermelon knife. Yes. In Chen's shocked gaze, the knife was enveloped in a layer of white light, emitting a faint glow. The process lasted about 10 minutes. The white light faded and the watermelon knife had transformed. The blade length extended to nearly 1 meter with a faint cold gleam. The previously curled edge was now razor sharp. The wooden handle was wrapped with a ring of black leather, comfortable and non-slip when held. Chen checked the information. Watermelon knife. Forged with special mysterious iron, this knife can cut through iron like mud and split a hair blown against it. Due to the special mysterious iron, this knife can deal damage to aberrations. Seeing the system evaluation, Chen was overjoyed. It can harm aberrations. As expected from the system, truly top quality. The 500 kill points were well spent. He then spent 50 kill points to install a tailbox on his motorcycle, allowing better storage for gathering supplies. System, are there any martial arts manuals to exchange? Chen still had 250 kill points. He decided to exchange for a saber technique. Ding. Recommended Mystic Abyss Mountain Splitting Saber Technique. It includes foundational essentials like sinking shoulders, dropping elbows, and unifying waist and horse, as well as 12 secret moves, each with immense power. How many kill points? Chen raised an eyebrow. Just the name sounded impressive, so the price must be high. Ding. Only 4,500 kill points. Give me something I can afford. Chen knew the system was up to no good. He was speechless. Ding. Detected that the host only has 250 kill points. Exchange for basic saber technique. Exchange. Immediately Chen felt a stream of strange memories entering his mind. The basic techniques of saber art, including 8 basic moves: chop, lift, thrust, wrap, etc. With these memories, Chen felt his body become more agile and his strength increase. This directly gave him the physical fitness after practicing the saber technique. Gu Chun slept satisfied. With this watermelon knife and saber art, he felt he could slash aberrations from morning to night without blinking. The next morning, just at dawn, the whole convoy was bustling with sounds. Most people were already up. After all, in the apocalypse few could sleep peacefully, and today they had to gather supplies. The road where Gu Chen's convoy was currently located had a river beside it. Going straight along the road would lead to a small county town. But their target was not the county town but a small town not far from it. The town was across the river, requiring a ferry which they obviously didn't have. So they now had to head to a bridge 20 kilometers away to reach the town and gather supplies. In any case, the town's danger was less than the county town's. The convoy quickly moved forward under Chen Mo's lead. After about an hour, the lead vehicle stopped not far from the destination. A lean man carrying a compound bow got out of the off-road vehicle. This was not Chen Mo but another male sequence awakener in the convoy, Wang Ben. He had awakened the eagle eye sequence, which granted him extremely sharp vision and enhanced other senses. According to Gu Chun, he could even predict enemy movements based on air currents. With his compound bow, his combat ability was formidable. Wang Ben now stood on the vehicle roof, squinting into the distance. Then he quickly walked to the car and said something to Chen Mo, who was inside. Gu Chun was too far away to hear clearly. He only saw Chen Mo's face turn grim. Then Chen Mo got out of the car and called everyone together. There seems to be an aberration attacking something ahead. There seems to be a sign of life inside. Let's check if we can rescue some survivors and gather supplies. Hearing this, though worried, everyone started preparing to move, thinking about supplies. Gu Chun gripped the upgraded watermelon knife, feeling a bit nervous. The convoy advanced slowly, and as they approached a large bridge, the eerie roars grew clearer. Finally, they witnessed the scene. A giant nearly 3 meters tall was smashing a motorhome inside which 2 figures could be seen. The entire body of the motorhome had caved in, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Just then, the colossal humanoid aberration spotted the convoy, and with an enraged roar charged directly toward them. Ooh-ah! Angry giant, unhappy! The giant aberration growled as it ran, pounding its chest like a gorilla. At the sight of the charging aberration, panic seized everyone in the convoy except for a few sequence holders. Stay calm. Prepare for battle. Captain Chen Mo shouted to the 2 sequence members beside him, not expecting much from the ordinary convoy members. After all, the only way to combat aberrations was through sequence awakening. Wang Ben drew the compound bow slung across his back, knocking an arrow in one fluid motion. With a whoosh, the arrow flew straight toward the giant's eye. The giant raised its hand and casually swatted the arrow away. The attack had no effect, only fueling the giant's rage and quickening its pace. Humph! Wang Ben snorted as his arrow was brushed aside. He then drew another arrow from his quiver. This time, unlike before, a faint golden light shimmered along the shaft. The power of this arrow was evidently far greater, its tip embedded shallowly into the giant's shoulder, drawing blood. Gu Chen's heart raced. This was akin to a sniper rifle's force. Yet it only barely breached its defense. Moreover, the true damage came from the golden light coating the arrow. The giant, enraged that these tiny insects could wound it, wore a fury that deepened on its face. But before the giant could beat its chest and vent its rage, a woman wielding a blood-red longsword with an extraordinarily striking figure swiftly approached. The woman moved so fast that Gu Chun believed she could finish a 100-meter dash in under 5 seconds. She was a female sequence member of the convoy, awakened to the shadow sequence. Leveraging her speed, she darted around the giant's feet with her long sword. With each pass, accompanied by the eerie hum of the blood-red blade, she left fresh gashes across the giant's body. Meanwhile, Hawkeye Wang Ben continuously drew and loosed arrows, coordinating with the woman to inflict damage. Soon the aberrant giant was covered in arrows and countless wounds. The giant seethed with impotent rage, unable to catch the agile little insect. It was less about harm and more about humiliation. A profound insult. Feeling toyed with, it roared, "You all die." Turning its gaze to the ordinary convoy members, it ignored the attacks on its body and charged toward Gu Chen's group. What the hell? Seeing the monstrous giant charging, Gu Chun didn't hesitate. He jumped on his motorcycle and sped off. After witnessing Wang Ben and the woman's fight, he knew he was no match for this. A true man bends when necessary. A humiliating retreat is for survival. He revved the engine, popped a wheelie, and shot forward with a roar. Nearby others quickly snapped out of their stupor and scattered in all directions. "You beast! How dare you!" Seeing the giant charging the convoy, Chen Mo, who had held back, finally erupted. Chen Mo relished this post-apocalyptic life. More precisely, he savored his role as the convoy's captain. Here he could lead others, devise plans, set rules and boundaries, and craft himself into a paragon of a convoy leader. This feeling surpassed even the supernatural powers granted by his sequence, intoxicating him. To maintain this life, he needed many convoy members, which was why he had chosen to rescue them. Now he couldn't let the aberration slaughter his people. Thunder chases lightning, heaven and earth as eyes. He bit his right fingertip, drawing symbols on his left palm while chanting, "By Thor's decree open." With a final roar, a bolt of lightning shot from Chun Mo's left hand, striking the giant's back with brutal force. Roar! The giant howled in agony as its formidable defense shattered. The lightning charred its back to a crisp black. In its fury, it grabbed an unlucky survivor nearby and crushed him. Literally. The victim didn't even have time to scream before being squeezed into 2 clouds of blood mist. Compared to the troublesome sequence holders, ordinary convoy members were far easier prey. The giant seemed to grasp this, locking its gaze on the fleeing survivors. People follow the herd, and since Gu Chun was the first to flee, his direction drew the most followers. The giant chose its target, zeroing in on the largest cluster and giving chase. A chill ran down Gu Chen's spine as he rode. Glancing back, he saw the aberrant giant, undeterred by Chen Mo's thunderous attacks, relentlessly pursuing the survivors. Damn it! Won't it give up? Watching the giant close in, Gu Chun cursed inwardly. Why did these idiots have to follow me, dragging the aberration along? He twisted the throttle to the max, the engine screaming in a tearing roar, trying to outpace the crowd on his motorcycle. Despite its massive size, the giant possessed astonishing explosive speed and leaping ability. It ignored the weaker lightning strikes from behind and stomped another survivor to death. Wang Ben, Hong Yuan, focus on its legs. Immobilize it. It'll save the people. Chen Mo shouted, knowing he had to engage in close combat to buy time or divert the giant's attention. He drew the black long sword from his back. Supreme spirits of the 3 heavens, respond to my heart. In the alley of 5 metals, decree 9 chapters. Wind and fire, divine soldiers, by my command. Go! He traced his finger along the blade, and the once black sword shimmered with white light. A sword aura surged skyward, aimed straight for the giant's neck. The giant seemed to finally sense the peril behind it and tried to turn away. At that moment, Wang Ben loosed a powerful arrow that pierced the giant's vulnerable ankle, halting its movement for a split second. The black-clad woman called Hong Yuan, like a phantom, closed in on the giant again. No longer skirmishing superficially, she struck with full force, targeting the giant's tendons and Achilles' heel at a sharp, tricky angle. Forced to block the attack with its left arm, the giant could only parry the sword aura. The aura cleaved through its arm, severing it completely. Its once impenetrable defense now crumbled like tofu. Such was the terror of a sequence powerhouse. Roar! The giant collapsed to the ground in agony, letting out an earth-shattering howl of pain. He no longer persisted in chasing the survivors, for he no longer had the strength. Instead, he spun around abruptly, extending his other fist and smashing it toward the nearest red kite. With a devastating whoosh. His already dim-witted mind had now gone completely berserk. All he wanted was to destroy everything in sight. Watching the fallen, frenzied, aberrant giant, a surge of ruthlessness replaced the fear in Gu Chen's heart. Damn it! A mad thought arose in his mind as his adrenaline surged wildly. He wanted to become a sequence bearer, so he wouldn't have to flee so miserably when facing aberrations. He abruptly spun the motorcycle around the engine, letting out a desperate roar. Gripping the upgraded cleaver, he lunged for the giant's throat. The giant, consumed by pain and fury, had its mouth wide open. Gu Chun crouched low, his right hand gripping the throttle tightly, while his left hand held the cleaver. The blade's icy gleam reflected the madness and bloodlust in his eyes. Screw you. You wanted to chase me. D. Using the momentum of the motorcycle, Gu Chen's left arm muscles bulged. He poured all his strength into the hilt and viciously stabbed the throat covered in viscous blood. 2. Pain, sheer pain. Gu Chun writhed on the ground in agony. The powerful inertia nearly dislocated his left arm. Hearing the sudden cessation of screams behind him, Gu Chun turned to look. The blade had pierced through the throat, bone buried to the hilt. Scalding black blood gushed out. The aberrant giant was clearly beyond saving. Ding! Congratulations to the host for assisting in killing the aberrant. You have earned 5000 kill points. Gu Chun dragged himself over and pulled the cleaver from the wound. The giant's massive corpse gradually dissolved into a pool of black liquid, vanishing from the road. The road fell into dead silence, broken only by the heavy breathing of the crowd. Whether sequence bearers or ordinary convoy members, everyone's gaze toward Gu Chun had changed. Gu Chun. He had actually killed an aberrant. Even if his methods weren't particularly honorable, even if he had the help of 3 sequence bearers, so what? it still couldn't obscure the fact that he had dealt a fatal blow to the aberrant. "You're Gu Chen, right?" Chen Mo approached, his face pale. The constant use of his sequence ability, especially that last sword strike, had clearly taken a toll on him. "Yeah, Captain. Thanks for earlier." Gu Chen nodded, his gaze toward Chen Mo tinged with gratitude. If Chen Mo hadn't slowed the giant down, he would never have had the chance to kill the aberrant. He would have been caught long ago and would now be a corpse. As for why Chen Mo cared so much about these survivors, did it matter? In this apocalypse, people used each other. Chen Mo was willing to save them, which meant that ordinary people like him were still useful to Chen Mo. That was enough. Just then, two figures approached him. One was Wang Ben, carrying a compound bow, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The other was the voluptuous woman with the blood-red long blade red kite. "Gu Chen, you're skilled. You actually dared to turn back at that moment." Wang Ben's eyes swept over the cleaver stained with the aberrant's black blood as he spoke first. "You've got guts, and your timing was spot on." Red Kite looked Gu Chen up and down, her blood-red blade lowered slightly. Her cool voice carried a hint of approval. Her tone was flat, but receiving a sequence bearer's appraisal in such a situation was itself a form of recognition. Gu Chen flexed his numb left arm slightly and managed a faint smile. "Just lucky I picked off the scraps. If the captain and you hadn't severely wounded it, I couldn't even have gotten close." His words were both modest and truthful, and also signaled his attitude to the sequence bearers. He knew his place. Chen Mo's pale face showed a gentle smile as he patted Gu Chen's shoulder. "Your courage is commendable, and you kept your cool in a crisis. From now on, I'll count on you to help with the convoy's safety." His words clearly carried an intent to recruit and acknowledge. An ordinary person who could find an opportunity amidst a sequence bearer's battle and dared to strike was far more valuable than the other members. If he ever awakened a sequence, he would be a major asset. Just as the tension eased, the door of the RV, nearly crushed into scrap metal, was pushed open with difficulty. A gray-haired old woman, her face covered in blood and grime, staggered down, supported by a young girl. The girl was also covered in dust and blood, her face pale, her eyes filled with the terror of having narrowly escaped death. When the girl's gaze swept through the crowd and landed on Gu Chen, surrounded by several sequence bearers, she froze. Then her eyes widened in disbelief as she cried out, Gu Chen, is it you, Gu Chen?" Gu Chen turned at the sound, looking at the girl's delicate face, momentarily stunned. Yen Shuyi. The girl was his college classmate. They weren't particularly close, but they knew each other. Gu Chen looked at his disheveled old classmate, a mix of emotions swirling within him. Gu Chen looked at the old woman she was supporting. Blood was constantly seeping from the old woman's forehead and mouth. Her breath was as faint as a candle flickering in the wind. Clearly, she had been severely injured during the giant aberrant's attack. She had held on this long only by sheer will. "Grandma, hang in there." Yen Shui sobbed uncontrollably, clutching the old woman's hand tightly. Live on." The old woman was already at death's door. Those words seemed to drain the last of her strength. The final glimmer of light faded from her eyes, and she went completely still. "Grandma!" Yen Shui let out a heart-wrenching wail and collapsed onto the old woman's body. Gu Chen stood there watching Yen Shui in her grief, but did not go to comfort her. In this apocalypse, who hadn't lost a few loved ones? Let her cry her fill, because soon she wouldn't even be able to cry anymore. Gu Chen silently put away the blood-stained cleaver and walked over to his battered Beifeng 250 SR. Leaning against the bike, he checked the 5000 kill points. He hadn't expected to get 5000 kill points just for striking the aberrant once. System exchange for the sequence awakening potion. Ding, are you sure you want to spend 5000 kill points to exchange for the sequence awakening potion? Yes. A green syringe immediately appeared in Gu Chen's hand. He quickly examined its. Sequence awakening potion helps awaken sequence abilities. Success rate is approximately 80. Seeing the information from the system, Gu Chen was taken aback. What the hell? There's a success rate. He suddenly felt like he'd been cheated. Even as he thought this, Gu Chen's hands moved quickly. He raised his arm and injected himself with the potion. It has to succeed. Otherwise, wouldn't his 5000 kill points have gone to waste? After finishing the injection, Gu Chen withdrew the needle and carefully sensed the changes in his body. He felt nothing at all, which made him wonder if it was not a sequence awakening potion but merely a tube of glucose. A chime sounded, followed by a gentle reminder that awakening the sequence would take 18 to 24 hours, and he should patiently wait. The system seemed to detect his doubt and promptly explained. Seeing the system's explanation, Gu Chen's anxious heart finally settled. He decided to leave everything to time. After the brutal battle against the eerie giant, the convoy took a brief rest. They then arrived at the planned resupply point Chaoyan Town. We're changing the plan today. 1 hour. Gather here in 1 hour. The speaker was Chen Mo, who always enjoyed making plans. The convoy originally had 2 hours to scavenge supplies, but he had now cut that time in half. Of course, it was not that he wished to stay longer, but because no one knew when an Eerie might appear. They had just killed one, and were still weakened. Another encounter could spell their doom. There were many kinds of Eerie. Some preferred to settle in one place while others roamed constantly. Crossing the narrow bridge of Chaoyan Town, they stepped into the town itself. The once bustling town was now shrouded in deathly silence. Abandoned vehicles and debris littered the streets, though the air was surprisingly fresh. Though still shaken, everyone moved swiftly to gather supplies, searching for food and medicine. Unlike most, Chen did not head for the town's small shops or pharmacies. Instead, he made straight for the gas station at the edge of town. His food would last a while longer, but his motorcycle's fuel tank was nearly empty. If he did not find a gas station soon, he would be pedaling a bicycle. Chen weaved through the ruins, heading toward the gas station. Chong, are we really going through with this? A scruffy, bleary-eyed, middle-aged man stared at Chen's retreating figure. He looked at a young man with a bruised face and eyes full of resentment. Beside the middle-aged man stood a haggard woman with sunken eyes. What's there to fear? He's alone and there are 3 of us, said the young man called Chong. But he killed an Eerie. Killed it? Bullshit. He couldn't have done it without those sequence users. Chong cut off the middle-aged man, his eyes burning with even more resentment. The gas station was in disarray, with fuel nozzles scattered and several storage tanks covered in rust. Parking his motorcycle, Chen began a careful search. Before long, behind a half-collapsed tool shed, he found several sealed emergency gasoline barrels. They were intact and unopened. A flicker of joy crossed his heart as he bent down to move them. Just then, 3 figures emerged from a gap in the dilapidated wall, surrounding him in a semicircle. Chen recognized them as ordinary members of the convoy: Uncle Wang, Aunt Li, and a young man named Chong. He straightened up, his right hand instinctively resting on the handle of the cleaver at his waist. What do you want? If it's nothing, don't get in my way of finding gasoline. Chen recognized them. Uncle Wang and Aunt Li's son, along with Chong's brother. They were the 2 who not long ago on that highway had been crushed and trampled to death by the rampaging Eerie giant. Looking for gasoline? You're so damn lucky. Still have time to look for gas. Uncle Wang's voice was hoarse, dripping with barely suppressed hatred. Chen's gaze turned icy, his body tensing slightly as he understood their intent. He let out a soft sigh. Living. Isn't that good? Living. Ha ha. Aunt Li let out a sharp, bitter laugh, her voice choked with tears. My son is dead, died so horribly. Crushed. And you're still alive and well. Her tears mingled with the grime on her face as her body trembled with grief and rage. Chong, his eyes red, stepped forward with a thick steel rod. It's all your fault. If you hadn't run first and drawn that monster's attention, maybe it wouldn't have chased my brother. He wouldn't have died. Looking into their resentful eyes, Chen saw something deeper: cowardice. They dared not confront Chen Mo and the other sequence users, nor seek vengeance from the powerful Eerie. But Chen, this weakling, seemed to have become the only target for their fury and hatred. The weak always turn their blades on the weaker, but they had picked the wrong target. Blame me. Chen's face was expressionless, his voice calm. Did I summon the Eerie? Did I make it crush your loved ones? If you're so capable, why not go after the Eerie? Or ask the captain why he didn't cut down the monster sooner and save everyone. Uncle Wang and Aunt Li's faces showed clear panic and cowardice. They dared not confront Chen Mo, especially after seeing him sever the Eerie's hand with a single sword stroke. Chong, like a provoked beast, roared. Shut up. How dare you speak of the sequence master that way? Today I'll make you pay for my brother's life. With that, he swung the steel rod and charged. Chen sidestepped, swiftly dodging Chong's clumsy lunge, and with a backhand slash slit his throat. Guh. Chong clutched his neck, eyes wide in disbelief that Chen could kill him so easily. In his eyes, Chen was merely a clown with good luck. He had scoffed inwardly when Chen killed the Eerie giant, thinking he could have done the same. Pay with your life. You're not worthy. His cold gaze swept over the pale-faced Uncle Wang, and Aunt Li, his tone laced with contempt. Xiao Chen, we know we were wrong. Please spare us this once. Uncle Wang stammered in terror, realizing too late that Chen was far stronger and more ruthless than he had imagined. He would never have listened to Chong's plan to seek revenge against Chen. Aunt Li was even worse, her legs giving way as she collapsed to her knees, wetting herself in fear. You're not sorry because you know you're wrong. You're sorry because you're afraid. If Gu Chun had been weaker than the three, he would have been the one dead today. A chime announced that the host had killed 3 hostile survivors, earning 150 points of slaughter value. This was Gu Chen's first killing in over a month, yet he remained remarkably calm. There was no fear in his heart nor any bloodthirsty excitement. This damn apocalypse. If he could choose, he never wanted to kill. He only wanted to survive. Who could blame for their deaths? Perhaps they could only blame Gu Chen for not being a sequence user. It was his weakness that gave them the courage to seek revenge. After dealing with the 3, Gu Chen filled his motorcycle's tank and spent 25 slaughter points to exchange for a spare fuel canister. Siphoning the remaining gasoline into it, he rode away from the gas station. With over 30 minutes left before Chan Mo's 1-hour deadline, Gu Chen decided to explore the town further. Riding through the streets, he saw that most shop windows were shattered and signs hung askew. The vestiges of everyday life were buried under dust and scattered debris. Many convoy members were scavenging for supplies inside. Chaoyan Town was a large settlement with no shortage of shops, which was one reason Gu Chen had not prioritized food gathering earlier. He stopped his motorcycle in front of a relatively intact small store. Killing the engine, he pulled the cleaver from his waist and stepped cautiously inside. Kicking aside broken glass, he scanned the lower shelves and corners. Beneath the counter, he found several cans of luncheon meat, several sealed packs of compressed biscuits, and a pack of cigarettes. Joy flickered in his heart as he bent down to grab them. Just as his fingers were about to touch the cans, an indescribable chill struck without warning. It felt as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. A profound weakness washed over him, his arms growing unbearably heavy. Even his grip on the knife handle felt slack and his vision dimmed slightly. Not good. His hair stood on end. Almost instinctively, he leaped backward while summoning every ounce of alertness. Gripping the cleaver tightly before his chest, he swept his gaze warily around the room. There was no eerie aura, nor could any human figure or creature be seen. The entire shop lay in utter disarray, shrouded in swirling dust. Yet the profoundly unsettling feeling of weakness not only refused to dissipate. Instead, like a clinging bone maggot, it incessantly sapped his strength and spirit. Gu Chun found even breathing laborious, his steps faltering, as if his very life were slipping away. What? Is this poison? Or some kind of ability? Cold sweat beaded on Gu Chen's forehead. This silent means of rendering someone combat ineffective was far more unnerving than facing the uncanny directly. He thought of sequence abilities, yet saw no one around. Just then, a faint rustle came from the shadow of a shelf. Gu Chun quickly looked over. A rat. It was slightly larger than an ordinary rat, its fur a dark grayish-black with an oily sheen. Its bright eyes held a hint of violet glint. It was hiding behind a few empty cans, peeking out with its tiny head staring fixedly at him. Meanwhile, its little paw was tracing circles in the air. Gu Chen understood instantly. It was this rat. It was the one making him feel weak and powerless. With the anomaly's arrival, besides humans, flora and fauna could also awaken corresponding sequence abilities. And this rat had clearly awakened a sequence ability that induced weakness. Could this be the curse sequence? The curse sequence was a branch of the supernatural sequence and one of the most dreaded sequences of all. Imagine in a life-or-death struggle, suddenly unleashing a curse that weakens the opponent, even capable of killing without a trace. However, the curse's range was limited. Gu Chun tried to move, but the weakness slowed his actions. The violet glint in the rat's eyes seemed to brighten, and it muttered under its breath. Gu Chun felt a wave of dizziness, nearly losing his footing. Damn! He cursed inwardly. At this rate, forget fighting. Even escaping would be a problem. He tried to communicate with the system, but it offered no prompt regarding this peculiar rat. A direct confrontation was clearly futile. No matter how sharp the watermelon knife, it was useless if it couldn't reach its target. In the moment of crisis, Gu Chen's mind raced. He thought of an item in his bag. A box of chocolate he had found earlier in a high-end gift shop. In the apocalypse, such pure sweets were almost a luxury. Fortunately, Gu Chen had only eaten a small piece. Watching the rat still intently, casting its spell, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Forcing himself to endure the weakness, he slowly reached his left hand toward the backpack at his waist. At the same time, he tried to make his gaze appear less aggressive. He fumbled carefully and finally touched the beautifully wrapped chocolate. He deliberately made a slight rustling sound with the plastic, catching the rat's attention. The rat's violet eyes flickered, seemingly curious about the sound, but it continued its incantation. Gu Chun slowly tore open the wrapper with movements as non-threatening as possible, revealing the dark chocolate that exuded a rich cocoa aroma. The sweet fragrance stood out sharply in the dusty, decaying little shop. He gently tossed the chocolate toward the bottom of the shelf where the rat was hiding. Thud! The chocolate chunk landed on the dusty floor. The little rat was clearly startled by the unexpected gift. It shrank back, its violet eyes filled with wariness and a barely concealed longing. Its tiny nose twitched rapidly, clearly deeply attracted by the rich sweetness. This pure, energy-rich sweet was an irresistible temptation for it. It looked from the chocolate on the ground to Gu Chen, and finally its incantations ceased. The weakness that had enveloped Gu Chen also lessened considerably. Joy surged within him. It was working. He immediately took out another piece of chocolate, this time not tossing it, but placing it on the ground a short distance in front of him. Then he slowly stepped back a few paces, lowering the watermelon knife slightly, and spreading his hands to show he meant no harm. "Little one, are you hungry? This is delicious." Gu Chen tried to keep his voice calm. He knew the rat could understand the general meaning. After awakening a sequence, a creature's various abilities are enhanced naturally, including intelligence. Moreover, this was a rat already possessing considerable intellect. The little rat's violet eyes darted between the chocolate and Gu Chen, its internal struggle evident. In the end, the craving for food overpowered its caution. Or perhaps it was the confidence born from its awakened sequence. It cautiously crawled out from its hiding spot, scurried swiftly to the first piece of chocolate. Picking it up with its tiny paws, it cast a wary glance at Gu Chen, then began nibbling rapidly, making crunching sounds. Finally, the weakening curse that had enveloped Gu Chen vanished completely. In its place was a faint mental connection. As the rat ate and relaxed, its hostility toward Gu Chen dissipated. After finishing the first piece, it licked its paws with relish, its violet eyes again fixed on the second piece of chocolate on the ground before Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled. He knew he had succeeded. "Little one, how about coming with me? I promise you'll have all the chocolate you can eat." Gu Chen didn't hesitate to paint a rosy picture. The curse sequence ability in the perilous apocalypse would be a great asset for ambushing. Well, for self-protection against powerful foes. The little rat hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of chocolate and the human's grand promise. It swiftly snatched up the second piece of chocolate in its mouth, not eating it immediately. Instead, holding it, it made a few leaps, and to Gu Chen's surprise climbed up his pant leg and onto his shoulder. Its tiny head and those eyes gleaming with intelligence and violet light curiously examined Gu Chen. Gu Chen sensed that the faint mental connection seemed to strengthen, carrying a hint of budding closeness and anticipation for more chocolate. He let out a long sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and immense joy surged within him. Not only had he turned danger into safety, but he had also unexpectedly gained a special companion with the curse sequence ability. "From now on, your name shall be Chocolate." He packed up the canned goods and biscuits he had found and gathered some more supplies from the store. Glancing at the little creature on his shoulder, happily devouring the chocolate, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. If this were a game, wouldn't this be considered a legendary rat? Without further delay, he mounted his motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and sped toward the rendezvous point. In the luggage compartment behind him, a new little passenger with violet eyes had its head turning this way, and that curiously observing the outside world. At the large bridge at the town's entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Only 5 or 6 minutes remained of the planned 1 hour. Most had already collected their supplies, with only a few still on their way. As Gu Chen approached, he saw Chen Mo counting heads with a tattered notebook. This was something he did after every supply run to ensure no one was left behind. The survivors' eyes mostly held weariness and relief, their bulging packs testament to their gains. Yan Shui stood alone at the edge of the crowd, her eyes red and swollen, her expression numb, still immersed in the grief of losing her loved ones. After burying the old man, she chose to join the convoy. Captain Chen Mo had no objections to a willing recruit. Gu Chen parked his motorcycle, and the chocolate on his shoulder seemed uneasy with the crowd. Its tiny claws gripped his collar tightly, its purple eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Gu Chen gently stroked its head, and the little creature relaxed slightly. Gu Chen was about to step forward and inform Chen Mo about the 3 individuals, confident that Chen Mo wouldn't trouble him over such a trivial matter. He had already organized his words in his mind, ready to speak. Just then, hurried footsteps, accompanied by terrified screams, echoed from deep within Shaoyan town. Instantly, everyone's attention was drawn. Gu Chen looked up and saw several disheveled figures sprinting out, led by none other than Hong Yuan. Her usual composure was gone. Her black combat suit was stained with dust and some sticky filamentous substance. Her breath was rapid, and her eyes still held a hint of lingering fear. Captain, help! Help us!" A female team member cried out, her voice distorted by sheer terror. "It's an anomaly in the town. There's an anomaly in the town. Another member pointed behind them, his voice trembling uncontrollably. So many webs. It spits silk. It wraps people up alive and drains them dry. It's the Weaver, a spider-type anomaly. Hong Yuan's chest heaved violently as she gasped out the words. We startled it while gathering supplies near the warehouse. It's incredibly fast, and its webbing is not only extremely tough but also numbing and sticky. Wang Meng and the others didn't make it out. They were entangled in the web and dragged away. At Hong Yuan's account, the crowd erupted into chaos, fear spreading like a plague. Another anomaly. The psychological defenses of those who had only recently escaped the giant anomaly were instantly shattered. At that moment, atop a roof, a massive, grotesque-limbed weaver spider anomaly leaped down. Its body was covered in a hard blackened yellow carapace, its 8 compound eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. Its enormous chelicerae clacked open and shut, dripping viscous venom. Its massive frame shook the ground, and a barbed leg impaled a survivor clean through. The anomaly is here again. What do we do? I don't want to die. Run. Witnessing their comrade's death, the crowd descended into chaos, scrambling onto their vehicles to flee. Wisdom clear, mind serene. By the urgent decree, be still. Chen Mo cast a calming charm at the most panicked individuals in the crowd. At the same time, he shouted, don't panic. Stay orderly. Evacuate. With that, he drew the long sword from his back and slashed a sword aura at the weaver. Without a backward glance, he jumped into his off-road vehicle and sped off. Wang Ben and Hong Yuan were already aboard. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Good grief. I thought you were going to fight. Gu Chun was in the front middle of the crowd, having planned to bolt long ago. But fearing he'd be a target for the anomaly, he held back for a moment. After all, there were still plenty of people behind him. It was time. Just as Gu Chun prepared to make his escape, Yan Shuyi ran over. She pushed through the crowd, reached his motorcycle, grabbed his arm, and pleaded urgently, Gu Chun, take me with you. Due to the giant anomaly earlier, Yan Shuyi's RV had been destroyed, and in the convoy she only knew Gu Chun. Gu Chen's expression turned grim. Her shaking caused his hand on the clutch to stall the engine. Damn it! Gu Chun slapped her hard, shoved her onto the fuel tank, and quickly restarted the bike. In that moment, Gu Chen's position fell to the middle back of the crowd. Glancing at Yan Shuyi, dazed and slumped over the tank, Gu Chun thought to himself, if push came to shove, he'd throw her off to buy some time. Fortunately, the Beifeng 250 SR had enough power. Once up to speed, Gu Chun wove through the crowd to reach the front. Chen Mo's earlier sword aura had some effect, apparently wounding the spider anomaly's leg. The giant spider didn't give chase immediately, instead spitting webs to claim the lives of stragglers. Gu Chun rode the gray-black Beifeng 250 SR, fleeing madly down the road. On the fuel tank, a vivid red palm print marked Yan Shuyi's pale left cheek. She clung to the bike, every jolt eliciting a stifled sob. Gu Chun glanced in the rearview mirror. The anomaly wasn't following. At the bridgehead, after ensnaring a few cyclists with its webbing, it had turned back toward the town. Even so, no one dared to pause. They drove their vehicles, desperately widening the distance from Chaoyan Town, racing down the road. The county seat was not far ahead, but the convoy dared not continue on the main road. Chen Mo led them onto a small path toward the countryside. After an hour of frantic flight, they reached a relatively open plain, vehicles parked haphazardly. Ugh! Gu Chun roughly yanked Yan Shuyi off the bike, making her cry out in pain. Perhaps aware of her foolishness, she shrank back, silent, her eyes filled with fear and grievance. In the convoy, survivors collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Some wept openly, while most were gripped by fear and lingering dread. Gu Chun did a rough count. About 20 people were missing. The group, originally over 90 strong, now numbered only about 60 or 70. Well, that saved an explanation, Gu Chun thought to himself. Chen Mo, why did you abandon them? Why? A voice rang out from the front of the convoy. The speaker was a middle-aged man whose wife and son had died in Chaoyan Town. He confronted Chen Mo, shouting angrily. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly blaming Chen Mo for not holding off the anomaly so his family could escape. Exactly, you could have saved them. Don't you know? Other survivors, finding an outlet for their grief, joined in the accusations. Their loved ones had perished in Chaoyan Town. Emboldened by the support, the man grew more vehement, his words increasingly harsh. But in their anger, they seemed to forget their standing relative to Chen Mo. Chen Mo said nothing, merely glancing at Wang Ben, who immediately understood. He drew his bow and loosed an arrow which pierced the throat of the still cursing man. The middle-aged man died, his eyes wide open, as if questioning why he had been killed. He had merely confronted the other party, and unable to contain his anger, cursed a few times only to lose his life because of it. Watching the dead middle-aged man, the once defiant survivors instantly fell silent. They cowered in fear, suddenly remembering that the three standing opposite them were all sequence holders. I understand how you feel right now. Everyone is in deep grief, and I didn't want to make this choice either. Our strength at that time was depleted by 90%. I had no other option. If we hadn't fled, then everyone would have died there. Chen finally spoke, explaining himself as he looked at the terrified crowd. He didn't want to abandon those people either. After all, maintaining his current life required these ordinary survivors. But Chen was well aware of the situation on their side because of that bizarre giant. The sequence holders' powers had been drained. Too much. Fleeing was their only choice. Now those who still wish to follow me stand to my left. Those who don't, leave. Leave. In this apocalypse, leaving the convoy and the sequence holders was undoubtedly choosing death. Captain, we don't blame you. Under those circumstances, fleeing was the best choice. Yes, yes. You cowards, it's not like the captain killed your loved ones. If you have the guts, go after the aberrations. The crowd erupted into chaos. The vast majority stood to Chen-mo's left, expressing their understanding of his decision at the time. As for those survivors who had questioned him, their faces flushed red, yet none chose to leave the convoy. Chen leaned against his motorcycle, silently twisting open a can of cola. After the recent escape, everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally, and ravenously hungry. Many had already taken out the food they had collected, beginning to replenish their energy. The convoy's rule for resource distribution was, if you want to eat, find it yourself. The convoy only collected 10% of everyone's supplies, a rule Chen had set from the beginning. The reason the survivors dared to confront Chen was not only grief and anger. Another reason was that Captain Chen had protected them too well before. Chen had saved many people. Even Chen, without his help back then, probably wouldn't have survived until now. Many among them had been rescued by Chen and then joined the convoy. Every time the convoy gathered supplies protected by Chen and the other sequence holders, everyone always managed to find plenty of food. And that 10% of supplies the convoy collected from them, though called 10%, it was merely a symbolic gesture. Sometimes it wasn't even 10%. Chen seemed indifferent to their meager supplies, or perhaps he simply looked down on them. Gradually, they had developed a sense of entitlement. Having encountered 2 aberrations in a single day, and watching their loved ones die before their eyes, they naturally found the courage to question Chen. Still too kind-hearted, Chen couldn't help but think this. He wondered why Chen was so good to these ordinary survivors. If he were the convoy captain, he certainly wouldn't do this. He would make them hand over 50% of their supplies. Relying on his protection and still refusing to pay. Dream on. Thinking this, Chen took out a can of luncheon meat and began to eat. He also fed a piece of chocolate to Chocolate, who was hiding in the trunk of the vehicle. Then he picked up his cleaver and started wiping it down. Nice blade. Pretty sharp. Hong Yuan approached at some point, watching Chen as he cleaned his knife. Chen instinctively tightened his grip on the knife. Was she eyeing his weapon? Relax him, not after your knife, Hong Yuan said, flashing a seductive smile at the tense Chen. The captain wants to see you. Chen frowned. What could Chen want with an ordinary person like him? All right. Whatever it was, Chen couldn't refuse, nor did he have the ability to. Chen quickly followed Hong Yuan to Chen. Captain, I've brought him, Hong Yuan said, then walked away, leaving the two alone. Captain, is there something you need? Chen asked, looking at Chen who was staring straight at him. Could he have some strange hobby? You've awakened the enchantment sequence, haven't you? Huh? Enchantment sequence? Me? Your blade can harm aberrations. Am I right? Chen said, looking at Chen, whose face showed shock mixed with confusion. Before Chen could speak, Chen continued. Ordinary weapons can't deal any real damage to aberrations. This blade of yours has clearly been enchanted by your sequence. He then wore an expression that said everything was under his control. Chen hadn't expected Chen to concoct such a story, but he didn't expose it. After all, he didn't want to reveal the existence of the system. I have indeed awakened the enchantment sequence, but I hope you, Captain, won't let this information leak out. Seeing Chen admitted, a glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Chen-mo's eyes. He relished this feeling of having everything under control. Don't worry, I understand. Faced with Chen's request, Chen showed an expression of knowing it all. A sequence holder's abilities were not unlimited. Each sequence ability came at a cost. In his view, Chen didn't want to reveal his sequence ability because he didn't want people to know he could enhance weapons. Otherwise, everyone would come to Chen for enchantments. Wouldn't that drive him crazy? But hiding too much will only cause unnecessary trouble. You need to announce that you're a sequence holder. However, well, change the name. Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Chanemo pondered for a moment. Just claim you've awakened the martial arts sequence. Those who awakened this sequence gained access to ancient martial arts cultivation methods. They became incredibly familiar with any martial arts techniques and could master them quickly. But I don't know martial arts. That's fine. You have strength. After awakening a sequence, one's physical fitness greatly improved. Even a support sequence holder's physique far exceeded that of an ordinary person. No one would bother to check which sequence Chen had awakened. They would only care that he had awakened a sequence and become a sequence holder. Since you're now a sequence holder, there are some plans I should discuss with you. As he spoke, Chanemo led Chen to his off-road vehicle and took out a map from inside. The surrounding survivors, perhaps due to the earlier incident, deliberately kept their distance. Chanemo then called over Wang Ben and Hong Yuan, briefly informing them about Chen's sequence awakening. Wang Ben didn't say much, but his gaze toward Chen now carried a hint of seriousness. So you really did awaken a sequence. No wonder you dared to turn back and kill that aberration at the entrance of Chao Yin Town this morning. Hong Yuan said, a look of understanding in her eyes. She had suspected back then whether Chen had already awakened a sequence. After all, an ordinary person killing an aberration was far too fantastical. Alright, this isn't the time for that. We need to figure out our next course of action. Chanemo interrupted their conversation, stating the purpose of gathering them. This is where we are now. Chanemo spread the map on the hood of the off-road vehicle, pointing to a marked red dot. And our final destination is here. Chanemo traced a winding line on the map with his finger. The three of them followed his fingertip and saw the map inscribed with the bold words. Kukuchi Desert. The Kukuchi Desert lies at the very western edge of the continental plate, over 30,000 kilometers away from here. It is a desolate place, and theoretically the occurrence of strange activities would be significantly reduced, making it indeed a good hiding spot from the anomalies. However, the dangers along the way do not need Chanemo to elaborate. Ogu-chan and the others are well aware. Initially, our route was to follow the Kanglin River downstream, first passing through the Haishi Canyon, and then heading to the Vayak Prairie. But we can no longer take the road through Haishi Canyon. Why? Hong Yuan was the first to speak, her cold voice laced with confusion. Haishi Canyon is the only way to reach Vayak Prairie. If we take a detour, both the distance and time will increase significantly and the risks will multiply. Wang Ben was staring at the map, his finger tapping the marker for Haishi Canyon. Mo-go, did you ask something? That's right. Chanemo nodded, a shadow clouding his face. I used the divination ability from the Heavenly Master sequence to sense the fortunes ahead. Regarding the direction of Haishi Canyon, the result indicated great misfortune. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chen and the others changed. Chanmo's divination ability is quite accurate. The night before they headed to Chao Yin Town, he had asked once, and it showed minor misfortune resulting in the deaths of over 20 people. And this time it directly indicated great misfortune. If they stubbornly proceeded, they would likely all meet their end there. I already have a plan. He paused, his finger moving towards the lower part of the map along a winding mountain road, pointing to a place called Hengji Mountain Range. We will directly follow this mountain road to cross the range, and we can still reach Vayak Prairie. However, this way the distance will increase by a third. Mo-gu, I trust your judgment. Wang Ben spoke, seemingly having a mysterious confidence in Chanemo. I have no objections either. Hong Yuan immediately expressed her stance. She wasn't fond of such cerebral matters, preferring the thrill of combat. Chanemo turned his gaze to Chen, the newly awakened sequencer in the team. As the team leader, he naturally had to hear the opinions of others. Captain, are you sure these people can cross the Hengji Mountain Range? Chen pointed at those survivors who were merely escaping on bicycles. Most of those who died back in Chao Yin Town were these cyclists. In the current team, there were still quite a few. They had managed to escape thanks to decent stamina or luck. But expecting them to cross the vast Hengji Mountain Range on bicycles was undoubtedly a fool's dream. But Chen believed that Chanemo didn't want to and wouldn't abandon these people. That's right, we can't give up on those on bicycles. After all, the team needs ordinary people. Indeed, for whatever reason, the team required ordinary individuals. So, Chanemo took a deep breath, his gaze turning resolute. My plan is that before we enter the mountain road, we must solve the vehicle issue. We need a sufficiently large vehicle that can accommodate most of those on bicycles. Accommodate most of them? Chen pondered. Yes. Chanmo's finger moved quickly on the map. Here. It's the long-distance bus station in the western suburbs of Chonglin County. Our goal is to rush in, find a well-maintained bus that can drive away. Mo-gu, I trust your judgment. Wang Ben replied in the same manner. How could I miss out on the action of fighting? Hong Yuan licked her enticing red lips, her beautiful face revealing a bloodthirsty excitement. Chun Mo's gaze finally landed on Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you're a sequencer now too. Are you ready to join this operation? Go where? Gu Chun thought to himself, speechless. These people intended to head straight to the county's long-distance bus station for the sake of those unrelated survivors. He couldn't help but weigh his options in his mind. He wanted to see if he could find a vehicle to trade for a better motorcycle. Even if he couldn't find a suitable replacement, he needed an upgrade. The dangers within the Hengji mountain range are numerous and the terrain is rugged with high altitudes. Without an upgrade, it would be quite challenging. Moreover, he wanted to slay a few anomalies to earn some killing points. Can you tell me when the operation is scheduled to take place? The sequence awakening potion he injected needed about 10 more hours if Chen Mo chose to act immediately. Then he would have to give up. Today our consumption has been rather high, so I've decided to find a place to rest for the night and act tomorrow. Tomorrow just happens to be when my awakening sequence time will be sufficient. But the issue is Gu Chun couldn't guarantee 100% that he would awaken the sequence. What to do? Gamble? Gu Chun immediately hardened his resolve. Damn it. Let's do it. Sure, I'm in. Life and death aside, a gambler doesn't lose every time. Gu Chun decided to go for a big score. Alright, the plan is set. Chen Mo looked at the three sequencers who had expressed their support, a satisfied expression of control washing over his face. Gu Chun returned to his motorcycle and the team prepared to set off once again. Tonight, Captain Chen Mo planned to lead everyone to a small creek, located more than 10 kilometers away. That area was surrounded by mountains and forests for dozens of miles, making the probability of strange attacks very low. Everyone prepared to spend the night there. Gu Chun, about what happened before. I'm sorry. A timid voice rang beside Gu Chun as Yan Shui clutched a worn-out backpack. Due to that slap, her delicate face was already red and swollen, her gaze towards him tinged with a hint of fear. Can I stay next to you? I'll do whatever you want me to do. Her voice grew softer. The death of her grandmother and the destruction of her RV had left her utterly alone. In the apocalypse, any emotion in people would be magnified. Just a short while after Gu Chun had left, the beautiful Yan Shui had already been targeted by countless hungry gazes. Feeling those predatory stares, Yan Shui's heart was on the verge of breaking down. In the team, the only lifeline she could grasp seemed to be Gu Chun, who had saved her. Gu Chun glanced at her. Due to previous encounters, his impression of this woman wasn't very favorable. He scrutinized her closely and ultimately allowed her to sit on the back seat. It must be said that beauty is indeed an advantage. If Yan Shui were an ordinary-looking woman, Gu Chun would have never allowed her to sit there. Indeed, Gu Chun was attracted by her looks, but he felt no shame in it. He was a man, a normal man, and naturally had such desires ingrained in his genes. Moreover, in this post-apocalyptic world, even with the system's aid, Gu Chun had no idea how much longer he could survive. Rather than suppress himself, it was better to live a little more freely. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the convoy's shadows long and thin, finally coming to a halt beside a clear stream. The survivors numbly disembarked, unloaded their meager luggage, and began searching for a suitable spot to set up camp. Gu Chun parked his motorcycle under a large tree and immediately started pitching a tent. He had found this tent in Yan Shui's backpack. Although small, it was much better than the tattered cloth he had before. Yan Shui stood by the stream staring blankly at the clear water. The stream reflected her weary yet still beautiful face, save for the palm print marring it. As she pondered, a resolute look seemed to settle in her eyes. She simply used the stream water to wipe the grime from her body, then walked over to Gu Chun, who was still setting up the tent. Gu Chun, can I stay by your side? I have nowhere to go. Yan Shui's voice was still very soft, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Nowhere to go. There was plenty of open space around. She could rest anywhere. The implication of her words was obvious to any man. Gu Chun had no reason to refuse. He looked up at her and said, "Tonight you can sleep in the tent with me." Yan Shui nodded and crawled directly into the tent. What a charmer! In the distance, Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh as he watched the two enter the tent. Although he had awakened the Celestial Master Sequence and possessed unparalleled combat power, he himself, alas, a blood moon hung in the sky, the gurgling of the stream, the only background sound in the dead silent forest. Gu Chun lay in the cramped tent, Yan Shui curled up beside him, breathing evenly in her sleep. He was wide awake, all his senses focused inward. Nearly 20 hours had passed since he injected the sequence awakening potion. He could clearly feel a dormant force surging within his body. Gu Chen's heart was filled with anxiety. It had to succeed. What was the consequence of failure? The system hadn't elaborated, but he could imagine it wouldn't be pleasant. The excruciating pain and violent energy surge he anticipated never came. Instead, a gentle, comfortable sensation washed over him. Feeling this gentle power, Gu Chen's tense nerves gradually relaxed. He could sense the power slowly integrating into his body, like parched earth receiving a long-awaited rain. As time passed, the power seemed to find its home, taking root firmly within him. Suddenly, Gu Chen's body began to emit a faint glow enveloping his form and forming a soft halo around him. The light startled Yan Shui awake. Blinking groggily, she saw the glowing Gu Chen astonishment in her eyes. Gu Chen Yu. Before she could finish, Gu Chen silenced her with a gesture. Gu Chen was completely focused on the changes within his body. He could feel his strength increasing, his vision sharpening, all his senses heightened. The light gradually faded. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. He had succeeded. He had awakened his sequence ability. Gu Chen eagerly checked the system. Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the spatial sequence first turn space. Seeing the system notification, Gu Chen drew a sharp breath. He had actually awakened the most mysterious spatial sequence. Almost all sequence awakenings came at a price. The cost could be great or small, entirely random. But generally, the stronger the awakened sequence ability, the greater the price. For mysterious sequences close to the laws of reality like time and space, the cost was immensely heavy. And now he had awakened the spatial sequence. He didn't know how great a price he would have to pay. Ding, detecting the host's dismay and unease, activating system trait. Flawless perfection. The sequence awakened by the host through the system's potion requires no cost whatsoever. Gu Chen's eyes widened. No cost at all. Then a wave of ecstasy washed over him. System, I love you. As this thought crossed his mind, a new memory flooded his consciousness. Unlike the previous blade technique infusion, this memory seemed to take root directly in his mind as if it were innate. Gu Chen opened his palm and focused his intent. Plop! The half-full water bottle beside Yan Shui's backpack abruptly appeared in his hand. Spatial sequence ability, spatial distortion. He could now perceive and interfere with the spatial structure within a 10-meter radius. With another thought, the half-full water bottle vanished. Spatial sequence ability, spatial storage. Gu Chen could open a dimensional space with a volume of about 10 cubic meters. For now, Gu Chen only had these two abilities, but that was enough to thrill him. He had finally become a sequence user, gaining a means to protect himself in this apocalypse infested with aberrations. Inside the tent, Gu Chen took a few deep breaths to calm himself. This is your sequence ability? Yan Shui curled up in her sleeping bag, eyes wide, her swollen cheek looking pitiful in the dim light. Gu Chen Yu, you've awakened a sequence, haven't you? I heard. Shut up. Gu Chen cut off her exclamation, his voice icy and devoid of emotion. Forget what you saw and heard tonight. Yan Shui quickly nodded, showing her compliance and docility. He now had three identities: the enchantment sequence he showed to Captain Chen Mo, the martial arts sequence he displayed to the crowd, and his true ability, the spatial sequence. Thinking about it, Gu Chen's head began to ache. These three were completely unrelated. Shaking his head to dispel these troubling thoughts, he decided to leave it be and get some sleep. The next morning, as soon as Gu Chen stepped out of the tent, he felt the envious gazes of the surrounding survivors. After his conversation with Chen Mo and the others yesterday, news that he was a martial arts sequence user had spread through the convoy. In the distance, Chen Mo waved him over. Let's talk in the car. Once Gu Chen arrived, Chen Mo led him directly into an off-road vehicle where Wang Ben and Hong Yuan were already seated. After yesterday's escape, the convoy now has 68 people, 27 of whom are on bicycles. The bus only has 22 seats, meaning there are 5 people without a place. Chen Mo spoke gravely to the 3 of them. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. No place. In the apocalypse, no one was going to check for overloading. How could 5 people not fit? So rather than letting these 5 die for nothing, we might as well have them create some value for us. Just as expected, Chen Mo shifted his tone and revealed his true intention. Could cannon fodder still hold value? Gu Chen had already guessed roughly what he was thinking. Heading to the county town was undoubtedly perilous, even for sequence bearers. From Chen Mo's words, it seemed he intended to use these people as pawns to lure out the anomalies in the town. Bro, MOM with you. Wang Ben repeated himself as usual. Captain, what do you mean? Only Hong Yuan, that naive girl, still seemed not to understand. Captain, what's your plan? Gu Chen lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. One he had found earlier in Shaoyan town. My plan is for Hong Yuan to lead these people to the west suburb bus station first. They will draw out the nearby anomalies, and during that window we can search for a bus. Captain, you want to use them as cannon fodder? At this point, even Hong Yuan, for all her naivety, finally understood. After luring the anomalies out, he could rely on his speed to escape quickly. But these ordinary convoy members lacked that ability. This plan was undoubtedly cruel to these ordinary survivors. I don't want to do this either, but I have no choice. Chen Mo closed his eyes as if making an agonizing decision. The vehicle fell silent save for the sound of Gu Chen's smoking. Gu Chen couldn't help but reassess the captain before him. Well, he had indeed misjudged him before thinking Chen Mo was kind. Gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar Chen Mo, Gu Chen pondered silently. What kind of person was Chen Mo really? Was he a bad person? Yet more than half of the convoy owed their lives to him. Without him, Gu Chen himself might have died at the hands of that aberrant giant. Was he a good person? Yet just yesterday he had killed an innocent survivor to maintain his authority. And now he had devised such a ruthless scheme. Sai, you decide. Hong Yuan, that naive girl, still seemed to harbor a sliver of compassion for ordinary people, her tone tinged with reluctance. Gu Chen nodded, indicating no objection. After all, Chen Mo had saved his life. He wouldn't oppose Chen Mo's decision for the sake of unrelated people. All right, it's settled. Seeing no objections, Chen Mo immediately selected the candidates for cannon fodder. When he named the 5, Gu Chen's brow furrowed. Gu Chen vaguely remembered these 5. They were among those who had confronted Chen Mo last night. Of course, there had been many more than just these 5. But whose fault was it that their vehicle was just a bicycle? The others who had challenged Chen Mo all had their own cars. At the very least, they had a motorcycle or an electric tricycle. Thus, Chen Mo naturally singled out these few as expendable. Captain, how do you plan to tell them? Gu Chen looked at Chen Mo. Expecting cannon fodder to volunteer willingly was absurd. Obviously, no one was that foolish. I already have a plan. A confident smile appeared on Chen Mo's face, the earlier pain gone. What the hell kind of plan do you have now? Gu Chen could tell from his expression that he was up to no good. Wang Ben, notify everyone. Emergency assembly. I have an important announcement. Chen Mo's voice regained its usual composure. Wang Ben nodded and stepped out of the vehicle. Soon all the survivors gathered in the open space by the stream. Their faces were filled with confusion and unease. Yan Shui also mingled in the crowd, watching Chen Mo nervously as he stood on the hood of the off-road vehicle. Chen Mo scanned the crowd, his expression stern, his voice loud and convincing. Everyone, our original plan was to take Blackstone Canyon to the Vyak grassland. But my sequence ability tells me that path is extremely dangerous. Continuing would mean certain death. He emphasized his tone. So for everyone's safety, we must change course. Cross the Transverse Ridge Mountains. That is the only way to survive. Yesterday's attack proved that slow vehicles are moving coffins. Moreover, the roads in the Transverse Ridge Mountains are rugged and treacherous. Impossible for a bicycle. After hearing Chen Mo's words, the crowd buzzed with murmurs. His sharp gaze swept over the cyclists. You are the weakest in the convoy. By the rules, you should be the first to be eliminated. Upon hearing this, all the cyclists showed terror. But Chen Mo raised his hand to silence them and continued. I, Chen Mo, do not want to and will not abandon you. Now a few of us sequence bearers are going to the county town's bus station to find a bus. This is for you cyclists. The danger involved goes without saying. To maximize the success of this plan, we need a vanguard team. This team's mission is to enter the outer area of the bus station first and conduct a preliminary reconnaissance. Among the crowd, the cyclists turned pale. None wanted to be the brave one. Chen Mo's gaze swept over the cyclists, his tone heavy and sincere. I, Chen Mo, will never force anyone to die. For fairness, we will decide by drawing lots. Chen Mo paused, then continued. All cyclists must participate in the draw. Those who draw the marked lots will be the vanguard team members. Chen Mo waved his hand, and Wang Ben immediately stepped forward, placing a stack of prepared slips into a box. Chen Mo vigorously stirred the slips inside the box to ensure they were evenly mixed. The rules are simple. There are 27 slips here, 5 of which are marked. Those who draw the marked slips become vanguard members. Perfectly fair. The cyclists exchanged glances, the atmosphere stifling. They knew what this meant, but under Chen Mo's authority and the banner of a fair draw, no one dared to resist. Resistance meant death. Compliance offered a chance to live. After all, what if they weren't chosen? Wang Ben carried the box and walked to each cyclist in turn. Each person tremblingly reached in, pulled out a slip, and clutched it tightly, afraid to open it immediately. Finally, everyone had drawn. Now, Chen Mo's voice rang out like a verdict. Open your slips. Fate has made its choice. The 5 brave ones who drew the marked slips stepped forward. The crowd fell silent, punctuated only by tense breaths and the rustle of paper. Seconds later, cries of despair and disbelief erupted. No! Impossible! Is it me? How could this be? 5 figures emerged from the crowd, their faces ashen and lost, slowly walking forward. Their eyes were hollow, filled with fear, as if they were accusing fate of its injustice. Gu Chun stood nearby, coldly observing the scene. He remembered clearly the 5 names that Chen Mo had recited in the car, and now the owners of those 5 names were here. One of them stood there, without exception, becoming the warrior chosen by fate. Gu Chen's gaze swept over Chen Mo's face. At this moment there was a heaviness and regret on Chen Mo's face, at least in the eyes of the crowd. But to Gu Chun it seemed like a disguise for a successful plan. Chen Mo's plan was not particularly brilliant. In fact, with careful thought many flaws could be found. Yet he exploited the survivors' tense fears and the human tendency for luck. He led everyone into his mental trap. Chen Mo looked at the 5 faces as pale as death and took a deep breath, beginning his brainwashing warriors. Your courage will be remembered by everyone in the convoy. This is not a death wish, this is a reconnaissance for survival. Hong Yuan. He turned his gaze to the silent Hong Yuan, his tone growing serious. Hong Yuan, holding her iconic blood-red long knife, displayed little expression on her cold face. She merely raised her chin, slightly indicating that she was listening. Her eyes scanned the 5 desperate individuals, a flicker of complexity passing through her gaze, quickly replaced by her usual indifference. You will lead the vanguard team. Chen Mo's voice was firm and unquestionable. You are fast and experienced. Your task is to lead these 5 warriors to scout the situation in the vicinity of the western suburb bus station, while ensuring your own safety. He emphasized safety and scout as if this were truly just an ordinary exploratory mission. Do you understand, Hong Yuan? Chen Mo inquired in a low voice. Hong Yuan nodded silently, without any extra words. She stepped forward and coldly addressed the 5 who were barely able to stand. Follow me. If you want to live, just obey. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a powerful sense of oppression, causing the 5 to shiver involuntarily. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and turned to Wang Ben. Wang Ben, you are responsible for keeping the remaining team members concealed and on standby here until we return. Yes, Amogu. Wang Ben replied, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, his compound bow already in hand. Finally, Chen Mo's gaze landed on Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you will sit in my car and set off with Hong Yuan's team. All right. Gu Chun responded, moving beside Yan Shui to remind her a few things, urging her to wait for his return. Then he walked to the motorcycle, stuffing chocolate into his clothes. This trip to the county was fraught with danger. With chocolate as a cursed sequence of help, the safety factor would greatly increase. Little guy, you must put in the effort this time. Gu Chun patted the little guy's head and directly got into the passenger seat of Chen Mo's off-road vehicle. Meanwhile, Hong Yuan did not delay any longer, barking a low command at the 5 go. The SUV driven by Hong Yuan was large enough to accommodate all 5. Chen Mo quickly slid into the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, giving Wang Ben outside a final reminder to stay vigilant. He then started the vehicle and headed towards the western suburb bus station of the county. The off-road vehicle and the SUV arrived at the edge of the county, and a faint odor of decay lingered in the air. Gu Chun sat in the front passenger seat, carefully scanning the dead-silent area ahead. The western suburb bus station was not small. Once a bustling hub, it had now turned into a steel graveyard. Various passenger vehicles, short-distance buses, intercity coaches, and even a few old sleeper buses stood quietly parked. However, most of these vehicles had shattered windows and deflated tires. What tightened Gu Chen's heart were the spider webs that crisscrossed and intertwined between the vehicles. On some webs, human-shaped cocoons could be vaguely seen, tightly wrapped and shriveled. This inevitably reminded Gu Chun of the fear of being dominated by the webweaver in Chaoyan Town. The webweaver was a relatively common anomaly, a spider mutated by the corruption of blood moon energy. It's possible that the one from Chaoyan Town had previously run over from the county. Chen Mo turned off the engine and looked towards Hong Yuan in the SUV. Hong Yuan, proceed according to plan. Hong Yuan nodded in the SUV without any extra words. She opened the car door, her blood-red long knife already in hand, and coldly commanded the 5 huddled together with pale faces, get out. Gu Chen glanced at the 5 individuals, 2 middle-aged men, a frail young man, an old man with slightly graying hair, and a woman with a sallow complexion. Their calves trembled as they looked around in terror. Hong Yuan, what exactly are we supposed to do? Are we just looking around the perimeter? The frail young man Xiao Lu stuttered, mustering the courage to glance at Hong Yuan. If you don't want to die, just follow me. Hong Yuan did not answer, simply issuing a calm command. Instead of taking them to the bus station, she led them into a small alley. After all, her true mission this time was to lure out the anomalies surrounding them. using these people's lives to buy precious minutes for Chen Mo's plan. Old Wang, one of the middle-aged men, appeared the most composed among the five, but that was only relative. His tense body and clenched fists revealed his extreme anxiety. He lowered his voice and nervously asked Hong Yuan, "Sister Hong Yuan, what exactly are we supposed to reconnoiter? This cursed place is nothing but broken cars and dust. Didn't Captain Chen ask us to check the outskirts of the bus station?" He deliberately emphasized reconnoiter and outskirts, making his doubt unmistakable. This was a dead end. The only exit was the path they had come in, while ahead was a solid wall and a high roll-up door. "Shut up. If you want to live to go back, do as I say." Hong Yuan did not slow her steps, not even turning her head. The feeling of doubt ignited in an instant, turning into a silent panic that spread within the five. Old Wang suddenly stopped, his voice trembling slightly. "Wait. Sister Hong Yuan, tell us the truth. Are we here to be bait? Is the captain trying to use us to lure out whatever is inside?" As soon as he said this, Xiao Lu nearly crumpled in fear, and the other three turned pale. Hong Yuan finally halted, slowly turning around. She did not answer Old Wang's question. Her gaze towards the five flickered with a hint of pity, but was quickly replaced by determination. Hong Yuan's voice carried an undeniable strength. "Listen, no matter what happens, do not scream and do not run around." Suddenly she lifted her right foot, clad in a tactical boot, unleashing astonishing force from her leg. With a thunderous bang, Hong Ying's right foot viciously slammed into the metal roll-up door. The ear-splitting noise instantly reverberated throughout the entire alley. Almost simultaneously, they heard a bone-chilling roar. "It's here!" Hong Ying growled, her body instantly tensing as the blood-red long sword in her hand hummed softly. The five survivors were already terrified out of their wits, instinctively shrinking behind a pile of bricks. Yet everything happened too fast. With a sickening thud, a mass of white matter hurtled through the air toward the alley. The middle-aged man beside Old Wang was instantly struck on the leg and glued to the ground. "Ah! Save me! Save me!" He struggled desperately but couldn't move an inch. Then a colossal and ferocious figure emerged before their eyes. It was a terrifying spider magnified dozens of times, its body covered in glossy, hard black carapace. This was the web weaver they had encountered earlier at Chaoyan Town. But this one was noticeably larger and more powerful. "Ah! An anomaly! It's an anomaly!" Old Wang let out a heart-wrenching scream, completely breaking down. Xiao Lu and the other three had already collapsed to the ground in terror, their pants soaked. The compound eyes of the web weaver locked onto the fresh prey in the alley. Seeing the man ensnared in the web wailing incessantly, it grew visibly excited, stretching its long legs to charge forward. Courting death! A cold glint flashed in Hong Ying's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forward. Her figure vanished like a ghost, leaving only a faint afterimage. The blood-red longsword sliced through the air with a sharp whistle aimed directly at the relatively fragile joints of the web weaver. With a wet thud, the blade precisely cut into the joint's crevice, spraying viscous dark green fluid. Her peculiar blood-red blade, humming with a strange resonance, proved remarkably effective against the anomaly. The web weaver let out a pained roar, its movements faltering. Seizing that brief opening, Old Wang and the other three scrambled frantically toward the alley's exit. Just then, a piercing shrill sound rang out. Old Wang turned in terror, only to see a massive centipede clinging to the wall. Its entire body was covered in palm-sized, dull bone plates. Its countless legs, like scythes, dug deep into the gaps between the wall's bricks. A second anomaly had appeared. The eerie centipede lunged directly at Old Wang, who was closest. Facing the brink of death, Old Wang chose to shove the old man beside him forward. "Ah! Wang, deaf you!" Before the old man could finish his furious, despairing words, the centipede bit down on him. Blood gushed out, splattering over Old Wang and Xiao Liu's faces. The warm liquid drenched Old Wang's face, yet he felt no warmth, only an icy chill. He had succeeded. Using the old man's life, he had bought himself a few precious seconds to breathe. "I can't die yet. I still need to take revenge on that hypocrite Chen Mo. I must wash away today's humiliation. Yes, I can't die, I can't die." With that thought, Wang Defa burst forth with unprecedented speed, dashing out of the alley entrance. Without looking back, he began a frantic escape. Meanwhile, Chen Mo and Gu Chun had started their operation upon hearing the sound of Hong Ying kicking the roll-up door. The two quickly got out of the vehicle and hurried to the bus station entrance. "Once inside, it'll take the left, you take the right. Split up, but don't stray too far from each other's sight. Signal when you find something suitable. Remember, speed is key." Chen Mo rapidly laid out his plan to Gu Chun. "Got it." Gu Chun nodded, tightening his grip on the watermelon knife. They swiftly weaved through the vehicles, their footsteps light. Gu Chun could even hear the dull thuds of impacts not far away. Although Hong Ying had drawn some of the surrounding anomalies, no one knew what lurked inside the station. The bus station was in dire condition with many vehicles covered in webs. Some areas had even formed structures resembling spider nests. Gu Chun spotted a large double-decker bus that was the most heavily wrapped in webs. Unfortunately, it was too deep inside, and the surrounding webs had firmly entangled it, forcing Gu Chun to give up. Just then, near the entrance to the repair workshop, he found a suitable vehicle. A dark blue bus with a relatively intact body, its front windshield cracked but perfectly functional. This is the one. Gu Chen's heart stirred. This was the best conditioned vehicle he had found so far. Moreover, it was easy to drive out. He immediately waved at Chen Mo in the distance, signaling him to come over. Just as Gu Chun was about to approach for a closer look, Chocolate suddenly grew restless, wriggling in his arms. It clawed at his clothes with its tiny paws. Gu Chen's heart tightened. He knew Chocolate's agitation was no coincidence. He immediately activated his spatial perception, carefully sensing the ripples in the surrounding space. His intangible awareness spread out, meticulously probing the spatial fluctuations within a 10-meter radius. Almost at the same moment, a pitch-black figure emerged from beneath a distant vehicle. It was a cat, small, even adorable, with fluffy black fur that gleamed with a healthy luster. A round head, pink paw pads, and a nimble little tail swishing back and forth. Meow! A soft, sweet meow rang out instantly, putting Gu Chun on high alert. In the apocalypse, how could there be such a cute, normal cat? It had to be an anomaly. Meow! Another meow came, carrying a strange allure that made Gu Chen's mind feel hazy. He seemed to see Yan Shui in a nearly transparent silk slip her eyes languid, approaching him gracefully. Gu Chun, do you love me? The weather is so nice today. Why don't you join me in something else? Yet her only response was a cold watermelon knife. Sorry, I only sleep with women, never love them. With that, Gu Chun slashed down directly. Meow! This time the cry was filled with fury and pain. The little cat stared fixedly at Gu Chun. If it hadn't dodged quickly, that last strike would have landed on its body. Its eyes held a hint of confusion. How had this human broken free from its illusion? After all, its illusion could evoke a person's deepest desires. Once ensnared, it would trap them in the fantasy, unable to escape. Yet Gu Chun had broken free so easily. What was Gu Chen's deepest desire? Exactly, lust. He never deliberately hid it, but he would never let it consume him. Lust was merely a human desire. Gu Chun, what happened? At that moment, Chen Mo also approached and followed his gaze to see the black cat, his expression instantly turning serious. Eerie. Yes, a little cat that can perform illusions. Gu Chun gripped the watermelon knife tightly, not daring to let his guard down. Meow! This time the cry was even sharper, carrying a strong mental shock that pierced his mind. Gu Chun felt as if countless needles were stabbing into his head, causing the scenery before his eyes to slightly tremble. Chen Mo also grunted, clearly affected by the mental shock. He immediately bit his fingertip and drew a talisman in midair. Wisdom is clear, mind is at peace. Break the delusion. 2 beams of clarity talismans shot into his and Gu Chen's bodies, instantly dispelling the influence of the illusion. A mere trick. This is an illusion, cat demon. Be careful of its eyes and claws. Chen Mo spoke with a hint of disdain while explaining to Gu Chun beside him. Gu Chun was not idle either. He directly commanded the chocolate in his arms to use its curse ability to weaken its power. Sure enough, the black cat's movements seemed to slow down slightly, and even its mental fluctuations weakened a bit. Chocolate's weakening curse has taken effect. Good opportunity. Chen Mo reacted quickly, seizing the moment as he formed hand seals and recited urgently, Heaven and earth are boundless, the universe borrows the law, thunder gods decree, unleash. A small electric current shot from his fingertips, much smaller and less powerful than the one used against the eerie giant. Fortunately, this move had no delay and could be executed instantly. Crack! The arc of electricity exploded on the ground, and a strong sense of paralysis instantly spread throughout the black cat's body. It let out a scream, its body uncontrollably convulsing. The sudden feeling of weakness combined with the electric paralysis severely diminished its proud speed and agility. Gu Chun! Chen Mo shouted, his meaning clear. Gu Chun naturally understood what he meant, and the moment Chen Mo called his name, he had already moved. Space distortion. He directly activated his sequence ability, locking onto the stiff black cat. The little cat in panic discovered that the space beneath its feet seemed to have solidified as if it had stepped into a swamp. Gu Chen's face turned slightly pale. He had only just awakened, and now fully activating his spatial ability was a huge drain. But his movements did not pause at all. He exerted force with his feet and the watermelon knife sliced through with a chilling gleam. The sharp weapon pierced flesh, the watermelon knife accurately cutting through the black cat's relatively weak neck. The black cat's eyes quickly dimmed, its body convulsed violently a few times before it finally collapsed lifeless. To this, Gu Chen felt no waves in his heart. The upgraded watermelon knife had a unique damage bonus against the Eerie. Moreover, he had now awakened the sequence and his power was incomparable. Killing a small cat that leaned toward the mental realm was naturally easy. However, he seemed to completely forget the role that Chen Mo played beside him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Eerie illusion, iCat demon, gaining 3,000 points of killing value. Another Eerie has been slain. But why is this killing value only 3,000 points? System, are you taking a cut? Ding! Friendly reminder, the host has not completely killed the Eerie illusion iCat demon. Gu Chen couldn't help but frown. What does this mean? I clearly cut off its head. Just then a sudden change occurred. From the headless body of the black cat on the ground, a surge of black mist erupted from the severed neck, and the cat head that rolled to the side had a ghostly flame rekindled in its eye sockets. Puff! With a light sound, the cat head and cat corpse simultaneously transformed into two wraiths of black smoke. To Gu Chen and Chen Mo's astonishment, they directly reformed several meters away. The black cat now stood completely unharmed on the hood of an abandoned car. Its fur was still shiny, as if the beheading incident had never happened. Only those ghostly green eyes were now fixed on Gu Chen, filled with resentment. As the two were about to move forward again, meow! The cat emitted a piercing scream. The mental shock contained in the sound was even more destructive than before, as if it could pierce the soul. Even with the blessing of the clarity talisman, Gu Chen and Chen Mo were stunned by the scream, their heads ringing. Their forward movement involuntarily halted. Seizing this opportunity, the black cat's form suddenly shrank back, transforming into a blurred shadow. It quickly disappeared from their sight. Damn! Gu Chen shook his slightly dizzy head, feeling a mix of unwillingness and fear. This thing can't be killed. Ha! I didn't expect the legend to be true. Beside him, Chen Mo exhaled, his expression serious. Legend? What legend? I suppose you've heard the saying that cats have 9 lives. Chen Mo turned to Gu Chen and said, before the apocalypse, this was merely a fallacy. But for the current Eerie, it is a genuine life-saving ability. Gu Chen looked in the direction the little cat had fled, feeling a chill in his heart. 9 lives. This is just too overpowered. At the same time, he pondered that if he were to kill all 9 of its lives, wouldn't that yield 27,000 points of killing value? Enough of this, we need to leave quickly. Red Kite can't hold on for much longer. Chen Mo spoke again, and the two arrived beside the blue bus. Chen Mo smashed the car window and jumped in, followed closely by Gu Chen. There was no key in the vehicle, so Gu Chen immediately bent down and violently tore open the protective panel beneath the steering wheel, revealing the ignition coil inside. Captain, ignite! Gu Chen shouted. Chen Mo understood, and a controllable arc of electricity sprang from his fingertip, accurately touching the 2 ignition wires Gu Chen had exposed. Says, Vroom. The engine coughed out a puff of black smoke from the exhaust, but it finally started successfully. Is there any fuel? Chen Mo asked anxiously. Gu Chen glanced at the fuel gauge, the needle at 1/3. Enough to drive a bit. Go! Half releasing the clutch, he slammed the accelerator. The bus let out a muffled roar, rolling over the webs and debris on the ground, heading toward the bus station's entrance. Head to the alley where we parked and pick up Red Kite. As they burst out the door, Gu Chen steered the bus toward the spot where Chen Mo's off-road vehicle was parked. Chen Mo immediately jumped out of the vehicle. Of course, he wouldn't abandon his off-road car. At this moment, Red Kite had also heard the commotion outside, understanding her task was complete. At this moment, she faced 2 Eerie threats, already feeling overwhelmed. Her right arm was even injured, but fortunately a few cannon fodder had blocked several fatal attacks for her. Thinking of this, she immediately turned her gaze to the corner where Xiao Lu was hiding. Among the 5, except for the fleeing Wang Defa, he was the only one still alive. Sister Red Kite. No, please. Xiao Lu looked at Red Kite as if understanding something, his tone filled with pleading. In response, all he received was Red Kite's size 37 foot. With a single kick, she sent him toward the giant centipede. Listening to the screams behind her, she did not pause her steps, directly charging out of the alley. Red Kite, over here. As soon as Red Kite came out, she saw Chen Mo leaning out of the window of the off-road vehicle, shouting. Hong Ying caught sight of a nearby bus, and a flicker of relief passed through her eyes. Her speed surged once more, and with a few bounds she reached her SUV. The 2 aberrations behind Hong Ying finished savoring the food she had kicked over and charged forward. Watching them approach, Chen Mo drew his black longsword and unleashed a sharp white sword aura. The strike aimed directly at the bone-armored centipede lunging toward them. A squelch rang out as the centipede let out a shrill shriek, its massive body writhing wildly, temporarily disabled from attacking. Go now. Hong Ying didn't hesitate a moment, quickly boarding the vehicle and igniting the engine. 3 cars of varying sizes sped out of the county's edge, leaving the aberration's howls far behind. Among the 5 expendables, only the middle-aged man named Wang Defa survived. He now hid in a patch of wild grass, staring at the departing trio with eyes full of venomous resentment. He fixed his gaze on the fading convoy, etching the faces of Chen Mo Guchan and Hong Ying into his heart. Meanwhile, Guchan drove the deep blue bus back to the makeshift camp by the stream with Chen and Hong. The survivors who had been riding bicycles erupted into cheers at the sight of the bus, a symbol of hope. Among the crowd, Yan Shui's face relaxed with relief when she saw Guchan return safely. After all, she had entrusted her most precious possession to this man just yesterday, so naturally she wished him no harm. Everyone understood the fate of the 5, yet no one mentioned them. All they knew was that with this bus they no longer had to pedal bicycles and could safely cross the Hengji mountain range. As for those 5, it was Chen Mo who sent them. What did it have to do with them? Brother Mo. Wang Ben approached, his sharp gaze sweeping over Guchan and Hong Ying before settling on Chen Mo. Chen Mo nodded at Wang Ben and stepped out of the off-road vehicle. His eyes swept over the crowd, and a sorrowful expression crept onto his face, his voice raspy. We brought back the vehicle. But we also lost 5 brave companions. Their sacrifice is so that more of us can survive. The Hope Convoy will remember their names. A sense of shared grief finally settled over the crowd, and the cheers gradually faded. Replaced by a stifling, silent sorrow, someone murmured in agreement, "The captain is right. We must not forget them. We have to survive, not let them down. Thank you, Captain. Thank you for finding the vehicle." These words came from the survivors who had been riding bicycles. Those who already had their own vehicles, however, wore numb expressions. Some even felt a flicker of resentment. Without the cyclists in the convoy, there would be no one to cover their retreat when aberration struck, lowering their own chances of survival. Gu Chun leaned against the bus, smoking a fine cigarette, watching Chen Mo's performance in silence. For these survivors, it was just another enactment of the harsh laws of the apocalypse. And Chen Mo's speech was merely a thin, decent cloak draped over this bloody reality. Gu Chun stubbed out his cigarette, but no longer bothering to watch Chen Mo's masterful act. He walked straight to his motorcycle, and with a slight thought, a system interface visible only to him materialized before his eyes. Current kill points 3000. System upgrade the Beifeng 250SR motorcycle. Gu Chen issued the command directly. Ding. Detected an upgradable vehicle, a sport bike in good condition, 249cc displacement. Ding. Host has sufficient kill points. Proceed with specialized upgrade. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow. Specialized upgrade. He selected yes, and a new panel appeared before him. Basic reinforcement, strengthen frame and suspension, enhance overall durability and comfort. A tires adapt to complex terrain, gravel, mud, puncture-proof. Add underbody armor. Cost 300 kill points. Power upgrade, boost engine power and stability, optimize torque output, enhance climbing and load-bearing capacity. Cost 500 kill points. Fuel efficiency optimization, capacity expansion, improve fuel system, reduce fuel consumption by 20A, increase tank capacity to 20L. Cost 250 kill points. Lightweight modification, replace certain parts with special materials, reduce body weight by 15. Improve handling agility. Cost 150 kill points. Gu Chun quickly scanned the options, finding them all useful, and chose to upgrade everything. Confirm upgrade, basic reinforcement power, upgrade fuel efficiency, optimization, capacity expansion, lightweight modification. Total cost 1,200 kill points. Ding. Detected a spare fuel tank previously exchanged by the host. Integrating it into the optimization will save 25 kill points. Proceed with integration. Gu Chen decisively clicked yes. Every bit counted. Ding. Upgrade initiated. Deducting 1175 kill points. In an instant, the black-gray Beifeng 250SR beside him was enveloped in a soft glow. To onlookers, the bike seemed merely bathed in a brighter sheen of sunlight, nothing unusual. But in Gu Chen's spatial perception, he saw the frame structure being reinforced and reconfigured at a microscopic level. Inside the engine, astonishing changes unfolded. Brand new all-terrain tires and sturdy metal armor plates materialized within the light. The upgrade process lasted only about 10 minutes. When the white light faded, the motorcycle's outward appearance had changed little, yet its aura was unmistakably different. The body lines retained their sleekness, but now hinted at a sturdier build. The tires had been replaced with deep-tread off-road ones for better grip and the undercarriage was covered in gleaming metal plates. Even the exhaust pipe had grown larger. Gu Chen mounted it, and his first impression was that the riding posture was far more comfortable than before. Long-distance journeys would no longer break his back. Gu Chen's hand gently brushed over the cool fuel tank and the new armor. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at his lips. These 1175 kill points were well spent. He then turned his attention to the remaining kill points 1825. He had to spend them all. There was no point in hoarding. The motorcycle's upgrade is done. Now it's your turn. Gu Chen murmured to himself, his right hand instinctively gripping the watermelon knife at his waist, which had accompanied him through several battles. The blade was cold, its meter-long edge glinting with a restrained, icy light under the sun. This weapon, upgraded from an ordinary watermelon knife, had helped him slay the aberrant giant. It had also slit the throat of the phantom iCat beast in one stroke. Though the beast later escaped, it didn't diminish the knife's place in Gu Chen's heart. Ding! Detected an upgradable weapon watermelon knife. Forged with special dark iron, it can cut through iron like mud, split hair on the wind, and inflict certain damage on aberrations. Weapon status good, current kill points 1825. Proceed with specialized upgrade. Yes, Gu Chen didn't hesitate. Similar to when upgrading a motorcycle, a detailed upgrade panel unfolded before his eyes. Sharpness and toughness enhancement further increases hardness, and sharpness greatly enhances blade toughness, making it resistant to chipping or breaking under heavy impact. Cost 400 kill points. Form micro-adjustment and optimization adjusts the blade's curvature and weight distribution based on the host's swinging habits, optimizing the fluidity of slashing and thrusting actions, enhancing the host's grip and control. Cost 200 kill points. Add trait Blood Weep grants the weapon a life-stealing property. When the blade deals substantial damage to a target, including aberrations, it can siphon a small amount of life force, replenishing the host, slightly restoring stamina, and mildly suppressing the target's recovery ability. Cost 1000 kill points. Add trait Sky Rend grants the weapon the property of cutting airflow. Swinging the blade can generate invisible air blades. The host can expend mental energy to unleash a condensed blade chi range approximately 35 meters. Cost 1200 kill points. Gu Chen's gaze swept quickly across the several options. Upon seeing the traits, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, system, why is adding this so-called trait so expensive? For a weapon to possess a trait, a corresponding aberrant object must be integrated. The host does not have the corresponding aberrant object. This price already includes the exchange for the object. Aberrant object? What is that? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. For example, the Blood Weep trait requires the integration of a vampire fang, which has a chance of dropping after killing a vampire aberration. Gu Chen nodded, understanding in his heart. System, if I can obtain the aberrant object myself, will the kill points needed to add the trait be reduced? Ding. If the host obtains the aberrant object on their own, adding the trait only requires 200 kill points. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. That was a direct saving of 800 points. Gu Chen shook his head helplessly. Where could he possibly find an aberrant object now? He would have to exchange for it using the system. Gu Chen fell into deep thought as he looked at the two traits. He wanted both, but his kill points were insufficient. He could only choose one. The long-range blade chi brought by Skyrend was undeniably tempting, effectively compensating for his lack of attack range. However, the problem was that unleashing the blade chi required consuming mental energy. Having just awakened the spatial sequence, his mental energy was already limited. Activating spatial distortion once was quite a burden. Adding another attack method that consumed mental energy could very well be the last straw. In the end, Gu Chen chose the Blood Weep trait. At this stage, it was the most suitable choice for him. He hesitated no longer and issued the command to the system with his mind. Ding. Upgrade options confirmed. 1. Sharpness and toughness enhancement 400 points. 2. Form micro-adjustment and optimization 200 points. 3. Add trait Blood Weep 1000 points. Total kill points consumed 1600 points. Confirm upgrade. Confirmed. Gu Chen didn't hesitate. Ding. Grade begins. Deducting 1600 kill points. Current kill points remaining 225 points. This time the familiar white light from before did not appear, or the blade showed no reaction. Just as Gu Chen was about to ask, a panel appeared. Sacrificial item, upgrading remaining time 45955. Sacrificial item. Gu Chen seemed to recall Chen Mo mentioning that sacrificial items possessed special abilities and immense power, and were extremely rare. Moreover, there was a ranking list, and the top 10,000 would be on it. He could have a sacrificial item too. With an excited heart, Gu Chen followed the convoy towards the Hengji Mountains. The convoy had already been stationed here for nearly a day, any longer, and it would easily attract aberrations. Chen Mo's speech had ended. The survivors who had been riding bicycles excitedly boarded the bus. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long and could hardly contain their eagerness. The convoy slowly advanced along the post-apocalyptic highway, kicking up clouds of dust. Yan Shui, sitting on the back of the motorcycle, was surprised to find that the ride had become much more comfortable. She looked at Gu Chen's profile, understanding that this man must hold a great secret, but she wisely chose not to say much, only pressing herself closer to Gu Chen. After more than 4 hours of arduous travel, the convoy arrived at the outskirts of the Hengji Mountains. The convoy did not plan to enter the mountains directly. According to Chen Mo's plan, everyone still needed to gather sufficient supplies from nearby villages and towns. The warm sun set and the eerie blood moon rose. The convoy members got off the vehicles and set up tents on the spot. Gu Chen directly asked Chen Mo for a small pot and a small high-pressure gas canister. As a sequence user now, he had eaten cold food before awakening his sequence. After awakening, he was determined to eat something hot. He threw the instant noodles and canned meat he had collected earlier into the pot and stirred evenly. Delicious. Gu Chen's eyes nearly welled up with tears. In this month-long apocalypse, he had finally tasted his first hot meal. Even Chocolate, who was in the trunk, seemed attracted by the aroma of the noodles and scrambled out impatiently. Gu Chen fed him a small strand of noodles, and only then did the little foodie contentedly return to the trunk. Afterward, Gu Chen immediately checked the system's upgrade time. The upgrade was nearing its end, when the last second of the display time ticked down to 0. The appearance of the watermelon knife underwent an earth-shattering change. The blade length remained just over 1 meter, but its lines became smoother and more restrained. The weight distribution achieved perfect balance, and holding it felt like an extension of his arm. Gu Chen tried swinging it a few times and felt almost no resistance. The most notable change was on the spine of the blade near the guard. A vein-like dark red pattern had appeared, extending to the middle of the blade before gradually fading away. This pattern was not carved, but seemed like a living vein, sending chills down one's spine. Name: Bloodthirsty Blade. Sacrificial item. Rank 4222. Description: a watermelon knife, deeply forged and strengthened with special mysterious iron, and a vampire fang, extremely sharp and remarkably tough. Evaluation: a war blade tailor-made for Gu Chen, with unexpected effects against aberrations. Trait: Blood Weep. When dealing substantial damage to a target, it can siphon a small amount of life essence, replenishing the host. Status: Perfect. Taboo 1. Do not allow your own blood to drip onto the blade, or you risk being drained dry. Taboo 2. Due to the integration of the vampire fang, prolonged gripping may induce a bloodthirsty state of mind, driving one to madness. Bloodthirsty Blade. Gu Chen murmured the name. When his fingers lightly traced the dark red pattern, he could clearly feel the yearning for blood. Awakening a sequence required a price, and so did sacrificial items. Looking at the price the system had presented, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. He didn't even want to mention the first taboo. As for the second taboo, prolonged gripping could actually drive one mad. Battle required maintaining rationality, and this blade would directly cause one to lose all reason. Gu Chen felt a hint of disappointment. It truly lived up to its ranking. A complete fool. Ding! Detecting the host's disappointment, the system's trait, Flawless Perfection, has been activated. When the host wields this bloodthirsty blade, there is no need to heed any taboos. Hiss! Here it comes again. Staring at the panel displayed by the system, Gu Chen no longer felt the joy from his previous awakening sequence, but instead fell into deep thought. The system's trait. The system had its traits, and the sacrifice also had its traits. Was there some connection between the two? Or was the system itself a sacrifice? At this thought, Gu Chen's hair stood on end. He felt as if an invisible massive hand had him firmly in its grasp. However, he quickly calmed down. He was just a small-time nobody at the bottom of the apocalypse. Obtaining the system was already a stroke of immense fortune. Even if he was truly being controlled, so what? At least for now, he had earned the right to survive in this apocalyptic world. Life was like that. Since you couldn't resist it, you might as well try to enjoy it. With this thought, Gu Chen took the bloodthirsty blade to an open space nearby, intending to practice his swordsmanship. Chop, thrust, slice, entangle. It had been 2 days since he exchanged for the basic blade technique, yet this was his first time practicing it so thoroughly. Just as Gu Chen was immersed in adapting to his new weapon and physical strength, a faint sound of footsteps interrupted him. The newcomer was none other than Hong Yuan, who was now leaning against the trunk of an old tree, appraising Gu Chen with keen interest. Practicing the blade. Hong Yuan's voice broke the silence. Gu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, I just grasped a few moves and am practicing them. He deliberately kept his tone steady, fitting the identity of a martial arts sequence. Hong Yuan's gaze lingered on the bloodthirsty blade for a few seconds. The smooth lines and the faint dark red patterns subtly visible along the spine of the blade sparked a flicker of surprise in her eyes. This blade of yours, how? Hong Yuan stepped closer. She had seen Gu Chen's blade before, and she was certain it hadn't looked like this. Gu Chen's heart tightened, but his face remained impassive as he pondered a response. Don't worry, I'm not here to ask about that. Perhaps sensing his tension, Hong Yuan quickly explained. The captain says you're a martial arts sequence. Could you, give me some pointers on blade techniques? As she spoke, this straightforward girl seemed a bit embarrassed. It won't be for free. I have my own insights into blade techniques, and I can share them as payment. Hong Yuan's words were blunt, carrying the pure essence of a battle maniac. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this request. But his own blade technique was obtained from the system, and it was merely a basic one. If he actually tried to teach someone, forget it. Moreover, this martial arts sequence identity was a cover arranged by Chen Mo. Teaching poorly would only risk exposing the truth. He had seen Hong Yuan's blade technique before. Fierce and swift, clearly a wild style she had developed on her own. Yet Gu Chun wasn't particularly interested. Hey, why are you a grown man so wishy-washy? Just give me a straight answer. Yes or no? Seeing his silence, Hong Yuan furrowed her brows, growing impatient. TSK, what a fierce tigress. Suddenly a brilliant idea flashed through Gu Chen's mind. Could he fuse and upgrade Hong Yuan's practical blade technique with his basic one? Since items could be fused and upgraded, why not blade techniques? Gu Chun quickly asked the system, and upon receiving an affirmative reply made up his mind. I wouldn't call it guidance, but we can exchange insights on blade techniques. Gu Chun finally chose a compromise, keeping his tone as steady as possible. Good, straight to the point. Hong Yuan's eyes lit up, the impatience on her face replaced by excitement. First, demonstrate the blade moves you commonly use. Gu Chun planned to have her showcase her technique first, then use the system to fuse and upgrade it. All right. Hong Yuan, unburdened by such complex thoughts, moved before her words even faded. There were no flashy opening moves or unnecessary actions. Her blade technique was just like her, swift, ruthless, and direct. Every move, every stance was honed through real combat. A true killing art. The only flaws were in the imperfect application of force and the lack of smooth transitions. In fact, some actions in their pursuit of ultimate speed and lethality left behind unforgivable openings. A few minutes later, Hong Yuan sheathed her blade and stood still, her chest heaving slightly as sweat beaded on her forehead. Her tall silhouette exuded a wild, untamed beauty that was both exhilarating and raw. She looked at Gu Chun, so very impressive. Gu Chun offered sincere praise. This straightforward girl might be a bit dense, but her combat talent was undeniable. I'm asking you, is there anything in my technique that needs improvement? Hong Yuan was a bit speechless. Why was he giving a critique instead? Feeling her big watery eyes fixed on him, Gu Chen's mind raced. Consuming all 225 kill points, fusing and upgrading practical blade technique 15954. The fusion required time. Taking a deep breath, Gu Chun instantly switched to an inscrutable expression on his face. He furrowed his brows slightly, as if striving to capture a fleeting spark of inspiration in his mind. Pausing as if weighing his words, and to make his speech sound more convincing, observing your technique, it is sharp and unyielding, charging forward without restraint, yet it lacks balance. In certain subtle points of force application, there is still a trace of disharmony. He then rambled on about concepts like intent and momentum, movement and stillness. Words that left Hong Yuan utterly bewildered. Hong Yuan strained her already limited mental faculties, sinking into deep contemplation. She recognized every word Gu Chun said, but when strung together they made no sense to her. Hong Yuan, give me some time. Let me use my sequence ability to thoroughly deduce and comprehend this, and then we can discuss it in detail. How about that? Hearing this, Hong Yuan felt he was being far too mysterious. Wasn't it just about modifying a blade technique? Why did it feel like he was comprehending some legendary secret manual? But what he said did seem to have some point, and he looked so serious, so invested, not like he was brushing her off. After all, he was a martial arts sequence. Maybe his way of understanding martial arts was just this. Unique. On her strikingly beautiful, heroic face, her expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, then to inner turmoil. Finally, it settled into a resigned look of, I don't quite get it, but it seems impressive. Doubt. She did have a flicker of it. Fine. How long will this deduction of yours take? Hong Yuan pursed her lips, a hint of impatience creeping in, likely dizzy from all those lofty terms. Gu Chun breathed a sigh of relief internally. He had managed to fool this silly girl. His face remained composed. It won't take too long. A day or two at most, or 3 to 5 days. Once my mind is clear, it'll come to you. All right, then it'll be waiting. Hong Yuan flicked her sleek short hair, seemingly trying to shake off the thoughts of intent and force from her mind. Let me tell you, don't keep me waiting too long. If by then you can't make sense of things. She menacingly raised the blood-colored long knife in her hand, producing a faint hum. Let's see if I can cut you down. Rest assured I won't disappoint you, Gu Chen solemnly promised. After all, once the system integration was complete, he could indeed present a more advanced sword technique, which wasn't a lie. However, how much he would teach at that time was still up to him. Hong Yuan nodded, shouldering her signature blood-red long knife, and happily walked away. Gu Chen watched her departing figure, and couldn't help but chuckle. This big silly girl is so easy to fool. After her commotion, Gu Chen lost the desire to practice his sword techniques. He sheathed the bloodthirsty blade and strapped it to his waist, heading towards his tent. Meanwhile, unnoticed by both Gu and Hong, a paper figure was eerily twisting its way. The paper figure was very small, no larger than half a palm, swaying and twisting, not knowing its destination. Gu Chen arrived beside the tent where Yan Shui sat by the campfire, carefully grooming the fur of the chocolate that had just finished eating chocolate. Perhaps due to the awakening sequence, chocolate also had a remarkably delicate appearance. It entirely lacked the dirtiness and ugliness of an ordinary mouse, quickly capturing Yan Shui's youthful heart. At this moment, the little mouse comfortably squinted its purple eyes, emitting a faint purring sound, looking quite content. Gu Chen directly stepped forward, grabbing it by the back of its neck and tossing it into the motorcycle's trunk. Ignoring the protest of squeaks from behind, he pulled Yan Shui into the tent. On the other side, inside Chen Mo's tent, he seemed to be waiting for something. Before long, a small piece of paper swayed its way over. It was the paper figure that had just observed Gu Chen and Hong Yuan. Chen Mo chanted a string of incantations and pointed at the paper figure, which suddenly ignited in flames. Interesting, interesting. Gu Chen, it seems you have a big secret, Chen Mo murmured. This paper figure was also one of the abilities he gained from his Celestial Master sequence. It was something he had only recently comprehended. Due to its small and nimble size, it served the purpose of spying. Cough cough, gathering intelligence. Chen Mo didn't particularly like using this ability. After all, compared to spying, he preferred contemplating his grand plans. However, he was too curious about Gu Chen, thinking he might be able to observe something secretly, thus he created this paper figure. Unexpectedly, it truly allowed him to spy on a bit. Gu Chen actually understood sword techniques. While others were unaware that Gu Chen's martial arts sequence was fake, how could he not know? Given his understanding of Gu Chen, the latter was definitely not someone who acted without reason. He then shook his head. In this apocalypse, who didn't have a few secrets? He quickly stopped pondering these matters and turned to study his own plans. The next morning, Gu Chen stepped out of the tent feeling refreshed. After a quick wash, he ate breakfast while checking the system's upgrade. Sword Technique Fusion Upgrade Complete. Name unnamed. Description: a fusion of basic sword techniques and the essence of practical sword skills, combining the stability of fundamentals with the ferocity of combat. Evaluation: the techniques are concise and efficient, aiming for a single strike to defeat the enemy, containing the core 8 forms and several variant combinations. Status: not comprehended. The sword technique had already been upgraded the night before. Gu Chen just hadn't had the chance to look at it. Seeing this unnamed sword technique, he immediately chose to comprehend it. Immediately, a vast and intricate stream of information surged into Gu Chen's mind, far exceeding the basic sword techniques. The flaws and shortcomings in Hong Yuan's sword techniques were all rectified by the system, making the entire sword technique as if born for battlefield slaughter. Every move carried an unstoppable momentum, seeking to inflict maximum damage in the shortest time. Feeling the exquisite sword techniques in his mind, Gu Chen felt a surge of joy. If he had exchanged this directly with the system, the price would have skyrocketed tenfold. Enjoying the perks for free is delightful. No, how could it be called free? After all, he had spent 225 points of slaughter value. This is all the result of his efforts in fusion. Gu Chen stuffed the last bite of sausage into his mouth. Just as he was about to rise, he spotted a tall figure approaching. Hong Yuan was still dressed in that alluring outfit with the blood-red long knife casually slung at her waist. Hey! Hong Yuan's voice was crisp, carrying a hint of urgency. Gu Chen, how's the deduction and comprehension you mentioned? Don't tell me you did nothing but sleep all night. Of course, it wasn't just sleeping. He had engaged in an intense workout. It was extremely exhausting in terms of both physical strength and energy. Gu Chen looked at the impatient silly girl in front of him, already formulating a plan in his mind. He originally intended to drag it out for another day or two, making her feel that this deduction was very difficult, thus appearing profound. However, this silly girl, although straightforward, had a keen combat intuition. If he deceived her too long, it could lead to unnecessary suspicion. It's better to give her a taste of something real, but just a taste. He wore a slightly hypocritical, just right smile. Hong Yuan, your temperament is too impatient. Understanding martial arts is not that simple. Hong Yuan's face flashed a hint of disappointment. She hadn't planned for him to grasp it immediately. She was merely inquiring as a routine. But Gu Chen deliberately paused, watching Hong Yuan's eyes gradually brighten. He then continued slowly. After last night's deduction, perhaps there are a few points I can share with you. Hong Yuan perked up at the hint of hope, quickly stepping forward. Really? Then hurry and tell me. Gu Chen was left speechless. This silly girl actually knew 3,000 thunder moves. Follow me. Gu Chen stood up, directly brushing off non-existent dust from his clothes. Gu Chen led Hong Yuan to a relatively edge position of the camp, directly starting his teaching. He first instructed Hong Yuan to draw her sword and perform a few familiar moves. When she executed a forward slashing thrust, Gu Chen immediately called for a stop. Hong Yuan's movement abruptly halted, the tip of the knife suspended in midair, trembling slightly. She looked at Gu Chen in confusion. What's wrong? Is there a problem with this move? Gu Chen nodded, stepping a few paces closer to stand behind her. The speed is sufficient, but the point of force is not quite right. He naturally reached out his hand as he spoke. Hong Yuan hadn't reacted yet when she felt her right hand grasped by a broad and stable palm. Especially at this moment, Gu Chen was whispering in her ear, explaining to her. His other hand also patted her waist, saying something about keeping her back straight. She felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body straight to her brain. From childhood to adulthood, aside from blood relatives, she had never had such intimate physical contact with another man. Hong Yuan's body appeared somewhat stiff. Gu Chen seemed oblivious, or perhaps intentionally ignored the stiffness. After a while, the teaching was completed. It's over. Feeling the loss of warmth and support, Hong Yuan appeared somewhat reluctant. At this moment, Hong Yuan's cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, her usual sharpness gone, and her gaze grew somewhat hazy. Right? Your blade technique is already decent. You just need to slightly adjust the details of your force application. Gu Chen couldn't help but find her appearance amusing. Then tomorrow can you still teach me? Just moments ago, she felt like a marionette guided by Gu Chen through various movements. As a result, she hadn't absorbed a single detail of the blade technique he explained. She resolved to learn it anew. Yes, she only wanted to learn the blade technique. Hong Yuan thought silently to herself. Sure. Gu Chen nodded. After all, teaching her some basics would be fair compensation for her blade technique. Besides, he considered himself quite an upright person. 3 days passed swiftly, during which the convoy moved through several locations. Each sequence led a team scouring the surrounding abandoned villages and towns thoroughly. Gu Chen's 10 cubic meter space was now packed with food, medicine, and gasoline. He had even made a point to collect several sets of warm clothing. As everyone knows, the temperature drops by 0.6 degrees for every 100-meter increase in altitude. The Hengji mountain range towered imposingly with an average elevation of over 4,000 meters. Gu Chen had no intention of freezing to death. Notably, during this time, Wang Ben's team killed an aberration. The price for that? 2 survivors had died. Gu Chen's group, however, encountered no aberrations, which left him slightly disappointed. Now that he had upgraded from a pea shooter to a cannon, he wished he could hack at aberrations every day to accumulate some kill value. Of course, Gu Chen hadn't spent all 3 days just scavenging supplies. Every evening, he would head to the camp's edge with Hong Yuan to exchange insights on the blood shadow blade technique. That's right, Gu Chen had named the system-upgraded nameless blade technique Blood Shadow. And he would tease this silly girl a bit. At the camp's center, supplies had been tallied. Chen Mo stood by the packed bus, his booming voice echoing across the camp. Everyone. 3 days of hard work haven't been in vain. Our bus is full of supplies. The road ahead will only be tougher and more dangerous than what we've traversed. Chen Mo here. Another round of brainwashing speech. Chen Mo seemed to revel in this, feeling utterly addicted and unable to stop. With the speech over, the convoy set off. As if the heavens were displeased, a light rain began to fall. Gu Chen rode his motorcycle, the cold rain pelting his face. His desire for a car reached its peak at that moment. He turned his head to Yan Shui, who sat behind him. It's raining. Go take shelter on the bus. No, I want to stay with you. Yan Shui tightened her arms around his waist, her tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. This was her first time defying Gu Chen's words, and she seemed a bit nervous. If you get sick from the rain, I won't give you any cold medicine. Gu Chen frowned at her stubborn expression. Yan Shui didn't reply but instead pulled out a raincoat from her backpack. She struggled to shake the raincoat open, trying to drape it over both herself and Gu Chen. See, I have a raincoat. We can share it. She strained to spread it over the two of them. Gu Chen simply snatched the raincoat from her and put it on himself. It was a single-person raincoat nowhere near big enough for two. With Yan Shui's attempt to cover them, both Gu Chen's shoulders were left exposed. Rather than have both get soaked, it was better for just him to wear it. Yan Shui, now sitting on the back of the motorcycle, felt deeply aggrieved. She only wanted to be with Gu Chen, even if it meant getting drenched in the rain. Yet he had pushed her away so bluntly. For the first time, she wondered if she was being a bit pathetic. Seeing her pitiful look, Gu Chen led her over to the SUV at the front of the convoy. He tapped on the car door, and the window immediately rolled down, revealing Hong Yuan's strikingly beautiful and spirited face. "Oh, isn't this Gu Chen? You sure know how to enjoy yourself letting the little lady get drenched." Hong Yuan's voice carried a teasing tone with a hint of something more. Gu Chen ignored her jab. "Hong Yuan, let her take shelter in your car." Without waiting for Hong Yuan's reply, he said to Yan Shui, "Stay in this car to avoid the rain." After saying that, he turned to Hong Yuan with a grin. "No problem, right, my good disciple? What are you calling me? Who's your good disciple?" Hong Yuan shot Gu Chen a glare, then looked at Yan Shui, who was reedied and pitiful. She pursed her lips. "Fine. Get in the back." Hearing Hong Yuan's words, Yan Shui looked at Gu Chen, as if hoping he would change his mind. "Go on. Don't worry, she's a good person." Gu Chen patted her head, realizing he had been too abrupt in taking the raincoat earlier. Women are emotional creatures, and Yan Shui was after all his woman. Gu Chen decided he would be gentler with her from now on. Beep beep. Two honks interrupted them. "So long-winded, are you getting in or not?" Hong Yuan felt a surge of irritation watching their intimate moment. She didn't know why she felt this way, but it was uncomfortable, especially when she saw Gu Chen's hand stroking Yan Shui's head. The displeasure peaked. Yan Shui happily got into the car. Gu Chen had just touched her head and spoken so gently. Her mood lifted entirely. 2 hours had passed and the convoy kept moving. They needed to find a safe place to spend the night before dark. The rain grew heavier and Gu Chen's raincoat could no longer withstand the onslaught. His sleeves and pant legs were already soaked. "Damn this weather." Gu Chen cursed under his breath in frustration, wiping the rain from his face. If only his clothes and shoes could be waterproof. Ding. Detecting the host's strong desire for equipment upgrade. Target detected. Tattered plastic raincoat. Status poor. Spend 100 kill points to upgrade to waterproof cloak. Feature preview. Basic waterproofing and wind resistance slightly raises. Wearer's body temperature mildly repels dampness. Gu Chen's grip on the handlebars tightened, suddenly causing the motorcycle's front to wobble. His mind raced in shock. The raincoat. The system was actually prompting him to upgrade the raincoat. If the raincoat could be upgraded, then what about clothes, shoes, hats, or even underwear? Faced with this sudden prompt, Gu Chen felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. A wild idea surged into his mind. What if every piece of his gear, from head to toe, could be strengthened and upgraded by the system, and eventually all of them turned into artifacts with special abilities? What kind of scene would that be? To others this might sound like a fantasy. After all, the mere cost of artifacts made it impossible for one person to possess them in large numbers. An ordinary sequence having 2 or 3 artifacts was already considered extremely rare. For Gu Chen, however, this was not an issue at all. With his system's flawless attribute, he need not worry about any cost of the sacrificial offerings. Moreover, Gu Chen only needed to attack or kill aberrations to continuously accumulate slaughter points. He could then upgrade through the system to obtain sacrificial offerings. He had previously been fixated on upgrading weapons and vehicles, believing them to be the foundation of survival in the apocalypse, yet he had completely overlooked these everyday items. Gu Chen couldn't help but indulge in his own fantasy. A sacrificial battle suit that was impervious to blades and bullets, maintained a constant temperature, and could conceal aura or provide camouflage effects. A pair of sacrificial war boots that allowed him to walk as if flying, tread on snow without leaving a trace and ignore all terrain. A sacrificial helmet or goggles that could resist mental attacks and enhance perception. A pair of sacrificial gloves that could amplify strength, improve weapon grip stability, and even grant attack special effects. Or even a sacrificial underwear that could self-clean, regulate body temperature, and provide basic protection. Sacrificial offerings from head to toe. I want to slay every aberration with a single blow. This concept made Gu Chen's heart race and his blood boil throughout his body. Ha ha ha. Unable to contain himself, he burst into loud laughter. This drew sidelong glances from several nearby survivors on motorcycles, all looking at him with strange expressions. Are all sequence users this eccentric? I've heard that awakening a sequence comes with a price. Maybe his cost is losing his sanity and reason. Of course, these were just the thoughts of the survivors. They dared not voice them in front of Gu Chen. Gu Chen ignored the strange looks and forcefully suppressed his inner excitement. Yet the corners of his mouth still curled up uncontrollably. If this idea came to fruition, it would mean a complete reversal of the situation between him and the aberrations. The offense and defense would switch places. Truly an indestructible garment defies the aberrations. Might, cold and heat cannot touch the bones within. Mental strikes lose their force by a third swift shadow and hidden trace like dust unheard. Sacrificial offerings on person, both attack and defense. The vast world under heaven I roam at will. Haha, marvelous. Simply marvelous. Returning to reality, Gu Chen looked at his leaking plastic raincoat, and his previous frustration vanished completely. Now he only wanted to kill aberrations, horizontally, vertically. Kill, kill, kill. After trudging through the heavy rain for nearly 5 hours, dusk approached and visibility became extremely low. The lead off-road vehicle, driven by Chen, finally flashed its turn signal and slowly turned into an abandoned service area. This is the place. Everyone enter the service area to take shelter and rest. Chen Mo's voice carried through the wind and rain, leaving no room for argument. He had already scouted ahead with his little paper figures, and this service area was safe, devoid of aberrations. The main building of the service area was a 2-story structure with most of its glass shattered, but the framework remained intact. It was more than enough to shield them from the wind and rain, 100 times better than being out in the open wilderness. The survivors quickly dismounted and dashed toward the main building through the downpour. Gu Chen parked his motorcycle under the eaves beside the main building and tucked the chocolate from the tailbox into his arms. Yan Shui also jogged over, holding an umbrella over Gu Chen's head, looking at him timidly. "TSK. So obedient." Gu Chen patted her head again, and she squinted in comfort like a little kitten. The two entered the main building, where the air was thick with a faint musty smell, mixed with the damp chill of the rain, making it unpleasant. Everyone quickly cleared a space and settled down to rest. They spoke in hushed tones, their conversations revolving around the recent storm, their fear of the Transverse Ridge Mountains, and their uncertainty about the future. Chen Mo, Wang Ben, Hong Yuan, and Gu Chen each took a room on the second floor with a good view. From here, they could observe the situation downstairs, as well as keep an eye on the service area entrance. Gu Chen leaned against the window of his room, meditating with his eyes closed, sensing his space sequence. Sequence cultivation involved resonating with one's own sequence through meditation. Before awakening, Gu Chen had no idea what sequence resonance was. After awakening his sequence, he gained a piece of memory directly. Sequence resonance sounded grand, but in reality it was just a form of meditation. By focusing one's mind to feel the sequence, allowing it to absorb free-floating energy from the surroundings to grow stronger. It seemed simple, but it was anything but easy. Focusing required emptying the mind, leaving not a single stray thought. Just as Gu Chen was emptying his mind on the verge of falling asleep, he seemed to hear an extremely faint engine sound. Through the curtain of rain, it drew nearer from afar. Gu Chen snapped awake instantly. His hearing had been enhanced since his sequence awakening. He was certain it was no auditory hallucination. "There are vehicles heading our way, and quite a few." It was Wang Ben's voice from next door. He had noticed too. "Gu Chen, Hong Yuan, follow me downstairs." The speaker was Chen Mo. Hearing this, Gu Chen signaled Yan Shui to hide, while he, along with Chen Mo and Hong Yuan, went to the first floor entrance. Wang Ben was stationed on the second floor by Chen Mo, ready to act if things went wrong. The survivors also heard the commotion and stirred restlessly. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying things were often not aberrations but fellow humans. The three of them stared through the rain, fixed on the service area entrance. As the engine sound grew clearer, the first thing to come into view was a modified Hummer H2. Like an iron beast, it led several off-road pickup trucks and an old bus barging into the service area with brute force. Several people jumped out of the Hummer H2, led by a burly bald man nearly 2 meters tall. His face was covered in thick flesh with a vicious scar running across it, making him look particularly terrifying. Around his neck hung a necklace strung with teeth and bones from some unknown creature. "Friends, it's raining hard. Mind if we squeeze in?" The bald man's voice was booming, and though his tone was questioning, it carried an air of refusal to accept a no. Trouble was brewing. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he stepped forward. "Friend, space is limited here. I'm afraid we can't accommodate you." The bald man chuckled. "Friend, we're all survivors. We need to look out for each other." As he spoke, the people behind him got out of their vehicles surrounding Chen Mo and the other two. They call me Iron Bear, leader of the Iron Wall Convoy. He continued, his tone rough but surprisingly not immediately hostile. In this damned world, it's pointless for humans to fight amongst themselves. To be honest with you, we're short on fuel and medicine, especially antibiotics. He paused, pointing to a few pale, injured members in his group. We can trade supplies with you. We've got top-quality down jackets, thick snow boots. These things might not be useful now, but once we ascend in altitude and the temperature drops, they'll be lifesavers. Iron Bear spoke at length and finally waved his hand. Someone behind him brought out a pile of cold-weather gear and snow boots, placing them before the group. How about it, friends? Just give us fuel and medicine and all this is yours. His speech eased the tense atmosphere somewhat. But the group remained on guard. After all, the way they had surrounded them didn't look like they were just there to trade supplies. Exchanging supplies is negotiable, but your people. Chen Mo finally spoke, his face regaining its usual composure as he scanned the circle of people surrounding them. Down jackets are indeed useful for their convoy. Although they had gathered some warm clothing before entering the mountains, it was still far inferior compared to down jackets. Smack! Tai Xiong suddenly slapped his own head, his fierce expression instantly replaced by a nearly awkward simplicity. Hey, look at my brain. I was so focused on not being ambushed that I forgot about this. He immediately turned and yelled at his subordinates. Put away your weapons. What's the point of being so tightly surrounded? Step back 10 paces. His words were very crude, but the subordinates showed no sign of dissatisfaction and swiftly retreated 10 paces. Tai Xiong rubbed his hands, a straightforward urgency showing on his face. May I ask your names, friends? I have a few injured people on my side who cannot be moved, you see. I am Chen Mo, the convoy leader. We can discuss the specifics of the exchange in detail. Chen Mo made an inviting gesture, pointing to a relatively intact Eve in the service area. Tai Xiong grinned, the scar on his face twisting but unexpectedly not looking so terrifying, straightforward. Captain Chen is a straightforward person. The exchange of supplies was completed in a subtle atmosphere. Tai Xiong's subordinates piled several large bags of thick down jackets and snow boots in front of Chen Mo's convoy. On Chen Mo's side, they also handed over gasoline and a box of valuable anti-inflammatory medicine as promised. Tai Xiong waved his hand, signaling his men to move the supplies back to their occupied resting area. He then brought two young men in their 20s and joined Chen Mo and his group in the main building. The survivors watched nervously and curiously from a distance as these two groups of big shots met. Captain Chen, it looks like you are headed to the Vyak grassland. Tai Xiong sat down heavily on a dusty sofa which groaned under the burden. Yes, we originally planned to go through Blackstone Gorge, but that road is rather dangerous. So we changed our route and decided to cross over the Hengji mountain range. Chen Mo sat down directly across from him and the two began to chat. During this time, Gu Chen and the others also learned about Tai Xiong's past. According to him, before he awakened his sequence, the convoy was led by a sequencer named Zhao Wujie. This guy was furious and cruel, demanding that 70% of the convoy's supplies be surrendered and occasionally killing for fun. After Tai Xiong awakened his sequence, he could no longer tolerate his oppression. Along with two others who had also awakened their sequences, the three of them united and killed Zhao Wujie. The horrifying scar on his face was left from that time. After this, Tai Xiong became the convoy leader, determined to create an equal and fair convoy. Tai Xiong's concept of fairness is rare in the apocalypse. Chen Mo couldn't help but sigh. To still have such thoughts in the apocalypse is indeed precious, even unusual. After chatting for a while, it was dinner time. Both sides decided to have a simple dinner together. Mainly rice and canned food. In this apocalypse, it was also a rare delicacy. A few sips of hot soup made the atmosphere even more amicable. Tai Xiong and his three companions were seated together with Chen Mo, Gu Chen, Wang Ben, and Hong Yuan. At this moment, he was enthusiastically recounting how he eliminated the former leader Zhao Wujie. That guy relied on his sequence ability and treated us like slaves. Meanwhile, on the winding mountain road, another convoy was approaching. Tiger Lord, it's confirmed. Right at the abandoned service area ahead. At this moment, a grim-faced man beside a pickup truck was speaking to the people inside the vehicle. Are you sure? What a coincidence, two groups have collided. A deep voice came from within the vehicle. Tiger Lord, how could I possibly deceive you? Both groups are indeed at the service area ahead. The grim-faced man now sounded as humble as a lapdog. I doubt you have the guts. The voice from the car was filled with arrogance. How did the matter I asked you to handle go? Tiger Lord, rest assured, everything is ready, just waiting for you to net them. A look of hatred appeared on the grim-faced man's face. If Gu Chen and the others were here, they would certainly recognize this person. This person was Wang Defa, who had previously been a scapegoat at the county bus station. How did Wang Defa escape from the county and come here? It turned out that at that time his inner resentment and desire to survive reached their peak. This led him to successfully awaken his sequence and become a sequencer. After becoming a sequencer, Wang Defa's first thing was to seek revenge. However, Chen Mo's group had 4 sequencers, and relying on himself alone to seek revenge was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Perhaps even the heavens were helping him, as he happened to encounter the Tiger Lord who had escaped from Modu. Wang Defa awakened the evil sequence. This allowed him to amplify a person's evil thoughts infinitely. With this ability, he received an opportunity given by the Tiger Lord. That was to incite a sequencer from the Iron Wall Squad. Because the former leader of the Iron Wall Squad, Zhao Wujia, was the Tiger Lord's subordinate in Modu. Now that the Tiger Lord had finally escaped from Modu, he found that his former subordinate had been killed. He didn't care about Zhao Wuji's life or death, but one must respect the owner when beating a dog. The Tiger Lord was very angry at that time and originally planned to destroy them directly. However, he had just escaped from Modu and was still carrying injuries. Thus he thought of a soft approach and planned to strike from within. Tai Xiong's so-called equality and fairness system had won the support of all ordinary people in the convoy. But this also led to dissatisfaction among the other 2 sequencers in the convoy. After all, they had just become sequencers and were on the verge of enjoying life and privileges. Yet, at this moment you tell me to be fair. Moreover, they were also asked to share the supplies they found with the ordinary people in the convoy. While others were ordinary people handing over supplies to sequencers, why did it reverse in their case? One sequencer named Zhang Hoan immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, only to be met with Tai Xiong's reprimand. At that moment, Zhang Hoan planted the seed of resentment, and Wang Defa seized this opportunity and pretended to join the Iron Wall convoy. He falsely claimed to be a survivor abandoned by the convoy, which wasn't entirely false, and easily joined Tai Xiong's convoy. He secretly used his sequence ability on Zhang Hoan. Amplifying Zhang Wan's evil side, he completely turned against Tai Xiong. Under the temptation of status, resources, and women, he made the other side with the Tiger Lord. Humph! If you mess this up this time, you won't have any reason to live. The Tiger Lord's voice was evidently filled with anger, as they had almost managed to kill Tai Xiong before. But unexpectedly, the other side escaped with an impressive combat strength, dragging along dozens of burdens to the Hengji mountain range. They even ran into another convoy. According to what Wang Defa said, this convoy actually has 4 sequencers. It seems they'll need to partake in some blood nourishment soon. Tiger Lord mused inwardly. He immediately called a female survivor over to the vehicle. Before savoring his feast, he needed to quell the fire within him. Rest assured, Tiger Lord, this time I will not disappoint you. Wang Defa assured Tiger Lord, who was venting his rage, a flicker of envy in his eyes. Go pick one from the slave squad. Tiger Lord, as if reading Wang Defa's thoughts, gave the order. Yes. Thank you for your generosity, Tiger Lord. Wang Defa nodded frantically, looking more like a groveling lapdog than ever. Seeing Wang Defa behaving like a dog, Tiger Lord nodded with satisfaction. He instructed him not to delay the night's operation, and then dismissed him from his mind. By 2 in the morning, most at the service area had fallen into slumber. Only a few on night watch remained awake, patrolling the perimeter. The rain had ceased, but the pitch-black clouds lingered. Iron Bear, wrapped in a cold-weather coat, slept curled up in a corner, utterly unaware of a shadowy figure wielding a dagger closing in. Following Tiger Lord's orders, tonight was the night for action, and Iron Bear's death sentence. Gazing at the sleeping Iron Bear, Zhang Wan's resentment and discontent reached a fever pitch. He had long forgotten that Iron Bear had once saved his life when they killed Zhao Wujia. With a glint of cold steel, the dagger pierced Iron Bear's throat with precision. Simultaneously, his left hand clamped tightly over Iron Bear's mouth. Gurgling sounds escaped as Iron Bear's eyes bulged, staring at Zhang Hoan with a trace of bewilderment. Yet he could not utter any effective warning, only convulsing in a pool of blood. Iron Bear was dead. The few survivors on night watch remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings of the service area. Little did they suspect that the night's danger came not from the eerie occurrences of the mountain ridge, but from the demon within their own ranks. After killing Iron Bear, Zhang Hoan moved to another sequence user in the convoy, Zhou Xiong, and dispatched him in the same manner. Poor Zhou Xiong followed Iron Bear into death. Then, with his murderous intent unabated, he set his sights on the second-floor room where Gu Chan and his companions were. Tiger Lord's mission was to eliminate every sequence user there. Zhang Hoan crept stealthily toward the second-floor room, his steps so light that he feared any sound would alert others. He reached the first door, took a deep breath, and slowly turned the handle. A faint creak made him freeze instantly, his heart racing. Instead of entering immediately, he exhaled a puff of thick smoke. This was his sequence ability, Soul Confusion. The power was severely limited against those awake, especially other sequence users. But against sleeping targets, its effect was profound, plunging them into a deep slumber. This was why he could easily kill Iron Bear without the man sensing a thing. After a long silence from within, Jiang Huan slowly pushed the door open. Inside, Gu Chun was sleeping soundly with Yan Shui in his arms. Jiang Huan eyed the sleeping Gu Chun, then the woman in his embrace, a flash of jealousy and resentment in his gaze. We're both sequence users. Why does he get to have such a beautiful woman? He thought of how since awakening his sequence, he had not only enjoyed no privileges, but also had to scavenge supplies for the lowly ordinary survivors in the convoy. When he refused, Iron Bear had scolded him soundly. The more Jiang Huan thought, the angrier he became, his eyes bloodshot, his reason slipping away. What was the point of awakening his sequence if not for women, resources, and status? Wasn't it to live a life above others? Kill him and the beautiful woman would be his. Yes, kill him. Kill him. With this thought, Jiang Huan raised his dagger and thrust it viciously at Gu Chen's neck. He intended to use the same method that had killed Iron Bear. Yet just as the blade was about to touch Gu Chen's throat, a large hand clamped down on it firmly. Gu Chen's eyes snapped open, a cold glint flashing within them. He had been awake since the moment the door opened. Gu Chen stared coldly at Jiang Huan. Who sent you? He recognized the man, one of the two youths behind Iron Bear during the meal. Jiang Huan's eyes widened in terror. He hadn't expected Gu Chen to be awake. He tried to pull the dagger free only to find himself utterly immobilized. With a single jerk, Gu Chen seized the dagger and pressed it against Jiang Huan's throat. There were gaps even among sequence users. My patience has its limits. Jiang Huan was so terrified he wet himself. How could the other be this strong? He immediately fell to his knees begging for mercy. It was Tiger Lord. He ordered me to kill you. Who is Tiger Lord? Gu Chen frowned, having initially suspected Iron Bear of greed and plotting to seize their supplies. Tiger Lord is... Jiang Huan then spilled every detail down to Tiger Lord's underwear. Naturally, this included Tiger Lord's plan. Tiger Lord, originally named Hu Tianlong, hailed from the Demon City. Because Hu sounded like tiger, he styled himself Tiger Lord. After the apocalypse erupted and the Eerie descended, he led a group to flee the fallen Demon City. He was a devourer sequence user able to rapidly enhance his strength by consuming flesh and blood. Now he had become a formidable sequence second-turn powerhouse. Master Gu, this lowly one has told you everything he knows. Please spare this worthless life. This one kowtows to you, kowtows to you. Jiang Huan, as he spoke, actually began banging his head against the floor. Good. Your performance pleases me. Get lost. Gu Chen said to the kowtowing Jiang Huan. The man paused, seemingly surprised that Gu Chen would actually let him go. He scrambled to his feet and bolted for the door only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he saw a long blade piercing his heart. You said. Jiang Huan turned his head with difficulty to look at Gu Chen. And you actually believed me. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. He had never intended to let the man live. When someone comes to kill you, why spare them? Gu Chen was not so merciful. Besides, this was a welcome bounty of kill points. Jiang Huan was after all a sequence user. If he had fought desperately, Gu Chen might have had to exert some effort. But the man was too cowardly. Seeing Gu Chen's superior strength, he had immediately surrendered. This saved Gu Chen considerable trouble. Ding. Congratulations, host, for killing a hostile sequence user. You have gained 500 kill points. Yan Shui had also awakened. The scene before her made her face pale with fright. Gu Chen waved a hand, signaling her not to be afraid. The commotion from Gu Chen's room naturally woke Chen Mo and the others next door. Hong Yuan was the first to arrive, spotting Jiang Huan's corpse on the floor. Gu Chen, what happened? Hong Yuan, holding a long blade and barefoot, asked with a hint of concern in her voice. Chen Mo and Wang Ben followed closely, reaching the doorway. Chen Mo frowned at the body. One of Iron Bear's men. What's he doing here? Did you kill him? In truth, Chen Mo had already awakened when Jiang Huan killed Zhou Xiong. He could not simply trust the man just because he had shared a meal with Tai Xiong. He had prepared a small paper effigy in advance, and any subtle disturbance would alert him instantly. Now he was merely putting on a show. Moreover, he was genuinely curious about what Jiang Huan intended to do, to the extent of killing even Tai Xiong, the captain of his own convoy. Subsequently, Gu Chen recounted the information he had just obtained to the others. Wang Defa? I never imagined he was still alive. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Hong Yuan's cold, elegant face, as she sighed with a hint of melancholy. What a small world it was indeed. That survivor once used as cannon fodder was not only alive, but had now become an accomplice to their enemy. Chen Mo's expression darkened considerably, a flicker of indignation at being outmaneuvered flashing in his eyes. It was always he Chen Mo who played others for fools, and now he was the one being played. Damn it! He cursed under his breath, immediately grasping the gravity of the situation. According to the intelligence, Gu Chen had just received. Tiger Yi had already reached the second sequence. Furthermore, the opposing convoy was armed with firearms. While such weapons had little effect against aberrations, they were devastatingly lethal to ordinary people within the convoy. One shot, one kill, one could say. A spine-chilling sound echoed, drawing everyone's attention. They saw Jiang Hoan lying on the ground, his chest cavity ruptured, and from within crawled a tiny fleshy worm. The worm, drenched in blood, its compound eyes gleaming crimson, let out a series of hisses before exploding with a bang, dissipating into a small puff of black mist. Is this the Blood-Eye Gu? Chen Mo's face contorted in shock as if he recognized the creature. Blood-Eye Gu? What is that? Gu Chen's voice was filled with curiosity. It is a type of Gu worm from the devouring sequence, the Blood-Eye Gu. Once the host dies, it self-destructs to send a signal instantly alerting the caster. Chen Mo explained, seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces. So this so-called Tiger Yi already knows his plan has failed. Gu Chen caught on, looking at Chen Mo with a questioning tone. Chen Mo nodded, his face dark and grim. He had originally planned to take the convoy and flee before the enemy could react. What he hadn't anticipated was that the enemy possessed a communication Gu worm. Meanwhile, on the other end of the winding mountain road, at a hidden spot, just a few hundred meters from the service area, inside a modified pickup truck, Hu Tianlong was resting with his eyes closed, a trace of blood still at the corner of his mouth. He had just finished feasting on a blood meal and was digesting the life essence within. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. A wave of violent aura filled the entire cabin. Useless. Just moments ago he had received the message from the Blood-Eye Gu learning of Zhang Wan's death. His plan for a bloodless victory had failed. Tiger Yi. What's wrong? Wang Defa, who had been waiting outside the vehicle, heard the commotion and approached the window cautiously, his heart pounding with fear. The car door was shoved open, roughly revealing Hu Tianlong's sinister face, causing Wang Defa to stumble back 2 steps. What's wrong? How dare you ask me what's wrong? Slap. Slap. Hu Tianlong strode forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Wang Defa's face, making sure he understood what was wrong. You incompetent, meddlesome waste. That fool Jiang Hoan couldn't even kill a lone sequence user. He got himself killed instead. Now you've forced me into a direct assault. Tell me who's going to cover the losses. Hu Tianlong had gone to all this trouble just to secure a fresh supply of blood meals. A direct assault would undoubtedly waste some of that precious food. Wang Defa, seeing stars from the slaps, ignored the pain and prostrated himself, kowtowing frantically. Spare me, Tiger Yi. Spare me. This lowly one is incompetent. It's my fault for misjudging. Please, Tiger Yi, give me another chance. Before Wang Defa could finish, Hu Tianlong had seized him by the throat. Another chance? I've given you plenty of chances already. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he snapped Wang Defa's neck. Wang Defa was dead. His eyes bulged wide, filled with disbelief, as if he couldn't fathom dying this way. He had thought that awakening his sequence and becoming a sequence user would grant him a new life, the life he desired. Yet fate had other plans. His heart was filled with resentment. Destiny had played a cruel joke on him. He hadn't yet killed that hypocrite Chen Mo, nor had he avenged his past humiliation. He hadn't gotten his revenge. He had died before accomplishing anything. But fate is often this cruel. Adhering to his principle of not wasting anything, Hu Tianlong disposed of Wang Defa's body. Hu Tianlong's underlings listened in terrified silence to the bone-chilling sounds of chewing. Moments later the chewing stopped. Hu Tianlong licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. The frenzy in his eyes subsided, slightly replaced by an icy killing intent. His towering figure stood by the vehicle, scanning his men and the slave column in the darkness. Listen up, all of you. Our inside man is dead and they're on guard now, but... Hu Tianlong's voice rose sharply, laced with bloodthirsty madness. So what if they know? They can't escape. This shithole service area is their graveyard. Tonight we're going to wash it in blood. Kill every man. Take all the supplies. The women are whoever catches them. He drew a vicious-looking serrated machete from his belt, pointing it towards the service area. Seize the supplies, seize the women, seize the slaves. Charge! At his command, several off-road vehicles and pickup trucks roared to life, speeding straight for the service area. Inside the abandoned service area, the survivors had woken up stunned by Tai Xiong's death, especially the survivors from the Iron Wall convoy who could hardly believe their eyes. Their captain, kind-hearted despite his rough appearance who had promised them fairness, was dead. Boss Tai Xiong is dead, killed by that traitor Jiang Huan. Zh. Zhou Xiong was killed by him too. It's Tiger Yi, that demon. He bribed Jiang Huan. What do we do? Surrender. They'll kill us all. Panic began to grip the crowd. Silence. Chen Mo's roar cut through the noise. He chanted softly under his breath, casting a spirit-calming mantra. An invisible ripple of azure light enveloped the area, gradually soothing everyone's emotions. Tai Xiong is dead, but you are still alive. Now, if you want to live, do as I say. Or you can choose to surrender and see if this Tiger Yi will spare you. Chen Mo certainly had a knack for oratory and charisma. In just a few words, he managed to stabilize the crowd that was on the verge of collapse. Right, Captain Chen. Well, follow you. Yes, let's fight them to the death. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction as he watched the crowd respond enthusiastically. He naturally intended to make good use of these excellent cannon fodder. They're coming. Wang Ben's voice was low as he stood guard by the second-floor window, his compound bow already drawn to its full extent. The roar of engines grew closer and several modified off-road vehicles and pickup trucks charged toward the main building with a ferocious momentum. Hu Tianlong stood on a pickup truck, a cold sneer on his lips. Boys, it's feeding time. His men, gripping their firearms, pulled the triggers without a moment's hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down upon the main building like a storm. Crack. Splinters flew everywhere and debris of wood and plaster filled the air. Several unfortunate survivors were instantly riddled with bullets. Ah, get down, get down. Amidst the panicked crowd, Chen Mo remained expressionless, muttering incantations under his breath. Heaven and earth's profound origin, the root of all energy, cultivated through countless kalpas to prove my divine power. His hands formed seals before his chest, fingers dancing in a blur of afterimages. Golden light protects the body by imperial decree. Haste. As he finished speaking, he bit hard on the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood imbued with primal yang energy onto the unfinished talisman. The talisman transformed directly into a massive, transparent golden shield of light. Dense runes swirled across its surface, radiating a solemn and sacred aura. It became an energy barrier, instantly sheltering the entire first-floor entrance and most of the survivors behind it. Clang, 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 clang. Countless bullets slammed violently into the golden shield, sending ripples across its surface, yet they could not penetrate that thin layer of golden light. The survivors gazed at Chen Mo, as if he were a celestial being descending to earth, filled with admiration and gratitude. Even at this moment, there was a sequence user who cared about the lives of ordinary people like them. Chen Mo's face turned pale and sweat beaded on his forehead. This technique had taken a heavy toll on him. He looked at the survivors, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. He didn't want to bother with these ordinary people either, but what could he do? He had awakened the Celestial Master Sequence. The Celestial Master Sequence, extremely powerful, unmatched in combat, with a myriad of techniques at its disposal. A true all-rounder. However, the price it demanded was equally steep. The first price was maintaining celibacy, otherwise the Celestial Master's abilities would be greatly diminished, becoming practically useless. Among the convoy, there were several attractive women who sought to attach themselves to him. But he rejected them all. It wasn't that he didn't desire love, but he simply couldn't. The second price was that to enhance his power, the Celestial Master needed to absorb a specific kind of emotion from people. This emotion could be joy, gratitude, admiration, or even adoration, akin to the power of incense offerings in mythology. The more people there were, the more of this power he received and the stronger he became. This forced him to protect these ordinary people. There was yet another price. The Celestial Master Sequence amplified his character flaws. It made him relish the pleasure of commanding everything and wielding authority with sweeping gestures. So while the Celestial Master Sequence appeared formidable, only Chen Mo himself could truly understand the bitterness and helplessness it entailed. Chen Mo's strength had reached the peak of the first rotation. Now, facing a powerhouse of the second rotation, he had no choice but to resort to this strategy. He needed the crowd to continuously generate emotions of gratitude and admiration toward him, thereby breaking through to the second rotation. Indeed, as various positive emotions surged from the people, Chen Mo felt he was on the verge of advancing to the second rotation. Wang Ben, take out their gunners. Gu Qinhong Yuan, prepare for close combat and buy me some time. I'm about to break through. Chen Mo's voice was hoarse as he quickly instructed them. Wang Ben, who had already locked onto his targets from the second floor, released the bowstring without hesitation upon hearing the command. Whoosh! An arrow tinged with faint golden light instantly pierced through a pickup truck, embedding itself in the driver's throat. Almost the moment Chen Mo finished speaking, Hong Yuan transformed into a blur and dashed forward. Her form seemed to merge with the shadows of the surrounding buildings, making it impossible for the aimed gun muzzles to lock onto her. The shadow sequence granted her not only incredible speed, but also an affinity and mastery over the power of darkness. Damn it, I can't hit her. The gunman was both shocked and enraged as he watched his bullets miss even the hem of Hong Yuan's clothes. In just 2 breaths, Hong Yuan had already reached the first pickup truck. 2 burly men inside wielding shotguns raised their weapons in panic, trying to blast her to pieces at close range. But how could their reactions keep up with Hong Yuan's speed? The blood-red long blade hummed with a resonant ring. Swish, swish. 2 heads flew high into the air and headless bodies sprayed hot blood before crumpling to the ground. Without pausing, Hong Yuan lightly tapped the edge of the truck bed and lunged like a phantom toward another off-road vehicle. The gunman inside gaped in shock as he saw a cold glint rapidly magnify before his eyes. Hong Yuan twisted her wrist, withdrew the blade slick with red and white matter, and kicked the car door, denting it inward. The terrifying force directly crushed the chest of another thug inside who was trying to raise his gun, killing him instantly. Meanwhile, Gu Chen wielded his bloodthirsty blade, executing the blood shadow blade technique and swiftly reaping kills among the crowd. The bullets around him seemed to have eyes, constantly grazing past him without a single one hitting its mark. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. Spatial distortion was indeed a useful trick. Monster. He's a monster. The gunman on the truck bed was utterly broken, dropping his machine gun and attempting to jump off and flee. But it was already too late. Gu Chen stomped hard on the ground, launching himself high into the air and landing directly on the truck's roof. Schlick, crack, a flash of the blade, and the fleeing gunman, along with the gun on his shoulder, was cleaved in 2. As the blade drank blood, Gu Chen clearly felt a warm current surge into his body through the hilt. The mental fatigue from repeatedly using spatial distortion was instantly alleviated. The blood weep trait had activated, exhilarating. A hint of crimson flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. The primal excitement brought on by the bloodthirsty blade. Yet with the system's help, it didn't cloud his reason. Instead, it fueled his killing instinct even further. In just a few dozen seconds, the originally arrogant lead vehicles had turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. The gunners of Tiger Lord's convoy were as fragile as paper before the 3 sequence users. The gap between a sequence user and an ordinary person was like a chasm. Before them, ordinary people's struggles were futile and laughable. All of this was observed by Hu Tianlong standing on the pickup truck at the rear, yet his face showed no ripple of emotion. These people were merely pawns he had sent out. His purpose was to gauge the enemy's strength. Despite his earlier display of fury, Hu Tianlong was inwardly cautious. If any of them, like Gu Chen, had revealed the aura of a second rotation, he would have fled immediately. Now it seemed they were all just ants of the first rotation. There was no fellow cultivator of the second rotation, nor any senior of the third rotation. Your blade technique is not bad, but your strength leaves much to be desired. Hu Tianlong commented on Gu Chen's swordsmanship with a flat tone. He seemed utterly indifferent to the power displayed by Gu Chen and his companions. And indeed that was the case. Aside from that pale-faced lad of the Celestial Master sequence who surprised him slightly, he truly looked down on Gu Chen and the others. This was not arrogance on his part. The gap between the first and second sequence transmutation was immense. Unless one possessed an exceptionally powerful or unique sequence, it was impossible for an ordinary person to fight above their rank. And Chen Mo's Celestial Master sequence fell precisely into that category. He had already learned from Wang Defa about the sequence abilities of Gu Chen and his group. One had Eagle Eye, one had Shadow, and another had martial arts. They were nothing but worthless rabble. He possessed the Noble Devour sequence, which ranked among the top 10 in all of Xia country. Fighting a few first transmutation weaklings, how could he possibly lose? As for whether Wang Defa would deceive him, he didn't have the guts. Moreover, he had just witnessed the sequence abilities they displayed in battle. The Shadow sequence was fast, the martial arts sequence wielded a blade, and the Eagle Eye sequence, needless to say, still hiding upstairs shooting arrows. That could only bully ordinary folks. Everything checked out, no issues. You ants do have some skill. Hu Tianlong's voice was low and hoarse, laced with condescending mockery. Unfortunately, before absolute power, mere technique is nothing but worthless rabble. Before his words faded, his body shot forth like a cannonball. Watch out! Red Kite cried out in alarm, her blood-red long blade crossing in front of Gu Chen. Clang! The two blades collided, the piercing metallic ring stabbing into eardrums. Red Kite felt a terrifying immense force surge toward her, sending her flying backward, as if struck by a truck. She slammed heavily into the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent. Red Kite! Gu Chun frowned, instantly activating his spatial perception to lock onto Hu Tianlong's next move. Yet he was still a step too slow. Hu Tianlong's serrated broadsword swept toward him, leaving Gu Chun no choice but to parry with his bloodthirsty blade. The immense force numbed his arm, his body uncontrollably sliding backward. Cough! Cough! With just one blow, Gu Chun felt his qi and blood churn violently. Hu Tianlong stood still, his breathing not even quickened, as if the attack had been a casual gesture. An ant is but an ant. Hu Tianlong cast a contemptuous glance at Gu Chun, then turned his gaze to Chen Mo in the main building of the service area. Chen Mo had already sat down, cross-legged, eyes tightly shut, as if comprehending something. What's this trying to break through? Hu Tianlong naturally knew Chen Mo was attempting a second transmutation, and he let out a sinister laugh. Do you really think you can ignore me? He stomped the ground with both feet, instantly shattering the concrete. His serrated broadsword swung fiercely toward Chen Mo, who was enveloped in a golden light barrier. Clang! With one strike, the runes on the golden light shield dimmed considerably, as if it might shatter at any moment. Brother Mo! Wang Ben shouted from the second-floor window, firing 3 arrows from his compound bow straight at Hu Tianlong's vital points. Annoying! Without even turning his head, Hu Tianlong waved his left hand casually, and the 3 arrows were crushed into dust midair by an invisible force. Wang Ben's pupils contracted. This was nothing like the Devour sequence he knew. You think the Devour sequence is just about devouring flesh and blood? Hu Tianlong seemed to read his thoughts, sneering. I devour the very essence of sequences. Every sequence wielder I consume, their abilities become a part of me. Before the words faded, Hu Tianlong's figure flickered and appeared before Wang Ben. Wang Ben had no time to react. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and was sent flying, crashing through the second-floor wall, his fate unknown. Worthless! Hu Tianlong cursed in disdain, about to deal with Chen Mo first. Suddenly a wave of intense chill swept through his body, and a creeping weakness rose within him. What's happening? Hu Tianlong was greatly alarmed. He actually felt weak. This feeling, it's the curse sequence. Hu Tianlong immediately realized, frantically scanning his surroundings. The curse sequence had a limited range, it must be nearby. Whoosh! A piercing blade hum came from behind, and Hu Tianlong sensed danger, hastily raising his serrated broadsword to block behind him. Clang! Hu Tianlong spun around and Gu Chen's figure appeared before him. You little brat, you are asking for death. Gu Chen said nothing, merely raising his bloodthirsty blade and charging again. Hu Tianlong blocked hurriedly. The serrated broadsword clashed with the bloodthirsty blade, sparks flying. Suddenly Gu Chen's form vanished from the spot. Spatial distortion activated. The next moment he appeared behind Hu Tianlong, his blade aimed straight for the latter's throat. Hu Tianlong's pupils shrank and he swiftly twisted to dodge, but the blade still left a bloody gash on his neck. How is this possible? Hu Tianlong stared at Gu Chen in disbelief. How can you be so fast? Aren't you the martial arts sequence? Gu Chen paid no heed, well aware that villains often fall from talking too much. His figure vanished again, reappearing to Hu Tianlong's left, thrusting toward the heart. Damn it! Watching Gu Chen charge relentlessly, Hu Tianlong felt bitter. The weakening sensation was growing ever more severe. Seeing the weakened Hu Tianlong before him, Gu Chen couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Just moments ago, Gu Chen had quietly placed chocolate in the shadows of the main service building. Now this seemingly ordinary little mouse was lying on the ground, muttering incantations, its tiny paws rapidly drawing circles. Pajuan Chisha Tanlang. The blood shadow blade technique lashed out continuously. You old bastard, die. At the same time, Red Kite crawled out of the rubble and joined the fray. She was now drenched in blood, clearly badly injured from that earlier blow. But her gaze was fiercely sharp. Her blood-red long blade lunged at Hu Tianlong's vital point with a killing intent. Gu Chen seized the moment of distraction, slashing his blade across Hu Tianlong's chest, the edge biting deep into flesh. Ah! Hu Tianlong cried out in pain, blood gushing forth. What terrified him more was that the life force from the wound was being viciously drained by that eerie blade. You're dead! He roared in fury, his muscles bulging, his aura surging once more. Even the curse's power weakened slightly. Was he going berserk? In response, Gu Chen swiftly retreated, repeatedly using spatial distortion. His retreat speed was even faster than Red Kite's shadow sequence. You two little beasts, die. Watching the two retreat rapidly, Hu Tianlong was consumed by rage, clearly losing his mind. 5 Thunder True Art, by the urgent decree, let it be. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, enveloping Hu Tianlong. Chen Mo's voice echoed throughout the service area. At this moment, the second sequence transmutation was complete. At this moment, Chen Mo's eyes were tightly shut, his clothes billowing without wind as an invisible pressure radiated outward. Sequence second transition. Struck by the thunderous attack, Hu Tianlong's lips bled and his reason seemed to return somewhat. Chen Mo opened his eyes, the weariness in his gaze swept away. Now the tables have turned. Ha ha ha. To take my life, Hu Tianlong's, is not so easy. Hu Tianlong laughed heartily, his tone devoid of any surprise at Chen Mo's breakthrough to the second transition. Take this. He directly lifted a pickup truck and hurled it at Chen Mo, who dodged it with ease. Just as everyone expected him to unleash some ultimate technique, he spun around and bolted. Hu Tianlong's speed was astonishing. With a stomp on the concrete, his figure shot backward toward the service area exit. Damn it, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Once I break through to the third transition, I'll return and slaughter all these bastards. With that thought, Hu Tianlong's heart burned with rage. The intelligence was flawed. Wang Defa had misled him. If not for that weakening curse and that knife-wielding brat, he would have long eliminated Chen Mo. How could he have been reduced to fleeing like this? Wang Defa, ill fuck. If Wang Defa hadn't already been killed by his own hand, Hu Tianlong would have wished to mince him into fine pieces. Trying to flee. Not so simple. Chen Mo snapped to attention, his hands forming seals, rapidly as golden light surged at his fingertips. By divine decree, bind. 3 golden chains materialized out of thin air, coiling around Hu Tianlong's ankle, waist, and throat. Without turning back, Hu Tianlong swung, his serrated blade in a reverse arc, the edge igniting with eerie green flames. Bang! Bang! 2 of the runic chains snapped upon impact, leaving only one wrapped around his left foot. Just broke through to the second transition, and you think you can hold me? Hu Tianlong sneered, his left leg, suddenly exerting force, shattering the last golden chain into specks of light. Arrogant! Chen Mo let out a low shout, his fingers forming a seal, as the golden light enveloping Hu Tianlong abruptly contracted. Heaven and earth, as witness golden light takes form. Slash! The golden light condensed into a blade over a zhonglong. Runes densely covered its edge as it slashed fiercely toward Hu Tianlong. Not good. Seeing the terrifying sword light, Hu Tianlong's pupils shrank. He abruptly thrust his serrated blade into the ground, his hands forming a sinister blood seal. Devour. Bone shield. The skin on his back instantly hardened, and bulged bone spurs tearing through his clothes to form a ghastly white shield. This was an ability Hu Tianlong had gained after devouring a sequence user of defense. Boom! The moment the golden light and bone shield collided, a deafening roar erupted. Gu Chan and Red Kite nearby were secretly astonished. Was the sequence second transition truly this formidable? Such power, even a grenade would be no match, wouldn't it? The survivors in the main building were already stunned. In their eyes, Chen Mo at that moment seemed no different from an immortal. What they didn't know was that an ordinary sequence second transition could never achieve such a feat. It wasn't the second transition that was strong, but Chen Mo's celestial master sequence. As the dust began to settle, Hu Tianlong knelt on one knee, his bone shield cracked inch by inch, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Still alive? Cough. Such power worthy of the celestial master sequence. Hu Tianlong wiped the blood from his lips, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. But do you think this is enough to kill me? Chen Mo's face darkened. He hadn't expected his opponent to survive this. Hu Tianlong rose to his feet, the bone shield and wounds on his back visibly regenerating. This is the Undying Bird sequence. Gu Chen's pupils narrowed. It seemed Hu Tianlong had devoured someone from the Undying Bird sequence. In Magic City, I've already devoured 7 sequence users, and now I'll soon add 4 more. Hu Tianlong's face was full of resentment. This Undying Bird sequence consumed his lifespan with every use. The more severe the injury, the more life it drained. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he truly didn't want to use this ability. But now he had no retreat. He would have to devour these little bastards entirely to compensate for his losses. Blathering on, shut your damn mouth. Gu Chen directly slashed at him with a knife, then quickly used spatial distortion to shield himself and flee. Hu Tianlong's face twisted in disgust like Head eaten shit. But this time Head learned his lesson. He didn't chase Gu Chen, but planned to deal with Chen Mo first. He flickered, charging straight at Chen Mo with his serrated blade. Seeing Hu Tianlong rushing toward him, Chen Mo drew his black longsword and met the attack. Sword and blade clash, sparks flying everywhere. Gu Chun watched Hu Tianlong's ferocious moves and sensed something amiss. Wasn't this guy weakened by the curse? How was he still this formidable? Gu Chen's gaze shifted to where Chocolate was. The little rat was foaming at the mouth, eyes rolled back, looking completely wrecked. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Had the rat overused its sequence ability and passed out? Watching Chen Mo gradually lose ground, Gu Chun fell into hesitation. To help or not? If he fled now, Hu Tianlong definitely wouldn't catch up to him in time. Yet no sooner had this thought arisen than Gu Chen dismissed it. Not to mention that Chen Mo had saved him before, but in this apocalypse where could he even run? As he was now, he lacked the strength to face the anomalies alone. Leaving the convoy would be as good as offering himself to the anomalies. With that thought, Gu Chun hesitated no more, directly using spatial distortion. He struck Hu Tianlong's back with a vicious slash. "You little brat, I'll slice your flesh off piece by piece later." Watching Gu Chun quickly retreat, Hu Tianlong spat out threats. It was truly a case of anger without action. Gu Chun couldn't be bothered to respond, merely using spatial distortion to annoy him. On the other side, Red Kite, seeing Gu Chen's antics, joined in. Using her speed advantage, she constantly inflicted shallow cuts on Hu Tianlong. Hu Tianlong was furious at the two of them, but there was no one to quench his flames. Meanwhile, Chen Mo, who had been on the defensive, was growing stronger. In just a few breaths, Hu Tianlong, who had held the advantage, found himself losing ground. For a moment he was baffled. "Bro, were you messing with me? With such strength, why were you letting me beat you earlier?" Chen Mo glanced at Gu Chun, and Red Kite, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. The reason he had deliberately let Hu Tianlong suppress him was to see what decision Gu Chun would make. If the other had chosen to flee outright, But as it turned out, Chen Mo hadn't misjudged him. Regardless of his motives, he had ultimately chosen to help. And that was enough. Time to end this. Watching Hu Tianlong steadily retreat, Chen Mo raised his right hand, gently stroking the blade. "Primordial Qi, lend me strength to slay the demon." He bit the tip of his tongue, spraying a mouthful of vital blood, and the black longsword was instantly enveloped in golden light. Slash! Chen Mo gripped the sword with both hands, and the golden greatsword came crashing down with a thunderous blow. "Are you kidding me?" Hu Tianlong finally realized he had been toyed with, and fury consumed him. He swiftly gathered all the blood energy in his body, forming a blood shield while retreating as fast as he could. The golden sword clashed against the blood shield, erupting in a blinding flash of light. When the smoke cleared, Hu Tianlong had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a pile of shattered fragments from his serrated blade, scattered across the ground. Hu Tianlong could never have imagined that, after dominating the demonic city and slaying countless aberrations and sequence users, he would ultimately fall at the hands of a mere youth in his 20s, and worse still, be cruelly humiliated before his death. Is he dead? Hong Yuan leaned on her blood-colored long blade, gasping for breath as blood seeped from a wound on her forehead. She scanned her surroundings warily. He's probably done for. Gu Chun stared at the dark red blood-soaked concrete. If that bastard could still be alive, he'd eat his own words. At the same time, Gu Chun realized that Chen Mo had been testing him. The stark contrast in Chen Mo's combat strength from earlier was obvious to anyone. Faced with Chen Mo's test, Gu Chun felt no anger or resentment. As he had thought before, his relationship with Chen Mo or the convoy was merely one of mutual convenience. Chen Mo must have known this as well. The only thing Gu Chun regretted was not landing the finishing blow on Hu Tianlong himself. What a waste of potential kill points. We won. We won. Great, we're not going to die. The survivors erupted in cheers at first, then collapsed to the ground, sobbing and embracing each other with trembling bodies. Chen Mo ignored the crowd, sheathed his sword, and rushed toward the main building. Move! He pushed through the people and dashed toward the ruins where Wang Ben lay. Wang Ben was now covered in blood, his chest caved in, and his compound bow had fallen from his hand, clearly severely injured. Wang Ben! Chen Mo's voice was low, laced with an unprecedented tremor. He and Wang Ben had known each other long before the apocalypse. To others, Wang Ben might have seemed like nothing more than a submissive lackey. But in Chen Mo's heart, Wang Ben was his closest brother, his kin by bond. He quickly moved forward and pressed several acupoints on Wang Ben's body. At the same time, his hands formed rapid seals as he murmured, "Heaven and earth hold righteous Qi. Above it becomes the sun and stars, below it shapes rivers and mountains." With a point of his finger, a thread of golden light entered Wang Ben's body. Mo go. As the light infused him, Wang Ben weakly opened his eyes, a trickle of blood foam seeping from the corner of his mouth. "All right, don't talk yet." Chen Mo swiftly tended to Wang Ben's wounds and sent someone to fetch water and bandages. Just then Gu Chen and Hong Yuan approached, both bearing injuries of varying severity. Gu Chen's left arm had been slashed by Hu Tianlong's serrated blade, and blood had already soaked through his sleeve. Hong Yuan was not much better. Blood kept oozing from her forehead, streaming down her cheek and staining half her collar crimson. This battle had left several sequence users in the convoy wounded to different degrees. A truly brutal affair. "Are you two all right?" Chen looked up and asked, his tone already steady again. "Minor injuries, nothing serious." Gu Chen shook his head. Such wounds were trivial for a sequence user. Hong Yuan, however, was worse off, mainly because she had been sent flying by Hu Tianlong's strike earlier, practically turning her into a human speed bump. If not for the greatly enhanced physique after sequence awakening, she might have truly met her ancestors. Hu Tianlong is dead, but his convoy should still have people. Gu Chen, take some men and deal with them. Chen Mo addressed Gu Chen, who had the lightest injuries. The underlings Hu Tianlong had brought were all killed by them, about a dozen or 20 in total. Beyond these cannon fodder, Hu Tianlong's convoy surely had more members, likely still waiting for him to return. Gu Chen nodded. Even if Chen Mo hadn't suggested it, he had planned to go. He had no intention of missing this golden opportunity to harvest kill points. "Want me to come with you?" Hong Yuan's condition was poor, her voice lacking its usual vigor. "No need. It'll just take a few ordinary people." Hu Tianlong's convoy likely had only him as a sequence user. Even if there were others, they had probably been devoured by him. After all, the ability to gain another sequence power simply by devouring them was a temptation no one could resist. Gu Chen first found Yan Shui and asked her to bring back chocolate. That little creature was the true hero of this battle. Without it, Gu Chen alone might not have been able to hold Hu Tianlong at bay. "You and you few over there, come here." Gu Chen pointed at several survivors he deemed presentable, signaling them to follow him. Those he pointed at were all terrified, their legs trembling. "Sichin Gu, what do you need?" One of them mustered the courage to stammer out a question. The violent battle they had just witnessed had made them deeply aware of this man's terrifying nature. "Follow me." Gu Chen's tone was icy, offering no explanation and needing none. The men silently fell in line behind him. Gu Chen led the 4 survivors along the winding mountain road, stealthily approaching the direction of Hu Tianlong's convoy. When they were still a few dozen meters from the target, Gu Chen caught some noise. "Why isn't Tiger Lord back yet?" The commotion over there was huge. "Could it be?" "Shut up. Tiger Lord is too strong to have run into trouble." The voice carried some authority, likely a minor leader. But if something really happened to Tiger Lord, what do we do?" A woman's voice followed. The same young woman who had been relieving Hu Tianlong's urges earlier. "If Tiger Lord's gone, I'm the boss now. All the supplies and women in this convoy are mine." "Ah!" A woman's startled cry was followed by a man's satisfied grunts. "TSK. That woman sure knows how to put out fires." Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the sounds. Then his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Space distortion activated. Gu Chen instantly appeared before the man, indulging himself, and raised his blade. Thud! The young woman beneath him was splattered with blood. Staring at the headless corpse, she screamed in terror. Gu Chen swung his blade again, ending her miserable life. Enemy attack! A burly man tried to raise his gun in retaliation. Thud crack! Gu Chen pulled his bloodthirsty blade from the woman's mouth in disgust and cleaved the man, gun and all, in two. Ding! Killed hostile survivor. Earned 50 kill points. Ding! Killed hostile survivor. Earned 50 kill points. Gu Chen was like a tiger among sheep, frenziedly reaping kill points. Meanwhile, the survivors Gu Chen had brought mustered their courage and charged out, shouting bluffs. "Tiger Lord is dead. Surrender and you won't be killed. Drop your weapons. Drop them now." Hearing this, Hu Tianlong's thugs lost all will to fight, throwing down their weapons and crying out for mercy. "Mercy! Please have mercy! Don't kill me, I was forced. I surrender. Don't kill me." Faced with their pleas, Gu Chen said nothing, merely swinging his blade relentlessly. One thug who had dropped his weapon stared wide-eyed in his final moments. Hadn't they promised? Surrender and no death. Gu Chen, surrender and no death. Just a trick. Surrender or not, you die all the same. The one-sided massacre ended quickly. Gu Chen checked his kill points. Current kill points, 3850, over 2,000 of those had come from Hu Tianlong and Jiang Huan earlier. The remaining 1,000-plus points were contributed by the 30-odd cannon fodder thugs. Gu Chen glanced around, noticing that the convoy was left with only one pickup truck and an old minibus. He walked towards the pickup, which was filled with supplies. He examined the contents one by one and discovered several valuable items, a few boxes of bullets and 2 submachine guns. A large quantity of canned food, compressed biscuits, and several bags of rice. Several medical kits filled with various medicines. A few barrels of gasoline and some car repair tools. An unopened box. Gu Chen chose to ignore the other items and instead focused on the inconspicuous box. It was placed deep within the supplies of the pickup, clearly of great importance to Hu Tianlong. He crouched down and first used his spatial perception to probe inside the box. Although he couldn't see exactly what it was, he sensed a heavy object containing energy within. Gu Chen dared not open it recklessly. What if a face-hugging parasite jumped out? You come here, open this box. He picked an unfortunate survivor to test the waters. Me? The survivor's face turned pale as his legs trembled uncontrollably. Under Gu Chen's icy gaze, he could only approach the box with a mournful expression. Don't worry, just run back as soon as you open it. Seeing the other person nearly scared to the point of urination, Gu Chen attempted to reassure him. If there really was danger, he wouldn't just watch the guy die. He wasn't that cruel. The man gritted his teeth, unlocked the box, then suddenly flipped the lid open and jumped back quickly. Gu Chen tightened his grip on the long knife, fully alert, but no face-hugging monsters came leaping out. Hey you, go check it out again. Gu Chen still felt uneasy and gestured for the person who opened the box to take another look. The opener thought, damn it. Yet he could only timidly lean forward to take a peek inside the box. Chen. Brother Chen, it's a stone. The fear on the man's face noticeably faded as he turned to shout at Gu Chen. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen stepped forward. What came into view was a massive black stone about the size of a basketball. What was most astonishing was that this stone seemed not to be an inanimate object. It was moving in an extremely slow rhythm, emanating an ancient and resilient vitality. Gu Chen sniffed and detected a faint metallic smell of blood. System, what is this thing? When in doubt, ask the system. The system was his encyclopedia. Ding detecting. Ding detection complete. Name heart of the mountain stone demon origin. Extracted from the core organ of the powerful and mysterious mountain stone demon. Quality rare. Evaluation contains immense earth power and rock essence, along with the incredibly resilient life characteristics of the creature. The heavy energy contained within is difficult for non-sequence individuals to bear. The heart of the mountain stone demon. Gu Chen looked at the information provided by the system, somewhat astonished that this was an extraordinary item. Moreover, how could this stone larger than a basketball be just a heart? Gu Chen couldn't help but imagine how immense its owner must be. Such a good thing he had to keep it for himself. Gu Chen quickly made up his mind and looked at the unfortunate survivor beside him. What's your name? Oh, I'm called Lin Yi. Lin Yi seemed unable to believe Gu Chen would ask for his name, first stunned, then quickly replied, Lin Yi. Then I'll just call you Yezi from now on. You're doing great. Gu Chen patted his shoulder, gave him 2 cans of meat and a few pieces of compressed biscuits, and sent him on his way. Only then did he turn back and store the heart of the mountain stone demon along with the box into his personal dimension. To do this, he even took some of the supplies out. Gu Chen felt delighted with this extraordinary item. He could create a ritual object again. Sigh, what kind of ritual object should he create? Too many choices were truly a headache. If other sequence individuals knew his inner thoughts, they would surely want to kill him. Ritual objects were rare, and each one had its uniqueness. This led to many people awakening to a sequence yet not having a suitable ritual object. Yet here was Gu Chen suffering from choice paralysis. He was truly infuriating. Chen, brother Chen. A startled shout interrupted Gu Chen's fantasies, and he looked over to see Lin Yi speaking. At that moment, he stood at the door of the minibus with 3 others, their faces displaying fear. It seemed something terrifying was inside. What's wrong? Gu Chen frowned, somewhat annoyed. He had just reached the climax of his fantasy when he was interrupted. There are slaves. Lin Yi whispered, his voice trembling. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen hurried towards the minibus and pushed aside Chen Mo and the others, finally seeing the scene inside. Inside the bus, most of the seats had been dismantled, leaving only a few rows of rusty iron frames. Dozens of thin iron chains were tied to these frames, and they weren't locking animals but people. Most of them were young women, ragged and huddled together with hollow eyes. Gu Chen frowned, tightly recalling Hu Tianlong's slogan of snatching supplies, women, and slaves, a chill rising in his heart. This was the first time he felt the horror of his own kind in the apocalypse. This horror was not the helplessness faced against the strong power of the mysterious, but rather the ugliness of humanity. Brother Chen, what should we do? Another survivor spoke up, trembling. They had never witnessed such a scene. Whether it was Chen Mo's hopeful convoy or the previously encountered Iron Wall convoy, both were relatively friendly to ordinary people. Yet the slaves of Hu Tianlong's convoy undoubtedly brought a strong impact to their hearts. It turned out that sequence individuals could truly do as they pleased in the apocalypse. For the first time they felt fortunate. Compared to who Tianlong Chen Mo was simply a great benefactor. Although one might feel apprehensive in Chen Mo's convoy, at least they had their freedom. Chen Mo would formulate plans, organize the gathering of supplies, protect them, and even look for buses for them. Lin Yi was one of those who had previously ridden a bicycle, so he had always been grateful to Chen Mo. Now his gratitude was beyond words. Chen Mo's only flaw, apart from being a bit hypocritical, was perhaps his penchant for giving speeches. In the past, Lin Yi had grumbled about this in his heart, but now he felt Chen Mo merely liked to speak. What was wrong with that? Gather the supplies around and drive this minibus back. Gu Chun took a deep breath and instructed Lin Yi. He himself was just a small character in the apocalypse. The only thing he could do was to bring these people back to the convoy. At least that would be better than how they were living now. Yes. Yes. Lin Yi quickly responded, and he and the other three swiftly cleared the surrounding supplies. Then Gu Chun drove the pickup while Lin Yi and the others drove the minibus heading towards the abandoned service area. At the derelict service area, Gu Chun eased his supply-laden pickup into the lot. Behind it rolled a minibus crammed with slaves. Captain, we're back. Gu Chun leapt down and approached Chen Mo. We brought back a truckload of supplies and... He paused, then pointed at the minibus and a busload of slaves. Slaves? Chen Mo peered toward the minibus, brow knitting. Gu Chun nodded and ordered Lin Yi and the others to force the captives off the vehicle. On the way back, Gu Chun had already removed the iron chains. Perhaps the change of surroundings stirred something. The hollow, numb eyes of the women finally kindled with a faint light. However, once they took in the scene, their light quickly dimmed. The survivors of the convoy, seeing the ragged, vacanted women, wore expressions of tangled emotion. Their feelings mirrored those of Lin Yi and the others' earlier relief that their own convoy captain was not a brute like Hu Tianlong. Sensing the shift in the crowd, Chen Mo felt his influence swell. Captain, how do you intend to arrange for them? Gu Chun watched the thoughtful Chen Mo and asked aloud. We cannot abandon them. Chen Mo's voice was calm, but his eyes shone with resolve. Gu Chun nodded. He knew Chen Mo's nature. He would never desert these people. That was why he had brought them back. As for how to settle them, that was not his concern. Chen Mo promptly indulged in his favorite pastime, an oration. Everyone, I know you have suffered greatly, but today you are no longer slaves. Gu Chun found a place to sit, cigarette between his fingers, and watched Chen Mo speak in quiet silence. He had grown fond of Chen Mo. Do not mistake it, his fondness was for Chen Mo's gift with words. After a moving address, the slaves' gazes lost their emptiness and slowly brightened. Some sobbed softly, others clutched themselves, as if unable to believe this could be true. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and motioned to the rear. Ji Kuan, distribute the clean clothes and food we brought. Ji Kuan had once been a member of the TB convoy, serving as the blunt strategist who advised Tai Xiong. With Tai Xiong dead, he had thrown in his lot with Chen Mo. After a brief conversation, Chen Mo recognized Ji Kuan's usefulness and assigned him to manage the convoy's ordinary folk. As the convoy grew, a captain could not attend to every detail. From the crowd stepped a young man with a center-parted haircut. He was Ji Kuan. At Chen Mo's instruction, he gathered a few survivors, brought the supplies, and began distributing them to the freed women. Watching Ji Kuan oversee the distribution, Gu Chun rose and slipped to a corner of the service area. He had just conceived a plan. The plan was to trade his motorcycle. After all, in light of recent events, the abandoned rest stop held many vehicles. Among them were several pickups contributed by Hu Tianlong. If better options existed, why cling to that battered motorcycle? Not that motorcycles were without merit, but four-wheeled vehicles promised broader horizons. Gu Chun barely glanced at the decent pickups. They were not his aim. What he wanted was Tai Xiong's Hummer H2. He quickened his steps and soon stood beside the beast of a vehicle. The more he regarded the imposing off-roader, the more Gu Chun was taken with it. Its blocky silhouette, sober and commanding exterior, radiated power. The protruding doors made ingress and egress effortless, the wheel arches exaggeratedly large. The heavy bumper looked resolute at a glance, and the massive tread spoke of formidable off-road might. Is this not the perfect steed I have sought? It would shield from wind and rain, offer generous space, and serve well for staging bold raids. Gu Chun adored it. Like it, came a slightly hoarse female voice from behind. He twitched at the corner of his mouth. How is this woman everywhere? Do you always make such dramatic entrances, and stop following me all the time? Gu Chun ignored Hong Yuan behind him and continued appraising the vehicle. This woman, perhaps because she belonged to the shadow sequence, liked to slip silently into the gloom. Who says I'm following you? I'm just browsing. Hong Yuan kicked a loose stone at her feet to dispel her embarrassment. She did not know why she could not help but close in whenever she saw Gu Chen. Is the car yours? Will Chen Mo agree? Seeing him ignore her, Hong Yuan pressed on. The car belongs to the convoy, but I will be the one to drive it. Gu Chen turned and slapped the hood with his palm. The dull metallic thud answered. The vehicle belonged to the convoy. He merely claimed a 24-hour right to use it. Find nothing wrong with that, Hong Yuan scoffed, rolling her eyes. Gu Chen looked into her bloodshot eyes and remembered how the foolish girl had once taken a blade meant for him from Hu Tianlong. He fell silent, reached up and gently wiped the blood from her cheek. Hong Yuan trembled. A flicker of panic passed through her eyes, yet she did not pull away. You're hurt. Go rest first. Hong Yuan's face flushed. She patted his hand away and feigned nonchalance. This little wound is nothing. Of the shadow sequence. I have things to do, we'll go. She then ran off with a smile she could not quite suppress. Watching her graceful retreat, Gu Chen could not fail to understand her feelings. Still, the girl's temper was too fiery and needed some taming, he mused with a wry thought. Gu Chen turned to try the Hummer for himself. Then he remembered he had no key. Slapping his forehead at his own excitement, he headed to find Chen Mo and saw him approaching with Ji Kuin in tow. Captain, Gu Chen, the two called almost in unison. Gu Chen spread his hands, signaling Chen Mo to speak first. Ahem. Gu Chen, I was just looking for you. Chen Mo cleared his throat with a smile. I was about to speak to you as well. I've set my eyes on that Hummer H2. Gu Chen nodded and spoke his mind frankly. Chen Mo's lips curved subtly. I knew you would fancy it, but let's not rush. We'll hold a meeting to allocate the spoils properly. Where is Hong Yuan? I thought I saw her coming this way. Hong Yuan should be resting, or the wound on her forehead needs attention. Call her in. This time we sequence members must be present. Chen Mo's face grew serious again. The distribution of supplies was rightly a matter for them. Wang Ben was gravely wounded and could not attend, but Hong Yuan's injuries were minor, so she was expected to be present. Go prepare and sort out the supply list. Chen Mo then turned his gaze to Ji Kuin and ordered. Ji Kuin nodded respectfully and left. Chen Mo watched his retreating figure and said in a low voice to Gu Chen, this man is somewhat clever, suitable for managing ordinary folks, but I need to observe him further. I don't want another Jiang Hoan. His words seemed to carry a hidden meaning. Hearing this, Gu Chen smiled and said, you're always so cautious. In the apocalypse, those who aren't cautious don't live long. Chen Mo gave Gu Chen a meaningful look. I think you'd agree with that statement. Of course. Gu Chen nodded, still smiling, expressing his agreement. The two walked shoulder to shoulder like old friends, heading toward the meeting point. Neither spoke during the walk. Chen Mo didn't ask Gu Chen about his ability, which was utterly inconsistent with the enchantment sequence. Just as Gu Chen wouldn't ask him about the stark contrast in his combat power before and when facing Hu Tianlong. Between them, it seemed everything was said, yet nothing was said. A few minutes later, the three sat in a relatively intact room on the second floor of the service station. Red Kite had bandages wrapped around her forehead, her complexion somewhat pale, but her spirits were good. Wang Ben couldn't make it. He was too severely injured and had already fallen asleep. Ji Kuin read the supply list to everyone. First, 2 submachine guns, 5 pistols, and over 2,000 rounds of various ammunition. Second, food, over 500 cans of canned goods, 80 boxes of compressed biscuits, and 30 bags of rice. Third, medical supplies, antibiotics, painkillers, bandages, and other medical items. Fourth, fuel, 30 barrels of gasoline and 10 barrels of diesel. Fifth, other supplies, toolkits, tents, sleeping bags, and other survival gear. Additionally, there are supplies left by the Iron Bear convoy. Mainly climbing gear like cold weather clothing and snow boots, barely enough for the entire team. The supplies from both teams had now all become the property of the Hope convoy. Truly, murder and arson gild the belt. The fastest way to get supplies is always through plunder. Chen Mo looked at Gu Chen and Red Kite. Half of these supplies stay with the convoy and the other half is for us. He paused and continued. Without Gu Chen's delay this time, I wouldn't have had enough time to break through to sequence second turn. But Red Kite also played a part in this. So for these supplies, Gu Chen gets 30% and Red Kite gets 20%. And if I hadn't broken through to second turn, I couldn't have taken down Hu Tianlong. So I take 40% of these supplies and the remaining 10% goes to Wang Ben. Chen Mo looked at the two and continued. What do you think? Any objections, feel free to speak. Naturally, Gu Chen and Red Kite had no objections. Chen Mo's distribution was very reasonable and fair, completely beyond reproach. Seeing no objections, Chen Mo immediately instructed Ji Kuin to tally the supplies for the two. While Ji Kuin was calculating, Chen Mo pulled out a pile of fragments. They were from Hu Tianlong's serrated machete, which Chen Mo had shattered into pieces during the earlier battle. There were 7 fragments in total, each gleaming with a dark red metallic luster. Gu Chen didn't know exactly what they were, but he was certain they were sacrificial items. I took a look. This blade was forged from the spine of a lava soul-eating lizard as a sacrificial item. Hu Tianlong had devoured a forging sequence person. Chen Mo picked up the largest fragment where bloodshot patterns could still be seen on the cross-section. Too bad it's shattered like this. The sacrificial item is ruined. A flicker of regret crossed Red Kite's face. Though the sacrificial item is destroyed, the material is special. If we ever meet someone from the forging sequence, we might be able to forge a few small sacrificial items. Interest returned to Red Kite's eyes. Can it really be reforged? What conditions are needed? We need a smelting medium, a specific forging environment, and materials. Unfortunately, Chen Mo paused, a hint of regret flashing across his face. Unfortunately, our convoy has no forging sequence, or we might have a small sacrificial item. Each of you take a piece as a souvenir. Chen Mo looked at the two, his tone serious. After all, this was the first and only sequence they had killed. Moreover, the enemy was a second turn sequence. It held great commemorative value. Gu Chen immediately picked up the largest piece, the one Chen Mo had used for explanation earlier. Chen Mo curled his lips slightly. This kid was still so shameless. Red Kite also took a piece. She didn't care about the size, simply wanting one as a keepsake. One last thing. Gu Chen has his eye on Iron Bear's Hummer. Red Kite, any objections? Chen Mo looked at Red Kite and asked. Red Kite shook her head. Though the Hummer was nice, she still preferred her own SUV. Besides, since Gu Chen wanted it, she had even less reason to object. All right, the Hummer goes to Gu Chen. Chen Mo made the decision and handed the car keys directly to Gu Chen. By then, Ji Kuan had also finished tallying the supplies allocated to each. In the end, Gu Chen received 80 cans of canned goods, 13 boxes of compressed biscuits, 5 bags of rice, each about 20 jin, a large amount of medicine, 5 barrels of gasoline, and 1 barrel of diesel, each about 20 liters. The rest were some daily necessities. It should be noted that firearms were not distributed. Chen Mo's explanation was, I already have a plan. These guns still have a use for me. Neither of them had any complaints about this. For combat-type sequences like them, guns were no different from fire pokers. On this point, Hu Tianlong's men could attest. To injure a sequence with a gun, the target would have to be an auxiliary sequence. Otherwise, even Wang Ben, the weakest in the convoy, couldn't be harmed by gunfire. However, Gu Chen did ask Chen Mo for a pistol. It wasn't for himself but for Yan Shui. After all, there were times when he wouldn't be by her side. The gun was not for dealing with aberrations but for guarding against people in the convoy. With more people in the convoy, now all sorts of unsavory characters gathered together, there were bound to be some twisted psychopaths. Though guns were useless against aberrations, they were extremely useful against the ordinary people in the convoy. All right, supplies are distributed. Go back and prepare well. We need to leave before dawn. Chen Mo's voice rang out again. The commotion at this service station was too great. If they didn't leave soon, they might attract some aberrations. They were all wounded now and had no spare energy to kill another aberration. Gu Chen checked the time, 5:26. It was autumn, so dawn would be around 6:40 to 6:50. With just over an hour left, Gu Chen summoned Yan Shui. They began moving all the acquired supplies into his Hummer H2. After nearly half an hour of going back and forth several times, the two of them had transferred the acquired supplies into the Hummer H2. Gazing at the vehicle's massive frame and its cavernous interior, Gu Chen's heart soared with elation. How could the previous motorcycle have ever accommodated so much? The sky was now beginning to pale into a fishbelly white. Gu Chen glanced at the time, 6:06. He walked to the corner where the motorcycle was parked, looking at this steed that had been enhanced by 4 systems. Gu Chen had no intention of abandoning this motorcycle. It had accompanied him since the very beginning of the apocalypse, leading him through countless escapes. He had ridden it to slay the grotesque giant and to flee the pursuit of the web weaver. Despite his constant complaints about the bike, Gu Chen had actually developed a deep attachment to it. More importantly, he had already spent over 1,000 kill points on this vehicle. If he discarded it now, wouldn't all those points have been wasted? Gu Chen had long planned to store the motorcycle in his dimensional space. To make room, he had already cleared out some of the supplies from that space and loaded them onto the Hummer. It was all to make space for the motorcycle. Don't worry, old friend, how could I abandon you? Gu Chen sighed softly, reached out to touch the cold fuel tank, and then stored it away into his dimensional space. The motorcycle vanished instantly and no one around noticed. Even if they had, Gu Chen wouldn't have cared. Previously, he had been worried about arousing suspicion from Chen Mo. But now an unspoken understanding had formed between him and Chen no prying no questions, no interference. Before departing, there was one more thing Gu Chen wanted to do. Pay his respects to Iron Bear. After all, he had taken the man's vehicle. Iron Bear's death had been sudden, and Gu Chen didn't even know his real name. Gu Chen felt a deep admiration for someone like Iron Bear, though he couldn't pinpoint the exact nature of this feeling. Perhaps it was because he too had once been weak. Gu Chen had been through the rain himself, and now that he had an umbrella, well, he wouldn't go out of his way to shelter others. Yet he deeply respected those who were willing to hold an umbrella for others. Iron Bear's body still lay in the service area. The team members he had once protected were now busy organizing their own supplies, as if they had already forgotten the captain who had brought them fairness and shelter. Gu Chen walked over to Iron Bear, pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes and took out 3. After a moment's thought, he put 2 back. He lit the remaining one, took a deep drag, and placed it beside Iron Bear's body. He had no plans to bury Iron Bear. The convoy was about to leave, and there was no time. Rest in peace. The image of that fierce yet honest face surfaced in his mind, and Gu Chen offered a silent prayer. Perhaps someone like Iron Bear never truly belonged to this apocalypse. Or maybe it was this dark fallen world that was unworthy of such a pure soul. Attention everyone. The convoy is about to depart. You have 3 minutes. Ji Kuan bellowed at the top of his lungs. It seemed Chen Mo had entrusted him with the task of shouting orders. The original Hope convoy, after the losses at Chaoyan Town and the county bus station, had only been left with a little over 60 people. But after this replenishment, their numbers had swelled to around 150. Over 50 of them were members of the Iron Wall convoy. The remaining 30 or so were the former slaves of Hu Tianlong's convoy. The Hope convoy's blue bus was now packed to the brim. As for the minibus from Hu Tianlong's convoy, no one wanted it anymore. After all, Hu Tianlong had remodeled it into a den of iniquity, a veritable lair of evil. Not only would no one ride in it, but even a single glance brought back terrible memories. The Iron Wall convoy still had a minibus, but it was in such a dilapidated state that it looked like it would fall apart at any moment. Seeing this, Ji Kuan decided to use it as a supply transport, piling most of the confiscated goods onto it. He assigned a few trustworthy people with a submachine gun with orders to fire a burst at anyone who tried to steal. Consequently, few were willing to ride on it. The Hope convoy's bus only had a cracked windshield, so everyone frantically crowded onto that blue bus. It wasn't that there were no other vehicles available. There were several pickup trucks in the service area, but no one wanted them. Was it because they were too good for them? Of course not. The reason was the difficulty in finding gasoline. The Hengji mountain range stretched for hundreds of miles, sparsely populated with few gas stations to scavenge for fuel. Gu Chen even saw many people abandoning their own vehicles to join the bus. After all, a group searching for gasoline was far more reliable than a lone individual. It was then that Gu Chen remembered his Hummer was a notorious gas guzzler, with an average fuel consumption of 30 or 40 liters per 100 kilometers. The excitement of the new ride had made him forget this detail. No wonder Chen Mo that old fox had so readily handed over the keys. So this was his scheme. Gu Chen's head began to ache. Driving this thing 1 kilometer cost as much gas as riding his motorcycle for 20. Although there was still a fair amount of gasoline among the supplies they had just acquired, it couldn't sustain this fuel-guzzling beast for long. What was he to do? Gas stations would be incredibly scarce along the road through the Hengji Mountains. Even as a sequence bearer, he couldn't conjure gasoline out of thin air. He had once asked the system if he could directly exchange for gasoline, but the answer was no. That route was a dead end too. What about using the system to upgrade solar panels? Gu Chen shook his head, quickly dismissing the idea. Relying solely on solar panels to power such a behemoth was simply impractical. And if it were a cloudy or rainy day with insufficient sunlight, he'd be doomed. Sigh. If only the car could run without gas or electricity. Ding detected that the host has a strong desire to upgrade a vehicle. Do you wish to fuse the Mountain Rock Demon's heart with the vehicle to forge it into an offering? Fuse the Mountain Rock Demon's heart. Gu Chen pondered the system's suggestion. He had originally planned to forge the heart into an armor-type offering. After all, just by the name, it was clearly a defensive, anomalous item. But now the system had a different recommendation. System, if I fuse the Mountain Rock Demon's heart with the Hummer, what traits will I get? Gu Chen wanted to know if the final result would be worth consuming this precious, anomalous item. Ding generating plan. Fusing anomalous item with Hummer vehicle. Obtainable trait Earth armor greatly enhances the vehicle's defense, capable of withstanding minor anomalous impacts and absorbing some damage to convert into a rock shield. Trait Earth attunement. The vehicle's power core is replaced by the demon's heart, drawing on telluric energy for propulsion. Fuel consumption becomes 0, granting infinite range. Trait lifelink: when damaged, the vehicle slowly absorbs natural life force from its surroundings to repair itself. Daily recovery limit of 10. When Chen saw the second trait, his eyes were already fixed on it. It could absorb the energy of the Earth's veins as its power source. In other words, as long as the wheels were on the ground, he wouldn't have to worry about fuel. He had to admit, system, you win again. Everyone move out. 3 minutes passed quickly, and Kun's voice rang out as the convoy set off again. A thin layer of mist rose in the transverse ridge mountains in the early morning, and Chen drove the Hummer closely following the convoy. Yan Shui sat in the passenger seat's leather chair, experiencing the comfort and luxury of the vehicle. She glanced at the man driving and felt that choosing to be his woman was an utterly correct decision. Chen ignored Yan Shui's eager gaze, driving while opening the system panel. System: merge and upgrade the Mountain Stone Demon's Heart with the Hummer. Ding, do you wish to use the Mountain Stone Demon's Heart as material to merge and upgrade the current vehicle? Requires 2,000 kill points. System, this isn't right. Why is there an extra 0 in the kill points? Chen stared at the information displayed by the system, his eyes wide, almost cursing out loud. He clearly remembered that when he upgraded the bloodthirsty wild blade before, the system told him that as long as he possessed a strange object, forging a sacrifice would only require 200 kill points. Now it had increased tenfold. What the hell did that mean? Ding, warm tip. When the sacrifice's rank reaches within the top 3,000, it is a qualitative leap. The kill points required also increase geometrically. Top 3,000, a qualitative leap. Then the system explained further to Chen. It turned out that when a sacrifice's rank reaches within the top 3,000, it would possess its own life consciousness. Upon just entering the top 3,000, this consciousness was very faint and would strengthen as the rank improved. The higher the rank, the stronger this life consciousness. Similarly, the lower the rank, the weaker the consciousness would gradually become until it completely disappeared. If it reached a certain level, it could even transform into something like a weapon spirit. That meant that after the upgrade, his Hummer would rank within the top 3,000. Thinking of this, Chen didn't hesitate and chose to upgrade. Ding, consumed 2,000 kill points, current kill points 1850. Sacrifice upgrading 235958, it would take a whole day. Looking at the remaining kill points, Chen chose to upgrade his clothes. System: upgrade my jacket. The jacket Chen was wearing was already tattered after the previous battle with Hu Tianlong. Ding, detected upgradable equipment jacket. Status: severely damaged. Do you wish to spend 200 kill points to upgrade and repair the damage? Preview: using high-strength fabric, repaired a new waterproof, windproof, cut-resistant, and light cold-resistant. Chen chose yes, and a familiar white light enveloped the clothes. Upgrading ordinary items through the system was very cheap, and the time was short, only 10 minutes. Chen also upgraded his jeans and shoes. The pants and shoes didn't have much damage, and the kill points cost was cheaper by 50 points. Together, the two items cost 300 kill points. 2 more beams of white light enveloped him. Now Chen was completely bathed in radiance. Yan Shui, sitting beside him, widened her eyes. Chen. He was glowing. Seeing the astonished Yan Shui, Chen beckoned her over. She obediently leaned in, and Chen reached out, touched her head, and gently pressed it down. Yan Shui's face instantly flushed, and she cast him a coy, reproachful glance. Phew! Chen let out a comfortable sigh. Life was indeed getting better. With his previous motorcycle, he would never have had such a comfortable experience. The upgrades to his clothes and shoes were quickly completed with no major changes. They remained ordinary items. However, the comfort and durability had improved by more than a notch. Yan Shui saw the light on Chen disappear, and his tattered clothes were instantly repaired. She was astonished. Ignoring her exclamation of surprise, Chen simply pressed her head and stroked her hair. System: examine this fragment and see if it can be reforged into a sacrifice. Chen took out the fragments of Hu Tianlong's serrated machete. According to Chen Mo, this fragment could be smelted and reforged into a new sacrifice. He wondered if it was true. Ding, examining. Name: fragment of the blood-breaking, soul-sawing machete. Origin: this item was forged from the spine of a lava soul-devouring lizard, combined with the forging sequence ability. Quality: average. Evaluation: contains a small amount of energy from the lava soul-devouring lizard. The quality is very average. Using it to reforge a sacrifice is nothing short of a fool's dream. Suggestion: the host can exchange for a smelting medium and have the system upgrade and forge it, perhaps obtaining a sacrifice with a very low ranking. Smelting medium could obtain a sacrifice. Chen was secretly delighted, and he automatically deleted the part about the very low ranking. So what if the ranking was low? It was still a sacrifice. How many kill points does this smelting medium cost? Requires 500 kill points. 500 points. Chen found this price acceptable and directly chose to exchange. He wanted to use the fragment to fuse with his jacket and turn it into a sacrifice. Ding. Detected target high-quality jacket. Do you wish to consume a smelting medium to fuse and upgrade the blood-breaking soul-sawing machete fragment with the target? Chen chose yes. Ding. Sacrifices cannot be upgraded simultaneously. Do you wish to pause the vehicle's upgrade? Warm tip. After pausing, the upgrade time will reset and only half of the kill points will be refunded. Seeing the system's prompt, Chen naturally chose no. It seemed he would have to wait until the vehicle's upgrade was complete tomorrow. Chen then stopped thinking about these matters and began to enjoy himself comfortably. The convoy continued along the winding mountain road, but the fog was growing thicker. Something's up, stay alert. At that moment, Chen Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie, startling Chen. Damn, it scared the hell out of me. This walkie-talkie was also contributed by Hu Tianlong. There were 6 in total. Each sequence in the convoy had one, allowing them to communicate during the journey. Hong Yuan, keep an eye on the middle of the convoy. Chen watched the rear of the convoy. Sorry for the trouble. Chen Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie, again his tone somewhat heavy. Captain, is there a strange creature nearby? This time it was Hong Yuan who asked. Not sure, but this fog feels off to me. Both of you be careful. All right, got it, Captain. Yeah, Chen, why aren't you saying anything? Any problems? Chen Mo responded to Hong Yuan, then asked Chen. No problem. I got it. Hiss. Hearing the voice from the walkie-talkie, Chen Mo frowned. The other's voice sounded strange, and what did that final hiss mean? Was he mocking me or doubting me? Wang Ben, what do you think? Chen Mo turned to the back seat, addressing Wang Ben, who had already woken up. Wang Ben. At that moment, Wang Ben also understood what Chen's final hiss signified. But after some thought, he shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He didn't want to taint Chen Mo, this pure-hearted young man, with any adverse influence. On the other side, Chen looked at Yan Shuyi, who was covering her mouth with tears glistening in her eyes, and reached out to pinch her smooth, delicate cheek. This little girl was becoming increasingly formidable. She had nearly caused him to embarrass himself. You're so wicked. Gently tapping the large hand on her face, Yan Shuyi cast a reproachful glance at Chen, vowing never to sit in the passenger seat again. This guy was just too mischievous. Squeak! In the back seat, Chocolate had also awakened. The little fellow found itself in an unfamiliar environment and seemed somewhat nervous. But upon recognizing Chen in front, it immediately calmed down. With a few agile leaps within the car, it landed on Chen's shoulder. Squeak! It first nuzzled affectionately against Chen, then began gesturing with its tiny paws. Standing upright, it mimicked a human walking, then made a motion of drawing circles. Finally, it performed a bang, and fell to the ground, imitating someone's final miserable state. Chen Gu, it seems to be telling you that it helped defeat Hu Tianlong. Look, it's trying to claim credit. Yan Shuyi was amused by the mouse's human-like antics. Chen watched the little creature dancing about, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Without it, he might not have been able to hold off Hu Tianlong. Faced with such a meritorious ally, he had to reward it generously. With that thought, Chen immediately retrieved from his dimensional space a Snickers bar. The little mouse, delighted by such a generous gift, happily accepted it, and scurried back to the back seat to enjoy its treat. The mist seemed to grow even thicker, and Chen trailed near the rear of the convoy. Although Chen Mo had asked him to watch the back, he had no intention of foolishly staying at the very end. All he could do was try his best to protect the majority. Chen had no desire to sacrifice his own life for these survivors. His current position was ideal, able to advance or retreat as needed. Now from the car, he could only see the fog lights of Chen Mo's off-road vehicle at the front. The convoy traveled from morning until afternoon, encountering no anomalies during the journey. Yet the mist showed no sign of dissipating, but instead grew even denser. Even so, the group decided it was time to rest. After the night's terror and the day's-long journey, even the sequence holders in the convoy were feeling exhausted. Let alone the ordinary survivors who were utterly drained. Especially those on the bus, packed so tightly that space was at a premium. Even moving a foot was a luxury for them. The convoy chose a relatively sheltered spot and came to a halt. Everyone rest where you are, but don't wander off. Ji-kun's voice sounded muffled in the mist. Water and food will be distributed by group, line up orderly. By now the altitude had reached over 2500 meters, the air noticeably thinner and colder. Survivors from the bus poured out, most with numb legs collapsing directly to the ground. A bus designed to carry 22 people had been crammed with over 60. Ji Kun directed a few people to cook a thin porridge in a large pot. Calling it porridge was generous. It was merely a small amount of rice and canned meat boiled in water mixed with crushed compressed biscuits. At a glance, the rice and meat were scarce, only the biscuits and water visible. The three ingredients blended together, losing all original flavor. The color wasn't just strange, it was unique. This was the food for the survivors on the bus. Without their own vehicles, they had pooled everyone's supplies for communal meals. Their food was now stored in the bus trunk under Ji Kun's unified management. Chen Mo had placed all the survivors from this bus under his charge. Drink sparingly. We're at high altitude with scarce water and the next supply point is unknown. Ji Kun distributed drinking water while cautioning everyone. Gu Chen's Hummer slowly pulled up to the edge of the rest area, drawing the involuntary gaze of nearby survivors. This imposing steel beast stood in stark contrast to the battered surrounding vehicles. Gu Chen looked at Yan Shui, who had dozed off in the passenger seat, and patted her cheek. "Get out and cook for me." "Ah, okay." The girl, just awakened, was still a bit dazed. Hearing Gu Chen's instruction, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and obediently got out to cook for him. Now that Gu Chen had a pot and rice, he had no desire for the dry compressed biscuits. He also jumped out of the car, lit a cigarette, and stretched his limbs. He looked around. The milky white fog enveloped the entire convoy, visibility less than 10 meters. "System, can you detect anything peculiar about this fog?" Ding, scanning. A faint spiritual fluctuation permeates the air. It is recommended that the host remain vigilant. This fog is indeed suspicious. Gu Chen frowned, muttering to himself. "Chun Gu, the meal is almost ready." Yan Shui's voice came through the mist. Gu Chen acknowledged and hurried over. Yan Shui had already set up a small pot cooking rice with canned beef warming beside it. The meal was soon ready, and she handed Gu Chen a steaming bowl of rice. The rice was mixed with canned meat and vegetable leaves, topped with 2 pieces of compressed biscuits. Simple as it was a rare delicacy in this apocalypse. Gu Chen tossed the damned compressed biscuits from his bowl to Yan Shui. He genuinely couldn't stomach them anymore. They caused constipation and made it hard to pass. The aroma of rice and canned meat soon wafted out. Nearby survivors, catching the scent, involuntarily swallowed their gazes, unconsciously drifting toward Gu Chen. "So fragrant." A gaunt woman murmured to herself, her own strange porridge suddenly losing all appeal. "That's because he's a sequence holder. He can have whatever he wants. We're rationed even thin gruel while he enjoys steaming rice and meat." A middle-aged man nearby spoke with a sour tone. "Why can't I awaken a sequence?" A tall, bespectacled youth clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. If he had, he could also have such a fine car and such a beautiful woman. His envy and hatred for Gu Chen were palpable. He wished he could take his place, but he could only fantasize about it. Smack! A sharp sound shattered the illusions of those around. "This is unfair." A round-faced woman stood up, hurling her broken bowl to the ground, the meager porridge splattering everywhere. The air froze instantly. Everyone stared at her in terror. Who was this person so audacious? The others had only dared to rage inwardly, but here was someone unafraid of death. The survivors of the original Iron Wall convoy halted their movements, their eyes filled with terror and a glimmer of anticipation as they fixed their gaze on the woman speaking. Then they quickly stole glances at the reactions of the few sequence bearers. "Li Mei, what are you saying?" Ji Kun's voice trembled with fury, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. He knew this woman. Like him, she was a member of the old Iron Wall convoy, and she had always been troublesome even back then. She constantly clamored for women's rights, even rallying a few female members to form a small clique. Iron Bear was easygoing and chose not to bother with her. He even symbolically granted her some authority and supplies, tasking her with looking after the vulnerable in the convoy. After Iron Bear's death, she remained silent and withdrawn, never expecting her to stir up trouble in full view of everyone. The current sequence bearers of the convoy were far from being as tolerant as Iron Bear. Even Chen Mo, the captain, who seemed the most approachable, was a ruthless individual at his core. "I say it's unfair." Li Mei's eyes were bloodshot, her voice hoarse. "Why do they get meat and rice while we have our porridge rationed? Are sequence bearers superior? When Boss Iron Bear was around, there was never such discrimination." Ji Kun's face flushed crimson in an instant. He glanced frantically at Chen Mo, opening his mouth but finding no words to defend himself. Nearby, the former members of the Hope convoy silently distanced themselves from this woman. If they didn't know what kind of person Chen Mo truly was, who would? Though he usually seemed easygoing and tried to protect them, he showed no mercy when killing. Meanwhile, the slaves from the former Hu Tianlong convoy had already retreated far away. Their current life was far better than when they were enslaved. They had no desire to follow this woman into trouble. Only some from the Iron Wall convoy remained by Li Mei's side now. Seeing Ji Kuan rendered speechless by her outburst, Li Mei grew even more emboldened. She pointed at Gu Chen, who was eating nearby, her voice trembling with excitement. He's driving Boss Iron Bear's car and eating his food. Yet we're fed this slop even dogs wouldn't touch. Yi Kun, tell me, is this the fairness Boss Iron Bear entrusted to you? Do you want to die? Don't drag me into this. Hearing the woman call his name, Ji Kuan roared and rushed to Gu Chen. Brother Chen, please don't misunderstand. I don't know this woman. This has nothing to do with me. Ji Kuan humbled himself greatly. Even though he had only recently joined the convoy, he knew the temper of the man before him. As long as you didn't provoke him, you were safe. But once you did, you might even drag others into trouble. He didn't believe for a second that the man would show him any special treatment out of consideration for Chen Mo. Gu Chen ignored Ji Kuan and looked toward Chen Mo's position. Even through the shroud of mist, Chen Mo must have known about the commotion, yet he didn't come out to explain. Was he supposed to play the villain? Gu Chen instantly grasped Chen Mo's plan, let him deal with the woman, then Chen Mo would step in to soothe the crowd's emotions. What a hypocrite! Gu Chen cursed under his breath as he rose and walked toward the woman. Gu Chen never cared whether he was seen as good or evil. All he knew was that he was in a foul mood. Tell me, what kind of fairness do you want? Speak freely. I'll grant it without fail. Gu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile as he calmly asked Li Mei. The woman initially recoiled in fear as Gu Chen approached, but to her surprise he actually asked for her opinion. It seemed he had some respect for women after all. She straightened up, regaining her confidence, her round face appearing even more sharp and mean. It's simple. The moment she spoke, Gu Chen drew the bloodthirsty wild blade from his waist. Peft! The crowd only saw a flash of cold light before a head soared into the air. You actually thought I'd let you talk? Gu Chen wiped the blood from his face, sneering at Li Mei's headless corpse. Dead. She's dead. Murder. The crowd erupted in screams, chaos spreading instantly. Everyone had imagined countless possibilities, including Li Mei's death, but none had expected Gu Chen to be so direct. He even toyed with her before her end. Anyone else want fairness? Step forward. Gu Chen raised his blade, his icy gaze sweeping over the panicked crowd. Silence fell like a shroud. Everyone was cowed by Gu Chen's brutality, daring not to utter a word. Those from the Iron Wall convoy beside Li Mei, splattered with blood, were so terrified they wet themselves. Gu Chen, why did you kill her? At that moment, Chen Mo finally seemed to notice the disturbance. His face showed shock as he questioned Gu Chen as if reproaching. How could you be so cruel? Since no one wants fairness anymore, don't provoke me in the future, or this will be your fate. Gu Chen ignored Chen Mo and continued his threats. In this convoy, if you cross me, Gu Chen, no one can protect you. With that, Gu Chen shot a defiant glance at Chen Mo. A flicker of anger, wariness, and reluctance crossed Chen Mo's face like a pie chart of emotions. Humph! Gu Chen snorted coldly and walked away without looking back. Sigh! Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, Chen Mo let out a seemingly helpless sigh. He immediately called Ji Kuan over and instructed him to distribute supplies from his own vehicle to everyone. Seeing Chen Mo willing to share food in contrast to Gu Chen's earlier ruthlessness, the crowd was overwhelmed with gratitude toward him. Some sharp-eyed individuals seemed to sense something, but none chose to speak out. They simply joined the others in collecting supplies. A truly wise person never reveals their intelligence. Besides, who would turn down supplies? Li Mei's death had some value after all. It at least earned everyone an extra portion of goods. Gu Chen had returned to his Hummer by then. He exchanged a glance with Chen Mo, who was distributing supplies, and everything was understood without words. The convoy had taken in many new members, some of whom were troublemakers. Take those from the Iron Wall convoy, for instance. They still lived under the illusion of Iron Bear's protection, demanding fairness in everything. Their clumsy performance was meant to tell everyone that Iron Bear's era was over. Don't clamor for fairness or stir up trouble, or you'll meet a gruesome end. Moreover, the convoy needed a villain to highlight Chen Mo's kindness. As for whether anyone would expose their act, they never worried. As the saying goes, see but don't expose. If you dared to speak out, you'd better not want to stay in the convoy. Stay obedient and you'd live, leave the convoy and you'd only face death. Gu Chen casually washed the blood off his face and continued eating his meal. Yan Shui, however, felt somewhat uneasy. The Gu Chen she had just seen was indeed terrifying. Gu Chen seemed to notice Yan Shui's discomfort and looked up at her. After finishing his meal, he handed her the bowl. "Wash this for me later." Gu Chun still had a decent supply of water, so he decided to be a little extravagant and wash the bowl one last time. With that, he turned and went back to his Hummer to rest. He had no intention of comforting Yan Shui. He had neither the mood nor the time. Besides, the relationship between him and Yan Shui was essentially a mutual exchange of interests. He desired her body and was captivated by her beautiful figure while she sought supplies and a better life. Gu Chun checked the system's upgrade timer in the car. There were about 14 hours left. Gu Chun lounged back in his seat and lit a cigarette. After taking a puff, he caught a faint, pleasant fragrance. Turning his head, he saw a stunning face outside the car door. It was Hong Yuan. Her gaze swept over the bloodstains on the ground that Li Mei hadn't fully cleaned, and she frowned slightly. "Killing someone in public. Aren't you afraid they'll see you as a demon?" Gu Chun exhaled a thin wisp of smoke. "What do I care about others' opinions?" He had never been concerned with what others thought. Their judgments were merely the impotent rage of the weak. Hong Yuan gave a light snort, reached out, and plucked the cigarette from Gu Chen's fingers. She took a bold drag, indifferent to the fact that it had been in his mouth. This woman, if she wanted to talk, why the need to steal his cigarette? "You see things clearly, but..." She tilted her head, her expression complex. "I admire that about you. Tai Xiong is too idealistic, Chen Mo too hypocritical. Only you dare to face your own heart." When Li Mei had caused trouble earlier, Hong Yuan had also wanted to intervene. As a woman herself, she disliked those who only knew how to use their gender as a weapon. But to behead someone in broad daylight like Gu Chun did, that was something she still couldn't bring herself to do. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow watching Hong Yuan smoke, then reached over and snatched the cigarette back. In this day and age, cigarettes were a rare commodity. Every puff was a loss, and the one in his hand was something he'd scavenged from Chaoyan Town. Stingy. Hong Yuan hadn't expected him to take it back and shot him a glare. "State your business." Gu Chun grabbed the cigarette, wiped it off with a look of disdain, not believing she had come just to flatter him. "When are you going to teach me the last two moves of the Blood Shadow Blade technique?" Leaning in close, Hong Yuan stared at him, intently ignoring his expression of disgust. That guy had only taught her 6 moves last time and then stopped. He claimed the time wasn't right, but it was clear he just didn't want to teach her. "I can teach you, but what are you offering in exchange?" Although the Blood Shadow Blade technique had been deduced from her own practical blade style, he had still spent his own kill points on it. Moreover, teaching her the blade technique last time had already settled their debt. "That's not what you said before." Hong Yuan's eyes widened. The man was indeed going back on his word. "That was then, this is now." A sly smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth. "If you really want to learn, bring something to trade." Hong Yuan bit her lip, hesitating. Then she unbuttoned a few buttons of her top, revealing a deep cleavage and a generous view. "Brother Chun, won't you teach me?" She coaxed, pouting her luscious lips in a sweet voice. She had figured Gu Chen out. He was an old lecher at heart. The fact that he kept the beautiful Yan Shui by his side was proof enough, so she decided to use her feminine wiles. And she didn't mind using this tactic on him. Seeing the flirtatious Hong Yuan before him, Gu Chun nearly dropped his cigarette. He hadn't expected such a contrasting side to Hong Yuan. Was this the same hot-tempered, foolish girl? Gu Chen's eyes widened slightly as he marveled at how far she would go to achieve her goals. But it was just seduction. Gu Chen blew a puff of smoke into her face. "Enough, you silly girl, stop acting seductive. That won't work on me." Hong Yuan, filled with shame and indignation, slunk away, muttering curses under her breath. Gu Chun watched her retreating figure and shook his head. Did she really think she could get something for nothing like that? "Brother Chun, the dishes are washed." A voice tinged with jealousy came from Yan Shui, who had finished tidying up and slipped into the car. Jealous? Gu Chun reached out and lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Enne. Yan Shui's eyes darted away. She was indeed a little jealous. She had seen everything. Hong Yuan's coquettish display when she unbuttoned her shirt and the intimacy between them, but she was merely Gu Chen's caged bird. She knew she had no right to throw a tantrum in front of him. Looking at the obedient Yan Shui, Gu Chun felt satisfied. He liked her docile and compliant nature. The convoy set off again. The reason was the oppressive feeling the fog gave everyone. Chen Mo planned to push forward as much as possible before dark, hoping to escape the thick mist. But within 2 hours his plan fell apart. Many in the convoy were suffering from altitude sickness, and a few of the weaker ones had even fainted. Helpless Chen Mo had to order everyone to stop again and rest on the spot. Cough. Cough. My head is spinning. Can't breathe. As night fell, altitude sickness spread through the convoy. The survivors who had just joined from low-altitude areas were hit the hardest. Captain, we can't go on like this. A dozen people have already passed out. If this continues, I'm afraid. Ji Kuan hurried over to Chen Mo, his own face pale and lips white. Chen Mo stood in the center of the camp, his brow deeply furrowed. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. Distribute all our altitude sickness medication to everyone. Chen Mo instructed Ji Kuan. But there's not enough medicine to go around. Ji Kuan's brow was also furrowed. Most of the convoy's medical supplies were anti-inflammatories. There was very little for altitude sickness. You decide how to distribute it. Chen Mo gave Ji Kuan a meaningful look before turning and walking away. Ji Kuan watched his retreating back and understood Chen Mo's intention. The medicine was far from sufficient. Those in critical condition who clearly wouldn't survive had already been given up on by Chen Mo. Gu Chen also got out of the car and looked around. In the dense fog, people could be vaguely seen huddled beside tents and vehicles groaning in pain. The survivors were already short on supplies and physically weak. Now, with altitude sickness added to the mix, many might not live to see the sunrise. The only ones unaffected were probably a few sequence holders and those who had previously lived on the plateau. To Gu Chen's surprise, the delicate little girl Yan Shuyi seemed completely unfazed. According to her, before the apocalypse she had traveled to Yunnan province and had already acclimated to the high-altitude environment. This saved Gu Chen a great deal of trouble. After all, if this little lass were to suffer from altitude sickness, his own pleasures would be ruined. The deep night camp was filled with the agonizing wails and groans of survivors. Su Zong, originally named Su Huijin, was the chief financial officer of a listed company before the apocalypse. He was one of the few ordinary people in the convoy who did not suffer from altitude sickness. At this moment, he stepped down from a sedan with a look of satisfaction. Adjusting his clothes, he glanced at a plump woman inside the car and tossed her 2 ibuprofen tablets. Before the apocalypse, Su Huijin considered himself a true success. Now he was also one of the most resource-rich ordinary people in the convoy with his own vehicle and supplies. Just moments ago, with 2 ibuprofen tablets, he had traded for a voluptuous young woman who wanted to save her husband. Her husband was suffering severely from altitude sickness. He was among those who had been abandoned so naturally. He could not receive medicine from the convoy. Helpless, the young woman had to sell her body to buy a sliver of hope for her husband's survival. Su Huijin paid no heed to the weeping woman behind him. He was now overwhelmed by a need to urinate. He ran to the edge of the camp and began to relieve himself. Through the hazy mist, Su Huijin seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure. It startled him so much that he nearly wet himself. When he made out the figure's appearance, he relaxed. It was the convoy's sequence, Red Kite. As the only female sequence in the convoy, many men harbored sinister thoughts about Red Kite. Su Huijin was no exception. He had long lusted after Red Kite. There was no helping it. Red Kite was breathtakingly beautiful with a fiery figure and formidable strength. If he could conquer Red Kite, Su Huijin dared not imagine the ecstasy and sense of conquest. But Su Huijin was acutely aware of the power gap between them and dared not reveal his thoughts. Suddenly, he seemed to see Red Kite beckoning him. Was she signaling him to come over? In the dead of night, could it be? Su Huijin could hardly believe it, for Red Kite had always been aloof in the convoy. She only showed a hint of warmth when facing the few sequences in the convoy. Moreover, her wanton side had only ever been revealed before Gu Chen. Su Huijin was instantly consumed by lust. Even having just been sated, he could not resist the allure of Red Kite. He had been with many women, having kept several female college students before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, he had used his resource advantage to claim many women in the convoy. But in his eyes, none of them were even worthy of polishing Red Kite's shoes. She was a lofty sequence, an existence he normally had to look up to. He even wondered if Red Kite had some peculiar fetish. He had also read some stories like fallen angels or celestial maidens descending to the mortal world. Su Huijin, lewdly grinning, pulled up his pants and ran toward Red Kite, as if driven by an overwhelming urge. It never occurred to him that Red Kite's vehicle was parked deep within the camp. Why would she be here? Just as Su Huijin reached Red Kite, and before he could speak, the figure suddenly spun around. It nearly scared the soul out of him. What met his eyes was not Red Kite's exquisite face. Instead, it was a hideous, hairy visage. Su Huijin opened his mouth wide, but found he could not make a sound. Terrified, he tried to run, but as he turned, he found his feet had left the ground. First, he smelled a foul stench, then his head sank into a warm, dark environment. Su Huijin felt a sudden lightness and then lost consciousness. Su Huijin had his brain eaten. He was dead. The monkey-faced, human-bodied monster devoured Su Huijin's headless corpse and gazed greedily at the camp. Gu Chen's Hummer was parked at the outer edge of the camp. Of course it wasn't that he wanted to be on the outskirts. Wherever he parked that became the camp's periphery. After the Li Mei incident, the survivors dared not approach him, keeping their distance. In his sleep, Gu Chen vaguely heard someone calling him. Gu Chen, wake up, an aberration is attacking the convoy. Hearing the word aberration, Gu Chen instantly snapped awake and opened his eyes to look out the window. Chen Mo's figure stood in the open space nearby, frantically waving for him to get out of the car. Gu Chen quickly pushed aside Yan Shuyi, who was in his arms, grabbed the bloodthirsty wild blade beside him, and jumped out of the car. Killing aberrations to earn slaughter points was Gu Chen's strongest desire at the moment. But when he looked at Chen Mo, he sensed something was off. He noticed that Chen Mo's eyes no longer held their usual shrewdness. Instead, they were filled with sincerity. After all, that kid usually looked at him with eyes full of calculation and greed, as if he wanted to drain every bit of value and secret from him. Damn it, trying to fool me. Gu Chen angrily drew his blade and swung it fiercely at Chen Mo. He had realized that this was an aberration crying wolf. Chen Mo, seeing Gu Chen charging at him with a drawn blade, widened his eyes in disbelief and quickly raised his sword to parry. What the hell are you doing attacking me? Are you trying to rebel? Chen Mo was furious. Because he had felt a twinge of guilt over making Gu Chen play the villain earlier, he had deliberately tried to appear sincere this time. He wanted to show Gu Chen that he wasn't always scheming against him. But unexpectedly, the kid just drew his blade and struck. Are you really Chen Mo? Gu Chen looked at the man's shocked and angry expression, which didn't seem fake. Of course, who else would I be? Gu Chen halted his blade mid-swing. Under the faint light of the blood moon, he could clearly see the scar on Chen Mo's brow twitching with anger. That scar was left from a previous battle with Hu Tianlong. Even so, Gu Chen remained vigilant. Aberrations were cunning. Some could not only mimic appearances, but even parts of one's aura. Look, why are you so cautious? This should convince you. Seeing Gu Chen still on guard, Chen Mo released the sacred energy unique to his heavenly master sequence. Gu Chen then used his spatial perception to examine Chen Mo thoroughly. He found that the man's internal energy structure and vital signs perfectly matched his memory of Chen Mo. It was not an energy-formed illusion or mimicry. Gu Chen felt a bit awkward. What now? In the apocalypse, mistaking one's captain for an aberration and attacking him. Urgent advice needed. Captain, it's really you. What's wrong with you showing such sincere eyes? I thought I'd encountered an illusion-type anomaly. But Gu Chen quickly composed himself and turned the tables with a counterattack. Hearing this, Chen Mo's facial muscles twitched slightly as he suppressed the urge to stab him. Ji Kuan just reported that 7 people have gone missing in the camp, all without altitude sickness. There's something wrong with this fog. I suspect it's an anomaly's doing. Before coming to find, Gu Chen Mo had cast a divination which showed moderate misfortune. Chen Mo wasn't too surprised. In this apocalypse, auspicious omens were impossible. As long as it wasn't great misfortune, the 4 sequence users in the convoy still had room to maneuver. Well, although Wang Ben was still severely injured and lying in the vehicle, he had already sent Ji Kuan to assist Hong Yuan in checking the situation while he came to fetch Gu Chen. Unexpectedly, he nearly got taken out by this kid's blade. 7 missing, all without altitude sickness. Gu Chen's heart tightened. Could this anomaly have some peculiar preference? I suspect we've already entered its domain. Domain? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. What was a domain? A special technique of psychic-type anomalies that creates illusions to lure humans. The carrier of this domain should be this fog. Chen Mo's words confirmed the system's earlier warning. The fog was indeed problematic. After hearing Chen Mo's explanation, Gu Chen asked curiously, then why did it act only now? We've been driving in this fog for half a day. I don't know. I'm not a worm in the anomaly's gut, and I haven't even seen its form yet. Chen Mo shook his head, unsure why it chose this moment. I've sent Hong Yuan to check the east side of the camp. He'll look into the north. Go meet up with her first. Gu Chen nodded and split up with Chen Mo heading east. The camp's west was a cliff, the south a precipice, making the northeast the most likely hiding spot for the anomaly. Of course, some anomalies could fly, for they were everywhere, on land, in the sky, and beneath the seas. Meanwhile, at the eastern perimeter of the camp, Hong Yuan looked at Ji Kuan, who was trembling like a sieve, and shook her head helplessly. All right, you don't have to follow me. Go back first. Ji Kuan, relieved, thanked her and hurried back to the camp. Chen Mo was truly a genius for assigning a logistics personnel to accompany a combatant on reconnaissance. Ji Kuan had studied the talent management manual for 2.5 years and had never seen such an arrangement. Hong Yuan continued walking when a voice came from behind. Hong Yuan, I think I hear something. Come over. Hong Yuan turned to see Gu Chen waving at her. Gu Chen, what are you doing here? She was surprised, having just come from that area without noticing anything. A flicker of suspicion arose, but trusting Gu Chen, she stepped forward. Why are you alone? Where's the captain? He went to check the north and told me to meet you here. Come over. Hong Yuan. Hong Yuan stopped mid-step. After hearing the last line, she was certain this wasn't Gu Chen. After all, Gu Chen never called her by name. He either called her big fool or that one. A surge of anger rose within her. You bastard. Dare to impersonate Gu Chen to fool me. Hong Yuan, what's wrong? Come over. The voice grew urgent. Hong Yuan smirked. Nothing am coming. In a flash, her figure vanished as her blade slashed toward the Gu Chen. Roar. Caught off guard by her decisive strike, the figure was hit in the shoulder. At the same time, its true form was revealed. Its face resembled wrinkled old melon skin with a human body and monkey head covered in fur. Hong Yuan immediately thought of a name. Mandrill. Struck, the mandrill howled in pain and spat out a thick puff of fog, then vanished in an instant. Gripping her blade tightly, Hong Yuan scanned her surroundings warily. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. As he arrived, Hong Yuan swung her blood-red blade straight at his neck with unprecedented speed and killing intent. Damn! Sensing the fierce blade, Gu Chen's pupils contracted as he activated spatial distortion. Boom! Are you insane, trying to kill me? Gu Chen was both shocked and furious, steadying himself with a low growl. If not for the sequence energy and spatial perception confirming this Hong Yuan was real, he would have cut her down as an anomaly. Keep pretending, beast. Hong Yuan shouted, her blood-red blade dancing wildly. Just fooled me, and now you dare show that face. Gu Chen instantly understood. An anomaly must have impersonated him to trick this foolish woman. You big fool, all your brains went to your chest. Helplessly parrying Hong Yuan's attacks, Gu Chen finally understood Chen Mo's earlier frustration. Hearing the familiar tone and sensing the sequence energy, Hong Yuan hesitated. You're really Gu Chen? No shit, who else would it be? Gu Chen retorted, flicking his wrist to knock her blade away. Hong Yuan finally confirmed his identity, her tense nerves relaxing slightly with a hint of embarrassment. You don't know. An anomaly just turned into you to trick me. It looked like a mandrill. Hong Yuan spoke rapidly, pointing in a direction. I slashed its shoulder, it spat fog and fled, leaving dark green blood. A mandrill? Damn it. Gu Chen frowned, scanning the area. This fog is its domain. We need to. Ah! Before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream came from the camp center. Help! It's eating people. The anomaly. It's here. Both of them paled. The beast had lured them away. They dashed toward the camp, but the fog seemed alive, thickening until they could barely see their hands. Gu Chen's spatial perception could only detect vague outlines within 5 meters. Damn it! Hong Yuan cursed. In this fog, she couldn't leverage her shadow sequence advantage. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the camp center. In the thick fog, a humanoid figure moved like a ghost. 2 survivors fired submachine guns Ji Kuan had handed out. But it was futile. The bullets passed through the mandrill as it turned into mist, instead hitting 2 unlucky survivors. Most terrifying of all, it mimicked the appearances and voices of Chen Mo and Hong Yuan, sowing panic among the crowd. Don't panic. Gather around me. A false Chen Mo shouted loudly, his voice identical to the captain's. A survivor fighting back with a gun instinctively moved closer to him. But the false Chen Mo suddenly revealed a sinister grin, his hands clamping like vices around the man's head. With a crisp crack, before the man could even scream, his head was twisted off. Seeing that even the truth was useless, the crowd descended into utter madness. Fake. It's fake. A mountain fiend. It's a mountain fiend. Ji Kuan roared from a distance. He had just crawled out of his tent and witnessed this horrifying scene. But panic had already spread. How could a single word from him quell it? In the crowd, a false Hong Yuan was softly soothing several survivors. Don't be afraid, follow me. As they followed her into the mist, claws pierced through their chests. The mountain fiend swiftly fled to the northwest corner of the camp. Imitating Gu Chen's voice, it shouted to those around, "Everyone come to me. I will protect you." Several survivors, instantly terrified, pointed at the false Gu Chen and yelled, "Here, the mountain fiend is here. Why would that demon Gu Chen protect them? This one must be the mountain fiend." Roar. The mountain fiend cried out in pain, turning to see the real Gu Chen standing before him. The bloodthirsty blade had already struck its right arm. Imitating me? A cold smirk flickered across Gu Chen's face. Do you even deserve it? The mountain fiend's furious face showed a hint of confusion. This trick always worked. Why had it been seen through so quickly this time? Its body turned into a thick mist fleeing toward the eastern side of the camp. Break illusions and banish falsehoods by divine decree break. Chen arrived as well, rapidly forming hand seals and chanting in a low voice. He cast a talisman of dispelling illusions at the fleeing mist. Ah! Struck by the talisman, the mountain fiend let out a blood-curdling scream, its form immediately becoming visible. Its right arm had been slashed by Gu Chen's bloodthirsty blade, revealing bone-deep wounds. Dark green blood dripped from its fur onto the ground, hissing and corroding small pits into the surface. Revealed, the mountain fiend's eyes were filled with venom. It knew escape was impossible today. Don't let it flee. Chen shouted, forming hand seals with golden light, flickering at his fingertips. Bind. 2 chains of runes materialized from thin air, snaking nimbly around the mountain fiend's feet. The fiend howled and clawed at them, but the sacred power within the talismans suppressed it, slowing its movements. Big silly girl left side. Gu Chen growled, activating his spatial distortion ability. His figure vanished, reappearing the next instant to the mountain fiend's right. The bloodthirsty blade swept a crimson arc, aiming straight for its neck. The mountain fiend raised an arm to block, hastily underestimating the blade's terrifying sharpness. A flash of cold light, then a sharp pain in its right shoulder. The arm was severed cleanly. Pain. Too painful. Dark green blood sprayed forth. The agony of the lost arm drove the mountain fiend into a deafening roar. Its eyes bloodshot, it shook violently, causing the light of the 2 runic chains to dim slightly. At that moment, Hong Yuan's figure burst from the shadows on the left, driving her blood-red long sword precisely into the fiend's ribs. She spun with the momentum, twisting the blade viciously in the wound. Beast. Die now. The mountain fiend howled in pain, flailing its left arm wildly, forcing Hong Yuan to retreat step by step. Though missing an arm, the beast's strength had actually surged under the blood moon's buff. Go! Just as Gu Chen was about to strike again, a low shout rang out. A flash of white sword light. The strike came from Chen. The mountain fiend's cry was cut short. Its head spun and the world seemed to whirl around it. In its final moment, it saw only its own headless body, missing an arm. Witnessing this, Gu Chen's eyes nearly split with rage. Chano, you son of a... Damn it, a kill stealer. Stealing my kill again. Gu Chen glanced at the system's kill count. Current remaining kill points 4,050. After upgrading his Hummer and clothes, Gu Chen's original kill points were 1,550. This mountain fiend had directly provided him with 2,500 kill points. And he had only struck it once and severed one arm. If he had killed the mountain fiend, Gu Chen was certain the points would have been even higher than those from the bizarre giant he had slain before. But in that battle with the giant, he had held every advantage. Lacking any one of them, he might have been the one to die. Gu Chen felt a hint of frustration. His strength was growing, yet he was earning fewer kill points. As the mountain fiend's corpse crashed to the ground, the thick mist began to slowly dissipate with its death. Everyone could finally see their surroundings. The camp was in utter chaos. The bodies of survivors lay strewn across every corner, the air thick with the stench of blood. Chan Mo's face darkened immensely. With so much incense power lost, how could he be in a good mood? Hong Yuan, panting heavily, walked to the mountain fiend's headless corpse and gave it a vicious kick with her long, slender leg. Damn beast! Dare to take his form to deceive me? Gu Chen also approached the corpse, poking the fiend's tough hide with the back of his blade. This skin is truly fine. And those claws. Incredibly hard, real treasures. If he used this leather to upgrade his jacket, the effect would surely surpass that fragment of the blood-severing soulsaw blade. As Gu Chen pondered, the mountain fiend's headless corpse began to disintegrate. Flesh peeled from the skeleton like grains of sand. The bones crumbled to dust, leaving only a piece of leather shimmering with faint blue patterns lying silently on the ground. The leather wasn't large, only the size of 2 palms, but it exuded a deeply unsettling aura. Was this a dropped, anomalous item? Killing anomalies sometimes dropped such items, but it was only a chance. Not every anomaly left one behind after death. Gu Chen quickly had the system scan it. Ding, scanning. Name: Mist Mountain Fiend hide. Origin: fine leather taken from the Mist Mountain Fiend, a peculiar anomaly of the highlands. Quality: precious. Evaluation: this hide contains the anomalous power of the Mist Mountain Fiend. It is exceptionally tough and carries a mist attribute. Suggestion: can be used for crafting or upgrading sacrificial items. However, be cautious of the potential cost its use may incur. Gu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. Rubbing his hands together like a fly, he stepped forward to claim it. Just as his hand was about to touch the leather, a shadow flashed. Gu Chen looked up and saw 2 long, shapely legs before him. Hong Yuan stood on the leather looking down at Gu Chen with a seductive smile curving at the corners of her lips. This thing isn't yours alone, you know. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Just as he was about to start his usual blathering, he saw Chen Mo walk over as well. Indeed, that's how it is. We got this by fighting the mountain demon together. One person shouldn't hog it all. Hearing Chen Mo's words, Gu Chen knew he couldn't embezzle the mountain demon's hide this time. After all, this wasn't like the last time when he looted Hu Tianlong's convoy alone and could secretly pocket the eerie objects. Without Chen Mo's illusion-breaking talisman this time, the mountain demon might have escaped. Fine, I have no objections. But there are 3 of us and only 1 hide. How do we split it? Gu Chen refused to give up. He needed this hide. He craved sacrificial items too much. Simple. Trade it for supplies or other things. Seeing Gu Chen's intense gaze, Chen Mo felt a secret delight and subtly coaxed him. As long as you offer something valuable enough, I'll give you my share. Gu Chen shot Chen Mo a speechless glance. He was sure that if he followed the other suggestion, he'd end up losing everything, even his underwear. What about you, you silly girl? Gu Chen couldn't be bothered with Chen Mo anymore and turned to Hong Yuan. Oh, I haven't decided yet. Let me think it over and I'll tell you later. Hong Yuan was in no rush. She was determined to make Gu Chen pay dearly. She needed to use her brains to think carefully and not come out short. After all, the guy in front of her was extremely cunning, just like when he taught her swordsmanship. A new excuse every day. Hong Yuan directly picked up the eerie blue hide, examined it in her hands, and looked at the 2. I'll keep this hide for now. Any objections? Chen Mo pondered for a moment and nodded. Fine, you hold onto it for now. Compared to that rascal Gu Chen, Chen Mo trusted Hong Yuan much more. After all, her brain wouldn't allow her to do anything beyond his control. All right, you guys call the shots. Gu Chen had no choice but to go along for now. Chen Mo took Ji Kuan to tally the casualties. The camp had suffered heavy losses with many dead. Altitude sickness had already claimed some, and now those without it had also perished. In a crude tent within the camp, Wang Ben, who had been absent for a few chapters, finally emerged. He had hidden himself when the mountain demon attacked. His eagle eye sequence granted him decent vision even in the thick fog. Thanks to this ability, he had perfectly avoided the mountain demon. Seeing the devastated camp, he felt a pang of guilt. It wasn't that he didn't want to protect the ordinary survivors, but he was all too aware of his own condition. Fighting the mountain demon while severely injured might have cost him his own life. Between saving himself and saving others, Wang Ben had selfishly chosen the former. Chen Mo naturally spotted Wang Ben and quickly walked over, noticing his pale complexion. How's your injury? Chen Mo was aware of Wang Ben's actions but didn't blame him. In his eyes, Wang Ben was far more important than these survivors. Survivors could be found again, but a brother who shared his heart, once lost, was truly gone. I'm feeling a bit better. A flicker of guilt crossed Wang Ben's face, for his recent actions seemed shameful even to himself. Brother Mo, enough. Chen Mo cut him off. In that situation, if I were severely injured, I would have hidden too. This wasn't Chen Mo comforting Wang Ben. It was his genuine belief. After all, no matter what, staying alive was the most important thing. Chen Mo's principle was saving others should not come at the cost of his own life. Can your compound bow still be used? Perhaps sensing Wang Ben's heavy mood, Chen Mo changed the subject. It's unusable. Wang Ben shook his head. His compound bow had been damaged in the fight with Hu Tianlong. It wasn't a sacrificial item, just an ordinary one. When Hu Tianlong kicked him flying, the bowstring snapped and the frame had cracks. Leave it to me. I can fix it for you, and even. Chen Mo paused and leaned in closer. Give you a sacrificial item. At the mention of a sacrificial item, Wang Ben perked up instantly. Who wouldn't want one? Brother Mo, are you serious? The black longsword in Chen Mo's hand was a sacrificial item with a high ranking. Wang Ben knew this, but he still couldn't believe that Chen Mo could turn an ordinary compound bow into a sacrificial item. After all, acquiring and crafting a sacrificial item were entirely different concepts. Have I ever lied to you? Rest up and recover. The convoy needs you. Seeing Wang Ben regain his spirit, Chen Mo smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. Gu Chen returned to his Hummer and saw Yan Shui running over, looking at him with concern. Brother Chen, are you hurt? Gu Chen directly pulled her into an embrace and pinched her hard. What could happen? I'm perfectly fine. A blush crept onto Yan Shui's face, but she didn't struggle. She had already given everything to this man. If anything happened to Gu Chen, she couldn't bear to imagine how she would cope. Ahem. A cough interrupted their flirtation. Gu Chen looked up to see Chen Mo. Am I interrupting something? Chen Mo forced an awkward smile, looking a bit embarrassed. Gu Chen first patted Yen Shui, signaling her to get into the car. What brings the captain here late at night? Gu Chen squinted at Chen Emo, knowing that this guy's visit meant trouble. Chen Emo didn't stand on ceremony and directly handed over the damaged compound bow. I need a favor. Gu Chen took it, examined the broken bow, and raised an eyebrow. Captain, you've got the wrong person. I'm no repairman. Stop pretending, Gu Chen. Chen Emo lowered his voice. Your machete, your motorcycle, your clothes. I know all about them. In the apocalypse, everyone has secrets. I want pry into where your abilities come from. I just want you to help me with this. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then a playful smile curled at his lips. All right, what's in it for me? Since the cat was out of the bag, Gu Chen decided to stop hiding. He planned to take this chance to bleed Chen Emo dry. Chen Emo was straightforward and spoke quickly. I can give you my share of the mountain demon hide. And in the end, Chen Emo offered his portion of the mountain demon hide plus 30 gene of rice, 30 liters of flour, a large amount of canned meat and compressed biscuits and various medicines and food supplies, plus 2 cartons of Furong Wang and 3 cartons of Lotus cigarettes. Gu Chen nodded. Trading for supplies was acceptable. In the apocalypse, food was the most precious thing. Sometimes food was even more important than sacrificial items, except for those ranked within 3,000. After all, sacrificial items were valuable, but food was the real hard currency. Without a sacrificial item, you could still survive. Without supplies, you were as good as dead. Of course, you could also resort to robbery, like killing all the survivors in the convoy and taking everything, but such a vile and cruel act. Gu Chen felt it was better not to go down that path. You know that crafting a sacrificial item requires an eerie object. Let's be clear, I'll handle the crafting, but the eerie object isn't on me. Gu Chen assumed the other party probably only had scraps of eerie objects. There was no way he had materials for a sacrificial item within the top 3,000. Spending 200 kill points in exchange for the other supplies was acceptable. Of course, if he did have such materials, then Gu Chen would take back his words. No, wait. He should find a way to get his hands on those materials. Chen Emo nodded in agreement. Then from his bosom, he pulled out something resembling a vine. This is a vine from the resentful melody vine which I obtained by chance. Let's use this to forge it. Chen Emo handed the vine to Gu Chen, confessing frankly. A plant-type anomaly. Sensing the icy touch of the vine, Gu Chen had the system inspect it. Ding, scanning. Name: vine of the resentful melody vine. Origin: taken from an anomaly, the vine of the resentful melody vine. Quality: ordinary. Evaluation: contains faint energy of the resentful melody vine, tough in texture with mild toxicity. Suggestion: weaving the vine fibers into a bowstring might yield a low-ranked long-range sacrificial offering. Gu Chen squinted, glancing at Chen Emo. The material quality is mediocre. The resulting effect would likely be limited. Chen Emo shook his head, remaining composed. Poor materials are fine. What Wang Ben needs is a bowstring capable of bearing the eagle eye sequence ability. If we can add the resentful melody vine's interference effect of resentment, that would be even better. Gu Chen took the bow and vine in hand, checking the time and kill points required for the upgrade. Ding, detected a fusible item compound, bow severely damaged fusion material vine of the resentful melody vine. Kill points required 350. Estimated time 2 hours. Repair and fuse. Fusion costs 200 points, repair 150. Acceptable. The system's upgrade and fusion are 2 distinct concepts. Upgrading is a comprehensive enhancement requiring substantial kill points. Fusion merely integrates the anomaly's traits. As long as I possess the anomaly, the system will only charge a nominal amount of kill points. Of course, this applies only to offerings ranked beyond the top 3,000. Within that range, the price is different. Give me half the supplies first, or I'll deliver the goods by noon tomorrow. The system was still upgrading his Hummer, which would be done in a few hours. Gu Chen decided to collect a deposit first. Fine, I'll have Ji Kuan deliver it to you. One more condition. Gu Chen spoke up again. Speak. Chen Emo frowned. What other condition could you have? During the upgrade, I need solitude. No interruptions or peeping. You should understand my meaning. This is my bottom line. If you agree, you'll have a sacrificial offering by tomorrow noon. Gu Chen stared into Chen Mo's eyes, aware that the latter possessed a spying technique, likely those little paper figures. Chen Emo paused briefly, then nodded. No problem. I swear by the heavenly master sequence that I won't spy on your secrets. Watching his solemn assurance, Gu Chen couldn't discern truth from falsehood. Then it's settled. See you tomorrow, Captain. Gu Chen turned and walked toward the Hummer without looking back. Chen Emo gazed at his retreating figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He didn't know the full extent of Gu Chen's abilities, but instinct told him this young man harbored secrets far beyond his imagination. Chen Mo shook his head with a bitter smile and left. This feeling of being out of control was truly unsettling. Inside the Hummer, Yen Shui sat obediently in the back seat waiting. When Gu Chen entered, she asked softly, "Chen Gu, what did the captain want?" "Business." He stroked her hair, resting her head on his lap. Hiss. Exhale. Gu Chen sat with legs apart, lit a cigarette, savoring this brief moment of leisure. The next morning, the thick fog completely dissipated. Sunlight pierced through the clouds. 37 corpses lay strewn across the camp, most with broken necks. From last night's altitude sickness and mountain elf attacks, 37 had died. The convoy, originally around 150 people, had dwindled to just over 110. Gu Chen leaned against his Hummer H2, the last Huazi cigarette between his fingers, as Yen Shui cooked for him. "Chen Gu, the captain asked me to bring you these." Ji Kuan, with 2 survivors, delivered the supplies Chen Mo had mentioned the previous night. In fact, Ji Kuan had come once last night, but Gu Chen was busy, so he didn't dare disturb him. Gu Chen nodded, gesturing for them to place the supplies on the open ground. The Hummer's upgrade was nearly complete. Sacrificial offering upgrading 000121. Gu Chen looked at the system panel with anticipation. Soon he would possess an offering within the top 3,000. The minute passed quickly. Ding, sacrificial offering upgrade complete. The Hummer H2's body began to tremble slightly as fine rock patterns emerged on the metal shell, spreading like living things. Most astonishingly, from beneath the hood came a steady, powerful thump-thump sound, like a giant heart beating. The tires grew thicker, their surfaces covered with a rock-like armor. Around the windows, protective structures resembling quartz crystals sprouted. The entire vehicle looked like a war machine born from a mountain. Name: Rocksteady Hummer, offering rank 2222. Description: a sacrificial offering formed by fusing a Hummer off-road vehicle with the heart of a mountain rock demon. Trait: Earth Armor greatly enhances body defense, able to withstand minor anomaly impacts and absorb some damage to form rock shields. Trait: Earth Affinity, the vehicle's power core is replaced by the rock demon heart, drawing energy from earth veins, eliminating fuel consumption with infinite range. Trait: Lifelink, when damaged, the vehicle slowly draws natural life force from its surroundings to self-repair. Daily recovery limit 10. Taboo: must periodically park in rocky areas to recharge. If forced to drive continuously for 72 hours in non-geological zones, the vehicle will get angry with severe consequences. Taboo: daily driving time must not exceed 4 hours, or the driver's heart risks petrification. Taboo: must infuse host life force every 7 days, or the armor will gradually petrify and fail. Side effect: the offering's aura may attract powerful anomalies of the same attribute, increasing the convoy's exposure risk. Ding, triggering system trait: Flawless Perfection. The host can ignore all costs and side effects. Gu Chen excitedly pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat. The seats were covered with a soft stone velvet, feeling wonderfully comfortable to the touch. As Gu Chen's hand touched the steering wheel, a strange sense of connection surged through him. He could feel the earth beneath the vehicle, sensing the pulse of rocks and soil. The fuel gauge on the dashboard dropped to 0, transforming into a mathematical symbol. Gu Chen was bursting with joy. From now on, he would never worry about fuel again. No wonder it's an offering within the top 3,000. Such formidable power. Yet the price paid was immense. Without the system, he might not have been able to bear it. Just that taboo? Daily driving limited to 4 hours? Or the heart gets petrified. In this apocalypse, one might drive from dawn to dusk. For hours? Is this a joke about preventing fatigue driving? And that recharge? Though the fuel gauge shows infinity, why still recharge? But the phrase, "the vehicle will get angry with severe consequences," made Gu Chen's scalp tingle. Still, thank goodness I have the system. The price of the offerings would rise as their ranking increased. Even an offering ranked over 2,000 carried such a cost. Gu Chen dared not imagine how immense the price would be for those in the top 100. But with his system, he need not worry about any cost at all. That meant his vehicle could be upgraded continuously, potentially becoming a top 100 offering, or even breaking into the top 10. Gu Chen was ecstatic. If not for the inappropriate timing, he would have summoned Yen Shui to help calm his nerves. After a burst of wild joy, he retrieved Wang Ben's compound bow. He spent 350 kill points to have the system repair and fuse it with the Wailing Vine. Offering upgrading 15958. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. In 2 hours, another offering would be born. Though this offering wasn't his own and would rank very low, Gu Chen checked his remaining kill points. 3,700 left. Gu Chen wondered if he should exchange for a cultivation technique first. Chen Mo's mandrill skin was already handled, but the skin was still with Hong Ying. That silly girl wouldn't give it up easily. He'd probably have to bleed some more resources. Offerings were good, but personal strength was the foundation. Gu Chun had been too focused on upgrading offerings, forgetting to enhance his own power. He had his priorities reversed. Each sequence ability required different cultivation methods. For instance, Chun Mo's Celestial Master sequence barely needed any practice. He only had to continuously gather people's emotions to grow stronger. His battle with Hu Tianlong had even propelled him directly to sequence second turn. Gu Chen's space sequence required constant practice of spatial abilities to improve. Of course, that was just one method, and a rather inefficient one at that. Another way was through meditation to resonate with his own sequence. Most sequence cultivators used this method, and Gu Chen's space sequence was no exception. But every time Gu Chun meditated, he couldn't resist the urge to sleep. After a day of fleeing, he was already exhausted, and emptying his mind for cultivation was too demanding. Meditation was too tricky. Gu Chun wanted a cultivation method that required no finesse. System, do you have any techniques to speed up cultivation? Ding, yes, host. There are many such techniques in the system. The system then recommended 9 cultivation methods, all incredibly powerful techniques. Spatial Qi absorption method could accelerate the absorption of spatial energy. Spatial resonance art allowed better resonance with spatial rhythms. Gu Chun scrutinized the introductions of all 9 techniques, each tempting him, but their kill point costs were steep. The cheapest required 3,000 kill points. With his current savings, he could only afford the most inexpensive one. Consume 3,000 kill points to exchange for Void Meditation Acceleration Method. Yes. The moment the points were deducted, a segment of technique memory flooded Gu Chen's mind. It wasn't a profound cultivation method, merely one that quickly induced a meditative state while accelerating cultivation speed. Gu Chun sat in the car and attempted to follow the technique. Within a minute, a strange sensation surged through him, and he swiftly entered a meditative state. The surrounding energy seemed drawn to him, slowly converging. After just 10 minutes of cultivation, Gu Chun felt a slight enhancement in his strength. Gu Chun was very satisfied with this technique. The feeling of growing stronger bit by bit was incredibly exhilarating. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to cultivate before. He just hadn't found the right method. Who wouldn't want to become stronger if possible? Brother Chun, dinner's ready. Gu Chun stretched, feeling the abundant spatial energy within him, and smiled contentedly. Indeed, this technique was formidable. He jumped out of the car. Yan Shui had already prepared their meal, holding a lunchbox and waiting for him. As they ate in the crude surroundings, she dutifully acted as a table. Crouching obediently beside him, holding the dish container, so Gu Chun could easily pick up food. Her tender, affectionate eyes gazed softly at him. This emotional value pleased Gu Chun, and he pulled her into his arms. You're getting better at taking care of people. Yan Shui blushed deeply, her delicate frame trembling. I just want to be good. Good to Brother Chun. You did well yesterday. Gu Chun smiled, knowing that their relationship was ultimately a union of interest and desire. But so what? Having such a considerate beauty provide emotional value was a pleasure not to be refused. After the meal, Gu Chun loaded all the supplies Ji Kuan had sent into his upgraded Hummer. Now both his vehicle and dimensional space were packed with supplies, making him the wealthiest in the convoy. Boom! Before Gu Chun could revel in his joy, a low rumble came from the ground, startling all the survivors to their feet. On the distant mountain peak stood 300 maternal black shadows. They had no heads, and icicle-like tendrils hung from their necks. Wherever they passed, the temperature plummeted, leaving a trail of ice and snow. Each step covered dozens of meters, shaking the ground violently. The foremost anomaly had its chest split open into a massive maw, revealing a whirlpool of hundreds of human faces. It's the Snow Ridge Headless. Run! Chan Mo's voice rang out in the camp, tinged with fear. Gu Chun had no idea what kind of anomaly the Snow Ridge Headless was. But just from its size and the aura it exuded, he knew it was nothing their convoy could handle. Gu Chun floored the accelerator, speeding out of the camp and racing along the winding mountain road. Before Chen Mo even spoke, the moment Gu Chun saw the Snow Ridge Headless, he was already in the car. It showed just how strong his survival instinct was. Meanwhile, in the camp, Chen Mo shoved Ji Kuan aside and jumped into his off-road vehicle. As he started the engine, he saw Gu Chen's Hummer already disappearing around a mountain bend. Damn it! Chen Mo cursed viciously. That kid was still so fast at escaping. He quickly drove his off-road vehicle in pursuit, with Hong Ying's SUV following closely. Gu Chen's stone-heavy truck roared along the mountain road. The rock-like patterns on its surface glowed faintly as it sped, as if coming alive. Fortunately, the anomaly didn't seem to target the convoy. Still, no one dared to stop or slow down. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded through the air, the entire mountain range violently trembling. Everyone, including Gu Chun, instinctively looked up at the sky. A colossal steel warship vast enough to blot out the sun tore through the clouds and gradually revealed itself. Its hull was covered in flowing luminescent patterns, with 12 pairs of feather-like energy wings extending from its edges. Azure beams of light blazed from the warship's underside, and wherever they passed, the bone-chilling cold brought by the Snow Ridge Headless began to melt inch by inch. Gazing at the spacecraft straight out of a sci-fi movie, Gu Chen's hands trembled slightly on the steering wheel. An aircraft carrier. This was a true aircraft carrier. Brother Mo, what? What is this? Wang Ben's voice quivered uncontrollably from the back seat of Chan Mo's off-road vehicle. How the hell should I know? Chan Mo's face was equally filled with terror. He had never seen anything like it. Look at the deck. Hong Yuan's urgent voice crackled over the walkie-talkie, as if she had witnessed something utterly horrifying. Only then did the group realize that the warship's surface bore the silhouette of a city. Glazed towers loomed faintly within the energy shield, and they could even see ant-like figures moving beneath a transparent dome. At the bow stood a colossal statue 100 meters tall, one hand holding up the sun, the other grasping the moon. Suddenly the aerial mothership turned, and a massive rift opened in its belly. Several laser beams shot out, precisely striking the neck of a Snow Ridge Headless. Amid the shattering of ice crystals, the human-faced vortex let out a piercing wail, and its massive body faltered. Countless chains erupted from the hull, sweeping all the ice crystal fragments into the deck beneath the mothership. The airborne crystals refracted a line of text on the ship's side, Article 108 of the Ark Convention, Survival Above Morality. Damn it, they're using the aberrations as fuel. Gu Chun yanked the steering wheel, dodging a falling icicle. After collecting most of the ice crystals, the aerial mothership ignored the Snow Ridge Headless. The runes on its surface blazed brightly, and with a thunderous roar it sped into the depths of the clouds. Gu Chun cast one last glance at the cloud layer. The mothership had already shrunk to a silver. Along its flight path, the snow covering the entire Hengji mountain range was visibly melting away. They drove until nightfall, finally veering off the winding mountain road and stopping in a secluded valley. The survivors gathered together, still shaken, murmuring amongst themselves. The Ark. Could it be like the legendary Noah's Ark? Did it save some people? Saved? Didn't you see what it wrote? Survival above morality. Who knows if those taken aboard are saved or turned into slaves? That statue at the bow, holding the sun and moon, is it a god or some kind of symbol? That incredibly powerful aberration was merely their fuel. Chen Mo walked over to Gu Chen's Hummer, where the latter was leaning against the door, a Furong Wang cigarette between his fingers, exhaling smoke. Their eyes met and Chen Mo's lips twitched. You sure ran fast. Gu Chun blew out a smoke ring. Survival first. Besides, didn't you all keep up? Hong Yuan and Wang Ben also approached, their eyes still carrying a trace of lingering fear. What the hell was that thing? Has anyone seen it before? Gu Chen's tone was grave as he looked at the others. He had been too busy fleeing to remember to have the system identify what that thing was. No idea, but one thing's for sure. That thing is definitely a relic, and its ranking is far from low. Chen Mo said in a deep voice, his brow furrowed. The higher the relic's ranking, the more its abilities defy common sense. Survival above morality. Hong Yuan brushed a strand of hair from her forehead, her voice barely a whisper. They use aberrations as expendables, and what about us? We're worse than expendables. None of them spoke, the atmosphere heavy with oppression. They had thought that awakening their sequence abilities would give them a better chance of surviving this apocalypse. But what they witnessed today had shattered their Dao hearts. That aberration, capable of easily destroying a city before the apocalypse. In the face of that aerial mothership, it was merely a source of energy to be replenished. The mothership could have killed the Snow Ridge Headless, but it chose not to. Its purpose was clear. It sought sustainable development. Just like fishing, one shouldn't catch all the fish in an area at once. For the first time, they felt their own insignificance. In the presence of such an entity, what were they? If sequence bearers felt this way, ordinary people were even more hopeless. Perhaps the only one relatively unaffected was Gu Chun. To others, that aerial mothership was an unattainable pinnacle. But for him, with his system, as long as he had enough kill points, he could upgrade a relic no weaker than that vessel. And without any cost or side effects. Gu Chun refused to believe that aerial mothership was truly invincible. His system was no less formidable. Besides, if that thing were truly omnipotent, how could all human cities have fallen? Gu Chun took out the upgraded compound bow and handed it to Wang Ben. Name: Lament Bow, relic rank 8848, description: a long-range attack relic fused from a compound bow and lament vine. Trait 1. A resentment interference. When an arrow strikes a target, it releases a faint resentment, disrupting the target's mind and plunging it into brief chaos. Trait 2. Enhanced toughness. The bow's toughness is increased, allowing it to withstand the pull of sequence energy. Taboo must wipe the bow 50 times daily, otherwise its resentment will affect the user in battle. Wang Ben took the compound bow. Its limbs were entwined with dark green vine-like patterns, and the bowstring glowed faintly in the sunlight. When a relic falls into a sequence bearer's hands, its basic information automatically surfaces in the mind. As soon as Wang Ben held it, he understood the bow's functions and taboos. He drew an empty string, and the bow emitted a faint sobbing sound as if countless vengeful spirits were weeping on the string. Lament bow. Chen exhaled his last puff of smoke, tapping his finger on the bow's limb. Too bad the materials were cheap. Its rank is below 8,000, but it'll do for now. Thanks. Wang Ben looked up sharply, his expression earnest, his tone sincere. Chen Mo had told him about Gu Chen's ability to craft relics, and he knew Chen Mo had invested many resources in this, but deep down he was genuinely grateful to Gu Chen. After all, without his help, no amount of resources could have produced a relic in such a short time. Wang Ben turned to Chen Mo, about to speak, but the latter waved his hand. Between us, why say more? Chen Mo's face regained its confidence as he stepped forward, lowering his voice. I don't know what that ship is called, but I recognize the giant statue on it. Gu Chen's heart jolted, and he raised an eyebrow. This kid had been holding out. Oh, what is it? Before the apocalypse, I came across relevant materials in an abandoned academy archive. Chen Mo glanced around, ensuring no ordinary survivors were nearby. That colossus is the symbol of an organization. They call themselves the Sun Moon Radiance Society. They possessed the pinnacle of human technology before the end, and the secrets of the sequences. Hong Yuan couldn't help interjecting. Are you saying they knew the apocalypse was coming? Chen Mo nodded, giving her an affirmative answer, then continued. Not only that, but the moon-turning blood red was likely also their doing. Gu Chen frowned, stroking his chin. Get to the point. That colossus bears a human face. Who is it? Chen Mo, annoyed by the interruption, pursed his lips. He should be the first leader, known to his members as the Night Watchman. Chen Mo paused, looking around at everyone, a complex glimmer in his eyes. On the surface, they are a consortium of several international financial groups and research institutions. But in reality, they have been secretly researching sequence abilities and anomalous phenomena, calling it the Great Awakening Project. They believed the old world order was rigid and needed a purification to screen out the true suitable ones. So that aerial carrier, Gu Chen squinted, is their ark. It could also be said to be their vessel for observing us. Chen Mo's expression was grim, his face darkening. To them, we who struggle for survival on the ground are likely just subjects of their experiments. Orchestrating heaven and earth, controlling all beings. These words involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Do you still remember where that archive is? Chen Mo shot him a wary glance. You want to find more information? That place is already overrun by anomalies. And I suspect it's a bait deliberately left by the Sun Moon Radiance Society. Why do you say that? Because it's too much of a coincidence. A glint of sharp light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. The materials in that archive precisely explained the origin of the Blood Moon. Yet it happened to lack the most crucial part, how to oppose them. It's as if someone deliberately let us know the truth, but denied us the means to resist. The group clenched their fists. The feeling of being toyed with as pawns was truly agonizing. Gu Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought. That Night Watchman, do you have a photo or more details? No. Chen Mo shook his head. The archives had very little about him, only this title and that statue holding the sun and moon. Hong Yuan couldn't help but move a little closer to Gu Chen. So even if we awaken our sequences in their eyes, we're still just test subjects. Chen Mo sighed and reluctantly nodded. Gu Chen exhaled the last puff of smoke and stubbed out his cigarette. Interesting. As insignificant as we are we more humane than those who sit high above? At least they were protecting the ordinary survivors, even if it was with a purpose. But protection it was nonetheless. They were striving to help more people survive. Perhaps, Chen Mo said with a bitter smile. But reality is harsh. Without sufficient power, we don't even have the right to choose. That arc, just by casually gathering the energy of the headless Snow Ridge beast, left us in the dust. Then become stronger. Gu Chen walked over and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. No matter how powerful the Sun Moon Radiance Society is, they are just one faction in this apocalypse. Chen Mo looked at Gu Chen's confident expression, wanting to say something but holding back. He didn't know where Gu Chen's confidence came from, though the man gave him a mysterious feeling. But he didn't believe that one person could contend with the Sun Moon Radiant Society. Even with the addition of himself Wang and Hong, they would be utterly outmatched. Besides, we haven't even made it out of the Hengji Mountains yet. Let's deal with the immediate problems first. Chen Mo was taken aback, then laughed, a glint of sharp light appearing in his eyes. You're right. However, we need a plan. What plan? Hong Yuan became instantly alert. Whenever Chen Mo mentioned a plan, someone always ended up in trouble. I haven't figured it out yet. I need to go back and think it over. Chen Mo and Wang Ben returned to their off-road vehicle to contemplate his plan. Gu Chen's gaze fell upon the graceful figure nearby. Have you decided what you want in exchange for that hide? Gu Chen was determined to get the mandrill skin and didn't want to waste words with this stubborn girl. Upon hearing this, Hong Yuan's eyes lit up. She leisurely took 2 steps closer, nearly pressing against Gu Chen, looking up at him, her breath like orchid. What's the matter? Haven't I been thinking hard all this time? Gu Chen, seeing her coquettish demeanor, pressed his index finger against her forehead to stop her advance. Have you decided? Supplies or something else? Hong Yuan's smile grew wider. She tapped her finger on Gu Chen's firm chest. Do I look like someone who's short on your supplies? Gu Chen understood instantly. The last 2 forms of the blood shadow blade technique. Exactly, but that's not enough. Hong Yuan shook her head again, stepped back, her smile radiant, and drew her blood-red long blade. I also want you to upgrade my sword. Her blood-red long blade was also a sacrificial item ranked around 5,000. After seeing Gu Chen upgrade Wang Ben's bow, Hong Yuan wanted to upgrade her own sword too. I can give you the technique but not the upgrade. Gu Chen shook his head in refusal. The system's upgrade and fusion were 2 completely different concepts. The kill points required for an upgrade were far more than those for a fusion. If Gu Chen helped her upgrade, he would be at a great loss himself. Why? You upgraded Wang Ben's. I can give you some supplies too. Hong Yuan pouted, her tone carrying a hint of petulant charm, more like she was coaxing him. Wang Ben's situation is different. Gu Chen naturally couldn't reveal the system's existence. After thinking for a moment, he said, How about this? I can promise to forge a sacrificial item of a lower rank for you. Of course, you'll have to provide the anomalous materials for forging it yourself. And next time when we obtain anomalous materials, your share will go to me. Deal. Fusing an item for her would only cost him 200 kill points. This was the biggest concession he could make for now. Fine. Here, take it. Hong Yuan, seeing his stance, didn't want to push further, and handed him the mandrill hide. In truth, even if Gu Chen hadn't agreed to forge a sacrificial item, she had intended to give him the hide. The leather felt cool to the touch, tough yet strange, as if imbued with a faint mist. Gu Chen was in high spirits and stored it directly in his dimensional space. Fusing this mandrill skin with his combat jacket would yield him another sacrificial item ranked within the top 3,000. A smile curled on his lips as he leaned close to Hong Yuan, lowering his voice. So straightforward. Not afraid he'll take the goods and not deliver or just give you something shoddy. Hong Yuan's ears grew hot from his sudden closeness, but she forced herself to remain calm. You wouldn't dare. If you dare to cheat me ill. She couldn't think of a threatening enough word. Finally clenching her fist, she blurted out, I'll beat you to death. Gazing at Hong Yuan's starkly contrasting demeanor, Gu Chen smiled knowingly. He pinched her smooth, tender cheek and whispered in her ear, Rest assured. Since you trust me so much, I'll teach you well, you silly girl. Feeling the large hand on her face and the whisper by her ear, Hong Yuan's delicate frame trembled slightly. Keep your hands to yourself, you rogue. Teach me the blade after dinner. Gently pushing away the hand on her face, Hong Yuan turned and fled, leaving only a faint fragrance behind. Several campfires had already been lit within the camp. The survivors who had been on the run all day could finally replenish their energy. With nearly 40 people lost, the supplies had become somewhat more abundant. The camp's inhabitants were eating slightly better than before. The survivors on the buses could even have 2 bowls of thin gruel. Gu Chen's dinner tonight was potato stewed with beef, though the beef wasn't fresh, only canned. Even so, Gu Chen was quite satisfied. These potatoes were the payment Chen Mo had given him yesterday. That old fox must still have plenty of good stuff. They'll have to find a chance to, well, trade with him properly. Chen Mo was currently eating with Wang Ben, discussing his plan. Suddenly he felt as if something ominous had set its sights on him. Chen Mo immediately looked around warily. Brother Mo, what's wrong? Wang Ben, who had been listening intently, was startled by the sudden pause and asked. Chen Mo shook his head. It's nothing. Strange, there were no aberrations. Could he have been mistaken? The aroma of meat from the sequence holder's dinner soon spread throughout the camp. Many survivors' eyes gleamed as they stared fixedly at the chunks of succulent beef swallowing hard, especially those on the buses. For them who only had thin gruel to drink, the scent of meat was an irresistible temptation. However, after the incident with Li Mei, none dared to cause trouble. After all, that demon wielding the long blade showed no mercy. Amidst the crowd, a woman with a dirty face looked at the so-called thin gruel in her hands. Then she looked towards Gu Chen's location, where the aroma of meat emanated, and a flicker of determination crossed her eyes. Swallowing the food in her hands, as if it were bitter medicine, she strode towards a corner of the camp. When she reappeared, the grime was gone from her face. Her true beauty was finally revealed. The woman had delicate features and fair skin. Her long hair was now coiled up with a hairpin. Her previously somewhat flat figure had also become remarkably full. Her beautiful eyes even held a trace of allure. The people in the camp were stunned by the sight of the beautiful woman. Who was she? So beautiful, why hadn't they seen her before? Sierre, is that you, AI Sierre? A female survivor who had a good relationship with AI Sierre asked, her eyes filled with disbelief. Only then did the camp realize this was the previously unremarkable, perpetually dirty woman. So she was this beautiful with such a good figure. Several survivors with relatively abundant supplies were already plotting how to win her over. AI Sierre ignored the surprised, greedy, and lecherous gazes, walking straight towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen had just finished his meal, and was planning to find Hong Yuan to give her the blade technique, then return to cultivate the void meditation acceleration method. Before, he had no choice. Now he only wanted to cultivate diligently. With this thought, just as he was about to stand up, he saw a figure approaching him. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. After the Li Mei incident, the ordinary people in the camp avoided him like the plague. Who would dare to come near him now? Mr. Gu, can I be your canary? AI Sierra's words were direct, stating her intention plainly. Even Gu Chen was a bit surprised by her. Who was this? Starting off so boldly. Who are you? I am AI Sierra, originally a member of the Iron Wall Convoy, now a survivor on the bus. You said you wanted to be my canary. Gu Chen lit a cigarette, looking at her with interest. AI Sierra nodded, her gaze growing more seductive. Yes. I don't want to live that life anymore. I beg Mr. Gu to grant my wish. AI Sierra was tired of her current life. The daily escape had exhausted her both physically and mentally, yet she still had to squeeze onto the bus with those people smelling all sorts of strange odors. And she had to eat that indescribably disgusting thin gruel. She dreamed of changing her life. She wanted to progress too much. But she was just a fragile woman. She couldn't change anything on her own. With her looks, it would be easy to find an ordinary man in the convoy with relatively ample supplies. But she looked down on those ordinary men. This was evident from her deliberate choice to keep herself dirty. At best, they could only offer her a slightly better life than now. In other words, they couldn't give her the life she wanted. So she set her sights on the sequence holders in the convoy. As for why she chose Gu Chen instead of Chen Mo, who seemed stronger and was also the convoy leader, AI Sierra had once seen a woman trying to seduce Chen Mo. Back then, Chen Mo had said to her, "What do you think you are trying to seduce me? You're nothing but a skeleton of pink flesh." AI Sierra had immediately given up on the idea of relying on Chen Mo. He simply wasn't interested in women. So her only remaining choices were Gu Chen and Wang Ben. After seeing Gu Chen keep the beautiful Yan Shui by his side all the time, she had set her sights on Gu Chen. My body is still pure. No one has touched me. As if afraid Gu Chen would reject her, AI Sierra quickly added. She understood that the only thing that might catch this man's eye was this body of hers. Yan Shui, who was nearby, was speechless. Her expression was very ugly. She hadn't expected that even the role of a kept woman would have competition. Gu Chen waved at her, signaling her to return to the vehicle. Yan Shui, though unwilling, could only obediently run back to the car. Do you have any talents? Play a tune for me. A good woman shouldn't be missed, and a bad one shouldn't be wasted. Gu Chen decided to give her a chance. AI Sierra nodded hurriedly and immediately obediently performed a talent for Gu Chen. Gu Chen watched her earnest performance and nodded in satisfaction. He liked her serious attitude. After listening to her tune, Gu Chen lit a cigarette with contentment. Not bad, but it still needs practice. I will work hard. AI Sierra bit her rosy-lipped, tears in her eyes. Gu Chen gave her some canned meat and compressed biscuits as her reward. Master, I don't want to go back to that bus. AI Sierra clutched the supplies, looking at the man pitifully. After all this, was he still not planning to let her into his vehicle? Gu Chen understood that the woman wanted to get into his car, but he had no intention of letting her do so. After all, they were merely acquaintances. Gu Chen's view of this woman was simple, not proactive, not rejecting, and not responsible. Then you should switch to a larger bus. He called for Lin Yi while the bewildered Aisier looked on. Speaking of Lin Yi, his luck was truly remarkable. Despite experiencing altitude sickness and an attack by a mountain demon, he had not perished. Instead, he was assigned by Ji Kuan to guard the supply bus. Upon hearing Gu Chan calling for him, Lin Yi quickly jogged over. "Brother Chan, do you have any orders? I want her to get on that supply bus. You don't mind, do you, Yezi?" Actually, this question should be directed at Ji Kuan, as the supply bus was not under Lin Yi's control. However, Gu Chan was just being polite. He wouldn't care whether Lin Yi had objections. Lin Yi quickly shook his head, indicating he had no objections. "Brother Chan, rest assured. I'll make the arrangements perfectly." Lin Yi looked at Aisier's beautiful face, revealing an expression that all men would understand. "If you have nothing to do in the future, you can come and perform for me every day." Gu Chan did not insist. He simply disliked wasting things. Aisier felt a bit wronged as this shameless man was truly bold. However, who asked her to be just an ordinary weak woman? She could only obediently nod, indicating that she would come every day in the future. The members of the camp, watching Lin Yi treat Aisier with utmost respect, immediately realized what had transpired. Many who had certain thoughts about Aisier had to suppress their feelings. After all, they did not dare to offend that demon. Gu Chun looked at Aisier's departing figure with no sense of longing. He took a puff of his cigarette and leisurely walked towards the edge of the camp. Hong Yuan had been waiting there, gripping her blood-colored long knife, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. "Big silly girl, have you been waiting long?" Gu Chan approached her, exhaling a smoke ring. Hong Yuan shot him a glare, yet a hint of blush appeared on her face. "Don't tease me, hurry and teach me the sword technique." Gu Chun calmly extinguished his cigarette, stood straight, and took out the bloodthirsty blade from his dimensional space. "All right. Today I will teach you the last two moves of the Blood Shadow Sword technique." The teaching of the sword technique quickly concluded, and Hong Yuan gazed at Gu Chun with reluctance. Her eyes seemed to want to devour him. Gu Chun felt a sense of fear of this woman's gaze was a bit off. "Well, now that the teaching is done, I suppose I should head back." Seeing the man about to leave, Hong Yuan chose to leap directly into his arms. "Big silly girl, what are you doing?" Feeling the soft and fragrant body in his embrace, Gu Chun instinctively wrapped his arms around her. "Gu Chun, do you know? I fell for you the first time you taught me the sword technique." Gu Chun was taken aback, bewildered by this sudden confession from the silly girl. Is it true that girls nowadays are so direct? "Gu Chun, I want to tell you something." Hong Yuan raised her head, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Gu Chun did not release her, gently stroking her back. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Hong Yuan took a deep breath, her gaze becoming a bit dreamy, as if she was transported back to the past. "Before the apocalypse, my name was Lu Hongying, and I was a member of the Special Forces in the military district. My father was an instructor in the Special Forces, teaching me self-defense and combat skills since I was young. He said that girls should learn to protect themselves." A bitter smile appeared on her lips. "Unfortunately, everything he taught me was useless in the face of true horrors. On the day of the blood moon, I escaped from the military district, but my parents..." Tears glimmered in Hong Yuan's eyes, yet she stubbornly held them back. "In the chaos, I awakened the shadow sequence, allowing me to merge with shadows, which helped me survive. Later, I joined Chan Mo's Hope Convoy." Gu Chun listened quietly, gently patting her back. Hong Yuan's eyes were misty, her words flowing. "Until I met you, since you taught me the sword technique, I found myself growing more reliant on you and liking you more and more." Hong Yuan no longer wanted to suppress her feelings for Gu Chun, especially since she had witnessed Aisier seeking him earlier. There should be a sequence. Yan Shui and Gu Chun were acquainted before, and she didn't want to say anything. Now another girl had emerged to compete for Gu Chun. If she waited any longer, wouldn't she be unable to even be the third party? Gu Chun looked at the strong yet fragile woman before him, feeling a ripple in his heart. He reached out to gently wipe away the tear that was about to fall from her eye. At this moment, no words were needed. The next morning, Gu Chun woke up in Hong Yuan's SUV. Awake! Hong Yuan suddenly opened her eyes, her voice a bit hoarse, yet her gaze was exceptionally clear. "You've been awake for a while. I just wanted to see you a bit longer." Hong Yuan candidly admitted, sitting up and casually tying her messy long hair. "Last night? I have no regrets." Gu Chun chuckled lightly and pinched her chin. "Big silly girl, it won't be that easy to tie me down." "Who wants to tie you down?" Hong Yuan blushed, yet pretended to glare at him fiercely. "I just think that while you're bad, you're much better than some hypocritical guys." "Oh!" Gu Chun leaned in with interest. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "You." Hong Yuan's fingertip lightly traced his chest. You are decisive in killing, but do not kill innocents for pleasure. You are powerful, yet do not bully the weak. She paused, her tone serious. I know you do not wish to lose your humanity. After all, after Iron Bear's death, you were the only one to pay tribute to him, even if it was just in silence. Gu Chen fell silent for a moment, suddenly pulling her into his embrace. Am I really that good? Hearing this made him feel elated, but what if his anger flared up? Hong Yuan laughed lightly in his embrace. Then do you want to put out the fire? Gu Chen adjusted his waist and left Hong Yuan's SUV without looking back. Watching Gu Chen's departing figure, Hong Yuan licked her alluring red lips. This shameless man was nothing special. She thought he was more ruthless than that. With just her silver tongue, she believed she could manipulate him. The camp had already become busy. Survivors silently packed their belongings, eating breakfast with faces marked by fatigue and fear. Last night's headless snow ridge and the airborne mothership had clearly left them with deep shadows. Many were filled with confusion about the future. As Gu Chen passed by the supply truck, he noticed Aisier sitting by the door, her eyes fixed intently on him. Today she had changed into clean clothes, her long hair cascading freely, and her deliberately adorned face looked exceptionally radiant in the morning light. Master! Upon seeing Gu Chen, she quickly trotted over. I practiced the tune you taught me last night diligently. Gu Chen didn't pause, casually waving his hand at her. Got it. Come find me when you've perfected it. In his current state, he had completely lost interest in carnal pleasures. Gu Chen returned to his Hummer, where Yan Shui had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him. However, her face still bore a hint of displeasure as she toyed with chocolate nearby. Gu Chen stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, and lifted her chin. Upset. Not happy. No, not at all. Yan Shui looked down, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, her voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. I just feared that Brother Chen might abandon me. Gu Chen pinched her cheek. Relax, as long as you stay by my side faithfully, I won't cast you aside. Yan Shui had accompanied him through many joyful times, so naturally Gu Chen wouldn't casually discard her. Of course, the precondition was that it wouldn't jeopardize his own survival or otherwise. Yan Shui nodded, a trace of delight finally blooming on her face. She had already resolved that even if she were untouchable, she would strive to be the one who offered Gu Chen the most comfort and the most unforgettable memories. Squeak! Chocolate had also scrambled onto Gu Chen's shoulder. The little mouse chattered incessantly, as if questioning why its master hadn't returned all night. Did it know that this little mouse had gone a whole day without chocolate? In response, Gu Chen directly produced a piece of Dove chocolate, smoothly silencing its protests. While eating, Gu Chen inquired with the system how many slaughter points would it cost to fuse the mandrill hide with his tactical jacket. The system's answer was 2,000 slaughter points. Excellent, another offering ranked within the top 3,000. Unfortunately, his current slaughter points were only 700, far from enough to forge this offering. After finishing breakfast, Gu Chen rubbed his chin as an idea took shape in his mind. He still had a smelting medium and the fragments of the blood-draining soul-sawing chopper unused. That smelting medium had cost him 500 slaughter points. He had originally planned to integrate it into his tactical jacket. But now Gu Chen had a better choice for his clothing. What should he fuse it with? Suddenly he recalled the compact Glock 19 he had given Yan Shui for self-defense. It was meant to allow her to handle ordinary threats when he wasn't around. Against aberrations, ordinary firearms were nearly useless. However, the uselessness of ordinary guns didn't mean that offering-grade firearms were also useless. His current weapon was only the bloodthirsty wild saber, and he indeed needed a long-range attack offering. System, can the blood-draining soul-sawing chopper fragments be integrated into the handgun to turn it into an offering? Ding, generating plans. Plan 1, adds smelting medium, fuse only the blood-draining soul-sawing chopper fragments. Requires 200 slaughter points. Obtains basic offering effects. Plan 2, adds smelting medium and fragments, simultaneously upgrade the handgun. Obtains complete offering effects. Requires 1,000 slaughter points. Gu Chen directly chose the first plan for no other reason than a lack of slaughter points. He looked at Yan Shui, who was eating in small bites, and extended his hand. Give me your handgun. Yan Shui was startled for a moment, then obediently took the compact pistol from her waist and handed it over. Brother Chanyu, are you taking it away? It wasn't that she was reluctant to part with the gun. She just felt it was a weapon given by Gu Chen carrying sentimental value. She had intended to keep it well preserved. Gu Chen took the handgun, weighing it in his hand. I still have use for this gun. I'll find you another one later. This wasn't because he was unwilling to let Yan Shui use an offering. Rather, once an item was upgraded to an offering, ordinary people without an awakened sequence couldn't use it. In the hands of a sequence bearer, an offering could unleash power far beyond the ordinary. But in the hands of an ordinary person, it was rather lackluster, no different from a regular weapon. It was like a girlfriend. When she was with you, she was willful, capricious, and unreasonable. But in someone else's hands, she might turn out to be surprisingly obedient. Though Yan Shui was somewhat reluctant, she still nodded obediently. System execute Plan 1. Add smelting medium, fuse the blood-draining, soul-sawing chopper fragments with the Glock 19 handgun. Ding, consuming 200 slaughter points. Remaining 500 points. Forging offering 15959. Gu Chun nodded, tossing the still upgrading handgun into his dimensional space. Excellent. In 2 hours, he would also possess a long-range attack offering. Just then Ji Kuan approached. Brother Chan, the captain wants you to discuss the plan. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow. What scheme had that old fox come up with overnight? He nodded, indicating he understood. He patted chocolate on his shoulder, handed it to Yan Shui, and then followed Ji Kuan to Chan Mo's tent. When Gu Chun entered the tent, Chan Mo, Wang Ben, and Hong Yuan were already in place. Hong Yuan's face had regained its usual coldness. When Gu Chun looked at her, she merely nodded faintly, as if she had forgotten the events of the previous night. Gu Chun smiled knowingly. There was a saying, a lady in public, but in private. He loved this contrast. Chan Mo spread out his map, his expression serious as he looked at the group. I've planned everything out last night. He got straight to the point, outlining his plan. From this valley, continue east for 60 kilometers, and there's a radar station. It was a secret military facility before the apocalypse, so it should still have plenty of supplies stored. One must gather as many supplies as possible, for you never know where the next resupply point will be. This was one of the basic tenets of the apocalypse. In this world, food was hard currency, as valuable as gold before the end. The convoy still had a fair amount of supplies, but who would complain about having too much gold? Hong Yuan frowned. Are you sure? If there's nothing inside, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Such military bases on the plateau might indeed store large quantities of supplies, but it wasn't guaranteed. The convoy was currently heading northwest toward Vayak Prairie. Going east for 60 kilometers, if it turned out to be a wasted trip, it would not only waste time. The fuel consumed alone would be a considerable burden. Don't worry, I've already planned it out. Chun Mo flashed a confident smile and continued explaining to the others, if there's no supplies inside, we can take this path. He paused, pointing to a secluded trail on the map. Heading north all the way to Pingdingshan City. Pingdingshan City, a small city on the plateau. Though called a city, its population was roughly equivalent to that of a large town. It was also one of the few places in the Hengji Mountains where humans had once lived. Chun Mo's reasoning was simple: quality through quantity. I've calculated it. From Pingdingshan town, continuing along the winding mountain road to the Vayak grassland, only adds about 20 or 30 kilometers to our original route. Chun Mo traced a line across the map. From the radar station to Pingdingshan town, and then to the Vayak grassland, it formed an irregular triangle. What about the fortunes and misfortunes within? Have you divined that? Gu Chun asked, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo. Wherever there were people, there were bound to be anomalies. The more people, the more anomalies there usually were, and the stronger they became. Pingdingshan City before the apocalypse was, after all, a densely populated area. Gu Chun wouldn't believe it if there were no anomalies there. He wanted Chun Mo to cast a divination, as his divination was quite accurate. At least it would give them some mental preparation. Chun Mo shook his head, a trace of helplessness on his face. I'd like to know too, but my divination skill can only be used once every 3 days. I used it before, and it's not time yet. Last night, before the mandrills attacked, Chen Mo had already used his one chance to cast a divination. Such a long cooldown, are you even reliable, Captain? Hong Yuan curled her lips in a mocking smile, her gaze flicking towards Gu Chun, seemingly insinuating something. Gu Chen's facial muscles twitched slightly. He swore he would find a chance to teach this woman a lesson. You think I want this? I can't decide the length of the cooldown. Chun Mo pouted. He wished he could use divination every day, but his abilities didn't allow it. Alright, that's the plan. Wang Ben, what do you think? Chun Mo immediately turned his gaze to Wang Ben, who was polishing his resentful melody bow. I agree. Though it was still the same sentiment, at least he wasn't a broken record anymore. Chun Mo nodded, then looked at Gu Chun and Hong Yuan. What about you two? Chun Mo knew the two of them had become one last night, so he simply asked them together. Let's go with your plan. Gu Chun flicked the ash from his cigarette. His Hummer didn't need fuel anyway, so he was indifferent. Besides, he also wanted to find some weaker anomalies to accumulate some kill points. Choosing to follow the convoy would naturally be safer. Hong Yuan crossed her arms, embodying the saying, the wife follows the husband, and gave a light snort. I don't mind, I'll just follow you all. After reaching a consensus, they exited the tent to prepare for departure. Just as Gu Chen returned to his Hummer and was about to get in, AI Sierra came running over. The woman swayed her perfect curves holding a pot of hot tea. My lord, I brewed some tea for you. Please have some on the road. Her gaze was fervent, her chest deliberately thrust out, her tone utterly sincere. Gu Chen glanced at the steaming teapot in AI Sierra's hand and reached out to take it. The pot was warm and the aroma of tea was mingled with the bitter scent of plateau wild chrysanthemums. In the apocalypse, this could be considered a luxury. After all, tea was not a necessity and few people bothered to collect it. This woman had put some thought into it. Good tea, excellent craftsmanship. He weighed the pot in his hand, lightly scraping his fingertip along the rim to confirm there was nothing amiss before looking up. Although this woman was approaching him with ulterior motives, well, wasn't life all about mutual exploitation? I look forward to your talent show tonight. Faced with such an ambitious woman, Gu Chen naturally wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm. After all, who would refuse a well-behaved, sweet-talking green tea girl? AI Sierra's body trembled noticeably, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, yet her smile remained sweet. I will practice hard. I will definitely satisfy my lord. Gu Chen nodded, ignored the woman, and turned to climb into the Hummer. Yan Shui, sitting in the passenger seat, took the teapot Gu Chen handed her and pouted. Brother Chen, I have talents too, and I'm even better than her. Gu Chen seized the moment to lift her chin, then grabbed a fistful of her hair. Perform well. Huff. Gu Chen sipped the tea AI Sierra had brewed for him, while enjoying Yan Shui's talent show for him. It had to be said, after long practice, Yan Shui's talent was indeed superior to AI Sierra's. The convoy set off, but this time they took not a highway but a muddy path through a valley. The road was full of potholes, and even the upgraded Hummer could feel some bumps. However, Gu Chen was reveling in it. Bumps were good. He wished for more of these bumps. Just then the road had a large pothole and the vehicle lurched downward. Hiss! Gu Chen's brow furrowed as he sucked in a sharp breath from the bump. Because of the poor road conditions, the convoy speed was not fast. The 60-kilometer journey took nearly 2 hours. At the end of the muddy mountain road, a gray-white building stood on a mountain surrounded by snowy peaks. Gu Chen's Hummer slowly came to a halt, and as the door swung open, a faint rocky luminescence swirled. Chocolate sat on his shoulder, fiddling with the newly upgraded pistol. The gun's body was entwined with dark red patterns, the trigger was jagged, and it gave a warm, smooth sensation in the palm. Name: Blood-Breaking Glock. Rank: 7322. Description: a long-range attack artifact formed by fusing a Glock 19 pistol with fragments of the blood-breaking soul-sawing chopper, capable of inflicting damage on anomalies. Trait 1, Bloodstain Marking. After a bullet hits the target, it attaches a burning effect to the wound, causing continuous damage. Trait 2, Devouring Charge. Can condense 30 rounds of ammunition daily, with a maximum capacity of 200 rounds. Taboo: the user must soak the gun body in their blood daily, otherwise the ammunition will be depleted. Ding: if you are the host, you can ignore the taboo for you possess this system. So the gun has become self-charging. Gu Chen unloaded the pistol's magazine and found a dark red energy column inside. It was flowing like lava at that moment, looking extremely peculiar. Looking at its taboo, Gu Chen couldn't help but mutter to himself, soak it in blood every day. And it has to be the user's blood. After a while, wouldn't his body be covered in scars? Gu Chen shook his head, dismissing the thought. After all, he had the system, so he wasn't afraid. Everyone stay put. Chen Mo jumped out of his off-road vehicle, the black longsword already in his hand. Wang Ben Hong Yuan, you stay here and protect the convoy. Gu Chen, you come with me to scout ahead. Gu Chen was somewhat speechless. Why was this old fellow always thinking about himself? Chen Mo in truth didn't want to move with Gu Chen either. After all, the kid was notoriously quick to flee. But there was no help for it. Who else could be the second combat force in the convoy? Besides Chen Mo, who had undergone sequence second transition, the strongest was Gu Chen. Recalling the beginning, Chen Mo had thought the other was merely an enchantment support sequence. Now it seemed his earlier guess was utterly off the mark. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to speculate further. As long as the other's abilities benefited the convoy, that was enough. Stay put in the car. Gu Chen touched the corner of Yan Shui's lips, giving her instructions. Then he patted the chocolate on his shoulder, and the little mouse squeaked, burrowing into the collar of his coat. Only its 2 eyes peeked out, warily scanning. Yan Shui kissed his fingers and whispered, "Be careful, Chen Go." Gu Chen nodded, gripping a blade in his right hand and a gun in his left, and headed toward the radar station with Chen Mo. This place must be at least 4,000 meters above sea level. Chen Mo squinted at the radar station ahead, his tone tinged with admiration. Those who worked here before the apocalypse were truly remarkable. Chen didn't reply. His spatial perception had already spread silently. The iron gate outside the radar station was half open, and a musty, dusty odor seeped through the crack. Captain, you go in first. Chen's lips curled into a sly smile, signaling the other to take the lead. You little... Chun Mo's face twitched. Instead of entering directly, he released a small paper figure to scout ahead first. After a few minutes confirming the paper figure was unharmed, he stepped through the iron gate of the radar station. Chun followed closely, warily sensing the surrounding space. The interior of the radar station was tidier than expected. It seemed the staff had evacuated orderly when the apocalypse struck. The two moved along the corridor, passing empty offices and dormitories. Everything was mostly bare. Any valuables had long been looted. Look at this. Chen Mo handed a black notebook to Chun. It contained handwritten notes, scrawled records of various anomalous phenomena. September 30th, 2035. The weather is unusual. September 30th. At that time, the moon had yet to crack and the apocalypse hadn't erupted. Chen flipped through quickly. The first few pages recorded events before the cataclysm. Uninterested, he swiftly turned to the day the apocalypse broke and the blood moon descended. October 28th, 2035. The moon turned blood red. I will never forget that night. On the second day after the blood moon, anomalies intensified. Radar showed unusual signals. Engineer Li said it wasn't human technology. Commander Zhang ordered a news blackout. On the third day, a secret order from higher-ups demanded continuous monitoring of the abnormal signals. On the fifth day, I overheard Engineer Li mention a term ID never heard before: Sequence Awakener. On the sixth day, Engineer Li and Commander Zhang seemed to be secretly discussing something. On the seventh day, radar captured an unidentified flying object strikingly similar to alien spacecraft in sci-fi films. On the 10th day, the anomalous signal source approached the base. Guards reported shadows moving on the perimeter. Engineer Li vanished, and we decided to evacuate. The diary ended abruptly. Chun stroked his chin. Reading between the lines, it seemed someone had still been monitoring data at this radar station after the blood moon fell. Let's look for supplies first. Chen changed the subject. This diary alone couldn't yield any useful information. Logically, the radar station should have an underground storage room. Just as they were about to leave the room, chocolate in Chen's arms suddenly scratched him. The little mouse leaped onto his shoulder, its tiny paw pointing at a metal cabinet in the corner. Squeak! Chun followed Chocolate's direction, exchanging a glance with Chen Mo. Approaching the cabinet, he directly used spatial distortion. Crack! Breaking the lock. Inside the cabinet, several file folders were neatly arranged. Chen pulled out the top one. Seeing the word Top Secret stamped on it, he tore it open and extracted the documents. On them were embossed steel-stamped characters: Sequence Ability Hierarchy Analysis Report. The sign-off read Hengji Mountain Range Observation Station. The handwriting on the pages was neat, clearly from a professional researcher. Sequence Awakeners could also be called Sequence Transcendents, but not all Sequence Awakeners qualified as Sequence Transcendents. Sequence Awakener, a general term for all individuals who have awakened sequence abilities, stemming from the supernatural phenomena triggered by the blood moon mutation. Although Sequence Awakeners' physical metrics surpass ordinary humans, they remain within the human category. Their life form has not undergone essential change. Sequence Transcendent, as the name implies, one has transcended the mundane and is no longer human. This title does not refer to all Sequence Awakeners, but specifically to individuals whose sequence abilities have broken through to the third transition. When a Sequence Awakener completes the third transition, their power undergoes a qualitative leap. Not only does the intensity of sequence abilities increase exponentially, but more crucially, their life level undergoes a leap, transitioning from carbon-based life to a higher dimension. At this stage, the individual has departed from the biological definition of human and can be regarded as a semi-energized new species. Core difference: first and second transition Sequence Awakeners are limited by the physical body and rely on external energy to drive their abilities. A third transition Sequence Transcendent has a self-sustaining internal energy cycle, is no longer ordinary flesh and blood, and possesses natural resistance to conventional physical and eerie damage. Chun and Chen Mo exchanged glances, both seeing shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. The apocalypse had only erupted a little over a month ago, yet someone had already researched the hierarchical analysis of Sequence Awakeners, and the level had even reached third transition. Didn't this imply that Sequence Awakeners existed before the apocalypse erupted? The members of Chen Mo's Hope Convoy had all awakened their sequences in the post-apocalyptic world after the blood moon descended. As for Chun, he had even used a sequence potion exchanged from the system to awaken. Everyone had assumed that supernatural powers like sequence abilities only emerged after the apocalypse. But judging by the current situation, it was clear that some had awakened sequences before the apocalypse and their power level was not low. Captain, what do you think? Him sitting and thinking, what else can I do? Chen Mo shot Gu Chen a displeased glance. This is too eerie. Sequence awakeners before the apocalypse, and they've even researched hierarchical analysis. Sigh. Chen Mo sighed, his expression heavy. Too many secrets had come to light in the past few days. First the aerial carrier and the Sun-Moon Confluence Society, and now this top-secret file. Chen Mo felt nothing but bitterness and didn't want to talk anymore. Why overthink it? Live each day as it comes. Compared to Chen Mo's inner turmoil, Gu Chen's heart was much lighter. Can inner turmoil change anything? It changes nothing. It only worsens your mood. So instead of draining yourself with worry, it's better to gather more supplies and enjoy life to the fullest. If only I could live as carefree as you, Chen Mo remarked, emotionally gazing at Gu Chen, who wore a relaxed expression. Gu Chen tossed the document directly into his dimensional space and patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. All right, let's go check out the supplies first. The two exited the room, took a cursory tour of the radar station, and arrived at an underground storage chamber. The lighting was dim, revealing large stocks of rice flour and even some dried meat and sausages. Chen Mo also discovered several 30-liter gasoline containers off to the side. This replenished the fuel used by the convoy on the journey here with some to spare. Gu Chen directly began tossing the dried meat and sausages into his dimensional space. These were precious goods. He needed to take as much as possible. In this apocalypse, the only meat Gu Chen had eaten came from canned goods and some questionable starch sausages. Fresh meat was non-existent. Green vegetables were impossible to find, and the aberrations killed without mercy. If not for the last shred of conscience gnawing at him, he would have truly wanted to hoard all the dried meat. After all, would those survivors even know how to appreciate such fine food? Chen Mo pulled out a walkie-talkie. Wang Ben, lead everyone into the station. Copy that, Mo Gu. Wang Ben's steady voice came through the walkie-talkie. Everyone prepare to follow me into the station. Chen Mo ended the communication, a smile spreading across his face. These supplies combined with what we already have can sustain the convoy for half a month. Gu Chen nodded, toying with his newly upgraded blood Sever Glock pistol. The gains this time were not just material supplies, more importantly they had obtained the information from that document. In the apocalypse, informational resources were equally precious. After all, this wasn't like before the end times when you could just search for anything unknown online. The apocalypse offered no such luxury, making access to information critically important. Before long, the sound of footsteps and clamoring voices echoed from the radar station's entrance. Wang Ben led the way, holding the dirge bow, its dark green vine patterns faintly shimmering on the bow's body. Behind him followed Hong Yuan, Ji Kun, and a group of survivors. Captain Chen Gu. Ji Kun's face beamed with excitement. I didn't expect there to actually be supplies here. Chen Mo nodded and immediately instructed Ji Kun to move all the supplies to the convoy. However, Hong Yuan's gaze fell upon Gu Chen. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly and a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes. A secret shared only between the two of them. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. This woman, did she want it again? Recalling her frenzied behavior from before, Gu Chen simply chose to pretend he hadn't noticed. Quickly move the supplies onto the vehicles. Ji Kun directed the survivors as they busied themselves swiftly transferring bags of rice flour and dried meat. My lord! A soft melodious voice sounded behind Gu Chen. Turning around, he saw Ai Sierra standing there, her eyes brimming with affection, holding a thermos. My lord, the weather is cold on this plateau. I brought some hot water. Would you like a drink? The pace of the loading work noticeably slowed. The men, captivated by Ai Sierra's meticulously adorned beauty and figure, couldn't help but swallow hard. The women, for the most part, pursed their lips, their eyes carrying hints of disdain and jealousy. Gu Chen, seeing how attentive she was, felt a surge of emotional gratification. Where else could one find such a beautiful and thoughtful schemer? Just as he was about to respond, his spatial perception detected two different gazes. One was filled with jealousy, the other carried a hint of coldness. Yan Shuyi was watching with a pitiful expression. This woman is truly shameless, she thought, a wave of irritation washing over her. Why hadn't she thought of that herself? Men probably all liked this kind of thoughtfulness. Women who could provide them with emotional value. Yan Shuyi dared not approach, afraid of angering Gu Chen, but that didn't mean someone else wouldn't dare. Hong Yuan stepped out from the crowd, linked her arm with Gu Chen's, and shot a wary glance. He's not thirsty, right, Chen Gu? She said this with a sweet smile directed at Gu Chen, her small hand already creeping onto his waist. Ai Sierra's smile froze on her face, and she cast a somewhat fearful look at Hong Yuan. Yet she didn't leave. Instead, she continued to gaze steadfastly at Gu Chen with her tender, determined eyes. She wanted him to know that she would only obey his commands. Only if Gu Chen himself told her to leave would she obediently walk away. Otherwise, not even a sequence holder could command her. AI Sierra mentally bolstered herself. AI Sierra, you belong only to Gu Chen. You are Gu Chen's possession. I must not heed anyone else's orders but his. Gu Chen looked at this woman in surprise, not expecting her to be so stubborn. Ordinary people upon seeing a sequence holder would either tremble in fear or feel intimidated. Yet AI Sierra, in order to latch onto him, was actually enduring the pressure from a sequence holder and persisting. Faced with such a persistent little schemer, Gu Chen naturally had to offer some encouragement. He took the thermos from her and said, "You go on ahead. I'm looking forward to your talent performance tonight." AI Sierra nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice, a joyful expression lighting up her face before she quickly scampered away. She had originally thought Gu Chen would directly tell her to get lost, but before the apocalypse, AI Sierra was the universally known campus belle of Jiangnan University. Standing at 168 meters with long slender legs and fair skin, she was always trailed by a crowd of simping admirers. Back then, a single smile from her was enough to make countless young men rush through fire and water for her. But everything changed after the blood moon descended. Her former suitors were too preoccupied with the aberrations to care for themselves. Some even wanted to abandon her as bait. She had no choice but to conceal her beauty, deliberately smudging her face with dirt to blend in with the ordinary survivors. When she saw the stark contrast between Yan Shui's life and her own circumstances, a deep sense of injustice welled up inside her. Her appearance was no less than Yan Shui's. Why could the other woman have things that she couldn't? At that moment, she decided to gamble her last remaining asset. Her alluring body. AI Sierra believed that man would be pleased. She had never imagined that a casual gesture from a man could stir such intense emotions within her. Seeing Gu Chen defend AI Sierra like that, a flicker of displeasure passed through Hong Yuan's eyes. She tightened her grip, pinching Gu Chen's waist, making him wince. "Come to my vehicle tonight and continue teaching me the blade techniques." Gu Chen nodded in pain and gently patted Hong Yuan's hand. "All right, I understand. Don't cause trouble now. Everyone focus up." Seeing the crowd looking eager for some drama, Wang Ben suddenly barked, his sharp gaze sweeping across the group. "Especially those on the supply truck. Anyone caught pocketing supplies, don't blame me for being harsh." Wang Ben's words carried considerable weight, and the survivors quickly suppressed their ulterior motives. Human nature in the apocalypse often couldn't withstand the temptation of supplies. The convoy decided to rest here and treat themselves to a lavish lunch. In this post-apocalyptic world, aside from the few sequence holders, the rest of the convoy typically ate only once a day. After all, their supplies were limited and they had to conserve wherever possible. Now, with this influx of supplies, life in the convoy had improved. It was truly getting better. Even the survivors on the bus no longer had to drink watery gruel and could finally enjoy a solid meal. In the radar station, the campfire crackled. The convoy had, for the first time, set up 3 large woks. The savory aroma of dried, cured meat mingling with the steam of freshly cooked rice diffused through the thin air of the plateau. The survivors from the bus held their bowls, eyes rimmed with red. They had never imagined that a simple bowl of normal rice could smell so fragrant, taste so wonderful. "Eat up. There's plenty for everyone today." Ji Kuan shouted, brandishing his ladle, a rare, relaxed smile gracing his face. Gu Chen unusually wasn't smoking. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the vehicle's roof, beginning to cultivate the void meditation acceleration method. He had intended to practice it last night after exchanging for this technique. But his plans had been ruined by that silly girl Hong Yuan. After seeing the sequence ability tier analysis report today, Gu Chen felt a burning desire to break through to sequence third turn. Transcending the mundane. A life leap, a qualitative transformation. Such power, how could one not be enamored by it? Even though Gu Chen's current strength was still weak, this supernatural power was still something he had dreamed of before the apocalypse. The convoy rested at this Highland radar station for 2 hours. During this time, no anomalies or unexpected incidents occurred. This brought a rare moment of peace to the members of the convoy. "Everyone get on board. We depart in 20 minutes. Ji Kun's voice rang out through the convoy over a simple megaphone. The meal today filled the convoy's survivors with happiness. The convoy planned to head to Pingdingshan City to continue scavenging supplies. No one objected to this. "After all, you wouldn't want to go back to drinking gruel, would you?" Gu Chen jumped down from the vehicle roof, stretched his limbs, and ended his brief meditation. The void meditation acceleration method was incredibly effective. In just 2 hours of cultivation, his internal spatial energy had grown noticeably. He could clearly sense that his perception range had expanded a bit further. "Brother Chen, some water." Yan Shui handed him a cup of warm water, concern in her eyes. Gu Chun took the cup and casually ruffled her hair. Yan Shui squinted her eyes in enjoyment like a little puppy that was exclusively Gu Chen's. Seeing her contented look, Gu Chun nodded in satisfaction. After his recent period of training, she was ready to be on her own. Not far away, Ai Sierra pursed her lips, secretly watching them. When Gu Chun looked over, she quickly lowered her head, but a smile curved at the corner of her mouth. The convoy reorganized and set off with Chun Mo's off-road vehicle leading, followed closely by Gu Chen's Hummer. "Brother Chun, are you tired? Want me to drive for a while?" Yan Shui asked softly. Gu Chen had just been cultivating for 2 hours. As a qualified untouchable, one had to be considerate so that Gu Chun would like and be more satisfied with her. Perhaps Yan Shui herself didn't realize it, but her entire being had become a reflection of Gu Chun. His every move could determine her mood. "No need." Gu Chun shook his head. This vehicle had a taboo of being driven for only 4 hours per day. What if they encountered a powerful anomaly on the road and it delayed his escape? Gu Chen glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that the window of Hong Yuan's SUV was rolled down. She made a gesture only the two of them understood, causing a smile to tug at Gu Chen's lips. The convoy followed the muddy mountain path they had come from, heading southwest. Initially, everything went smoothly. About an hour later, they had traveled over 30 kilometers. Gu Chen drove while looking at the desolate plateau scenery outside the window. Suddenly he frowned. "Something's wrong." "Brother Chun, what's the matter?" Yan Shui asked nervously from the passenger seat. "This road. I think I've seen it before." Gu Chun squinted. There was a prominent rock by the roadside ahead. He clearly remembered passing this rock half an hour ago. Gu Chen slowed down and picked up the walkie-talkie. "Captain, did we take a wrong turn?" "You noticed it too. I've been following the map all along." Chun Mo in the off-road vehicle ahead also had a furrowed brow. "Let's drive a bit further and see." Gu Chun stepped on the gas and the vehicle accelerated again. Another half hour passed. When the convoy passed the eagle-shaped rock again, everyone realized the severity of the problem. How can this be?" Jikun's voice trembled over the walkie-talkie from the bus. "We've been driving straight ahead. How could we have come back to the same place?" Chun Mo ordered everyone to stop and get out to investigate. He murmured, forming hand seals, and directly summoned a reality-breaking talisman break. Yet the surrounding scene didn't change at all. How is this possible? Chen Mo was somewhat shocked. His strength had reached sequence second turn. But he couldn't break through this illusion before him. Gu Chun also jumped out of the car. Within his spatial perception, there was only the barren plateau and withered grass. There were no traces of lurking anomalies. But perhaps due to his spatial sequence, Gu Chun felt a strange sensation in the surrounding space. This feeling was very faint, requiring careful perception to detect. Gu Chun knew he was in big trouble. Systems scanned the surrounding environment. Ding. Detecting. Warning: detected spatial structure, anomaly suspected to be influenced by a closed-loop domain or cognitive maze-type anomalous ability. Suggestion: find an anchor point or a logical paradox breakthrough, otherwise the current path will loop indefinitely. Gu Chun cursed inwardly. This looked like another mental-type anomaly. Among all anomalies, mental-type ones were undoubtedly one of the most troublesome categories. Had he stumbled into a nest of mental anomalies? "Captain, was that a reality-breaking talisman you just used?" Gu Chun looked at Chun Mo and asked in a deep voice. "Yes, but it was utterly useless." Chun Mo shook his head helplessly, his expression grave. "This isn't a simple illusion. The space has been folded. Or perhaps our cognition has been altered." Hong Yuan jumped down from the SUV, her blood-colored long blade already in hand. "You mean? We're trapped in a circle and can't get out?" "More than that." Wang Ben stood on high ground, his hawk-like eyes scanning the surroundings. "The sun's position hasn't changed." Everyone looked up, though the blood moon wasn't visible. The sun of the day hung motionless at the zenith of the sky as if time itself had been frozen. Jikuin also got off the bus. Hearing this, his legs went weak, and he nearly fell to his knees. "Are we stuck in a ghost's wall?" "It's more serious than that." Chun Mo gave him a faint glance. "This isn't the folkloric ghost's wall. It's a powerful anomaly capable of trapping sequence users. An anchor point and a paradox breakthrough." Gu Chen's mind raced with the system's prompts. How was he supposed to find them? He looked around at the wasteland, withered grass rocks. Everything seemed normal, yet everything felt subtly off. This space seems locked by some kind of rule. We have to find the key to breaking the rule. Rule. Key. Chun Mo frowned deeply. Like what? For instance, something that should not exist. Gu Chen's gaze swept across the convoy and the surroundings. Or perhaps a cognitive contradiction. Just then Wang Ben seemed to notice something and abruptly pointed at the eagle-shaped rock. Have you all realized? When we first saw it, it faced east. Now, it faces west. Everyone was startled, turning their eyes toward the rock. The rock appeared utterly motionless, but with Wang Ben's reminder they all sensed it. The direction of the rock's shadow contradicted the angle of sunlight they remembered. This eerie sight sent a chill down the spines of the convoy's survivors. Gazing at this defiance of natural law, Gu Chen's pupils contracted. Could this be the logical paradox the system had hinted at? A glimmer of understanding dawned on Gu Chen. He swiftly drew his bloodthirsty blade, its edge pointing at the rock. Everyone follow me. Deny its existence. Deny? What does that mean? Hong Yuan's face was etched with bewilderment. Shout it out. Gu Chen's voice rang out sternly as he faced the crowd. Say this rock is fake. Use all your might. Let your perception overpower its rules. The survivors exchanged hesitant glances. Yet under the sequencer's piercing gaze someone finally spoke, trembling. Fake. Fake. The voice began faintly, then swelled into a tide. Fake. It doesn't exist. An illusion. As the shouts intensified, a spiderweb of cracks appeared on the rock's surface and stone dust flaked away. It was working. Seeing this, Gu Chen felt a surge of secret joy. He quickly positioned Captain Chen Mo in front of him for protection. Based on the system's earlier hints, he could roughly deduce. This wasn't a simple mental illusion. It was likely a rule logic type anomaly. Rule anomalies were far more formidable and troublesome than ordinary ones. Given the current combat strength of the Hope Convoy, there was no chance of victory. To face this heat, Gu Chen believed they would need to break through to the third turn and become a sequence transcendent. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Though rule-type anomalies were immensely powerful, they also had a fatal flaw. Finding the loophole in the rules, Gu Chen, guided by the system's previous hints and combined with his own insight, had indeed found that loophole. It was to use perception to counter the rules. The illusion the convoy was trapped in was built on rules that essentially forced people to accept the reality it had set. Once people denied that reality on a cognitive level, the rules would begin to loosen, like this eagle-shaped rock which defied normal solar logic. By shouting fake, they used collective perception to assail the rules it followed. As their cries rang out, the rock's shadow began to shake violently, as if being torn asunder by countless voices. Captain, can your illusion-breaking talisman lock onto the true coordinates? Even if only for an instant. Gu Chen turned to Chen Mo, asking rapidly. Chen Mo pondered for a moment, then nodded. He'll try the locating spell and see if it works. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals and drawing symbols in the air, while murmuring, Heaven, Earth, and the three powers locate the cosmos. Then he bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of primal blood essence onto the talisman and roared, Break! A beam of golden light shot from Chen Mo's fingertips, soaring into the sky and quickly diving toward a depression. Chen Mo's eyes lit up as he bellowed, There! While the rules are loosened, run. For once Gu Chen didn't charge ahead first. After all, he had no idea if this direction was correct. If danger lay ahead, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Chen Mo quickly got into his off-road vehicle, but similarly he didn't dash out first. Of course, it wasn't because he distrusted his own heavenly master sequence abilities. He merely wanted to stay behind and protect these ordinary convoy members. The two exchanged glances, both cursing inwardly old fox. With engines roaring, the convoy shot toward the depression like arrows from a bow. They didn't care about anything else. They just wanted to escape this damned place as fast as possible. The depression was right before them, and everyone's hearts leaped into their throats. As the first car sped into the hollow, black mucus oozed from the ground where its wheels rolled. The moment the car's tires touched the black mucus, the vehicle lurched to a halt. The slime coiled around the wheel hubs, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. Old Zhang, a survivor from the Iron Wall convoy, let out a heart-wrenching cry toward the car. Yet it was utterly futile. The car body quickly twisted and deformed under the corrosion, and a blood-curdling scream came from within the window. Old Zhang, along with his car, was devoured by the black mucus. Old Zhang's scream abruptly ceased, and a twisted humanoid shadow rose from the slime. It had no facial features, only a mouth that opened and closed incessantly. Cognitive paradox. Rule collapse. 150 seconds remaining. Captain, is this the path you chose? Seeing the anomaly before him, Gu Chen immediately shifted the blame, pinning it on Chen Mo. How the hell was I supposed to know? Didn't you tell me to locate the coordinates? Watching the other shift blame so matter-of-factly, Chen Mo was nearly furious. This is no time for bickering. Hong Yuan snapped at the two who were still at each other's throats. 150 seconds. 2.5 minutes. What does that mean? Wang Ben spoke up, voicing his confusion, a rare occurrence. Chen Mo stepped out of the off-road vehicle, again his face regaining its gravity as he explained to the group. This should be a rule-type anomaly. We've broken its rules, so its physical form only has 2.5 minutes left. What we need to do is survive those 2.5 minutes. Staring at the shadowy figure, Gu Chun bared his teeth. Given the aura it exuded, he wouldn't doubt it was a third-turn transcendent. He didn't know if he could hold out for 2.5 minutes against this thing. The shadow's mouth split open and countless tentacles poured out from within. Instantly they coiled around the two nearest survivors. Before the pair could even scream, they were wrapped into black cocoons and devoured by the anomaly. Everyone get in the vehicles. Don't let the engines stall. Chen Mo roared at the panicked crowd before leaping onto the roof of an off-road vehicle. Drawing his black longsword, he ceaselessly chanted incantations while slashing out sharp sword beams. Wang Ben's resentful lament bow hummed mournfully, firing powerful arrows in rapid succession. Hong Yuan, using her speed advantage, darted around, severing the black tentacles. She rescued the ordinary survivors. Naturally, she couldn't save them all, but she could barely reduce the death toll. Gu Chun, wielding a gun in one hand and a blade in the other, fired and slashed at the ubiquitous black tentacles. The group launched a flurry of fierce attacks, yet their damage to the eerie entity was pitifully limited. The black tentacles seemed inexhaustible. Each time they severed one, countless more surged forth. Had it not been for the system's constant notifications of gained kill points, Gu Chun might have thought his efforts futile. Fortunately, the shadowy figure appeared, bound by some rule preventing it from leaving that depression. Even so, the group struggled to withstand the onslaught. Only 90 seconds remained. Wang Ben, suppress its mouth. Gu Chen's pistol muzzle spat dark crimson flames. The bullet pierced the shadow's head, a blood mark searing red patterns on the wound, and the tentacles around its mouth momentarily faltered. Wang Ben understood, drawing the lament bow taut with a twang. The arrow, wrapped in vine phantoms, shot into the shadow's gaping maw. In response to their assault, the shadow's mouth stretched to its ears as if in fury or mockery. Suddenly the mucus surged violently. The bullet and arrow fired by the two were ensnared by the mucus and slowly dissolved. Tentacles lashed out like venomous snakes, lunging straight for the nearest bus. Hong Yuan, standing nearby, swung her blood-colored long blade horizontally. The blade's light flashed like lightning, severing several tentacles. But splashes of mucus landed on her arm, instantly corroding her fair skin into charred scars. Gu Chen's pupils contracted. This foolish girl dared to charge forward again. His left hand fired 3 consecutive shots from the blood severance Glock. Dark crimson bullets precisely struck the shadow's tentacles, blood marks searing with smoke, causing the shadow's movements to stall. Chen Mo, make your move now. Gu Chen shouted. That old fellow was still casting golden light shields to protect the ordinary survivors. Primordial Qi, lend me power to slay the demon. Chen Mo unleashed a golden sword radiance, imbued with the sacred energy, unique to the celestial master sequence, cleaving toward the shadow's head. The shadow seemed to emit a scream, its mucus body churning violently. The struck area billowed thick white smoke. It was not harmed by the sword energy itself. What truly damaged the shadow was the sacred energy of the celestial master sequence within. Yet that was all. The gash closed in an instant, healed over by more mucus. The strongest strike from a Sequence 2 cultivator barely phased the shadow. Only 55 seconds remained. Gu Chun continuously used spatial distortion to dodge while swinging his long blade. The pistol's 30 rounds were already spent. He now had but one thought: to hold on and survive. He must endure. The others fared no better. Hong Yuan had already been injured. Wang Ben, still nursing old wounds, bore fresh ones. Chen Mo, despite having broken through to Sequence 2, had exhausted himself casting several large golden light shields and unleashing his strongest attack. Now he too struggled to hold on. 5, 4, 3, 2. Time was up. The shadow, as if constrained by some ineffable rule, vanished instantly. Even the severed black tentacles on the ground disappeared with it. Only scorched earth and twisted metal debris remained in the depression. The setting sun cast its light upon them once more. Survivors collapsed to the ground, speechless, feeling a sense of redemption after escaping death's clutches. Chen Mo leaned on his sword, gasping for breath, acutely sensing the myriad emotions, incense offerings from the others. Finally, it's over. Hong Yuan, clutching her wounded left arm, also relaxed her tone. Wang Ben silently returned to the vehicle and fell asleep. His injuries compounded, he needed rest. Gu Chun sat down on the spot, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. He had never felt time pass so slowly. A mere 2.5 minutes felt like an eternity. System, how many kill points do I have? In that brief span, Gu Chen had no idea how many slashes he had made. He only knew that each slash earned him 100 kill points plus the sustained damage from his pistol. Ding host's remaining kill points 6,600. 6,600 points. He had previously had 500 points left. That meant this lost cognition rule anomaly had provided him with 6,100 kill points. Gu Chun smiled in satisfaction. Though perilous, the gains were substantial. Are you hurt? Hong Yuan approached despite her own arm injury. Her gaze toward Gu Chun carried concern. I'm fine, don't worry, silly girl. Gu Chun shook his head with a smile. With spatial distortion and spatial perception, the corrosive mucus naturally couldn't touch him. He took Hong Yuan's injured arm and examined the corrosive scar. Even with a sequence user's exceptional physique, it would be hard to heal quickly. Call you foolish, and you really are. Charging forward at a time like that, Gu Chun scolded her sharply. The usually fiery-tempered Hong Yuan obediently lowered her head, not daring to retort. Gu Chun retrieved medicine from his dimensional space and cleaned and bandaged her wound. Then he looked around. The convoy had suffered heavy losses. At least a dozen survivors had been devoured, including old Zhang from the sedan. Even with Chen Mo and Hong Yuan's utmost protection, the death toll could have been far higher. Yikun, still alive. Chen Mo sheathed his sword, his face grim, as he surveyed the convoy. Captain. Jikuan climbed down from the bus, trembling, his face pale. Check the vehicles, count the survivors. We need to leave here immediately. Chen Mo quickly instructed Jikuan. The rule anomaly had been erased by the rules. But no one knew if it would return. Everyone began inspecting their vehicles. Though Chen Mo's talismans had provided protection, many cars were still corroded by the black eerie tentacles. Gu Chun also approached his Hummer to check it. The body bore some traces of corrosion from the mucus, but thanks to the earth armor trait, the damage was minor. The only real concern might be the tires. The originally robust off-road tires with good tread had been corroded, nearly bald. Thanks to the life link trait, they might self-repair in a couple of days. Jikuan quickly tallied the death toll. This eerie attack had claimed 16 survivors and destroyed 7 cars. The only consolation was that the supply truck had suffered no losses, partly due to Chen Mo's focused protection. After all, in this apocalypse, supplies were more precious than lives. The convoy, once over 110 people, had dwindled to just over 90. Chirp. Chocolate climbed onto Gu Chen's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately, its mood somewhat low. It had used its curse ability on the rule anomaly but found it had no effect. This is the first time it has faced a setback with its curse ability. Gu Chen smiled and patted its head, offering it a piece of Dove chocolate. This isn't your fault, little guy. To defeat the rules of the bazaar, one must exploit the loopholes within them. Otherwise, the bazaar is invincible within its own rules. At least it seems that way for now. After eating, the little mouse's mood visibly improved, and it obediently ran back to the car to sleep. What pressure could a little mouse possibly have? Gu Chun looked at the carefree chocolate and suddenly felt a sense of melancholy. Sometimes he wondered what kind of life is worthy of this long escape. Many in the convoy only desired a stable life. Yet, in this bizarre apocalypse, such a wish felt extravagant. System fuse my tactical jacket with the skin of the mountain demon. Gu Chun planned to spend 2,000 kill points to transform his jacket into a sacrificial item. Ding, 2,000 kill points consumed, current balance 4,600 points. Crafting sacrificial item 235959, it would take another day's time. Fortunately, the clothes could still be worn during the crafting process. As the convoy set off again, the sun had already dipped below the snowy peaks. They traveled along the muddy road towards Pingding Mountain and arrived at a small river. This inconspicuous little river is one of the sources of the Kanglin River. Chen Mo jumped down from the off-road vehicle first and released 2 small paper figures to carefully inspect the surroundings. After confirming there was no bizarre aura, the convoy decided to spend the night here. The view is open, and there's a water source perfect for overnight camping. Jikuan immediately organized the survivors to disembark. Although they had just lost over 10 people, those who remained had to continue moving forward. Chun parked the Hummer on a flat high ground, opened the window, and lit a cigarette. Go fetch some water, let's wash up today. Gu Chun instructed Yen Shui. He hadn't bathed in several days. The last time he did was in a creek before entering the mountains. Taking this opportunity, he intended to wash well today. The loss of loved ones cast a shadow of sadness over the entire convoy. Chen Mo stood on a protruding rock surveying the crowd. He knew it was time for him to step up. Clearing his throat, Chen Mo's voice carried on the cold wind of the plateau. Everyone, today we lost over 10 companions. He paused, striving to fill his heart with sorrowful emotion. On the 67th day of the apocalypse, each of us is losing something. Losing loved ones, losing our homes, losing But I want to tell everyone that we have not lost hope. We must strive to cross this ridge mountain range, reach the Vyak grassland, and then head to the Kukuchi desert. There is no bazaar. We can find an oasis, plant a cactus, and even build a city. Chen Mo became more and more animated as he spoke, reaching the climax of his speech, waving his hands fervently and spitting as he spoke. The people in the camp listened to this passionate speech, wiping away tears from the corners of their eyes. In their sorrowful gazes there was now a hint of determination, and a glimmer of hope for survival. In the end, may the deceased rest in peace and may the living stay strong. Chen Mo slightly bowed, expressing his respect for the deceased. After the speech, the campfire gradually blazed. The survivors began to eat food and converse in low voices. Some chose to boil a pot of hot water to wash away their fatigue. The mood and atmosphere of the group were evidently much better than before. Chen Mo jumped down from the rock and whispered to Ji Kuan, "Arrange the night watch, we cannot afford any more mishaps tonight." Ji Kuan nodded, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. "Captain, your speech today was impressive." Chen Mo humbly smiled and looked across the river at the snowy mountains. It was just some heartfelt words. After listening to Chen Mo's speech, Gu Chun couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of planting cacti in the Kukuchi desert. The nighttime temperature there can drop to below -10 degrees. Just the temperature difference between day and night could freeze those so-called cacti. As for the claim that there were no bazaar there and wanting to build a city in an oasis, the idea is quite nice. The cold wind of the plateau howled past the source of the Kanglin River. Yan Shui carefully poured hot water into a portable bathtub, steam rising in the cold air. "Brother Chan, the water is ready." Yan Shui's voice was soft, her eyes holding a hint of expectation. Gu Chen jumped out of the car, first pulling up a cloth around the vehicle to block the view from afar. "Come over and help me wash my back." He beckoned Yan Shui with his finger. Yan Shui, blushing, approached as the warm towel glided over Gu Chen's back. Her movements were gentle and practiced, as if she had long been accustomed to such service. Gu Chen closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of relaxation. After his bath, Gu Chen felt completely refreshed. "Get some more water, you should wash up too," he reminded Yan Shui, who looked dazed. Just as he stood up, he saw a beautiful figure walking towards him. "Sir, I came to showcase my talents." The newcomer was Ai Sierra, who was wearing tight pants, her long hair cascading down, exuding a fragrant aura. She had survived the previous bazaar attack because she had been on that supply bus. So she really did manage to clean herself up. Gu Chen handed her a piece of jerky and a few potatoes, pointing to the nearby river. "Don't rush to showcase your talents, first go cook for me." Yan Shui was still bathing. This free labor shouldn't go to waste. Ai Sierra felt a little disappointed but obediently went to prepare the meal. "System, can you recommend a sacrificial item that can produce water resources while also allowing for body washing?" After bathing, this new idea came to Gu Chen's mind. In the future, the convoy would inevitably encounter extreme terrains and climates while on the run. If there wasn't enough water, that wouldn't do. Ding, detected hosts needs generating auxiliary sacrificial item plan in progress. Plan 1, Sweet Dew Purification Bottle Sacrificial Item, ranking 5090 description, a white jade purification bottle crafted from the spinal fluid of the bizarre purification lady and fused with the cold jade of the snowy mountains. Characteristic: Sweet Dew automatically condenses 5 liters of pure sweet water daily. Drinking it can slowly heal injuries. Characteristic: Blood Sacrifice Enlargement. Sacrificing a living being, the blood soaking the bottle can directly increase water production up to 20 liters. Systems all-in-one service price 3,000 kill points. Plan 2, Purification Water Sac Sacrificial Item, ranking 6080 description, crafted from fragments of bizarre altars from plateau monks fused with holy lake crystals. Characteristic: Dust Purification, generates 8 liters of purifying water daily drinkable. Remarkably effective for cleaning. Water temperature can be adjusted at the user's will. 060C. Characteristic: Aroma Enhancement. The purified water carries a faint fragrance that lingers for 12 hours after contact with skin, effectively masking human scent, effective against the bizarre. Systems all-in-one service price 2,500 kill points. Gu Chun rubbed his chin, contemplating the two options presented by the system. The first, the Sweet Dew purifying vase, was characterized by its substantial volume and the water within possessed healing properties. The drawback was the need for a second awakening, requiring the sacrifice of a living being. As for what that living being meant, everyone understood. The second option, the dust-cleansing water pouch, had a smaller daily yield, but could regulate temperature and conceal one's aura. Both were excellent. He wanted them all. Unfortunately, he possessed none of the bizarre items required by the system's options, otherwise he wouldn't be in such a dilemma. System, why is this price so high? Can you make it cheaper? He recalled that his bloodthirsty frenzied blade was ranked around 4,000 among sacrificial artifacts. Yet it had merely been upgraded from an ordinary watermelon knife. He had never provided any bizarre items for it. All upgrades were done through the system's exchange. Even so, he had only spent 2,100 kill points in total. But now the sacrificial artifacts offered by the system were ranked lower than his bloodthirsty frenzied blade. Yet the price had increased. Ding, this system is fair and honest, no bargaining accepted. Please host, see clearly this is a honest stop service for the final settlement. This means host, you need not wait, need no time, need no materials. You only need to spend kill points to obtain a sacrificial artifact. Additionally, the system kindly reminds you auxiliary-type sacrificial artifacts are usually more precious than combat-type ones. System, choose option 2, exchange for the dust-cleansing water pouch. Chen pondered for a moment before choosing the second option. The water in the first option, the sweet dew purifying vase, had some healing effects. But its base yield was even lower than that of the second option, the dust-cleansing water pouch. It required activating the trait blood sacrifice expansion. Of course, it wasn't that Chen was too kind-hearted to act. As long as it allowed him to live better, killing 1 or 2 survivors wasn't out of the question. What truly worried Chen was that the system's trait stated maximum could be increased to 20 liters. That meant it wasn't absolute, the operation involved a great deal of luck. If his luck was poor and the yield only increased by 2 or 3 liters, wouldn't the extra 500 kill points be wasted? Chen didn't want to gamble. The dust-cleansing water pouch of the second option, though its yield cap wasn't high, was currently sufficient for his needs. Moreover, it was remarkably effective for cleansing the body, which was exactly the effect he desired. Ding consumed 2,500 kill points, remaining 2,100 points. Chen felt a chill in his palm as a gray water pouch materialized out of thin air. The pouch was engraved with dense scripture-like patterns, and the seams were adorned with red leather. A blue decorative accessory, shimmering like a gem, embellished the body of the pouch. Chen examined it closely. This must be the sacred lake crystal the system mentioned, right? The overall shape of the water pouch resembled a traditional leather wineskin. The body was flat and round, while the spout was a curved, elongated tube. Name: dust-cleansing water pouch sacrificial artifact, rank 6080, description: crafted from the bizarre altar fragments of plateau monks fused with the sacred lake crystal. Trait: dust cleansing, generates 8 liters of purified water daily drinkable. Remarkably effective for cleaning or water temperature, can be adjusted according to the user's will. 060C. Trait: aroma enhancement, the water carries a natural fragrance, leaving a subtle scent on the skin for 12 hours upon contact, capable of concealing the human aura, effective against anomalies. Taboo: must be placed under the light of the blood moon during the hour of 35 a.m. daily. Otherwise, it will only produce corrosive acidic water the next day. Taboo: must not be used to wash deceased corpses, or it will trigger corpse mutation. If you are the host, you can disregard any of the above taboos. This water pouch needed to bask in the moonlight every day. The hour of was around 3 to 5 in the morning. One had to admit the taboos of sacrificial artifacts were indeed bizarre. If not for the system, Chen could imagine himself getting up at 3 every morning to let the pouch bask in the moonlight. He gently tapped the mouth of the pouch, and a wisp of water vapor carrying a crisp, snow lotus-like scent wafted into his nose. The moment Chen thought of heating the water to 40 degrees. The water pouch trembled slightly, and the clear water it poured out immediately steamed in the cold air. Chen cupped the water to wash his face. As the vapor brushed past his nose, he felt a surge of refreshment. Ah! Wonderful, simply wonderful. Master, the meal is ready. Aixier had finished cooking, the pot was stewing potatoes and cured meat, filling the air with a rich aroma. Chen put away the water pouch, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and took a piece of cured meat. Not bad skills. You can come cook for me from now on. Aixier bit her lip. What she wanted wasn't just to cook. However, she quickly adjusted her mindset. As long as Master likes it, Sierra will come and cook for Master every day. Chen nodded. No talent show today. You can go back. He still had to teach Hongyuan blade techniques tonight. That silly girl had some formidable strength, so he needed to conserve his energy. Aixier's face showed a hint of grievance as she left dejectedly. She had deliberately washed herself until she was fragrant, dressed up beautifully, hoping to win this man over in one fell swoop. In the end, she had just come to cook a meal. And not only that, but she hadn't even eaten before being sent away. Chen watched her retreating figure, feeling no regret for his actions. Thanks to him, that woman was living quite comfortably on the supply bus. While she couldn't just take anything she wanted as long as it wasn't too excessive, Linyi and the others wouldn't dare stop her. This was evident from the pot of tea she had given him before. The deterrence of a sequencer was not something ordinary people could withstand. Even if these matters were brought to Chen Mo, it would be useless. It was merely a small whim of power. After finishing his meal, Gu Chun left the leftovers in the pot for Yen Shui and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the void meditation acceleration method. He could feel that although he was still some distance from breaking through to sequence second turn, it wouldn't be long before he could acquire a new skill. After cultivating for nearly 2 more hours, Gu Chun opened his eyes and stretched his numb body. Chun Gu, are you tired? Get in the car and let Yenna relieve your fatigue. Yen Shui was already sitting in the car, poking her little head out, revealing a generous expanse of her neck and chest. She had prepared everything, waiting for Gu Chun to favor her. However, she was about to be disappointed. You go to sleep first. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Oh right, wake up a bit earlier tomorrow and wipe down the car. The back seat had gotten somewhat dirty from their activities, and Gu Chun hadn't had the time to clean it yet. Today he decided to leave this task to Yen Shui. After all, most of the mess was her doing. Having her clean it herself was only right. With that, ignoring Yen Shui's resentful gaze, he strode towards the red SUV where Hong Yuan was. Even the most delicious food gets tiresome if eaten every day. Gu Chun wanted a change of taste. I thought you weren't coming. The moment Gu Chun got into the car, Hong Yuan pounced on him, her breath warm against his ear. Do you know? Don't talk. Put out the fire first. The icy wind howled outside the SUV, its windows fogged with steam. Gu Chun gasped as he pulled loose her hairpin so fragrant. Did you wash today? What else? Hong Yuan shot him a charming, reproachful glance. And I used to wash before too. The air on the plateau was bitingly cold. Gu Chun was roused by the sound of sleet pelting the vehicle's body. When he crawled out of Hong Yuan's SUV, the sky was just paling into dawn. He stretched his aching back. Last night's swordplay lesson had been far more intense than expected. Though the foolish girl was still recovering from her injuries, her strength had not diminished one bit. He took the purifying water pouch from his dimensional space, poured out the hot water, and gave himself a quick wash. Truly, a sacrificial artifact was a sacrificial artifact. Even if it ranked low, the water it conjured had remarkable cleansing power. A pity it couldn't be stored, or otherwise he could collect 8 liters daily. Last night Gu Chun had tried to bottle some, but once midnight passed it vanished into thin air. The hand of the rules strikes again. Wash me too. I reek. Hong Yuan dressed and stepped out of the car. Her complexion was now radiant, making her look even more beautiful and alluring. Yesterday that wretched man had left her all. Gu Chun smiled, tilted the pouch, and hot water flowed out carrying a faint, elegant fragrance. Hong Yuan cupped her palms and sniffed, marveling. How does this water have a subtle scent? Is this another sacrificial artifact you've crafted? Gu Chun nodded in answer and helped her wash thoroughly. The artifact was truly miraculous, and Hong Yuan felt entirely refreshed. By the way, you said you'd craft me another sacrificial artifact. As if remembering something, she grabbed Gu Chun's arm and shook it with a soft, tantalizing touch. Fine. Hand over the aberrant object and I'll craft one for you. I don't have an aberrant object, but can you still make one, Brother Chun? Hong Yuan pouted and began to wheedle in a syrupy tone. She suspected that even without an aberrant object, Gu Chun could still forge a sacrificial artifact. After all, this man was deeply mysterious. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given herself so readily before. Though Hong Yuan harbored considerable fondness for Gu Chun, their time together was too brief to speak of deep affection. But humans have 3 primal desires: eating, sleeping, and Hong Yuan was a normal woman. She too needed a man. Gu Chun happened to be strong, handsome, and she had a good impression of him. Most importantly, relying on him allowed her to live better and grow stronger. In the apocalypse, a simple love-struck mind wouldn't suffice. Faced with Hong Yuan's coaxing, Gu Chun merely shook his head. Without an aberrant object, it's impossible. Crafting a sacrificial artifact isn't conjuring something from nothing. It requires the proper materials. He certainly wouldn't spend a large amount of slaughter points to redeem an artifact for her, even if their relationship had become one that was out of the question. The reason he was willing to craft artifacts for a few convoy members was that the system required relatively few slaughter points. Their enhanced strength would help him better combat the aberrations. Humans are social creatures. If conditions allowed, Gu Chun had no desire to be a lone wolf. In this apocalypse, loners rarely survived long. But that didn't mean he would give selflessly. This woman wanted to freeload an artifact with nothing but her 2 lips. Hong Yuan looked surprised. This man was so cold after taking what he wanted. Brother Chun, after last night, can't you help me? She refused to give up, but Gu Chun was utterly unromantic. He turned and walked away without a trace of hesitation. He had already guessed her intentions when she first gave herself to him. But still, as always, Gu Chen disliked wasting things. Hong Yuan glared at his retreating back, her face flushed with anger. You scumbag. He paid no heed to her fury. Their relationship was complex. Part love, part lust, part mutual use. Lighting a Furongwang cigarette, Gu Chen strode toward his Hummer without pausing. His mind was already calculating how to spend the remaining 2,100 slaughter points. The combat jacket sacrificial artifact still had 13 hours until completion. System: is there any drug that can accelerate sequence cultivation? Like the pills in cultivation novels, Gu Chen sensed he would soon gain a new skill. But he wanted to be faster. Ding. Detecting host's need. Generating options. Option 1: Blood Moon Essence. Type: Cultivation Acceleration Potion. Description: a highly concentrated essence, extracted from blood moon energy of considerable value. Effect: can significantly stimulate sequence gene activity. During refinement there is a chance to trigger an enlightenment effect. Side effect: after ingestion and refinement the user enters a 6-hour weakened state. Host is immune. Price: 2,000 slaughter points. Option 2: Sequence Capsule. Type: Sequence Enhancement Potion. Description: an improved formula derived from an unknown civilization's legacy, extremely precious. Effect: can greatly unlock sequence potential and massively boost sequence energy. Can be used in conjunction with Blood Moon Essence. Side effect: the user must endure excruciating gene-tearing pain. If willpower is insufficient, it may lead to sequence collapse. Host is exempt. Price: 100,000 slaughter points. Sequence Capsule. Gu Chen's mouth watered at the mention of greatly boosting potential. But it cost a whopping 100,000 slaughter points. This was the most expensive item he had ever seen in the system. The sequence potion he used to awaken his sequence had cost only 5,000. That was enough to buy 2 sequence potions. Resigned, Gu Chen turned to the Blood Moon Essence. Was this a concentration of Blood Moon energy? He knew many creatures had been corrupted by Blood Moon energy and turned into aberrations. System: can this stuff be drunk? Would he become an aberration symbiote after taking it? Rest assured, host. The system shares your glory and your loss. Gu Chen nodded. He trusted the system's integrity. So he spent 2,000 slaughter points to redeem it. Ding. Spent 2,000 slaughter points. Remaining 100 slaughter points. A small vial of faintly glowing red liquid appeared in Gu Chen's hand. The Blood Moon Essence. He gazed at it, his eyes full of anticipation. Without hesitation he downed it in one gulp. His body felt no extraordinary changes. Gu Chen only found the taste sweet and quite pleasant to drink. Well, no, that wasn't right. Shouldn't he be sensing a surge of formidable power roiling within him? Perhaps sensing Gu Chen's confusion, the system offered a prompt before he could even speak. The medicinal effects would gradually manifest as the host refined them. Gu Chen glanced at the system panel's clock. 5:39. The convoy usually set off after breakfast around 6:40 to 7:00 if no danger arose. About an hour remained. Gu Chen quickly strode to his Hummer, ready to refine the medicinal energy within him. Yan Shui was already up, having wiped down both the rear seats and the vehicle's body. The entire Hummer now gleamed spotlessly clean. The only flaw was that corroded tire. Still, after a night of self-repair, it looked far better than before. It would likely be fully restored before long. Brother Chen, it's all clean now, Yan Shui said cautiously. Her hands reddened from the biting cold. She had risen at 4 a.m. as he had instructed the previous night. Gu Chen rewarded her with a pat on the head and told her to wait in the vehicle. He then sat cross-legged in an open space nearby, beginning to refine the Blood Moon Essence within him. As the void meditation acceleration method cycled continuously, Gu Chen could clearly feel a warm current flowing through his body. He sensed his body gradually heating up. The cold snowflakes that landed on him melted instantly upon contact. At the same time, his strength was rapidly increasing. After an indeterminate period, Gu Chen felt a sudden influx of memories in his mind. This sensation was just like when he had first awakened his sequence. Opening his eyes, Gu Chen realized he had acquired a new skill, Space Fold. This ability allowed him to fold and reconfigure space within a certain range, creating multiple spatial layers. Raising his right hand, Gu Chen clenched his fist in the air toward a distant pebble. Crack! The pebble was instantly crushed into dust by the invisible force of space. He rose to his feet and began stepping forward. His feet gradually lifted off the ground, treading upon the invisible void itself. This was another application of spacefold, skywalking. The principle was simple. By folding and reorganizing the space beneath his feet, he created a solid plane to step on. However, the consumption was considerable. After a short walk, Gu Chen already felt a significant drain. For now, this move seemed only good for showing off. Yet once his strength broke through to the second or even third transcendence, he might be able to fly through the air directly. Returning to solid ground, Gu Chen's lips curled into a smirk, twisting into a shape like a Nike logo. It had been nearly half a month since he awakened his sequence, and he finally had a third skill. Along with it, his physical constitution had improved considerably. Not only that, but his other skills had also been enhanced. Space distortion extended further and his perception range broadened. The dimensional space had been continuously expanding, now reaching about 30 square meters. Well, not bad at all. The acceleration potion exchanged from the system was truly powerful. The only pity was that he hadn't experienced the epiphany effect the system mentioned. He wondered if there would be another chance during later refinement. Gu Chen sensed the remaining medicinal power of the blood moon essence within him, enough to sustain his cultivation for a while. It seemed that from now on he should focus his kill points on enhancing his own strength. Including the purification water pouch he had acquired today, Gu Chen now possessed 4 offerings with a 5th under construction. 2 of these were offensive offerings, the bloodthirsty mad blade for close combat and the blood-severing Glock for ranged attacks. Another was his Hummer vehicle. That was enough for his current needs. He decided to elevate his strength to the 2nd transcendence before considering more offerings. Checking the time, 6:21. The camp's inhabitants were all awake now. Some had already finished breakfast and were packing up ready to continue their migration and escape. Though this place was good, staying too long in one spot only attracted more aberrations. Thus, despite their disdain for this endless nomadic life, they had no choice. After all, even a metropolis like Modu had fallen. What else could they do? After finishing the breakfast, Yan Shui prepared. Gu Chen followed the convoy as they set off again. As usual, Chen Mo's off-road vehicle led the way while Gu Chen kept a steady pace in the middle rear of the convoy. The wind howled and the snow grew heavier. Many vehicles in the convoy now looked battered and broken. Some had shattered windows, dented doors, corroded tires, and nearly stripped paint. With the cars leaking wind like this, the heaters were long useless. The biting wind blew into the vehicles, leaving the survivors shivering despite their cold weather gear. The best vehicle in the convoy was undoubtedly Gu Chen's Hummer. AI Sierra curled up in the farthest corner of the bus last row, hugging herself tightly to preserve what little warmth remained. The supply bus windows were broken in several places, patched with makeshift plastic sheets. Yet the wind still seeped through the gaps. "Sierra, come here and lean against me to warm up," a middle-aged woman offered, kindly shifting aside to make room. AI Sierra forced a faint smile, but shook her head, declining the gesture. She wanted to remember this feeling. It was the very life she was desperate to escape. Through the frost-covered window, she gazed toward the rear of the convoy. Several cars back, Gu Chen's black Hummer drove steadily. The windows were sealed tight, revealing nothing inside, but AI Sierra knew it must be incredibly warm in there. "Everyone hold on a little longer. Let's reach Pingdingshan City by today." Ji Kun's voice rang out from the blue bus. Then came a round of empty promises about how things would be once they reached Pingdingshan. That kid had picked up a few tricks from Chen Mo. The convoy pressed on through the snow all day. Around 6 in the evening, they stopped at the entrance to the city. The survivors finally glimpsed the silhouette of Pingdingshan City. Night had fallen, and the once brightly lit city was now a pitch-black expanse, eerily ominous. After Chen Mo placed a few paper figures around the camp, the frozen survivors could finally warm up and rest. For dinner, AI Sierra cooked for Gu Chen again. Rejecting the woman's offer to perform for him, Gu Chen checked the crafting time of his offering. Offering in progress 0231. In 2.5 minutes, his jacket would become an offering. Gu Chen excitedly lit a cigarette, rubbed his hands together, and found another sacrificial item ranked within the top 3000. He wondered what traits he would obtain. When the countdown reached 0, the mountain spirit macaque leather in the dimensional space vanished. At the same time, a layer of ghostly blue metallic luster coated Gu Chen's tactical jacket. The texture of the fur flickered faintly under the blood moon. The originally black jacket now seemed even more mysterious. Ding, sacrificial item successfully forged. Name, mist-shrouded tactical jacket, sacrificial item, ranking 2669. Description, crafted from the leather of a bizarre mist-wreathed mountain spirit macaque and fused with a tactical jacket. Mist patterns shimmer on its surface, emitting a faint chilling aura when worn. Trait 1, a mimicry of mystic fog, expends sequence energy to briefly mimic the appearance of a previously contacted target, but cannot replicate its voice or memories. Trait 2, fog veil concealment, releases a thin eerie mist over a certain range to obstruct the enemy's vision and perception. Trait 3, malevolent aura, slightly intimidates low-rank anomalies or creatures, reducing their likelihood of initiating an attack. Ineffective against high-rank anomalies. Taboo 1, do not utter the true name. If the wearer's true name e.g. a Gu-chan is called 3 times in succession, while worn the mimicry and fog veil functions will be forcibly disabled for 24 hours. Taboo 2 are ineffective when not alone. When surrounded by a crowd of 3 or more people, the effects of traits 1 and 2 are reduced by 50. Taboo 3. Use fog concealment, a maximum of 3 times per day. Overuse may lead to mental disorder. Side effect: the wearer must engage in climbing activities, such as tree climbing or rock climbing, for 2 hours each day. Failure to do so will result in body temperature imbalance. Taboos and side effects are nullified for the host for no other reason than that the host possesses the system. Gu Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he read the information on the system panel. Mimicry of mystic fog. With this ability, could he not mimic a creature to aid him in battle? Or even replicate an anomaly? Fog veil concealment was somewhat reminiscent of the macaque's mist domain, though likely with a smaller range. Still, it was decent, like a smoke grenade. Before the apocalypse, when Gu Chen played shooting games and looted gear, smoke grenades were his favorite. A must-have for looting crates. As for the intimidation trait, it likely corresponded to that unsettling feeling he had when he first saw the macaque hide. But the cost was steep. Once worn, even his true name couldn't be spoken. Moreover, trait 2 could only be used 3 times a day. Without the system, this would just be an ordinary sacrificial item. But because Gu Chen could ignore the taboos, this item became somewhat overpowered. With this jacket, wouldn't it be like having an extra sequence ability? With a thought, the patterns on the jacket flickered and a surge of mist poured out. Gradually, it formed a 3-meter giant, the very giant anomaly he had encountered earlier. The mist then dissipated and reformed into a giant spider. Gu Chen tested the strength of the simulated forms, and a slight disappointment crept in. These simulated anomalies were weak, retaining less than 1/10 of their original power, and the mimicry consumed a considerable amount of his sequence energy. For now, the idea of summoning anomalies to fight for him was off the table. Still, it was a useful skill. If used cleverly, it could catch an opponent off guard. After briefly toying with the sacrificial item, Gu Chen sat cross-legged and began his daily cultivation. There was still plenty of blood moon essence in his body, and he needed to hurry and strengthen himself. That night, the convoy was stationed on a flat, windswept plain. A gale carried flurries of snow as survivors braved the bitter cold, gathering whatever sparse twigs and dry grass they could find nearby. Before the apocalypse, such actions would have drawn criticism. Trees on the plateau were already scarce. Damaging the environment now would be utterly deplorable. But with everyone on the verge of freezing to death, who cared about that? The car heaters, while not directly consuming fuel, still required the engine to run long enough to generate sufficient heat. Running the engine all night was a luxury the convoy survivors could not afford. Their battered vehicles. The warm air they blew was probably nothing more than a decoration. Despite the freezing weather, after 2 hours of cultivation, Gu Chen felt no chill at all. Sub-zero temperatures were trivial for a sequence bearer. Only if the temperature dropped below -20 or 30 degrees Celsius might he feel the cold. Moreover, he had just refined part of the blood moon essence's potency. Still, he decided to head back to the car for some warmth. After all, his vehicle didn't need fuel, and he could have Yan Shui help him relieve some fatigue. As for Hong Yuan, he couldn't go near her for now. Maybe head check on her later. If all else failed, head just have to tame her properly. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Gu Chen was roused by Chen Mo's voice over the walkie-talkie. Gu Chen, come to my tent. I have a plan to discuss. Gu Chen curled his lip. What scheme did that old fox have now? Pushing aside Yan Shui's delicate body, he climbed out of the Hummer's back seat. The sun had just risen and the blood moon was gradually fading. Most of the survivors in the camp were already up, either cooking or attending to personal hygiene. Chen Mo's tent was pitched at the front of the convoy. Overnight, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on its roof. As Gu Chen lifted the flap, a wave of warm air, mixed with the aroma of noodles, greeted him. Captain, I just got up and came straight here to hear your plan, and you're already eating. Chen Mo stood up with a sly grin and handed him a bowl of noodles. Eat first. I've got good news to share. What good news? Wait till Hong Yuan gets here, then I'll tell everyone. Wang Ben was also in the tent, nursing his wounds as he sat in a corner polishing his resentful melody bow. As they finished their noodles, Hong Yuan arrived. She seemed to be in a foul mood, especially when she looked at Gu Chen, as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. All right, everyone's here. I won't keep you in suspense. Last night I chose my second turn sequence branch. Sequence branch. Every sequence has its unique branches. After reaching the second turn and cultivating for a while, once one's cultivation accumulates to a certain level, they can choose a specialized direction for their sequence. Different branches focus on different sequence abilities. For example, Chen Mo's Celestial Master Sequence, one of the most powerful sequences in Xia, offers numerous branch directions to choose from. It could focus on talismans, greatly enhancing the Celestial Master Sequence's talisman abilities. Alternatively, one could specialize in physical techniques and swordsmanship, elevating the Celestial Master Sequence's sword aura to new heights. Or even purify the sacred energy of the Celestial Master Sequence, making it more effective against anomalies. It must be said the Celestial Master Sequence is truly versatile. The question remained, which path had Chen Mo chosen? As the three pairs of eyes fixed upon him, Chen Mo set down his chopsticks and cleared his throat. After much deliberation last night, I ultimately chose the Diviner branch. Then Chen Mo elaborated in detail on his sequence branch. The Celestial Master Diviner. This branch could enhance the Celestial Master Sequence's divination and prophecy abilities. During his first advancement, Chen Mo's divination could only predict simple fortune or misfortune. But now he could foresee the course of an event. He could precisely select an event and conduct a detailed deduction. For instance, if they planned to visit the supermarket in the city center of Pingdingshan today, then Chen Mo could divine the potential dangers along the way and readjust the plan accordingly. Moreover, the Diviner branch reduced the cooldown of the skill from 3 days to a single day. That meant Chen Mo could use the divination skill daily to plan the convoy's route. The sequence branch Chen Mo had chosen left Guchan and the others somewhat surprised. While the Celestial Master Diviner branch enhanced divination abilities, its boost to personal combat power was minimal. Of course, for the entire convoy, it was an immensely powerful ability. With this skill, the survival rate of the survivors in the convoy would be greatly increased. It had to be said Chen Mo had indeed made a certain sacrifice for the sake of the entire convoy, truly worthy of the great Captain Chen, wholeheartedly dedicated to serving the convoy. After Chen Mo announced his choice of the Celestial Master Diviner branch, the atmosphere in the tent became somewhat delicate. Gu Chun slowly took a drag of his cigarette, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Captain, this choice of yours is truly unexpected. Your divination ability is stronger, but doesn't that mean your combat power is stagnating? The choice of sequence branch determined a sequence user's strength upon second advancement. Therefore, this decision required careful consideration of the pros and cons. Yeah, Captain, you're the only second advancement sequence user in our convoy right now. Choosing this branch. Hong Yuan chimed in a flicker of confusion in her eyes. Having spent so much time with the convoy, she knew Chen Mo was not someone who would sacrifice his own interests for the team. Wang Ben rarely spoke, his voice low. Mo Go the Diviner is indeed beneficial for the convoy. You've made a great sacrifice for the team. His face was now full of sympathy for Chen Mo. Even Wang Ben was unaware of the cost of Chen Mo's Celestial Master Sequence, as Chen Mo had never mentioned it to anyone. It wasn't that Chen Mo didn't trust Wang Ben. He simply considered it his own secret, unnecessary for others to know. Moreover, the matter of him having to be Xiao Chunan for the rest of his life was still too embarrassing. So it was better left unsaid. After all, didn't everyone in the convoy have their own little secrets? Facing the doubts of Gu Chun and Hong Yuan, a flicker of discomfort crossed Chen Mo's face. But soon he resumed his righteous expression. You don't understand, the survival of the convoy is more important than my personal strength. Choosing this branch allows me to foresee danger in advance and steer the convoy away from powerful foes. That is true strength. Gu Chun and Hong Yuan exchanged a glance, a look of understanding passing between them. If even Hong Yuan sensed the trick, how could Gu Chun not? Gu Chun speculated that the enhancement of Chen Mo's Celestial Master Sequence might be linked to the convoy size. Perhaps the more people in the convoy, the stronger his power became. But everyone had their privacy, and Gu Chun didn't intend to pry. He didn't know the cost of the Celestial Master Sequence, but he was certain it was immense. Gu Chun could tell from the fact that Chen Mo never had women around him. He was sure this was one of the costs of the Celestial Master Sequence. At least one of them. After all, even Wang Ben, that taciturn honest man, had been with a few pretty widows in the convoy. Once Gu Chun even saw him leave one woman's vehicle and immediately go to another. Gu Chun nodded, putting on a sincere expression. The captain is right. Compared to an individual's power boost, strengthening the entire convoy together is true strength. We must enhance the overall strength of the convoy and lead everyone towards a bright future. We must not do anything that abandons our convoy members. Seeing Gu Chen's stance, the others in the tent curled their lips in disdain. Don't we know exactly what kind of person you are, Gu Chun? A bright future together? If you encountered a powerful anomaly, wouldn't you be the first to throw the survivors out as cannon fodder? Alright, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Chen Mo looked at them, his expression turning serious again. Before the meal, I used divination to cast a sign. When we head to Pingdingshan City today, we might encounter another convoy. Encounter another convoy? Hearing this, their expressions grew grave. In the apocalypse, the most terrifying thing might not be anomalies but people. Just look at Hu Tianlong from before. He not only used people as his blood sacrifice but also turned all the survivors into his slaves. That was even more despairing than being directly killed by an anomaly. None of them knew if the sequence user of this other convoy would be another Hu Tianlong. Though their expressions were grim, none of them intended to avoid the other convoy. First, this was the only major supply point in the vicinity. If they chose to detour elsewhere, the survivors in the convoy probably wouldn't make it. Second, information was crucial in the apocalypse. For example, the sequence ability hierarchy analysis that Chen saw at the radar station. If it weren't for that report, he might not have learned about the differences between sequence users until after breaking through to the second advancement or even later. A new convoy meant new people and new information. The hexagram isn't absolute. We just need to be mentally prepared. I've already devised a plan. Chen and Mo prepared to detail the route into Pingdingshan City for them. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, cities became forbidden zones of death for humanity. The convoy had previously scavenged supplies only from small villages and towns. Even so, every supply run still inflicted considerable casualties among the survivors. Many had perished forever on the road to gather resources. Before this, the largest place the convoy had ventured into was perhaps the bus station of Chonglin County. But even that was only the periphery, and they had quickly retreated after finding a bus. Pingdingshan City, also known as Pingxing, was a prefecture-level city, although its permanent population was relatively small due to geographical conditions. It was undeniable that it was still a city. According to pre-apocalypse statistics, the permanent population of Pingdingshan City was around 200,000. Of course, this counted the entire city, including surrounding counties, towns, and villages, not just the urban area. However, the permanent population of Pingcheng's main urban district was probably over 80,000, following the law that higher population density meant greater danger. Pingcheng was the most perilous place they had ever encountered. Chen and Mo spread out the map and pointed at a supermarket in Dongyue District, Pingdingshan. According to the divination, the anomalous activity at this supermarket in Dongyue District is not strong with only a few entities. Gu Chun interrupted Chen Mo's words, pondering as he asked. But precisely because of that, the anomalies in Dongyue District are all relatively powerful, right? Anomalies also had territorial divisions. Powerful anomalies possessed their own private domains. They constantly expanded their territory, squeezing the living space of weaker anomalies. Therefore, when the number of anomalies in a place was conspicuously abnormal, there was only one possibility. These anomalies were so powerful that other weak ones dared not approach. Correct, so Dongyue District is absolutely off-limits. Our target is here. Chen Mo's finger pointed to another area, Ronglin District. According to the divination, though there are many anomalies in Ronglin District, they are all relatively weak. The location is also good. After gathering supplies, we can take this road straight out of Pingcheng. Ronglin District was a newly planned area in recent years with a sparse population and located on the city's edge. After the convoy collected supplies, they could follow a city avenue straight to the mountain road. The convoy's current supplies replenished after the radar station can last a while. Our biggest trouble now is the vehicles. After the previous attack by the Rule anomaly, most of the convoy's vehicles were battered and full of holes. If the weather were clear, it might be bearable, but last night it had snowed heavily. Even though the survivors had cold weather gear, it could hardly withstand such extreme cold. Though the snow had temporarily stopped, no one knew when it would resume. Yesterday, 2 survivors had already fallen ill from the cold. The convoy members were already frail. Another bout of flu might well send them to meet their ancestors. The broken windows and doors might not all be fully repaired, but at least they needed to be covered. So our primary task is to find tools and materials for vehicle repair, as well as medicine for colds. The convoy cannot afford more deaths. Chen Mo's face was stern, his tone deadly serious, laced with anxiety. After the reinforcements from Hu Tianlong and the Iron Wall convoy, the team had seen a significant increase. From over 80 people, it had grown to around 150. But after the attacks by the Mountain Demon and the Rule anomaly, the added numbers had almost all perished, dropping back to the original 80 or 90. If the convoy's numbers dwindled further, he would never break through to the third sequence rotation in this lifetime. This trip to Pingxing, Chen Mo didn't expect 0 casualties. That was unrealistic. He only hoped the losses would not be too great. Brother Mo, rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect these people. Wang Ben was the first to speak, expressing his agreement with Chen Mo's view. To them, as sequence users, ordinary people meant little. He did not understand Chen Mo's reasons, but anything Brother Mo said, he would support unconditionally. Hong Yuan also patted her ample chest and promised, "Don't worry, Captain, I will protect them well too. I'll do my best." Gu Chen nodded and also expressed his commitment. Protecting these ordinary people was fine as they couldn't let everyone die, but it depended on the situation. Seeing the three pledged, Chen Mo nodded firmly. "Good, pack up and prepare to move out." Then he called Ji Kuan and instructed him, "Notify everyone to stay sharp. After entering the city, no unauthorized actions, especially no noise or leaving the convoy." The convoy, in a cold and oppressive atmosphere, slowly drove toward Pingdingshan City. Due to the snow-covered roads, the journey that should have taken less than 30 minutes took nearly an hour. The city streets were buried under thick snow. In the dead silence, only the roar of engines and the crunch of tires over crushed ice could be heard. The survivors huddled in the freezing vehicles, peering through frost-covered windows at the city of death, their eyes filled with terror. The convoy advanced cautiously along the relatively safe route divined by Chen Mo. Gu Chen's Hummer unusually led at the front. The massive Hummer pressed 2 deep tire tracks through the thick snow. Chen Mo's off-road vehicle and Hong Yuan's SUV followed closely behind. The main goal of this trip was to find mechanical parts to repair the vehicles, with supply gathering secondary. They had no plans to split up. The city was already extremely dangerous. Dispersing their strength might lead to literal dispersal. The roads were cluttered with abandoned vehicles crashed into each other. These were all accidents from the initial outbreak. Gu Chen drove his Hummer, ramming them aside forcefully. For the Hummer with its earth armor trait, this was easier than a truck rolling over a speed bump. Then Gu Chen spotted an auto repair shop across the road with a sign reading XX Auto Repair. The sign was still hanging, but the rolling shutter door was half smashed open. Gu Chen turned the wheel, and the Hummer crashed through the already sparse guardrails in the middle of the road. The rest of the convoy naturally followed. "Captain, is it safe inside the shop?" On the bus, which had lost its windshield, Ji Kuan wrapped himself in a cotton coat and asked Chen Mo over the walkie-talkie. Chen Mo's off-road vehicle came to a halt. He pushed open the door and jumped out. From his bosom, he retrieved a small paper figure, placed it in his palm, muttered an incantation, and then gently tossed it. The paper figure arced through the air, flying straight into the auto repair shop. After a moment, it wriggled its way back. Chen Mo took it and his brow relaxed. "Go on in. It's safe inside, no anomalies." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the crowd of survivors surged in. The shop was quite tidy. It seemed they were the first customers since the apocalypse broke out. "There's sealant here and antifreeze." A survivor's voice came from the repair area. "And snow chains over here." Another survivor, eyeing the bundled snow chains on the corner shelf, had already started grabbing them. Ji Kuan quickly organized the group, assigning tasks to gather all the supplies. Gu Chen called Lin Yi over and had him fit a set of all-rubber snow chains onto his Hummer. The Hummer's tire had not yet been repaired, the treads had not even grown back. Gu Chen decided to simply fit chains on all 4 tires. As for why he called Lin Yi to do it instead of another survivor, well, among the ordinary survivors, Lin Yi was the only one whose name he could still remember. The few people Gu Chen had known before his sequence awakening were all dead now. He tossed a Snickers bar to Lin Yi, who hurried off with a word of thanks. "Everyone speeded up. We still need to scavenge for supplies and cold medicine," Chen Mo instructed the excited survivors. 20 minutes later, the convoy had stripped the auto repair shop bare. There weren't enough snow chains for all the vehicles, so many had to make do with fitting them on just the 2 drive wheels. Regardless of whether the items were useful, Ji Kuan directed everything to be loaded onto the supply bus. Next, they needed to find some food and medicine. In domestic cities, you could never be sure about other things, but medicine was always easy to find. A pharmacy stood every few hundred meters. There were several on this very street alone. The convoy left the auto repair shop and continued along the route Chen Mo had planned. They encountered several large pharmacies along the way, and the group naturally packed up all kinds of medicines to take with them. "Everyone attention. Turn right ahead. There's a large supermarket chain there." Chen Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Their supplies should still be well stocked. Let's go check it out." Gu Chen drove the chain-fitted Hummer steadily through the snow. His newly acquired spatial folding ability sharpened his perception of the surrounding space. The details of every street and every building were clearly imprinted on his senses. But just then Gu Chen detected an anomaly in his spatial perception. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling, as if he had been thrown into a cesspit, utterly nauseating. This was an anomaly. "Say, Chen, go look over there." At the same time, Yan Shuyi in the passenger seat pointed out the window, her voice trembling slightly. At the street corner, a little boy in a summer t-shirt was crouched in the snow, intently fiddling with something. He looked about 8 or 9 with skin so pale it was almost translucent. Snowflakes covered his black hair but did not melt. What was most striking was that the boy was playing with a frozen corpse. Its abdomen had been cut open, and the organs pulled out beside it formed a small pile. The boy's small fingers kept tearing his voice, humming an out-of-tune nursery rhyme. Chop, chop, chop the carrot. Chop the carrot, chop the fingers. Chop the fingers. Chop the head. Everyone run back now. Chun Mo's voice suddenly crackled over the walkie-talkie. But it was too late. The little boy looked up, revealing an innocent smile. His eyes were as black as ink with not a trace of white. When he smiled, the corners of his mouth stretched unnaturally wide, almost reaching his ears. Wah wah! Big brothers and sisters, come play with me. His voice was shrill and piercing, yet carried a savagery that did not belong to a child. The boy flicked his finger, and the pile of organs burst with a splat, turning into a rain of blood and snow hurtling toward the convoy. Gu Chun quickly activated spatial distortion to deflect all the gore. The rest of the convoy was not so fortunate. The vehicle's bodies and windows instantly became coated in red frost. Many female survivors, seeing such a bloody scene, began to retch. In the apocalypse, they had seen dead bodies before, but a scene this bloody. Everyone stay in the vehicle. Chun Mo roared, simultaneously forming hand seals. A golden talisman exploded in midair, creating a barrier of light to shield the convoy. The little boy giggled as he stood up, his feet not touching the snow but hovering 3 inches above the ground. He tilted his head, his pitch-black eyes fixed on the most pristine and beautiful Hummer in the convoy. Big brother's car is the prettiest. I'm going to make it my toy box. Before the words faded, his arms suddenly stretched out, elongating over 10 meters like rubber bands, lunging straight for Gu Chen's vehicle. The surface of those arms was covered in densely packed eyes, each one still dripping a nauseating fluid. Spatial distortion. Gu Chen spun the steering wheel, and the Hummer vanished from its spot, in an instant reappearing at a street corner over 10 meters away. Where the disgusting mucus had fallen, the asphalt road surface rapidly melted, giving off a pungent white smoke. At the same time, the door of Hong Yuan's SUV was kicked open. A blood-red long blade cut through the air, slashing straight at the little boy's elongated arm. The moment the blade touched the mucus, it became entangled. Hong Yuan snorted coldly, showing no sign of retreat, her blade's momentum growing fiercer. Break! A flash of the blade, and a segment of the boy's arm was severed. But eerily, it transformed into countless wriggling maggots midair, surging toward Hong Yuan's face. Hong Yuan leaned back to dodge, but as several maggots were about to burrow into her collar, her face turned pale with fright, and she staggered backward. Having such disgusting things get into her clothes was more terrifying than death itself. Gu Chun activated his spatial folding ability, his form instantly vanishing from the Hummer and reappearing beside Hong Yuan. Invisible spatial forces ground those maggots into dust. Thank you. Hong Yuan let out a long sigh, a hint of color returning to her cheeks. Gu Chun activated his mist assault suit. A stream of invisible mist instantly coalesced into a small giant, charging swiftly toward the little boy. Ha ha ha. Fake, so fake. The boy clapped and laughed. The moment the giant's phantom touched his clothes, it dispersed into mist enveloping him. In that instant, Gu Chun used spatial folding to teleport behind him. The bloodthirsty blade, wrapped in invisible spatial force, slashed down fiercely. Little beast had enough fun. The blade was an inch from the boy's neck when a sudden change occurred. With a crack, the back of the boy's head split open into a gaping maw, clamping down fiercely on the blade. As the mucus spread along the blade, Gu Chun swiftly employed spatial distortion to shake it off. With a few quick flashes backward, he drew his blood-severing Glock and relentlessly attacked the demon orb. Bullets struck its body, and the demon orb let out a shrill laugh mixed with sobs, its voice brimming with eerie excitement. Again. Come again. Gu Chen's mouth twitched. Was this demon orb a masochist? Clang. Wang Ben drew the resentful melody bow, and 3 arrows shot through the air, aimed at the bizarre demon orb's neck, heart, and groin. Gu Chun quickly activated his assault jacket's ability. Mist concealment. Thick fog enveloped the enemy, dulling its senses. Thud. The arrowheads pierced its body precisely, and the demon orb's laughter in the mist pierced eardrums. Pain. It hurts. As the fog dissipated, mucus oozed from the small demon orb's wounds. The mucus congealed into countless tiny maggots in the air, crawling toward the convoy. It was utterly nauseating. Chun Mo's voice rang out, followed by a fierce sword light that struck down heavily. Faced with the sword light brimming with such sacred energy, the small demon orb's face finally showed a hint of change, and it swiftly dodged. Yet the sword light of the heavenly master sequence was not to be underestimated. The demon orb still got its shoulder cleaved, its left arm severed directly. But no pain appeared on its face. The severed arm writhed rapidly, regrowing in a way that defied logic. After regrowing its arm, the small demon orb swelled in size, its aura growing even more terrifying. Ha ha ha. You make me so happy, so happy. I want you all to be happy too. The demon orb cackled, waved its hands, and suddenly tore open its own chest. It ripped out its organs and squeezed them into a pulsating flesh ball. The flesh ball hit the ground and rapidly expanded into a three-meter cube, prison its surface reflecting twisted images of the convoy. Anyone caught in the reflection found their limbs beginning to reassemble uncontrollably. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. A survivor from one of the vans had their arm suddenly bend backward at the joint, then detach with a click like a Lego piece. Limbs contorted grotesquely, the survivor let out a final scream and closed their eyes, life or death unknown. Everyone close your eyes now. Don't look at the prison's reflection. Chen bellowed, his hands forming seals rapidly in an attempt to block the prison's eerie influence. But it was already too late. Two more survivors were enveloped by the reflection. Their bodies began to twist and deform, bones emitting a hair-raising crack sound. One survivor's eyes slowly migrated to their arm. The other's body seemed pulled by invisible hands, stretching like a dough strand into a thin strip. Ah! Captain, save! Save me! Kill me! Just kill me! The agonized moans echoed through the silent street. Gu Chen quickly unleashed the thick fog shrouding everyone. He had delayed using it because the mist was bidirectional. Anyone other than the user would have their vision obscured and senses dulled by the fog. He had hesitated earlier, fearing it would hinder Chen and the others' attacks. But now, in this dire situation, he had no choice. Hide and seek in the fog is the most fun. The demon orb shrieked excitedly, groping around in the mist. Fun your mother. Gu Chen used spatial distortion to appear behind it, instantly bringing down the bloodthirsty blade infused with spatial power. The demon orb tried to repeat its trick, but the space around it had already been folded by Gu Chen. Invisible spatial forces gripped it like giant hands, preventing it from opening the large mouth on the back of its head. With one slash, the bloodthirsty blade cleaved off half of the small demon orb's head. The creature finally stopped its barking, and Gu Chen felt the world grow much quieter. Half its head gone, disgusting maggots gushed from the wound. Only one eye and one mouth remained on the demon orb's face. The wound writhed rapidly, as if trying to heal, but this time the process was noticeably slower. Gu Chen felt nauseated. How is it still alive even like this? Gu Chen quickly dispersed the fog, and without pausing his blade struck at the demon orb again. The demon orb used the moment Gu Chen activated his artifact to twist its body and dodge. The body, controlled by just half a head, was surprisingly agile. Captain used talismans to seal that cube prison. Hong Yuan, Wang Ben, guard the flanks, don't let it escape. Gu Chen clenched his hands in the air, and invisible spatial forces formed a fold before him. Simultaneously, his figure vanished, reappearing directly above the demon orb with the bloodthirsty blade aimed at its crown. Big brother, I'm sorry, don't kill me. The demon orb's voice suddenly turned soft and clear. It curled up in the snow, looking just like an ordinary bullied child. The voice was so innocent it could stir the deepest pity in one's heart. Anyone with a shred of compassion might have hesitated. You little bastard, didn't your mother teach you that playing pitiful won't work? Gu Chen was utterly unaffected by the childish voice. Compassion? He had none. The demon orb seemed stunned by his ruthlessness. How could this person lack even a trace of pity? The space around it was already sealed, leaving no escape. The bloodthirsty blade's momentum didn't falter, its tip pierced the demon orb's half-crown. Ah! For the first time, the demon orb's face showed no enjoyment of the attack, and a blood-curdling scream tore through the street. The demon orb's power stemmed from pain and fear. The more it was attacked, the more excited it became. But there was an upper threshold to this. Once that limit was exceeded, it could no longer endure. Clearly, the accumulated damage from everyone, coupled with Gu Chen's final blow, had surpassed its breaking point. The demon orb's body began to tremble violently. The wounds that had been writhing stopped instantly, the mucus on its surface ceased to flow, and the disgusting maggots fell off. Mommy! Wah-ah! Gu Chen frowned, pressing down harder with the bloodthirsty blade, driving it deeper into the demon orb's skull. Stop your tricks. Let's see what else you've got. Suddenly, the demon orb's body convulsed violently, and a blinding red light burst from the wounds that had stopped moving. Gu Chen felt a powerful repulsive force surge through the blade. He made a quick decision, retreating while activating his spatial distortion ability. Boom! A dull explosion echoed as the demon orb's body inflated like a balloon, then split from within, scattering flesh and mucus everywhere. Amidst the flying gore, a slender figure slowly rose. Everyone's heart sank. Was there a second form? Gu Chen's face darkened. Had it just called for backup? The members of the convoy gazed at that figure. It was a woman completely bare with a curvaceous body, long hair flowing like a waterfall, and a face as exquisite as a porcelain doll. Her feet did not touch the snowy ground but floated half a meter above it. My children! The woman's voice was ethereal and sorrowful, yet carried an unsettling gentleness. Who harmed my children? The woman hovered in midair, her skin, as white as snow, her hair as dark as ink, an unparalleled beauty. However, the members of the convoy could not muster any interest. This was utterly bizarre. The woman gently raised her hand, her fingertips gliding through the air, leaving a faint pink glow. My children, you must be tired. Her voice flowed like a clear spring, yet carried an irresistible allure. Come rest in mother's embrace. As her words echoed, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, causing the male survivors in the convoy to look dazed. Their initial fear was gradually replaced by infatuation. Some even unconsciously unfastened their clothing, a silly grin spreading across their faces. So beautiful. A young survivor murmured, staggering towards the woman. Captain, look at her. Ji-kun's voice became slurred, his gaze fixated on that flawless body. So beautiful, I want to touch her. Chan Mo's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly formed hand seals, attempting to awaken the entranced crowd with a calming spell. However, as soon as the talisman took shape, it was torn apart by an invisible force. Chan Mo grunted softly, stepping back 2 paces, cold sweat beating on his forehead. This anomaly? At least a sequence 3 level, my talismans are virtually ineffective against it. Hong Yuan gripped her blood-red long knife tightly, yet her arms trembled slightly, an unnatural flush appearing on her cheeks. This feeling. Something's off, I can't control my heartbeat. She turned to Gu Chen, her eyes filled with both struggle and desire. Wang Ben was in a slightly better situation. He quickly closed his eyes, crossing the Wu Yen bow over his chest. Focus your mind, do not make eye contact with her. Yet even with his eyes closed, his clenched jaw and rapid breaths revealed the turmoil within. Inside the Hummer, Yen Shuyi was completely lost, her gaze dazed, as she caressed her own body. Changgu. If it weren't for chocolate stopping her, she would have surely started undressing. The entire convoy was engulfed in a strange agitation, with men pushing each other to get closer to the woman. The women looked at each other's perfect faces with jealousy, their hearts swirling with conflicting emotions of wanting to get close and wanting to destroy. Only Gu Chen barely managed to stay clear-headed. The spatial sequence granted him not only ability but also a keen perception of anomalies. When that fragrance hit, he immediately held his breath, sealing off the surrounding space. Fog barrier concealment. The features of his tactical jacket activated dense fog, instantly enveloping himself and the survivors of the convoy. However, the woman merely chuckled lightly, and the mist parted before her like subjects making way for their queen. She floated towards Gu Chen, the rise and fall of her chest outlining an enticing curve. You are quite special, little brother. She extended her slender finger, wanting to touch Gu Chen's cheek. Come, let mother take good care of you. Just as her fingertip was about to touch Gu Chen, a flash of cold light shot past. Get away! Gu Chen suddenly swung his bloodthirsty blade, the blade cutting down with spatial force. The woman's face showed shock, yet she did not choose to retreat. A slender wound was cut across her chest, but no blood flowed, only a wisp of black mist slowly seeping out. You are not affected. For the first time, there was a tremor in the woman's voice. Gu Chen scoffed, coldly activating spatial distortion, his figure instantly appearing over 10 meters away. He pulled out the pure dust water pouch from the dimensional space and sprinkled the clear water on his face. Sorry, I have no interest in so-called mother, I don't play with tiles. The refreshing scent of the cold water dispelled the last trace of the illusion, and Gu Chen's mind became completely clear. He surveyed his surroundings. The convoy was already in chaos. Several strong male survivors even began to tear each other's clothes, fighting fiercely for the chance to get closer to the woman. The desires of the crowd had been magnified countless times by that pink glow. The sequence holders could only barely hold on, let alone these ordinary people. Now the only 2 left in the convoy who could maintain combat effectiveness were himself and Chen Mo. Gu Chen's mood sank to the lowest point. Captain, use your talisman to restrain her movements. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo quickly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, his hands forming seals like lightning. Hasten and obey, bind. The golden talisman transformed into chains that wrapped around the woman's ankles, but as soon as they touched her skin, they sizzled and gradually dissolved. The woman chuckled lightly, her floating body swaying slightly, completely unaffected. Useless little Taoist. She lightly tapped her fingertip and pink light rippled outward like ripples. Mother just wants you to sleep obediently. Gu Chen cursed inwardly. Chen Mo's talisman couldn't hold her even for half a second. He activated the foggy tactical jackets feature the dense mist suddenly enveloping the woman completely. Gu Chen took the opportunity to step into the air, using spatial, folding to flash above the woman's head. Spatial strangulation. He grasped with both hands invisible forces squeezing in from all directions. The woman's floating body suddenly stiffened. She could feel the spatial folds around her neck tightening like a blade. For the first time, a change appeared on her porcelain-like face. At the same time, Chen Mo also slashed out a beam of sword light striking fiercely at the woman. The expected pain or scream did not come. The sword light struck the woman's porcelain skin, but it was as if a cow had entered the sea, not even causing a ripple. She hovered in midair, black mist seeping from the wound, yet no trace of blood was visible. In her ethereal eyes, a genuine fluctuation finally surfaced, no longer mocking, but a chilling anger stirred by an ant. Little brother. Her red lips parted, her breath carrying a sweet scent. You hurt me. As soon as her words fell, the pink glow around her suddenly exploded, causing the dense mist to dissipate in an instant. The spatial folding activated immediately. Gu Chen's figure vanished from where he stood, reappearing behind the woman, his bloodthirsty blade stabbing directly at her heart. The woman did not turn her head, her long hair entwined around the blade like a snake. Damn! The sticky sensation spread along the blade, causing Gu Chen's grip to feel numb, and he cursed quietly. Useless! The woman laughed lightly, her fingertip flicking 3 strands of pink light shooting towards Chen Mo, Hong Yuan, and Wang Ben. Chen Mo hurriedly crossed his sword to block. The blade collided with the pink light, emitting a series of mournful wails. Wang Ben closed his eyes, drawing back the bow. The dark green arrow fell to the ground as soon as it was released. Hong Yuan groaned and fell to the ground, her legs spasming tightly. The woman slowly turned to look at Gu Chen, the wound on her chest continuously oozing black mist. Let mother teach you what true happiness is. Gu Chen had already greeted Chen Mo's floating log countless times in his heart. Is this really what the other party meant by no powerful and strange presence? He had even obtained the divination branch of the Celestial Master Sequence, and yet he couldn't calculate this. The woman spread her arms, her fingertips shimmering with a pink glow, which spread towards Gu Chen like a living entity. The space twisted and activated repeatedly, causing Gu Chen's figure to retreat rapidly. He could feel the sweet and rich fragrance in the air becoming increasingly intense. Even his spatial blockade struggled to completely isolate it. Gu Chen touched his back and realized, had he already soaked his clothes in sweat? Facing a third-turn anomaly was simply beyond his current capacity to contend with. There was no other option. He had to run. There was nothing shameful about it. If he couldn't win, did he have to die here? Even Han Laoma and Fong Yuan chose to escape when they encountered an unbeatable enemy. Knowing he was outmatched but still fighting to the death, Gu Chen had not reached such a fervent state. But, if I run, what about my teammates? Hiss. Right, I still have teammates. Rather than letting these people die for nothing, it would be better to buy some time for himself to increase his chances of escape. Gu Chen saw no issue with this line of thought. If not for his delaying tactics, these ordinary people would have been dead long ago. I delayed time for you, and you should delay time for me, right? At most he would just feel a pang of conscience, but conscience is something that after a while will naturally fade away. Just as Gu Chen was about to throw a survivor towards that woman, a sudden yet clear whinny of a horse came from the street corner behind the crowd. Gu Chen and the others abruptly turned their heads, their pupils narrowing. Were these people from another convoy? They saw a group of about 20 individuals quietly stationed several dozen meters away. The mounts beneath them were not any model of automobile, but rather tall and strong black horses, each with not a single strand of blemished hair. These horses were clearly not ordinary creatures. Their muscles were taut, their manes frosted, and they exhaled billowing clouds of white vapor, appearing exceptionally magnificent in the cold. The leader of the group was a robust man roughly in his 40s. He wore a heavy fur coat and had a sturdy archaic saber strapped to his waist. His rugged features and dark skin added an imposing air to his presence. At this moment he was casting a scrutinizing gaze over the disarray of Gu Chen's convoy. Behind the man followed 2 others. One was a frail young man. That person appeared extraordinarily focused, with both hands tucked into his sleeves, seemingly sensing something. The other was a petite woman carrying a large bundle that seemed to contain quite a number of items. The remaining team members were all mounted on horses, each holding spears, cleavers, or bows. Although their equipment was rudimentary, it exuded a fierce combat aura as they cautiously observed the convoy. That old rascal Chen Mo, when he should have calculated something he couldn't, but when he shouldn't he was spot on. Now a whole bunch of people appeared. It's unclear whether they are friends or foes. Gu Chen temporarily abandoned the idea of directly fleeing. if these people chose to confront the anomaly. The saber at the waist of the leading man was ancient and heavy, definitely not an ordinary survivor. "Get lost, you damn thing." The man did not regard the convoy but rather let out a furious roar at the naked woman. This area of Ronglin district has always been under the control of Old Blade sect. What gives you the filthy trash the right to act wild here? Upon hearing the words Old Blade sect, the hovering body of the anomaly trembled imperceptibly, a hint of fear flashing in its eyes. The pink aura at her fingertips suddenly dimmed, and the cloying fragrance receded like a tide. The dazed survivors in the convoy suddenly stumbled and knelt down, gasping for breath as if just pulled from drowning. "Today you are lucky." The woman's voice was as cold as ice shards, casting a final glare at Gu Chun. "I will be back." As soon as the words fell, her figure transformed into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing into the sewer entrance at the street's edge, leaving only the sound of the manhole cover thudding shut. The street fell into silence for a moment. Such a powerful anomaly was scared away by a single word from the other side. What kind of strength did that mounted man possess? Was he a third-turn extraordinary or, at an even higher level? The survivors in the convoy slumped in their vehicles, utterly drained and pale, as if all their energy had been siphoned away. Creak, creak. The sound of hooves on the snow resonated as the robust man on horseback slowly approached the crowd. This crying mourner is no easy opponent. For you to force it to the step of summoning mother shows you have some skill. His gaze scanned the crowd, tinged with a rough accent unique to the plateau. The crying mourner was evidently the strange entity from before. "Who among you is the leader?" As he spoke, his eyes quickly scanned Guchan and Chanemo among the sequence members. The black steed he rode was restless, pawing at the ground, and he gently calmed it with his rough hand. The crowd all turned to Chanemo. Chanemo took a deep breath, tightening his grip on the black long sword in his hand, and stepped forward. "Hello, I am the captain of the convoy. May I ask how to address you?" "Zhang Biao, making a living with my brothers on this snowy plain." The man grinned, dismounted, and extended his hand to Chanemo. Seeing Zhang Biao's extended hand, Chanemo quickly shook it in return. Chanemo, hoping for the position of convoy captain. They sized each other up, both exhibiting a hint of vigilance. Gu Chun silently retreated behind Wang Ben and Hong Yuan, positioning them in front of him. He was also observing the members of the opposing team. He saw the woman with the bundle squat down, pulling out a small iron box from within, pouring out a few grayish pills. She fed the pills one by one into the mouths of those horses, which already appeared magnificent, but after eating the pills they looked even more spirited. The ordinary survivors from the convoy watched in amazement. Such a small pill could be so miraculous. Zhang Biao completely ignored the astonishment of the ordinary people, continuing to chat cheerfully with Chen Mo. Gu Chun narrowed his eyes. These extraordinary horses were undoubtedly the handiwork of this woman. Possessing such capabilities undoubtedly identified her as a sequence member, but he wondered which sequence she belonged to and what her strength was. At that moment, the frail young man walked up to Zhang Biao and whispered something. To Gu Chen's surprise, being this close, he could not hear what the other party was saying. No need to think. This was yet another sequence member. After listening to the young man's words, Zhang Biao's gaze returned to Chen Mo, and he cheerfully remarked, "Captain Chen, my brother says, there are quite a few capable individuals in your team." "I think so too. Don't you plan on introducing us?" A smile also curled at the corners of Chen Mo's mouth, as he pointed to the three behind him. Gu Chun, a vital member of the convoy, our enforcer and combat powerhouse. This is Wang Ben, skilled with a bow. And this is Hong Yuan, whose blade technique is fierce and proves that women are no less formidable than men. We are all gathered here because of the apocalypse, seeking a path to survival. Chen Mo rambled on for a while, all of it trivial. As for what sequences everyone belonged to, he revealed nothing. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to lay all his cards on the table. Details determine success or failure. Sometimes a slight disparity in information can catch an opponent off guard. Of course, perhaps the other party was so powerful that such a disparity was negligible. If that were truly the case, Chen Mo and his group could only reluctantly accept it. After listening to Chen Mo's introduction, Zhang Biao nodded. He likewise briefly introduced the sequence users in his own team. The thin young man was named Guolai. The petite woman was called Li Aching. "Captain Chen and friends, you all are sequence users, aren't you? How about joining my old blade sect? With your status as sequence users coupled with the protection of my old blade sect, you can surely settle down here in Pingcheng. Isn't that much better than leading a convoy constantly wandering and fleeing?" After introducing his own team, Zhang Biao directly invited them to join his faction. "Don't rush to answer. Think it over. I can first take you to see the old blade sect's base." Seeming to perceive Chen Mo's hesitation, Zhang Biao patted him on the shoulder. Rest assured, the old Blade sect has always treated people with integrity. Chen Mo turned to look at his team members. Upon hearing that they could stop wandering and live a stable life, they could no longer contain themselves and began to whisper among themselves. Most people are fond of settling down, otherwise the ancient agricultural civilization could not have been nurtured. Having fled for so long, they had long grown weary of their current life. Now hearing that they could settle down, how could they not be tempted? Moreover, judging by the strength Zhang Biao had just displayed, he was indeed qualified to say such words. After all, even the anomaly that their captain and several sequence users from the convoy couldn't handle was scared away by a simple word from him. Gu Chun, however, harbored some suspicion. Whether before the apocalypse or after, such factions and organizations were highly dubious. Before the apocalypse, this could easily be a pyramid scheme exploiting various human weaknesses to trick you into joining. After joining, they'd directly smuggle you overseas to harvest your organs. After the apocalypse, they probably weren't harvesting organs anymore, but who knew if they might do something even more terrifying. Chen Mo naturally wouldn't trust the others' words so easily. Furthermore, he had never intended to join any so-called faction or organization. What Chen Mo desired was never a stable life. What he enjoyed was precisely this feeling of leading the group, organizing them, and seeking a chance to survive in a crisis-ridden apocalypse. For Chen Mo, he could forgo supplies, he could forgo tributes, but he could not give up the position of captain. Now to ask him to abandon his role as the convoy's leader and join a faction to become someone else's underling. He'd agree only if pigs could fly. Chen Mo looked at his teammates, excited and expectant eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. He knew he couldn't refuse now. Not only was the other party stronger than him, but even these ordinary survivors wouldn't agree. If Chen Mo dared to refuse at this moment and continue leading the convoy in flight, surely few survivors would be willing to follow him. A captain without a convoy. Could he still be called a captain? Chen Mo kept a smile on his face as he looked at Zhang Biao, then trouble Captain Zhang to lead the way. Would also like to see what this stable life you speak of looks like. Zhang Biao laughed heartily and directly hooked his arm around Chen Mo's shoulder, refreshing. I like dealing with smart people. He turned and gave Guolai a meaningful look. The latter nodded, took a copper bell from his sleeve, and gently shook it. The bell's chime was crisp, echoing through the silent street. The horses, which had been somewhat restless, instantly calmed down. Li Aching, carrying her bundle, crouched down and took a small iron box from her bosom. She poured out a few reddish pills, and one by one stuffed them into the mouths of the collapsed survivors. Swallow it. It'll do you good. Her voice was flat, but her movements were swift, feeding over a dozen people in an instant. The pills were slightly bitter on the tongue, and the survivors felt their weakened bodies recover somewhat. Let's go. There's still a way to go from here to the old Blade sect base. Zhang Biao let out a hearty laugh, swung onto his horse with agile movements. He'll tell you about Pingcheng's rules on the way. This place isn't for just anyone to stay in. The convoy members began to reorganize the vehicles, and the survivors chatted excitedly in low voices, as if they could already see a stable life ahead. Chen Mo, however, quietly pulled Gu Chun Hong Yuan and Wang Ben aside. What do you think? Chen Mo carefully glanced at Zhang Biao and his group ahead, lowering his voice to ask. Wang Ben warily scanned the old Blade sect's team. That Li Aching is not simple. I wonder what those pills she fed the survivors are. Could there be a problem? Hong Yuan also gripped her long blade tightly, and that Guolai is off too. When he was whispering to Zhang Biao earlier, I vaguely sensed some kind of ability shielding the sound. I feel his abilities are very strange. We must not let our guard down. Gu Chun rubbed his chin and sneered. The most suspicious one is Zhang Biao. With just a word, he scared off that anomalous woman. I suspect he might be a third-turn transcendent. Someone like that, why would he want to recruit small fries like us? Chen Mo frowned deeply. Regardless, we can't refuse now. Let's follow them to the base and see the situation first. The others nodded in agreement. In their current situation, they were like fish on a chopping block with no possibility of refusal. Just as they were speaking, Zhang Biao rode over Captain Chen. What are you waiting for? We need to set off. Chen Mo immediately put on a smiling face, coming right away. He turned and quickly said to Gu Chun and the others, remember, if danger arises, prioritize protecting yourselves. The convoy restarted, but this time Gu Chen's Hummer was no longer in the lead. Instead, it drove alongside Zhang Biao, who was on horseback. The members of the old Blade sect were exceptionally familiar with the city's terrain, leading the convoy through alleys and streets, avoiding several areas with obvious anomalous activity. During the journey, Guolai repeatedly dismounted, crouching on the ground as if sensing something. This is one of the abilities of the Peeper's sequence. It can sense anomalies within a certain radius, perhaps noticing the convoy's confusion or perhaps wanting to express his sincerity. Zhang Biao began introducing Guolai's sequence abilities to the convoy. The Peeper. It's a relatively rare sequence possessing the ability to sense anomalies and detect danger in advance. It was somewhat similar to Chen Mo's Little Paperman ability from the Heavenly Master sequence. Chen Mo used the information relayed by the Little Paperman to understand his surroundings. The other, however, could directly sense anomalies nearby. Of course, the two abilities were hardly comparable as their principles were fundamentally different. Moreover, the Little Paperman was merely one of Chen Mo's many sequence abilities. All along the way, Zhang Biao enthusiastically introduced the Old Blade sect to everyone. Our base is built in a large warehouse in the north of the city, complete with fortifications, a well, and a small greenhouse. Supplies are more than sufficient, and there are various civilian houses inside. It's definitely more comfortable than sleeping in tents or vehicles. Living in a house, sleeping on a bed. For those before the apocalypse, this was just an everyday routine. But for the convoy members who had been fleeing for 2 months, it was a luxurious dream come true. Most importantly, Zhang Biao paused and lowered his voice. We also have the protector who can suppress the high-rank anomalies in the city. As long as we don't provoke them, those powerful anomalies in the Dongyue district of Pingqing won't step into our territory. Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart stirred. How was there another protector? The Dongyue district was exactly the area Chen Mo had avoided through divination. Few anomalies there, but they were formidable. If there truly was a protector capable of suppressing those anomalies, the Old Blade sect's strength might be greater than it appeared. As the convoy passed through a deserted residential area, Gu Chen's spatial perception suddenly caught an anomaly. Zhang Biao simultaneously raised his hand to signal the team to halt. Guolai behind him closed his eyes in concentration, then opened them moments later. Southeast direction, a group of wanderers. Almost at the same moment, countless dark figures leaped from the roadside buildings. They were a group of twisted humanoid creatures with blood-red eyes and claws as sharp as blades. They howled and charged at the convoy, numbering in the hundreds. They looked just like zombie-like walking corpses. These were all former residents of Pingqing. After the apocalypse erupted, they were contaminated by the Blood Moon's energy, becoming these grotesque, neither human or ghost beings. No one knew why these people were affected by the Blood Moon's energy. It seemed to randomly select a batch of people, turning them into anomalies at the very start of the apocalypse. They had a unified name: Wanderers. Protect the convoy. Chen Mo shouted, forming hand seals as golden talismans swirled at his fingertips. Hong Yuan's blood-colored long blade was already drawn, and Wang Ben's arrow aimed directly at the throat of one wanderer. Yet the Old Blade sect members moved faster. Li Aching pulled out a handful of powder from her pack and scattered it into the air. The powder shimmered with an odd light under the sun. The wanderers that came into contact with the powder suddenly slowed down, as if trapped in a swamp, and gradually fell into stillness. The bloodlight in their eyes dimmed, and they stood frozen in the snow like stone statues. This is Shadow Fix powder, specially designed for low-rank anomalies like these. Li Aching dusted off the remaining powder from her hands, glanced at Chen Mo and the others in the convoy, and explained calmly. They were attracted by the scent of the living. These wanderers aren't strong individually, but they come in large numbers. If swarmed, it can be quite troublesome. Then she pulled several more packets of powder from her large backpack and distributed them to the convoy. Apply a bit on yourself, it will temporarily mask your living aura. As she spoke, as if afraid they might not believe her, she began applying it herself. The members of her team followed suit, dabbing the powder on their faces, arms, necks. Gu Chun took the grayish-white powder and had the system identify its composition. Ding, scanning. Name: Shadow Fix powder. Description: ground from special plant roots, mixed with a trace of energy from the pharmacist sequence. Effect: interferes with low-rank anomalies' perception, slowing their movements and masking living aura. Pharmacist sequence. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow. That must be the petite Li Aching. He hadn't expected her to be from the pharmacist sequence. Quite rare indeed. The pharmacist is a type of support sequence. Those who awaken this sequence possess an extremely strong understanding of pharmacology. They can create various functional medicines, providing continuous material and medical support for the team. As the sequence rank increases, the effectiveness of ordinary medicines on sequence users gradually diminishes. For those who have just awakened at the first turn, it's still manageable. The medicine's effects only slightly weaken. But once they break through to the second turn or even the third turn, transcendent ordinary medicines become largely useless. That's when the pharmacist's sequence abilities truly shine. They can create medicines specifically tailored for sequence users, providing crucial support in battle. The effect of this powder was somewhat similar to his own purifying water pouch. Looking at the system panel, Gu Chun hesitated no more and dabbed the powder onto his hand. Initially, Chen Mo and the others exchanged uncertain glances at the powder, but seeing Gu Chun apply it without hesitation, they relaxed. After all, that kid was extremely cautious. If he dared to do this now, he must have confirmed the powder was safe. Li Aching was inwardly surprised to see Gu Chun, after a brief glance, unhesitatingly apply the powder to his hand. In this apocalypse, someone so decisive was truly rare. The convoy moved on, passing through a few abandoned narrow alleys, and finally arrived at the Old Blade sect base. When they saw the sight before them, the survivors of the convoy were stunned. It was a massive fortress converted from an abandoned large warehouse. The outer walls were reinforced with iron mesh and spikes, and 2 watchtowers were faintly visible on the roof. A large blade-shaped symbol was painted on the iron gate with the words Old Blade Sect engraved beneath. "Ha ha! Here we are." Zhang Biao laughed heartily, dismounted his horse, and with a light jingle of a bell the iron gate creaked open. The convoy members could finally see what lay inside the gate. The warehouse area has been transformed into a fortress with snow-resistant canvas covering the roof. In the corner of the greenhouse, lush greenery flourishes, and someone is drawing water to wash vegetables by the well. Survivors bustle about in thick cotton clothes, creating a scene that contrasts starkly with the desolate snowfields. Zhang Biao waved his hand and Guolai, and Li Aching immediately led the convoy to a stop. The iron gate thundered shut behind them, blocking out the wind, snow, and deathly silence. The hopeful survivors stood in the center of the old knife gate base, resembling beggars who had mistakenly wandered into paradise. In this apocalyptic world, is there truly a spark of life? Captain Chen, how is it? This is our old knife gate base. Here you need not worry about the strange coming to find you, for we have the protection of the protector. Again with this protector. Who exactly is this protector? Gu Chun exchanged glances with Chen Mo in the distance, both seeing the confusion reflected in each other's eyes. Zhang Biao laughed heartily as he patted Chen Mo's shoulder, looking at the crowd of the convoy. Everyone, this is the base of our old knife gate. As long as you abide by our rules, you will be protected by the base and need not fear the encroachment of the strange. Everyone should understand how rare and precious it is to have such a safe haven in today's world. Another passionate speech commenced, boasting to the members of the convoy. Zhang Biao spoke at length, merely contrasting the life of fleeing with the comfort found here. He did not directly demand that everyone stay, yet his words were filled with suggestion. "Aching, please arrange a temporary place for our new friends to stay. It must be clean and warm." With the speech concluded, Zhang Biao's lips curled into a smile, and his mood visibly lightened. Is the feeling of giving a speech really that good? Do leaders enjoy making speeches? Li Aching nodded upon hearing this, the lingering bitter scent of medicine on her body still not dissipated. She led the convoy through a passage piled high with supplies, where an assortment of goods was stacked on iron racks, rich and abundant. The survivors in the convoy stared at the dazzling array of supplies on the shelves, their eyes suddenly reddening. Their gazes were filled with uncontainable envy and longing. If this were before the apocalypse, they wouldn't even have glanced at such a place. Yet now this transformed warehouse appeared to them as paradise, a utopia for the soul. They looked forward with anticipation, seemingly already envisioning the beautiful life they would have living here. Some had even begun to plan what vegetables to grow in the greenhouse. The old knife gate's greenhouse was large, and if they needed just a small area to plant vegetables, surely the other party would not refuse. "Brother Chen, do we have to stay here?" Yan Shui tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve, her fingers cold yet filled with excitement. "What do you want to live here?" Gu Chen did not look at her, but kept surveying the base's defensive layout. "No. I just think this place is quite nice. However, I will always follow Brother Chen. Wherever Brother Chen goes, I shall go." Yan Shui hurriedly shook her head, quickly assuring Gu Chen. Walking at the forefront, Chen Mo watched the yearning expressions of the convoy members, his heart gradually sinking to the bottom. At this rate, this captain, would become a figurehead. "Captain Chen, this way, please." Li Aching's voice interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts. The base is divided into 3 areas. Area A houses core members, Area B is for ordinary survivors' dormitories, and Area C contains the greenhouse and workshop. You will first stay in Area B as a transition. Once the protector has assessed your abilities, formal accommodations will be assigned. The dormitories in Area B were more spacious than expected. They were adapted from the original warehouse partitions, with a large heated bed that dispelled the chill of their long journey. The survivors of the convoy touched the dry and warm bedding, nearly bursting into tears from excitement. Heaven knows how they had endured these past 2 months. They had almost forgotten what it felt like to sleep in a bed. Some had already made up their minds to stay here, to live here until death. Ji Kuan busily organized everyone, and the air was filled with a sense of relaxation, having survived a calamity and finally found a place to rest. Chen Mo, Gu Chen, Hong Yuan, and Wang Ben were led by Li Aching to a slightly smaller single room. Inside were a few simple tables and chairs, clearly prepared as special treatment for the sequencers. Conditions are limited, please bear with us for now. Li Aiking's tone remained flat as she set down a few bottles of water. Captain Zhang, we'll take you to meet the Protector later. This is a key step in joining the old knife gate. Before that, please do not wander around. Especially do not go deep into areas A and C lest you trigger unnecessary trouble. The adjacent rooms are the same as this one. If you wish to rest, you may enter on your own. After finishing her words, she slightly nodded and retreated, closing the door behind her. Li Aiking's footsteps gradually faded away, and the room fell into silence. This place is comfortable, but why does it feel like being trapped in a cage? Hong Yuan was the first to speak, holding the water bottle, given by Li Aiqing, and examining it closely. Wang Ben wiped down his bow, his voice low. The Protector is going to assess us. How will the assessment be done? Are we going to have to fight? Gu Chan sat on a chair, lit a cigarette, and silently checked his kill points. He originally had 100 kill points left. After battling that crying boy, he certainly gained some kill points, but he had not yet looked to see how much. Current remaining kill points 2,200. Gu Chan spent another 2,000 kill points to exchange for a bottle of Blood Moon Essence. He had a hunch that after fully refining this bottle of Blood Moon Essence, he would break through to the second tier of sequencers. He did not know what Zhang Biao and the others' intentions were, but enhancing his own strength was definitely not a problem. Chan Mo sat at the table, his brow furrowed, the cigarette pinched between his fingers was nearly burnt out without a single puff. The longing gazes of the team members for stability pierced through his heart like needles. The convoy he had painstakingly managed was on the verge of falling apart. Chan Mo felt an unprecedented fatigue, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Even more startling was that his Celestial Master Sequence's divination seemed to be suppressed here. Earlier he had covertly tried to predict good fortune and misfortune, but the hexagram was shrouded in chaos, as if he had fallen into a fog. That Zhang Biao appeared to be generous, yet every word was centered around the Protector. And that Guolai gave him an uneasy feeling. But as for the reason, Chen Mo could not articulate. He extinguished the cigarette but stood up, and his gaze sharpened once more. No matter what, this Protector is anyone who dares to snatch away his captaincy, even if they are a third-tier extraordinary, he would still raise his sword against them. Wang Ben, keep an eye on our people. Make sure they don't say anything they shouldn't, especially Ji Kuan and the others. Don't let them get carried away by the comfort in front of them. Chun Mo's gaze sharpened once more as he instructed Wang Ben. Got it, Mo Gu. Wang Ben replied in a deep voice. Then Chen Mo gave a few more words of caution to Gu Chan and Hong Yuan. His intention was for them to find a way to probe the depths of this base. He wanted to see what tricks the other side was really playing. As night deepened, the howling wind was shut out by the thick warehouse walls. Inside the base, oil lamps and braziers were lit, casting flickering shadows. From zone became the subdued murmurs of survivors, mingled with a rare hint of relaxation. To welcome the convoy, Zhang Biao had specially prepared a feast. It was held in the open space of Zone B, and all survivors were invited to attend. The feast was incredibly lavish, with all kinds of canned meat and flatbreads and even vegetables. Such things, let alone the ordinary people in the convoy, even the sequence users like Gu Chun. None of them had seen green in ages. This dinner was the most sumptuous meal the convoy had enjoyed since the apocalypse began, especially those from the bus who nearly swallowed their tongues in delight. They had fallen completely in love with this place. Wasn't this 1,000 times better than the nauseating, mushy porridge they had in the convoy? The wealth of supplies in the Old Blade sect surpassed everyone's imagination. In fact, it made sense. They were rooted in the city after all. The supplies originally meant for hundreds of thousands of people were now used to support just over 200 in this base. How could they not be wealthy? The oil lamps cast the survivors' shadows in flickering, unsteady lines. The scent of meat mingled with the cheap alcohol fermenting in the warmth. Ji Kun's hands trembled violently as he held his enamel bowl. Grease splattered onto his patched cotton jacket, but he didn't bother to wipe it off, burying his face in the bowl and shoveling food into his mouth. The old brothers from the Iron Wall convoy beside him were even more direct. Some stuffed meat pies into their clothes, while others nearly came to blows over a piece of braised pork. Take it easy, no need to fight. There's plenty for everyone. Zhang Biao moved among the tables with a wine bowl in hand, his bronze face glowing in the firelight. The Old Blade sect may not have much else, but we know how to keep folks fed and warm. He paused briefly by Chan Mo's table, his rough hand landing heavily on Chan Mo's shoulder. Captain Chan, your people sure are starving, huh? Ha ha ha. Zhang Biao's teasing tone carried a hint of smugness. He might as well have written the words, "As a leader am better than you," all over his face. Chan Mo's face darkened, as if it could drip water, his entire complexion turning a livid red. but he could only force a strained smile. My team has traveled a long way and they're indeed famished. You'll have to excuse us, Captain Zhang. He hadn't expected the other party to be so generous, using so many supplies to win people over. Ah, Captain Chen. Zhang Biao waved his hand, pulled up a stool, and sat down. He raised his wine bowl, the amber liquid gleaming faintly in the firelight. I've traveled far and wide before the apocalypse, and what I admire most are capable men like you who can bring people together. Chen Mo forced a smile and raised his glass. You flatter me, Captain Zhang. Flatter? Zhang Biao laughed heartily, slapping the table and making the dishes tremble. Not in the least. Look at you. The two of them started boasting right there at the table. But most of the time it was Zhang Biao doing the talking, occasionally ribbing Chen Mo, which made our Captain Chen seethe with anger. Chen Mo felt that even Han Xin's humiliation of crawling between someone's legs couldn't compare to this, could it? The warmth of the feast and the aroma of meat filled the air, yet Gu Chen's table stood in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere around them. Faced with a table full of dishes, he didn't even need to lift his chopsticks. Chun Gu, try this braised pork. The old blade sex cook has a real talent. Yan Shui carefully picked up a piece of meat with alternating fat and lean blue on it to cool it and brought it to Gu Chen's lips. Her gaze was focused and docile, as if the most important thing in the world was to serve this man. Gu Chen parted his lips slightly and let her feed him. As he swallowed, a slender fair hand handed him a cup of warm water with a faint lip print on the rim. Master, have some water to moisten your throat. Ai Sierra's voice was soft, laced with deliberate allure. Today she had put on a clean sweater, her long hair loosely tied up, revealing her slender neck. Unlike Yan Shui, she knew better how to work on the details. Yan Shui's hand paused, noticeably a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her demure composure. She silently withdrew her chopsticks, and instead ladled a bowl of steaming noodle soup, gently placing it before Gu Chen. Chun Gu, this soup warms the stomach. You must be tired after a day's travel. Ai Sierra's lips curled slightly as she smoothly took over the task of serving the soup. Let me do it, Sister Shui has been busy all day and should rest. She scooped up a spoonful of soup, blew on it to cool it, and brought it to Gu Chen's lips, her movements even more practiced and natural than Yan Shui's. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes, watching the undercurrent between the two women with amusement. He stroked Ai Sierra's neck with a measured touch. Where did you get this perfume scent on you? Gu Chen could clearly smell a fragrance that didn't belong to her. Ai Sierra's breath quickened, her voice trembling slightly. I found it on the bus. I kept it, hoping to use it when I saw you, Master. I don't like this scent. Don't use it again. Yan Shui peeled an orange silently beside them, her head bowed and fingertips turning pale. Whatever you say, Master. Ai Sierra's gaze grew hazy, her whole demeanor dazed, and only then did Gu Chen let her go. The woman gasped for breath, her stunning face flushed with an unnatural redness, but she quickly composed herself and poured Gu Chen a glass of wine. Master, try this wine. I heard it's from a pre-apocalypse cellar. I don't drink. Gu Chen shook his head. In this apocalypse, one drink might mean never waking up. He wiped his fingers, picked up a piece of fatty meat, and fed it to the chocolate beside him. The little mouse squinted in satisfaction and began to feast. Ai Sierra's expression shifted slightly, but Yan Shui remained unfazed. She merely cast a faint glance at the other woman before pushing a cup of water toward Gu Chen. Chun Gu, have some water to cut the grease. Gu Chen took the cup and took a light sip, but his gaze fell on Zhang Biao and Chen Mo not far away. The survivors from the convoy had completely relaxed. Usum were even starting to call the old Blade sect members brothers. Ji-kun's bowl was piled high like a mountain, his mouth greasy, as he chatted excitedly with those around him. As the night wore on, the feast came to an end. Gu Chen led the two women back to the temporary quarters assigned to them. Though the rooms in Zone B were crude, they were far better than spending the night in the vehicles. The red glow from the charcoal brazier cast flickering shadows on the wall, stretching and shortening the silhouettes of the three. Originally, Ai Sierra intended to leave after all. Gu Chen had never allowed her to stay overnight. However, to her surprise this time, he actually asked her to stay, which filled her with joy as she could finally. Yan Shui had intentionally let her long hair down today, revealing her delicate neck. Brother Chen, you must be tired from the journey today. Let Yenner massage your shoulders. She softly spoke, her hands already resting on Gu Chen's shoulders. Ai Sierra brought over a basin of hot water and took out a small pouch from her bosom. Master, this is the herb I found at the supplies office. Adding it to the water can relieve fatigue. She sprinkled the herbs into the water, and a gentle steam rose carrying a faint fragrance. She squatted down and began to wash and massage Gu Chen's feet. Gu Chen leaned against a simple wooden chair, his gaze shifting between the two. You two are becoming increasingly adept at serving others. Gu Chun enjoyed the service of the beautiful women, a smile creeping onto his lips. Yan Shui paused briefly, a complex look flashing in her eyes, but soon returned to her gentle demeanor. If Brother Chan is happy, then Yenner is happy. Master, don't move. Let Sierra help you relax. Ai Sierra knelt down and Gu Chun closed his eyes, the long-lost sensation returning once more. Brother Chun. Yan Shui's eyes were filled with determination. I also want to share Brother Chen's worries. The candlelight flickered, casting shadows of several figures. Brother Chun. Master. The cold wind howled outside the window but could not penetrate this small warm nest. The flames in the brazier danced and reflected the shadows of the people. The air was filled with a faint herbal aroma, mingled with the unique scent of the women. After an unknown period, everything finally returned to tranquility. Master. Ai Sierra lifted her head, her eyes filled with anticipation. In the future. Can I stay with Sister Shui? Gu Chun stroked her long hair, but his gaze drifted towards the pitch-black night outside. Don't worry, how could I ever let go of such a beauty like you? Brother Chun, no matter where you go, Yenner will always be with you. Gu Chun chuckled softly, as the saying goes, the more beautiful the woman, the better she can deceive. But regardless, at this moment he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Sleep. The matters of the old knife sect are not that simple. This base was too perfect to feel real. Especially that mysterious protector, who could make even third-grade anomalies tremble at the mere mention of their name, yet willingly sheltered these ordinary people. The candlelight gradually extinguished, plunging the room into darkness. Gu Chun, however, quietly opened his eyes. He gently pushed away the arms resting on his chest and carefully rose, not disturbing anyone. The cold wind howled outside, but the temperature inside the old knife sect base was drowsily warm. Gu Chun took out his stealth jacket and silently put it on. He then retrieved a water pouch from the dimensional space, scooped up some water, applied it to his face, and instantly vanished from the room. The convoy slept especially soundly on their first night at the old knife sect base. For the survivors who were used to tossing and turning in cars or tents, the warmth and dryness of the communal bunk-in area felt like heaven. In the morning, when sunlight streamed through the small window above, many people couldn't believe they had truly found a safe haven. On the first day, the people of the old knife sect did not assign any tasks, only allowing the convoy members to rest well. Breakfast consisted of steaming buns and pickles along with rare eggs. The survivors held their bowls with reddened eyes, quietly speaking to those beside them. After 2 months, we can finally have a warm meal. Those on the bus were so moved they couldn't speak, fearing this was just a dream. Daily life in the base was orderly. At noon, the convoy members were invited to have lunch with the old knife sect members. The dining table was filled with canned meat, rice, and fresh vegetables. Zhang Biao purposely sat next to Chen Mo, constantly serving him dishes. Captain Chen, let your people rest well for the next few days. Once the protector has assessed you, you can officially join us. At night, the base lit oil lamps and bonfires, the warm glow dispelling the chill of the highlands. The old knife sect members even produced a solar-powered little radio playing intermittent music. The survivors gathered around the fire. Some began to hum softly, while others shared stories from the pre-apocalyptic world. Many survivors, having drunk cheap liquor, blushed and said to the nearby old knife sect members, "I wish we had met you earlier." The next day, some members of the convoy began to be assigned light tasks. The men helped reinforce the walls, while the women assisted in tending to the crops in the greenhouse. Chen Mo was invited by Zhang Biao to join the patrol team and tour the base, while Gu Chun made an excuse to practice and stayed in the dormitory area. He discovered that there were guards in both Area A and deep in Area C, not allowing outsiders to enter. On the third morning, a light snow covered the base. The convoy survivors had completely adapted to the rhythm here, waking early, working, and having meals at set times. Some had already begun planning to grow their favorite crops in the greenhouse, while others learned from the old knife sect members how to make simple tools. One survivor approached Chen Mo, his voice low yet firm. "Captain, I want to stay. Everyone here can eat and wear warm clothes without living in fear every day. I know saying this may seem disloyal, but it truly is wonderful here." This was already the 16th person to find him wanting to stay, and this was just the ones who had voiced their thoughts. Those truly wanting to stay would be even more. Chen Mo looked out the window, remaining silent for a long time, only gently nodding. He understood that his convoy was no longer the same convoy as before. "Mogu, breakfast is ready." Wang Ben walked over with 2 porcelain bowls filled with steaming rice porridge and pickles along with 2 rare eggs. Chen Mo took the bowl, but his gaze drifted over the wall, looking out at the vast white snowfield outside the base. "Mogu, has someone come to find you again?" Wang Ben inquired softly, his voice filled with concern. Chen Mo gave a wry smile, nodded, and suddenly spoke. "I'm not afraid of those anomalies, Wang Ben. But facing these, he pointed to the busy survivors within the base, their faces radiating long-lost smiles. I find myself utterly helpless. Chen Mo took out his black long sword, gently stroking it. This sword had once slain countless enemies. Its blade could make even third-grade anomalies retreat. But now, when faced with the warm buns, cozy beds, and secure walls offered by the old knife sect, in the face of a formidable enemy, Chen Mo was brave enough to draw his sword. Against the anomalies, he could lead everyone in maneuvering, but against the sweet-talking enticements of the old knife sect, the sword felt so powerless. Meanwhile, Gu Chan sat in the corner of the room, his eyes closed as he cultivated the void meditation acceleration method. Though outwardly he shared in the base's tranquility like the others inwardly, he never let his guard down. Over the past 3 days, he had noticed Li Aching venturing alone deep into Sector C every late night, and that Guolai during his patrols deliberately avoided certain areas. With a creak, the room door was pushed open. Hong Yuan quietly approached Gu Chan and whispered, I found out that the so-called patron only appears on the 1st and 15th of each month, and also on the 7th. Tomorrow happens to be the 15th. A flicker of unease crossed her eyes. This place is too perfect to be real. Gu Chan opened his eyes and gazed out the window at the cheerful crowd. He couldn't help but remark, the more beautiful the trap, the harder it is to detect. The old blade sect's methods are truly cunning. The survivors of the convoy had faced ferocious eerie attacks without losing their will to live. Yet, against the old blade sect's sugar-coated bullets, they were utterly defenseless. 3 days of peaceful living had made most convoy members forget the hardships of their escape. They began to believe that perhaps this was truly a haven in the apocalypse. Only a few still remembered that behind every paradise unknown secrets might lurk. I have a plan, Hong Yuan. Gu Chan leaned close to Hong Yuan, his expression earnest. He used his spatial power to seal the entire room, ensuring no eavesdroppers. Hong Yuan frowned, slightly puzzled. You have a plan too? Perhaps because of Chen Mo, the word plan now gave her a bad feeling. Gu Chan shot her a speechless glance. What did she mean by you have a plan too? Tonight, in the wee hours between 2 and 3 in the morning, Li Aching should go to the depths of Sector C as usual. Sneak out through the back window of Sector B, use the building shadows to get close, and see what's really in the depths of Sector C. Why is it so strictly controlled? Gu Chan took over rapidly, laying out his plan. At the same time, his fingers quickly sketched the base layout on the table. Listen, I've observed for 3 nights. Li Aching leaves the dormitory in Sector A around 2:15 a.m. every night and passes through the connecting corridor between Sector B and Sector C. Her route to Sector C is fixed. There's only one guard there, and he changes shifts at 2:15 a.m. Plus 2 streetlights on that path are broken. With your shadow sequence, it's the perfect cover. Hong Yuan raised an eyebrow, her gaze suspicious. Are you sure this is safe? That guy Guolai is from the peeping sequence. His perception is incredibly strong. Gu Chan shook his head and explained. Guolai's peeping ability, though formidable, isn't flawless. I've been secretly observing his movement patterns for 3 days. Every time he patrols near the abandoned workshop on the east side of Sector C, he deliberately detours around it, as if there's something there he doesn't want to touch. A flash of doubt crossed Hong Yuan's eyes. Doesn't want to touch. What's in there that makes him resist prying? She knew that after sequence awakening, awakened individuals developed many small habits tied to their sequence. Take her own shadow sequence, for instance. She now loved staying in the shadows. This change was etched into her genes beyond conscious control. As for the peeping sequence, it went without saying that those awakened to it would inevitably develop a fondness for sneaking peeks. I don't know, but that's precisely what makes it suspicious. More crucially, he goes back to Sector A to rest from 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. daily. That's when his perception is at its weakest. He paused to let Hong Yuan digest this information, wondering if her mind was still up to the task. Gu Chan took a small bottle from his bosom and handed it to Hong Yuan. This is my specially made purification dew. Apply it on your body to temporarily mask your aura. It's more effective than Li Aching's fixing powder. Rub a bit on yourself before you act. I'll further reduce the risk of detection. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hong Yuan's eyes. Why not send Wang Ben? His eagle eye sequence is better suited for long-range reconnaissance. Gu Chan shook his head and shared his view. Wang Ben's eagle eye sequence is good for observation but poor at stealth. So you're the most suitable choice. Besides, Wang Ben won't be idle. If things go wrong, he'll deliberately make a commotion on the east side of Sector B to divert the guards. Originally, Chen Mo would have been more suited for this task than Hong Yuan, but he was now deeply dispirited and clearly not in the right state of mind. Thus Hong Yuan became the best candidate. She tilted her head, carefully stowed the water bottle, and asked with some confusion, "What about you?" "They were doing all the work while this guy just lay around." "Me?" A playful smile curled at the corner of Gu Chen's mouth, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I'm going to take this chance to advance to sequence second turn." Sequence second turn. Hong Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "You've already accumulated to that level." She had been awakened longer than Gu Chen, yet she was still far from reaching sequence second turn. "What else?" Gu Chen turned around and pursed his lips. "Did you think I was just having fun these past 2 days? I was just waiting for an opportunity." Hong Yuan rolled her eyes at him, deep in thought. "So that's why you want us to act tonight? To uncover the old blade sect's secrets before your breakthrough?" Gu Chen nodded slightly. "The old blade sect's sugarcoating has made most people lose their vigilance. But the more perfect a place seems, the deeper the darkness it hides. We can't wait until everyone forgets how to flee, only to find there's no escape left." He didn't care about the survivors' fates, but he couldn't let himself fall into danger. Gu Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. If he had third-turn transcendent strength, he wouldn't need all this trouble. He could just bulldoze his way through. Hong Yuan was silent for a moment, her gaze gradually firming. "Understood." 2 a.m. West side of Sector C, avoiding Guilei's perception blind spots. "I'll do my best to find out what's hidden there." Gu Chen nodded and pulled her soft body into his embrace. "Remember, retreat immediately if you sense anything wrong." Hong Yuan's body stiffened slightly in his arms, then relaxed. Over these 3 days, her anger toward Gu Chen had mostly faded. He looked down, his gaze lingering on her delicate features. "After tomorrow, we might not have such a chance again." Gu Chen's voice was low, carrying an undeniable possessiveness. A blush crept across Hong Yuan's cheeks, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "You jerk, always picking on me. But you..." She trailed off. "But I what?" Gu Chen lifted her chin, teasing playfully. "Didn't you always call me a jerk?" "You are." Hong Yuan punched him in mock anger, but Gu Chen caught her hand. Gu Chen. Call me Brother Chen. Brother Chen." Hong Ying's long hair scattered on the pillow like ink-black silk. Gu Chen's fingers traced her brows and eyes, revealing a rare tenderness. "Be careful tonight." Hong Ying smiled, her radiant grin blooming like a flower. "So you can actually worry about someone. I thought you only cared about your own safety." "It's not just you I care about. I care that if I lose you, my joy would be gone." "You heartless bastard, today I'll make sure you have all the joy you want." When silence finally settled, Hong Ying drifted away, as lightly as a cloud, leaving no trace behind. Gu Chen watched her retreating figure and shook his head helplessly. This woman truly had no manners. He had just treated her to a large bowl of white congee, and she left without even a word of thanks. Gu Chen took a short rest, then retrieved a water pouch of purified water from his dimensional space and poured some out to wash himself. The refreshing scent of the water invigorated his spirit. Gu Chen looked at the chocolate shrouded in mist and waved his hand to dispel the fog. He had wrapped the little mouse in this mist earlier because of his encounter with Hong Ying. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little mouse was furious, proudly turning its head away and hopping onto the bedside table with its back to Gu Chen. Its tiny paws crossed over its chest, as if to say, "This mouse is very angry, and there will be serious consequences." Gu Chen shook his head helplessly. The scene earlier was hardly suitable for the little mouse to witness. In the end, it took a piece of Dove chocolate, a Snickers bar, and a small bag of chips to calm the little fellow down. Gu Chen smiled and rubbed its little head. "I need to cultivate. Keep an eye out for me." He had already placed a spatial seal on the door of his room, so anyone who dared to force their way in would immediately alert him. He only said this now to give the little creature something to do. Chocolate stuffed a chip into its mouth, stood up and patted its own chest, as if to say, "Don't worry, leave everything to this mouse." Gu Chen sat down cross-legged and took out the vial of blood moon essence he had exchanged earlier. The remaining potency from the previous vial had already been fully refined by him. He downed the new one in one gulp, and a scorching energy flowed through his body like a warm spring. Gu Chen immediately activated the void meditation acceleration method to guide this warm energy through his meridians in a cycle. After breakfast, Chen Mo stood alone at the edge of zone, gazing at the towering walls of the base in the distance. The morning sun cast his shadow like a solitary sword. "Captain!" A familiar voice came from behind. Chen Mo did not turn around. He naturally recognized the voice. It was Ji Kuan. This man, originally in charge of material logistics in the convoy, now stood behind him with a complex expression. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Chen Mo's tone carried a hint of bitterness. He thought this was another person coming to say goodbye. Ji Kuan shook his head and rubbed his reddened cold hands. "Captain, When are we leaving? Chen Mo turned around, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Everyone wants to stay and you want to leave. In the past few days, over a dozen convoy members had privately approached Chen Mo expressing their desire to stay with the Old Blade sect. Some even bluntly said, "Captain, here we can eat our fill and stay warm without living in daily fear. Why should we keep fleeing?" But Ji Kuan, Chen Mo had thought he would be the most likely to waver. At the banquet, Ji Kun's bowl was piled high like a small mountain, his mouth greasy, as he chatted animatedly with the Old Blade sect members. Who would have thought that the one who seemed to enjoy comfort the most would be the first to propose leaving? Why? Isn't this exactly the safe haven we've been seeking? With walls, greenhouses, ample food. I can't quite put my finger on it. This place is indeed perfect. Ji Kuan lowered his voice, glancing around warily. But precisely because of that, it feels unreal to me. Before the apocalypse, Ji Kuan had served in the police force for 5 years and had seen too many cases that looked pristine on the surface but were rotten within. This feeling of perfection. He knew it all too well. Besides, Captain, you've treated me well. How could I abandon you? Ji Kuan had originally been a schemer for the Iron Wall convoy. When he defected to Chen Mo halfway, the latter not only didn't hold it against him but even entrusted him with managing all the survivors. How could Ji Kuan ever commit such an act of betrayal? Chen Mo patted Ji Kuan on the shoulder, a glimmer of light rekindling in his eyes. "I'm glad you're willing to stay with the convoy, but don't make it public for now, especially don't let the other members know your thoughts." "Understood, Captain." Ji Kuan nodded. "I'll keep pretending to be drawn in by the comfortable life here and secretly observe their movements." The two exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had returned to the days when they first met. "Oh, right." Ji Kuan hesitated before leaving. "Brother Chen, did he also notice something?" Chen Mo glanced toward a corner of Zone B, where the window of Gu Chen's room was tightly shut, leaving no clue as to what he was doing inside. "That kid is sharp as a tack. I can't fathom his thoughts at all, but I'm sure he'll never choose to stay." Chen Mo watched Ji Kun's retreating figure, and the feeling of powerlessness in his heart eased slightly. As long as there were still people keeping their wits about them, the convoy still had hope. He couldn't afford to fall. Time ticked by, and the sunlight outside the window gradually slanted westward. As night deepened, the lights of the Old Blade sect base flickered on one by one. The survivors of the base were busily decorating a grand auditorium. They were visibly excited at the prospect of meeting the shelterer tomorrow. Even their pace of work quickened as they dared not show any slack. Unaware of the outside world, Gu Chen had immersed himself in his own realm. After an unknown span of time, an unprecedented surge of power flooded through his entire body. Gu Chen's perception suddenly expanded. He could even detect the breathing rhythm of a sleeping survivor in the adjacent room. He slowly opened his eyes, a deep blue light flashing in his pupils. Sequence second turn complete. A torrent of unprecedented power surged within Gu Chen. He could clearly sense the subtle fluctuations of every inch of space around him. It was as if the entire world had become a web woven from countless spatial nodes in his eyes. This was no longer the vague perception he had before. He now felt he understood the very essence of space. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chocolate excitedly leaped onto Gu Chen's shoulder, its tiny paws patting his cheek, as if celebrating its master's success. Gu Chen smiled and rubbed the little creature's head. "Stop messing around, little one. Let me feel my new abilities." He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his body. After advancing to sequence second turn, the once thin spatial energy within him had become dense and solid, far stronger than before. Even more delightful, he discovered that his control over space was no longer limited to simple distortion and folding. He could now briefly tear space, creating a void interlayer between reality and nothingness. Spatial distortion. Gu Chen murmured inwardly, and in an instant his body vanished from its original position, reappearing a moment later at the far end of the room. The entire movement was utterly silent, not even stirring the air. This ability far surpassed mere spatial distortion. It was true instantaneous teleportation. Void realm concealment. Gu Chen attempted again. His form gradually turned translucent, then fully dissolved into the surrounding air. Even the most acutely perceptive cultivators would struggle to detect his presence. Take Guolai, for instance. Were Gu Chen to stand before him now and deliver a sharp slap, Guolai would likely have no idea who struck him. Gu Chen rematerialized, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration. After all this time of relentless cultivation, he had finally ascended to Sequence 2 Transcendence. Yet he wondered what branch of the sequence awaited him. Sequence branches do not manifest immediately upon breakthrough. They only become available after prolonged cultivation within the second transcendence. Just look at Chen Mo. It took him some time between his breakthrough and the awakening of his branch. Gu Chun glanced at the time 337 a.m. He had cultivated continuously from morning until the next dawn. Had the breakthrough truly taken this long? At that very moment his acute spatial awareness detected faint breaths and heartbeats beyond the door. Not one but two individuals. He gently pushed open the door, and a soft, fragrant figure tumbled into his arms. "Brother Chen, you're finally out. Why were you waiting in the corridor? Did I not ask Hong Yuan to arrange another room for you both?" The woman in his arms was Yan Shui. Aisier stood beside her. When Hong Yuan departed, Gu Chen had instructed her to inform the two women not to enter the room and disturb his cultivation. It was Sister Hong Yuan. She said Brother Chen was undergoing a critical breakthrough and must not be disturbed under any circumstances. There are too many people in the base. She didn't trust anyone else, so she asked us to guard this spot. Aisier added, her voice trembling slightly in the biting cold. Gu Chun sighed softly, drawing both women close with one arm. Each then gently infused a thread of spatial energy into their bodies. Their stiff limbs gradually relaxed, a warmth returned to their skin, and their formerly bluish cheeks flushed with delicate rose. "Master, are you tired? Shall Sierra give your shoulders a gentle massage?" Barely recovered, Aisier grew mischievous once more, her slender fingers wandering playfully. Yan Shui gazed at him with quiet, hopeful anticipation. After last night's shared battle, their bond had deepened profoundly. What ill intent could Aisier possibly harbor? She simply wished to bring Gu Chun greater ease and deeper joy. Gently grasping her delicate wrist, he drew her hand away. "I have matters to attend to. You both return to your rooms and rest. Pleasures of the flesh, though exquisite, must be timed wisely." According to plan, Hong Yuan should have already returned. He needed to learn what had transpired. A flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes, yet they obediently nodded. The door closed behind them, and Gu Chun vanished from sight. Inside the deepest chamber of Zone, no lights burned. A bronze talismanic lamp hovered midair, its eerie blue flame casting distorted shadows of ancient runes across the walls. Zhang Biao knelt on one knee outside the threshold, his voice reverent. "My lord, the caravan's morale has fractured by 70%. A woman's voice, cool and crystalline, resonating with ethereal overtones, issued from within, elaborate. Zhang Biao swallowed hard and recounted everything he had observed over the past 3 days. Over these 3 days, the caravan members appeared swayed by life here, but that applied only to ordinary survivors. The caravan's sequence cultivators, however, still yearned to depart. Take Captain Chen Mo. Zhang Biao instantly recognized him as one who would never submit willingly to another's authority. Then there was that fair-skinned young man, Gu Chun. His sharp roving eyes had scanned the base incessantly these past days, clearly harboring ulterior motives. As for Wang Ben the archer, he followed Chen Mo unquestioningly. A devoted junior brother. Should Chen Mo leave, Wang Ben would follow without hesitation. And that woman Hong Yuan, any fool could see she held a close, intimate connection with Gu Chun. If Gu Chun fled, Hong Yuan would surely support him. At this thought, Zhang Biao inwardly cursed. "Those damned brats. And the task I assigned you, how fares it?" The woman's fingertip tapped lightly upon the table. The talismanic lamp flared brilliantly, and with a soft, affirming hum she acknowledged his report. Zhang Biao grinned, his weathered face crinkling into a chrysanthemum. "The ceremonial hall is prepared. Awaiting your initiation ceremony this morning. Anything else?" Zhang Biao blinked, then swiftly recalled, "Per your orders, I embedded 7 life anchor nails beneath Zone B's foundations and instructed Li Aching to offer incense daily at the hour of the ox. Chen Mo's divination-based fate constitution has long been suppressed by our incense array. Suffocated, unable to breathe. He will glean no useful omens now. Well done. You may withdraw. This servant takes his leave." Zhang Biao bowed deeply, his forehead pressing against the frigid floor like the most devout of disciples. After Zhang Biao departed, the woman finally rose. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Refined features, a silver hairpin engraved with the characters Zhani subduing calamity, her aura resonating with Chen Mo's, yet imbued with far greater majesty. Her slender fingers brushed the bronze compass upon the desk. Its coins spun without wind, aligning to spell the phrase, "Hearts turn toward submission." A subtle smile curved her lips, candlelight fractured into starlight within her gaze. "Chen Mo. The celestial master sequence forges its golden body through collective faith, yet you sit alone upon the snowfields with barely 80 or 90 followers, struggling even to complete your second transcendence. Whereas I..." From her sleeve glided 3 talismanic papers, hovering in air as azure flames ignited, illuminating the chamber's runes now writhing like living serpents. Were Chen Mo present, he would have recoiled in astonishment. This woman too was an awakened celestial master sequence cultivator. Incense offering. Hong Yuan had just returned to the room. Gu Chen stood beside her, brows deeply furrowed in bewilderment. He had never imagined Li Aching would venture into the derelict workshop in Zone C. In the dead of night, solely to light incense. Was that plausible? Was it rational? Hong Yuan nodded, recounting precisely what she had witnessed. There stood a battered altar, with only an incense burner upon it. After lighting the incense, she knelt and murmured prayers for roughly 10 minutes before departing. Her devotion absolute, utterly unfeigned. Are you certain no anomalous aura lingered nearby? None. Hong Yuan shook her head. At least, not within the scope of my perception. Anomalies were humanity's natural antithesis. Their mere presence induced nausea and sent chills racing down the spine. At close range with focused intent, even a third transcendence paragon would not escape detection by Hong Yuan's senses. Yet she sensed nothing. Gu Chen rose and paced slowly within the cramped chamber, his mind rapidly weaving together the threads of evidence gathered over recent days. He had originally suspected some latent danger, or anomaly, lurking deep within Zone C. Yet now it seemed his earlier assumption had been profoundly mistaken. Logically, Li Aching belonged to the alchemist sequence, so she should have had a habit of studying pharmacology. But why did she sneak off to burn incense every night, and specifically at midnight? Could it be that this was her sequence's price? I find it strange too. Deep in Sector C there's nothing but that worn-out altar and incense burner. Not even any valuable supplies stored there. Hong Yuan furrowed her delicate brows, her face filled with confusion. Gu Chen recalled his observations from the past few days, and a vague idea gradually took shape in his mind. Captain Chen Mo's Celestial Master Sequence. Since the apocalypse broke out, he hasn't been with any woman. Gu Chen spoke slowly, his gaze fixed on the dark base outside the window. Even someone as taciturn as Wang Ben managed to find a few confidants in the convoy, but Chen Mo has always remained solitary. Hong Yuan looked at him, puzzled. What are you trying to say? Weren't they discussing the old Blade sect? Why bring up Chen Mo? I'm thinking every sequence has its price. Gu Chen turned, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. Have you noticed how Chen Mo is always exceptionally concerned about changes in the convoy's headcount? Last time after the Mandrill attack, when the convoy suffered heavy casualties, his face was uglier than if he'd seen a horror. Hong Yuan nodded thoughtfully. That's true, but is there a connection between the two? Gu Chen shrugged helplessly. I suspect the true power of the Celestial Master Sequence is related to people. Ever since we entered the old Blade sect base, Chen Mo has tried divination a few times, but each time he shook his head, saying the hexagrams were chaotic and he couldn't calculate. Don't you find it strange? There's no obvious eerie aura in the base, so why did his abilities suddenly fail? Shock flickered in Hong Yuan's eyes. Are you saying someone is secretly targeting Chen Mo? Not necessarily targeting him personally. Gu Chen stroked his chin and shook his head. Chen Mo needs a large number of people around him, perhaps even needs some kind of recognition or faith from these people. Have you noticed? The people of the old Blade sect are exceptionally respectful towards Zhang Biao and the others, even with a hint of worship. And our convoy members over these past few days have gradually started looking at the old Blade sect people with the same eyes. You mean? Hong Yuan's voice trembled slightly. The Celestial Master Sequence requires the power of faith from others. That's just my speculation. Gu Chen shrugged, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. I plan to go ask Chen Mo. After all, I don't know much about the Celestial Master Sequence. But one thing is clear. Chen Mo's divination ability is ineffective here, yet this base's protector can suppress the high-rank horrors in the city. If my guess is right, then this protector is very likely also a Celestial Master Sequence. And the survivors in this base might all be his followers. Hong Yuan's face immediately turned grim. Gu Chen, what should we do? She was never good at thinking things through, and now, in front of her man, she looked to him as her pillar of strength. Gu Chen soothed Hong Yuan with a few words, telling her to rest first, while he himself silently vanished from the room. His spatial abilities, enhanced after advancing to the second turn, made his movements as elusive as a specter. The base's guards were practically non-existent to him. In a few blinks, Gu Chen arrived at the door of a simple single room. Shrouded in intangible spatial power, he easily entered. Chen Mo was sitting at the table, gripping the black longsword tightly, his eyes vacant as he stared out the window. Captain Chen, not sleeping in the middle of the night, what are you thinking about? Gu Chen's voice rang out in the silent room, startling the other man. Chen Mo was somewhat surprised. He hadn't sensed the other's presence at all. Why are you here? And your strength? Gu Chen didn't answer, instead walking straight to the table and sitting down. He lightly waved his hand, and a pot of hot tea and 2 clean cups appeared, the fragrant aroma of tea rising and swirling between them. I've advanced to the second turn of the sequence. Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly, a glimmer of understanding flashing in them. You came to see me surely not just to tell me this. I had Hong Yuan observe Li Aching. Wang Ben should have told you about that, right? Chen Mo picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. What do you want to ask, or what do you want to know? What exactly is the price of the Celestial Master Sequence? Gu Chun didn't hesitate and voiced all his various doubts. Chen Mo answered him one by one. After listening to Chen Mo's account, Gu Chun was certain in his heart that the protector was most likely of the Celestial Master Sequence. Even if not, it still required a similar energy of faith to enhance its own power. Otherwise, why spend these 3 days using sweeteners to dissolve the convoy's loyalty, making them all feel indebted to the entire Old Blade sect? The incense array. 7 life-sealing nails offerings of incense at the hour of the ox can suppress the diviner's abilities. Being of the same sequence, Chen Mo could roughly guess the methods of that protector. The only unknown was where those 7 nails were buried. As Gu Chun left Chen Mo's room, Chen Mo's words still echoed in his mind. If he could, he didn't want to continue migrating and fleeing either. He hoped that protector was really just simply collecting faith. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the high windows of the warehouse, casting mottled light and shadow over the communal sleeping area in Sector B of the Old Blade sect base. Survivors who had enjoyed a good night's sleep woke up one by one, stretching their faces, beaming with a long-lost sense of contentment. During breakfast, the dining hall was filled with the aroma of hot porridge. The survivors chatted excitedly about how they would be assigned rooms after the ceremony, completely immersed in the joy of their impending settlement. Brother Kuan, why aren't you eating? This steamed bun is delicious. A young team member, his mouth full of food, mumbled a question to Ji Kuan beside him. Ji Kuan forced a smile. Just woke up, not hungry yet. After talking with Chen Mo yesterday, he had secretly and subtly inquired among a few survivors he had a good relationship with. He wanted to gauge their intentions, and the result was naturally a great disappointment. He had asked 12 people, only 3 were willing to continue following the convoy, the remaining 9 all wanted to stay in this base. These were the ones he was closest to. If he extended the inquiry to the entire convoy, even fewer would likely be willing to leave. These survivors had already endured too much hardship. Having finally found a seemingly safe place, they all wanted to stay. After breakfast, Zhang Biao appeared at the entrance of the dining hall with a hearty smile, followed by Li Aching and Guolai. Dear new friends. His voice was loud and clear, carrying a hint of excitement. Today is a joyful day for our Old Blade sect. Welcome to officially join us, brothers of the convoy. The ceremony will be held in the assembly hall. Please follow me. Upon hearing these words, the survivors of the caravan rose one after another. They adjusted their tattered clothing, hoping to leave a good impression on the protector master they were about to meet. If someone were to jump out at that moment and declare they did not wish to participate in this initiation ritual, they would undoubtedly be met with a storm of opposition. Gu Chen's figure lingered at the back of the crowd. With his current strength, he could easily utilize void concealment to leave the base directly, even safely escape from Ping City. However, the space created by his void concealment could only accommodate a single person. Choosing to run away directly would require him to abandon many things. Therefore, he had no intention of fleeing. That was a last resort, a method of desperation. The hall was located at the junction of Area B and Area A, originally a maintenance workshop for warehouses, now transformed into a solemn and dignified space. The towering ceiling hung with a massive knife-shaped emblem, and the walls were covered with yellow paper talismans. The vermilion-drawn runes shimmered with a strange red light in the morning sun. The most eye-catching was the offering table in front, on which rested a 3-foot bronze censer with 3 incense sticks as thick as a child's arm, emitting curling blue smoke. How impressive! This is far better than our caravan. The survivors of the caravan marveled, curiously surveying their surroundings. Zhang Biao led everyone to kneel and sit in order on the mats. Caravan members were on the left, while former members of the Old Knife sect were on the right. Li Aching moved among them, distributing 3 incense sticks to each person. Guolai stood in a corner, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly in a daze. Once the ceremony begins, the protector master abides by strict rules. As long as one is sincere, they will surely be blessed. Zhang Biao wore a beaming smile, resembling an old chrysanthemum. Silence! A clear shout came from the side door. Everyone turned in unison. A woman adorned with a silver hairpin stepped out gracefully, her plain long dress swaying without wind, and the words "Genie" on the silver hairpin glinted menacingly in the candlelight. Her face was cool and aloof, appearing to be in her 30s, yet her eyes were deep like an ancient well. Although not stunningly beautiful, she exuded an air of noble elegance. As her gaze swept across the hall, even the most restless survivors involuntarily held their breath. The protector of the Old Knife sect was actually a woman. This is our protector master of the Old Knife sect, Master Yun Qing. Zhang Biao announced, loudly bowing first. Master Yun Qing's gaze swept over the caravan members. Your presence here is fate. Her voice was ethereal, echoing in the hall. In the apocalypse, the solitary perish while the gathered survive. The Old Knife sect stands on faith and gathers strength through sincerity. Today, to enter the sect, 3 oaths must be made. First, to be loyal to the sect rules. Second, to honor the heavens. Third, to dedicate oneself to the protective array. She produced 3 talismans from her sleeve, igniting them in midair with azure flames. The flames twisted into characters imprinting on the ground before everyone. Dedicate your heart to the sect, enter the protection. The incense continues, never to betray. Those holding incense take the oath. Master Yun Qing's voice suddenly rose. The members of the Old Knife sect shouted in unison. Dedicate your heart to the sect, enter the protection. The incense continues, never to betray. The echo of their voices shook the dust from the ceiling. Zhang Biao turned to the caravan with a broad smile. Now it's the new brother's turn. Follow along to chant and blessings will follow. He smiled broadly, yet there was an unmistakable undertone that left no room for refusal. His gaze swept over the caravan members, lingering on Chen Mo and Gu Chen for a moment. The hall was enveloped in silence, all eyes focused on the survivors of the caravan. The members of the Old Knife sect looked on with anticipation, as if waiting for new members to join their family. Among the survivors of the caravan, someone eagerly raised their incense, a sincere smile on their face. They truly believed that after the oath they would be able to stay in this warm and safe base forever. Dedicate your heart to the sect, enter the protection. The incense continues, never to betray. A young team member was the first to speak, his voice loud and fervent. His companions nearby followed suit, their voices gradually merging into a chorus. Ji Kuan stood among the crowd holding an incense stick, his eyes flickering. He went along with the chant of the oath, his lips moving but deliberately lowering his voice, making the oath sound unclear. Gu Chen stood slightly behind Chen Mo, appearing devout yet inwardly skeptical. The spatial perception from his advancement to the second tier allowed him to discern that the talismans on the walls of the hall were not mere decorations but rather a form of energy circuit. These runes began to glow softly in response to the oaths of the crowd. Gu Chen felt a surge of curiosity, but he had no intention of probing further. Curiosity had its time, and he wasn't reckless enough to act under the watchful eyes of the 3-tiered woman. Master Yun Qing stood before the offering table, her gaze penetrating, capturing the reactions of everyone. A hint of a smile finally appeared on her cold face. Very well, the incense enters the array, sincerity brings power. She formed hand seals, and the bronze censer on the offering table suddenly radiated with a brilliant blue light. All the burning incense sticks simultaneously released curling blue smoke. The smoke did not disperse but coiled around each person's wrist like a spiritual serpent, forming a faint talisman imprint. Ah! Several survivors of the caravan exclaimed in surprise, but soon realized that the talisman did not intend to harm them. Instead, it brought a warm and reassuring feeling. Do not worry, this is the mark of protection. Master Yun Qing gave them a reassuring glance and explained to everyone. From now on, you are members of the Old Knife sect, protected by the array, no longer troubled by the bazaar. Gu Chen looked down at the talisman imprint on his wrist, thinking sincerity brings power. What if my heart is not sincere? Upon sensing the energy within, he realized it was indeed a form of protection, but it also came with constraints. The talisman was connected to the base, and once one left the range of the base, the talisman would become ineffective, and it could even backfire on the wearer. Thank you, Master. Most survivors sincerely bowed, having finally found a home. To wear this talisman, you must recite the initiation oath 3 times daily, morning, noon, and night, while being utterly sincere. Otherwise, the talisman will become ineffective, and the bazaar will come looking for you. Seeing the joyous expressions on everyone's faces, Master Yun Qing added another note. Master, we will chant sincerely. Yes, Master, we are your most devout followers. The members of the caravan expressed their loyalty one after another. Master, someone in the crowd cautiously raised their hand to ask, what if one accidentally forgets to recite once? Master Yun Qing did not answer, but Zhang Biao, who stood nearby, suddenly spoke, looking sternly at everyone. If there is one instance of insincerity or forgetfulness, the talisman's power will diminish. If it happens too often, the protection will also be lost. You need not worry too much about this. Everyone can remind and supervise each other. Perhaps sensing the concerns of the crowd, Zhang Biao spoke again to clarify. The ceremony is complete. Li Aching announced loudly to the convoy members. From today onward, we are all one family. There will be a celebratory feast at noon, and an artistic performance in the evening. The survivors cheered, many moved to tears. They had finally fully integrated into the base, no longer needing to sleep in the cold vehicles. No more worrying about where their next meal would come from, no more fear of the relentless eerie attacks. After the ceremony, members of the Old Blade sect stepped forward to converse with the new convoy members. They shared experiences and trivial matters of base life, the atmosphere peaceful and harmonious. Ah, a corpse. There's a corpse. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy of joining the Old Blade sect with laughter and chatter echoing through the hall. A piercing scream shattered the harmonious atmosphere. The scream came from the periphery of the base, instantly silencing the jubilant noise in the hall. Master Yunqing furrowed her brows slightly, while Zhang Biao's face darkened. He quickly exchanged a glance with Guolai and Li Aching. The crowd surged toward the entrance. Gu Chen instinctively stepped behind Chen Mo, a purely subconscious reaction. Chen Mo merely glanced at him and silently followed the crowd. Following the sound, they arrived near the western gate of the base. A young survivor sat slumped on the snowy ground, his trembling finger pointing into the distance. When the crowd squeezed through the gap in the wall, even the most boisterous survivors held their breath. There lay a naked, withered male corpse. The skin was parched and clung tightly to the bones, the eye sockets deeply sunken. A smile still lingered on the corpse's face, as if at the moment of death it had encountered something of immense delight. Members of the Old Blade sect quickly gathered to inspect. What happened here? Zhang Biao stepped forward and asked the screaming survivor. Li Ming is dead. Zhang Biao's expression was grim. Snowflakes fell on his weathered face, giving him a stern, cold appearance. Li Ming, a patrol member of the base, had been on guard duty yesterday. This morning I didn't see him on patrol. I thought he was slacking off. Just now, when I came out for some air, I found him. The survivor's voice choked with tears, clearly having had a deep friendship with the mummified corpse. But how could this person who was patrolling the base's perimeter die so suddenly and be drained into a mummy? Gu Chun turned his gaze to the master, who had just claimed that everyone would be safe as long as they were in the base. The woman's face was ashen. She had just declared the base's protection would ensure safety, only to be slapped in the face by the eerie occurrence. Guolai also stepped forward, closed his eyes, and sensed something. This is the work of the weeping boy mother entity after summoning the mother. His voice carried a note of certainty as he explained to the crowd. 3 days ago that child was driven back by us in Ronglin district. Its favorite pastime is to drain all the blood, flesh, and vital energy from a person. Now it seems it has returned for revenge. The mother entity of the weeping boy, that terrifying female demon. The convoy members were all filled with fear, fully aware of the horror of that woman. Everyone had thought that arriving at the base under the protection of the Old Blade sect and Master Yunqing would bring peace of mind. They never expected. This is impossible. A convoy member exclaimed in disbelief. Li Ming clearly had a protective talisman mark on his wrist. How could? The talisman mark can indeed protect those within the base. Master Yunqing, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, coldly interrupting the man. But if one actively leaves the base's range, or if one's heart is insincere, the talisman's power greatly diminishes. I see that the talisman mark on Li Ming's wrist is dim and lusterless. He must have recently harbored strange thoughts and lacked sincerity toward the protective array. The survivor who was close to Li Ming nodded solemnly. Li Ming has indeed been restless lately, often complaining that the base has too many rules. Human desires are hard to satisfy. Not everyone enjoyed this kind of life at the base. It was like before the apocalypse, when someone earning 3,000 a month yearned for 5,000, and 5,000 made them want 10,000. When they actually earned 10,000, they began to covet others' income of 20 or 30,000. The same went for housing. Small apartments were traded for larger ones for villas, yet they were never truly content with what they had. Li Ming was like that. The base provided 2 hot meals a day, fresh vegetables from the greenhouse, and even recreational activities. But he constantly complained. Why was his freedom restricted? Why did he have to recite the oath every day? Why did he have to hand over all personal belongings? Why did he have to work for the base for free? Zhang Biao looked at the mummified corpse and shook his head helplessly. Li Ming had privately spoken to me several times about wanting to leave the base to search for his family in other areas. But in this world, a lone wanderer is doomed to die. Those with soaring ambitions but fragile lives. That phrase described him perfectly. Master Yunqing looked around at the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on the convoy members. This incident also serves as a reminder to you newcomers, the protective talisman mark is no trivial matter. Sincerity brings divine protection, doubt invites danger. If anyone harbors vain hopes of playing both sides, they will only end up like this. A murmur rippled through the crowd. A few of the new convoy members looked uneasy, as if they saw a reflection of themselves in Li Ming. Master, you have keen insight. Ji Kuan suddenly stepped forward, his voice trembling. our convoy has just joined and is not yet familiar with the sect's rules. If there is anything we must pay special attention to, please enlighten us." Master Yunqing nodded slightly, a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. "You are quite good. The sincere receive protection. Remember, recite the oath 3 times daily without fail and harbor no doubts. Especially for new members, if you feel anything unusual, report to me or Captain Zhang immediately. Do not conceal it." Just then, a convoy member suddenly asked loudly, "Great Master, if someone wants to leave the base, what will happen?" The air instantly froze. Everyone held their breath, turning to look at the middle-aged man who had asked. Gu Chen recognized him as a friend of Ji Kun's. His name was Lu Ji, and he had previously appeared very satisfied with life at the base. Yesterday, when Ji Kun asked for his opinion, he was one of the 3 people willing to leave with the convoy. Master Yunqing slowly turned, her gaze calmly fixed on Lu Ji, her mood unreadable. "Leave? Why would you want to leave? Here there is food, safety, and order. Outside there is only death and despair. But what if someone truly wants to go?" Lu Ji's voice trembled, but he persisted. Zhang Biao strode forward, his expression stern and displeased. "Brother, what do you mean by this? You've just joined the old Blade sect and already you want to betray us?" "No, that's not what I meant." Lu Ji hurriedly explained, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "I was just curious. After all, in the apocalypse there is no curiosity, only life and death." Master Qing Yun cut him off, coldly turning to address the crowd. "Once the talisman seals are formed, I can ensure your safety within the base. But the moment you step beyond its boundaries, the seals will immediately lose their power. If you are entangled by the anomalies, then there is only one path: death. Do not assume that safety within the base means the entire city of Pingcheng is secure." The woman's voice paused, her gaze sweeping across the crowd. "Moreover, do you truly believe you can return to the life you once knew? The world outside has already changed. Without organization, without faith, a lone wanderer is doomed. And our old knife sect is the ark in this apocalypse. We can lead more people to survival. We are humanity's hope, its spark." Most of the crowd lowered their heads, awed by Master Qingjian's words. Only a few harbored reluctance and suspicion in their eyes. Among them was Ji Kun, who stood amidst the crowd with a complex expression. Having finished speaking, Master Qingyun turned to Zhang Biao and instructed, "Take Li Ming's remains to the C-Zone workshop. After performing the rites, bury him. After all, he was a part of this base. Tonight, heighten vigilance across the entire base. No one is to leave their quarters without permission." The banquet following the ceremony proceeded as usual, though the atmosphere was less lively than before. The survivors nibbled at the lavish food before them, whispering among themselves. As night fell, the base blazed with light. On the surface, everything seemed normal. But in the B-Zone dormitory, Gu Chenhong, Yuan Chen Mo, and Wang Ben gathered secretly in a corner. "I've confirmed it." Chen Mo lowered his voice, his face grave. "Master Qingyun is indeed a celestial master sequence, and the branch she has chosen is Calamity Suppressor." Calamity Suppressor. Gu Chen and the other 2 exchanged puzzled glances, as they were unaware of the specific branches within the celestial master sequence. Seeing their confusion, Chen Mo explained, "The Calamity Suppressor branch enhances the incense and faith power of the celestial master sequence. It allows the emotions of the masses to be more efficiently converted into personal strength. At the same time, the sacred energy of the celestial master sequence is also enhanced, making it more effective against anomalies. So those protective talisman seals aren't actually protecting us?" Hong Yuan frowned, asking in confusion. "No, they do provide some protection." Chen Mo shook his head, dismissing her notion. "But the cost is the faith and loyalty of each one of us. Li Ming's death likely occurred because he no longer believed in this system. The seals failed, making him prey for the anomalies. But that shouldn't be the case. Logically, the anomalies are deeply wary of the old knife sect's base. How could one appear near it? Unless..." Wang Ben, who had remained silent, finally spoke up, voicing his doubt. "You mean she's deliberately sacrificing base members to feed the anomalies?" Hong Yuan's face showed shock, as if she had finally uncovered something. Gu Chen couldn't help but shake his head at her. This silly girl really had a peculiar way of thinking. Seeing his expression, Hong Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. "Gu Chen, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" Gu Chen shook his head, frowning in thought. "Not entirely. Master Qingyun did indeed sacrifice Li Ming deliberately. I believe she is using the Weeping Boy to eliminate unstable elements. Li Ming wanted to leave the base, which is absolutely unacceptable to her. By having the Weeping Boy kill him, she not only removes a threat, but also intimidates others, making them more dependent on her protection. But that doesn't make sense. Wouldn't this cause even those loyal to the base to become unsettled? Hong Yuan remained perplexed. This is the weakness of human nature. Gu Chen lowered his voice, his eyes unusually calm in the dim light. Most people, when faced with the threat of death, instinctively seek the safest haven. He glanced at the patrolling guards within the base outside the window. This room had been double-sealed by his spatial power and Chen Mo's talismans. Gu Chen was not worried about their voices carrying. Li Ming's death today has indeed unsettled many, but did you notice? Most people aren't questioning the system. They're thinking I must be more devout than Li Ming. Fear causes people to stop thinking and focus only on survival. This isn't cowardice, it's an instinct encoded in our genes. They firmly believe that as long as they are devout enough, the seals won't fail, and as long as they follow the rules, the anomalies won't target them. Humans are greedy. Chen Mo looked out the window, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Once they have safety, they want freedom. Once they have food, they desire more comfort. Once they have protection, they seek choice. And when they can't satisfy these desires, they feel pain. At that point, someone emerges to raise a question. This question is usually unsolvable. So they get rid of the one who raised it, right? Having heard this much, Hong Yuan finally understood. Master Qing Yun couldn't solve human greed, but she could solve greedy people. You Li Ming were dissatisfied with your current life. Fine, then die. By sacrificing one to calm the entire base, Master Qing Yun came out ahead. As for Zhang Biao's claim that Li Ming wanted to leave the base to find his family, that was nothing but a lie. Li Ming was indeed dissatisfied with life, but he never intended to leave the base. After all, he wasn't foolish. In this world, an ordinary person leaving the base would have a 99% chance of dying. Li Ming's life or death was unimportant to Master Qing Yun. What mattered was ensuring there were no more Li Mings. Wang Ben's face showed contemplation as he said in a low voice, "So she isn't afraid of unrest because it only highlights her value." Gu Chen stroked his chin, observing the patrolling guards. In this environment, fear is more effective than love for maintaining control. People don't need to love the system. They just need to fear leaving it. But how long can such control last? Hong Yuan asked. Someone will eventually awaken. Whoever awakens gets killed. Gu Chen turned his gaze sharp. Whoever dares to stick their neck out will be eliminated as an unstable element. Not only that, Ji Kuan and his friends know the truth but dare not speak. And Master Qing Yun has surely noticed them. You mean? Gu Chen's voice was low. Li Ming won't be the last. The old knife sex base needs an occasional unstable element to keep everyone in check. And the four of them were definitely among the most unstable elements. The room fell into silence, broken only by the howling wind outside the window. Chen Mo tightened his grip on the black longsword in his hand and suddenly spoke. We need to leave as soon as possible. It's a pity my divination ability has been suppressed, otherwise I could have calculated the fortune of this operation. Though Chen Mo had finally resolved to leave, he still felt reluctant to part with the incense offerings of the convoy. But there was no helping it. The members of the convoy had now caught the eye of a more powerful female celestial master. Even with his utmost reluctance, he was utterly powerless. Chen Mo checked the time, 2156. I'll go find Ji Kuan first and see how many are still willing to follow the convoy. Chen Mo and his group had no intention of sneaking away, partly because they still had ordinary people to bring along. Of course, there might not be many. Secondly, Master Yunqing was immensely powerful. If they tried to leave the base, they likely couldn't escape her notice. In that case, it's better to leave openly. In front of the entire base, she wouldn't dare to do anything excessive. After all, she still had to maintain her image in everyone's eyes. This was perhaps one of the costs of being a celestial master, having to craft a positive and righteous persona. Otherwise, she would lose the source of her power. As for whether she would do anything overly drastic afterward, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Let's leave the base first. In the dead of night, countless tiny runic energies flowed along the towering walls of the old Blade Gate base, forming an invisible net. It was as if a prison of humanity had been forged, enveloping everyone within. Chen Mo soon received news from Ji Kuan. Only 8 ordinary members were willing to continue with the convoy. This included Ji Kuan himself and Gu Chen's 2 untouchables. The remaining 5 were Lu Ji, Lin Yi, Xiao Mei Jie, and Ant Zhang. Lu Ji and Lin Yi were veteran members of the convoy. After some inner turmoil, they ultimately chose to leave with the convoy. Xiao Mei and Jie were a young couple. Since joining the convoy, they had faced life-and-death crises multiple times while gathering supplies. They could be considered battle-hardened survivors. Though life here was good, they still yearned to follow the convoy in search of a spiritual sanctuary of their own. As for Ant Zhang, a middle-aged woman, her decision surprised everyone. After all, she was no longer young and had a stable place to stay in the base. Yet she approached Ji Kuan, expressing her willingness to leave with the convoy. It turned out that her son had been separated from her before the apocalypse, and she had always longed to find him. Learning all this, Chen Mo felt a mix of emotions. He hadn't expected so few to be willing to follow, yet each had their own unwavering reasons. But upon reflection, it was understandable. With food and drink readily available in the base, who would willingly court death outside? Perhaps his decision to enter Pingcheng had been a mistake. Had he led the group to take a detour from the start, none of this would have happened. But it was too late for regrets now. Chen Mo looked at Gu Chan and the others, a glimmer of confidence returning to his eyes. I once had a plan, and I still have a plan. What damn plan do you have now, Captain? Gu Chen interrupted, unable to resist. At some point, none of Chen Mo's plans had ever succeeded. One damn plan led them into the city to repair a vehicle. Another damn plan led them to join the old Blade Gate base. The convoy's morale had crumbled, leaving barely any members. Now he was about to unveil another plan, and Gu Chen just wanted to shut him up. Don't say it. You always have a plan, Captain. Hong Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, let's hear what Mo has to say first. It was Wang Ben who spoke. Though deep down he too had little faith in Chen Mo's plans, he still came to his defense. Chen Mo took a deep breath, ignoring Gu Chen's sarcasm, his gaze growing resolute. I know you've lost faith in me, but I swear this plan is different from before. As Chen Mo began laying out his plan to the group, at the periphery of the base, several pairs of eyes were fixed malevolently on the old Blade Gate base. Among them, one pair was a pure blood red belonging to a naked figure suspended midair, shrouded in a pink haze. It was the mother of the weeping funeral boy, who had been driven away earlier by Zhang Biao's roar. Beside her stood two other horrifying entities of distinct forms. One of them was nearly 5 meters tall, with skeletal proportions beyond imagination. Its stark white bones were coated in a dark metallic luster. Its head was a massive cracked bull skull with 2 frigid blue flames burning in its eye sockets. This was one of the most formidable anomalies of the Eastern Yu District, the Iron Bone Corpse King. It represented absolute physical strength and undying defense in the Eastern Yu District. As for the other, its form was like a semi-transparent humanoid composed of countless distorted sound waves. Its outline shifted constantly between reality and illusion, sometimes resembling a seductive woman, then morphing into a ferocious, ghostly visage. Within its body, countless tiny faces churned faintly, as if fragments of souls were wailing. This was another anomaly from the Eastern Yu District, the Phantom Sound Demoness. She was a polluter of minds with sound as her deadly weapon. 3 powerful anomalous auras clashed in the confined space, carrying the arrogance of territorial overlords and their mutual wariness. He. The mother of the weeping funeral boy let out a piercing shrill laugh, breaking the silence. The laughter was filled with venomous hatred. So you two finally decided to leave your wretched dens. Looks like you've both been enduring that bitch for quite some time. The Iron Bone Corpse King turned its massive bull skull toward her, its jaw clacking as it emitted a deep rumbling voice. Spare me the nonsense. That bitch has turned the entire Ronglin district into a forbidden zone, leaving us nowhere to hunt. I've had enough. The Phantom Sound Demoness body rippled like water, emitting a chilling voice that alternated between male and female. That woman, relying on her sequence ability, has been encroaching on our territory. Her existence is the greatest threat to us. The mother of the weeping funeral boy spoke with venom. Exactly. That woman's sequence energy is naturally counter to us. Previously, one of her children had been struck by that woman's sword. Even with his formidable regenerative abilities, it took days to heal. That's precisely why we need to join forces. The Phantom Sound Demoness drifted beside the weeping funeral boy, her gauzy sleeve brushing lightly. Alone, none of us can match her, but if we combine our strength. Sensing the moment was ripe, the mother of the weeping funeral boy's blood-red eyes gleamed with cunning and cruelty. This was exactly what she had been waiting for. This time, persuading these two to cooperate had taken considerable effort. So we can't afford to wait any longer. Territorial disputes are a joke in the face of a common mortal enemy. Tonight is the perfect opportunity. That woman had gained several dozen more followers. If they waited any longer, even the 3 of them combined might not be able to defeat her. When that day came, it would be their death. Ha! With a single ferocious punch, the Ironbone Corpse King shattered the countless runes adorning the base's main gate into fragments. Those runes could at most deter some wanderers. For an aberration of his caliber, they were utterly useless. The heavy snow continued to fall. Inside the room, Chen Mo was still passionately elaborating on his grand plan. Suddenly, all 4 of them sharply turned their gazes toward the eastern gate of the base. Almost simultaneously, they sensed an extremely unsettling hair-raising aura. This feeling was all too familiar to them. Was it an aberration? How dare an aberration breach the base of the old knife sect? Were they not afraid of Master Yunqing cutting them down with a single sword strike? At the same time, Lin Qinggu, Master Yunqing, who had been cultivating deep within Zone A of the base, opened her eyes. Not only that, but Zhang Biaoguo, Lai Li Aching, and several other sequence holders, even some ordinary people, had all sensed this profoundly discomforting aura. If someone had a drone, they would see from above the countless wanderers and all manner of grotesque aberrations surrounding the base. At this moment, the base was like a cake emitting an enticing aroma attracting countless ants. Captain, your plan seems to be failing. Again. Chen Mo. The Ironbone Corpse King's colossal fist not only shattered the gate's runes, but also blasted the heavy iron door into fragments. Ugh! Heh. Countless twisted figures surged in through the breach like a tidal wave. Those wanderers, corrupted by the blood moon's energy, had sunken eye sockets' ashen skin and emitted inhuman roars. They caught the scent of the living. Driven by hunger and madness, they recklessly lunged at the nearest survivors. Ah! Aberrations, it's aberrations. Damn it! I've already recited the oath. Why are the aberrations still coming for us? Where are the sequence holders? Where are they? Quickly summon Master Yunqing. Instantly, the entire base fell into chaos. Zone A. Fall back to Zone A. Zhang Biao roared, drawing his cavalry saber from his waist, and standing in the vanguard. Golai Li Aching, evacuate the survivors. But it was already too late. The weeping child progenitor hovered in midair. Her blood-red eyes scanned the fleeing crowd, a cruel smile curving at the corners of her lips. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, a pink halo rippled outward. Several fleeing survivors suddenly slowed down. An expression of infatuation dawned on their faces, and they actually turned to meet the oncoming wanderers. No! Don't! A young woman screamed but was enveloped by the pink halo, her gaze gradually growing dazed. A wanderer pounced on her, its sharp claws piercing into her chest. Yet she seemed oblivious, a bizarre smile still on her face. Ah! Screams rose and fell incessantly. The wanderers tore at the survivors' flesh. The sounds of gnawing, snapping bones and dragging entrails mingled together, composing a symphony of death. Inside the Zone B dormitory, Chen Mo and the others naturally heard the commotion outside. This time, it's truly dangerous. Chen Mo's face was grim, whether from the failure of his plan once again or the slim hope of facing the aberrations, it was unclear. He drew the black longsword, gripping it in his hand, and looked at the others. Everyone strive to survive. As his words fell, they saw Ji Kun leading a group willing to follow the convoy appearing at the dormitory entrance. Ji Kun's face was anxious, tinged with despair. Captain, the outside is full of aberrations. What do we do? What else can we do? Head to the west side of the base, find a car, and get out of here. Chen Mo didn't know the exact situation outside, but he wasn't foolish. The best choice now was to evade their strength. Aberrations were already difficult to deal with, and now there were too many to count. Moreover, those wanderers were just the lowest level of cannon fodder. The real aberrations hadn't even shown themselves yet. The convoy members' vehicles were all parked on the west side of the base, still some distance from the dormitory area. Gu Chun looked back at Yen Shui and Aisier behind him. Stay close to me later. He would do his best to protect the two. After all, they were his women. Of course, if it threatened his own life, he would just have to say sorry. For others, the current situation was a desperate struggle with slim chances of survival. But for Gu Chun, who had advanced to sequence second turn and possessed the space sequence, it was hardly a threat. Instead, it was an opportunity for him to harvest kill points. And once in danger, Gu Chun could completely use void concealment to escape. As long as he wished to leave, not even a third turn transcendent could stop him. Meanwhile, fires broke out in various parts of the base. Those aberrations that could manipulate flames were actually setting fires. Thick smoke billowed, flames licked at the wooden structures, and the base was soon engulfed in a sea of fire and chaos. At the center of the base, Lin Qinggu finally appeared. She hovered in midair, her plain dress fluttering without wind, and the silver hairpin in her hair, inscribed with the characters Zheni Suppress Calamity, shone brilliantly. Her hands formed seals, and a gigantic golden talisman took shape above her head, illuminating the entire base like a blazing sun. Wretches, how dare you invade my domain? The talisman radiated boundless light. Wherever it touched, low-level wanderers screamed and turned to ash. Only 3 powerful figures remained unmoved. Bitch, today is your death day. The Ironbone Corpse King roared as it charged toward Master Yunqing. Its massive ox skull gleamed with a metallic luster under her light. Each of its steps made the earth tremble, causing surrounding buildings to collapse. Master Yunqing hovered in midair, her expression unchanged in the face of the Corpse King's charge. Her hands shifted through seals, and the golden talisman above her head suddenly split into three, shooting off in three directions. Suppress Calamity Talisman, 3 talents formation. Golden light like chains coiled toward the Ironbone Corpse King. Just as it was about to make contact, it was intercepted by a pink halo. The weeping child progenitor hovered in the air, its pink halo rippling outward, melting away a large portion of the golden talisman's radiance. Bitch, see how you fare now. At the same time, the phantom sound demoness body rippled like water, emitting a bizarre androgynous song. The sound was incredibly penetrating. Many survivors in the base clutched their heads and screamed, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, their gazes gradually growing vacant. Even Zhang Biao and the others turned pale, their movements slowing. Guolai Liaching, lead the people back to the Zone A shelter. Zhang Biao, provide cover. Facing the aberration's sonic attack, Master Yunqing pulled out the silver hairpin from her hair. The character's genie on it suddenly blazed with a dazzling light. An invisible barrier expanded outward from her, blocking the phantom sound demoness song, slightly alleviating the suffering of those within the base. The Ironbone Corpse King launched a frontal assault. The weeping child progenitor from above continuously released pink halos to interfere. Meanwhile, the phantom sound demoness unleashed mental attacks from the shadows. The 3 aberrations coordinated seamlessly, clearly having planned this well in advance. Guard your mind. Chen Mo swiftly formed seals and golden talismans surrounded everyone, creating a protective barrier. With the weakening effects of the 2 talismans from the Celestial Master series and the power of space, nearly all sound wave attacks were neutralized. Let's go! Gu Chun gripped his bloodthirsty knife, tightly activating the mist barrier, which instantly enveloped everyone in thick fog. He was the first to charge out of the room, his spatial distortion ability allowing him to navigate through the crowd of wanderers as if it were an empty realm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wanderers fell beneath his blade. The strength of the wanderers was not particularly strong, yielding only 100 points of slaughter value for each kill. Yet even so, in these few brief seconds, Gu Chun amassed over 1,000 points of slaughter value. An elderly member of the knife sect collapsed in a pool of blood, his abdomen torn open, intestines trailing on the ground. He saw Gu Chun and the others reaching out with bloodied hands. Help! Help me! Gu Chun did not pause, not even glancing at him. In the mist, countless twisted figures lunged forward. The red kite's blood-colored blade swept through and 2 heads soared high into the air. Wang Ben drew his bow and shot 3 arrows accurately into the eye sockets of 3 wanderers, killing them instantly. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Gu Chen's eyes as the thick fog expanded again, enveloping all wanderers within a 50-meter radius. Space folding, countless wanderers were twisted into nothingness by the invisible power of space. A wave of AoE damage cleared out an open area. But soon the area was filled again by an unending stream of wanderers. The slaughter continued within the base. A mother held her child hiding in a corner, trembling as she recited the entry oath. Heart offered at the threshold, body enters the protection. May the incense never cease, never betray for eternity. The protective talisman on her wrist flickered weakly. A wanderer spotted them, howling as it pounced. The mother closed her eyes in despair, awaiting death. Clang! The sword light flashed and the wanderer's head flew off. Chen Mo stood before the mother and child, his long sword dripping with black blood. Stop reciting, that thing won't save you. Hold your child and come with us. Our Captain Chen, even at this moment, did not forget to save his incense. A similar scene unfolded throughout the base. The order and faith that the knife sect prided itself on were shattered in the face of death. Some knelt in prayer, some fled in madness, some picked up weapons to resist, but many simply awaited death in despair. Gu Chun leaned against the misty assault coat enveloped in thick fog. His spatial distortion ability allowed him to weave through the crowd of wanderers like a specter. He occasionally took out the blood-cutting Glock for ranged harvesting. With each surge of fog, several wanderers or various bizarre and silent creatures fell dissipating into black smoke. He even obtained a strange item. However, at this moment, Gu Chun had no time to examine it, quickly retracting his dimensional space. His blade flickered as he harvested slaughter value, deaf to the surrounding screams. The red kite moved like lightning, charging into another wave of bizarre entities. When a pig-like creature lunged at Xiao Mei, the red kite flashed, slashing upward with her blade, cleaving the monster in half at the waist. Protect yourself, she shouted sternly at Xiao Mei before charging towards another location. Wang Ben stood at the back of the group, his bow drawn taut like the moon. His eagle-eyed ability allowed him to precisely lock onto targets amid the chaos, each arrow aimed for a vital spot. Just as an extraordinarily tall wanderer broke through the defenses and was about to pounce on Ji Kuan, Wang Ben's arrow struck true, piercing its throat and pinning it to the wall. Chen Mo swung his sword, decapitating a wanderer, while his left hand formed seals, sending 3 talismans flying. In the air, they transformed into lightning, reducing the nearby wanderers to ashes. Except for Gu Chun, the 3 members of the convoy did not aim to kill the bizarre entities. After all, wouldn't it be more appealing to save their strength for fleeing? At the center of the base, Master Yun Qing's battle against 3 major entities grew increasingly fierce. In addition to the 3 major entities, there were several slightly weaker figures continuously attacking her. With a head like a bull and a mouth like a horse, a dog-headed serpent, and a creature resembling a toad. The silver hairpin in the woman's hair had transformed into a 3-foot green blade. So miraculous, this silver hairpin must also be a sacrificial item. She struck out with her sword, golden light cascading like a waterfall. The golden sword energy collided with pink halo's ethereal blue flames, and bizarre sound waves producing constant explosions. The mere aftermath of the battle was enough to shake the surrounding wanderers and low-tier entities to death. Gu Chun even saw a creature with a mouse's head and a duck's neck have its head severed by the sword light. The members of the convoy finally understood why someone of the 3rd sequence could be termed extraordinary. The crying corpse of a child hovered in the air, surrounded by a pink halo like a poisonous snake entwining the golden light of Master Yun Qing. At that moment, her blood-red pupils suddenly constricted. Below, in the thick fog, a figure was moving swiftly among the crowd of wanderers. What shocked her even more was that the person seemed to disappear and reappear in an instant. Is it him? Hatred surged in her eyes as the humiliation from 3 days ago in Ronglin district flooded her mind. It was this human who had killed her child. Had it not been for that brute Zhang Biao's interference, she would have long since drained this person's flesh and essence. Shadow puppet, blood corrosion. Tear him apart for me. The crying corpse's fingers curled into claws, a wisp of pink mist slithering into the shadows. The guy in the southwest with the long knife and controlling the mist, I want him to suffer worse than death. At her command, 2 humanoid creatures slowly rose from the shadows. One was pitch black as night, featureless except for a pair of blood-red eyes flickering in the dark. Countless chains coiled around it, each chain's end hanging a tormented, twisted human face. Shadow puppet, a 2nd sequence entity, a shadow devourer. It feeds on the shadows of humans. Those swallowed will become soulless husks. The other was slender, with a foul-smelling blood flowing beneath its skin. Its fingers were like knives, and its eyes were 2 bottomless whirlpools, as if they would draw a person's soul into a sea of blood. It was also a 2nd sequence entity. These 2 bizarre beings would not be effective against Master Yun Qing. They were just right to take down that kid. Gu Chun slashed down 3 wanderers once more. Just as he was preparing to harvest slaughter value, his keen spatial sense detected 2 powerful auras. Gu Chun, be careful. Seeing those 2 terrifying figures, the foolish red kite charged forward instead of retreating. Her blood-colored blade struck the chains of the shadow puppet, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The shadow puppet swung its chains to block the red kite's attack. Wang Ben shot 3 arrows in rapid succession, piercing the eyes of the blood corrosion, but they were deflected by the opponent's bone blade. Come back! Gu Chun shouted, and a crack in space opened up instantly between him and the red kite. The red kite felt an invisible force pulling her back violently, her form uncontrollably retreating behind Gu Chun. This foolish girl charging into 2nd sequence entities while being a 1st sequence herself truly is reckless. Silly girl, take care of them for me. Gu Chun pulled the 2 women forward and said to Red Kite. Red Kite rolled her eyes in exasperation. This wretched man, even at a time like this, was actually asking her to protect his paramours. But she quickly realized that he didn't seem to intend on running away directly. This wasn't like the scoundrel's style at all. What are you going to do? Gu Chun and that woman, the anomaly, had already forged a death feud. Since the enemy had come to his doorstep, how could he rest easy without killing them? Facing the combined assault of 3 major anomalies, Master Yun Qing fought more ferociously, gradually gaining the upper hand. This was a testament to her formidable power. It also indirectly explained why this woman could claim a separate territory in Pingxing, a veritable nest of anomalies. Moreover, she commanded the fear and respect of countless anomalies. For Gu Chun, this was an opportunity instead, an opportunity to kill the mother entity of the mourning child. Not only would it grant him a massive amount of kill points, but it would also eliminate a latent threat. In that fleeting instant, Gu Chun had made his decision. Gu Chun didn't answer Red Kite's question. His figure had already vanished from its original spot. Since these 2 anomalies had come to him, he might as well test the power of his newly breakthrough second turn sequence. He reappeared standing between Shadow Puppet and Blood Erosion. The bloodthirsty blade swept out with a piercing, icy gleam. Before the 2 anomalies could react, the blade had carved a deep gash across Shadow Puppet's inky black body. A mist-like substance oozed from the wound. Shadow Puppet let out a silent roar, its chains lunging towards Gu Chun like venomous serpents. He sneered, his figure vanishing again. Blood Erosion lunged with 10 fingers like blades at the spot Gu Chun had just occupied, only to grasp at empty air. His vortex-like eyes scanned around frantically, then suddenly constricted. Gu Chun had appeared directly above him, the muzzle of the blood-severing Glock aimed at his head. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out, and 3 bursts of blood exploded from Blood Erosion's head as he staggered backward. Yet an anomaly's vitality far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Such injuries were merely superficial to him. "What are you standing around for? Run!" Chonimo barked at the stunned group. He still had several incense offerings absolutely loyal to him. He couldn't let them die. Red Kite hesitated, glancing at Gu Chun. "Captain Gu Chun, don't you know what he's capable of? If he dares to charge in, it means he's absolutely sure of himself. Go now." Facing the bullets fired by Gu Chun, Blood Erosion roared in fury. The bone blade in his hand thrust straight towards Gu Chen's abdomen. Simultaneously, Shadow Puppet's chains lashed in from all directions. The faces hanging from the chain's ends let out agonized, piercing screams, attempting to disrupt Gu Chen's concentration. The space around Gu Chun began to waver, and the 2 anomalies' attacks passed right through his body, as if striking a phantom. This was the void concealment. A blue light flickered in Gu Chen's eyes as his form continuously switched between reality and nothingness, causing all attacks from the 2 anomalies to miss. At the same time, the long blade in his hand swung relentlessly. Hearing the system's successive notifications of gained kill points, Gu Chun felt it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Faced with the unselectable Gu Chun, the 2 anomalies roared in frustration. Shadow Puppet's chains flailed even more wildly, while Blood Erosion muttered incantations, a bloody light beginning to coalesce around him. Blood Erosion clasped his hands together, and a massive blood blade cleaved towards Gu Chun. But it too merely passed through Gu Chen's phantom. Seizing the opening while Blood Erosion was casting his skill, Gu Chun flickered and appeared behind him. The bloodthirsty blade plunged deep into his back. Blood Erosion let out a pained howl, his body trembling violently. Seeing this, Shadow Puppet spread its chains like a spiderweb, lashing crazily towards Gu Chun to rescue Blood Erosion. Gu Chun couldn't even be bothered to dodge his body phasing. The chains passed through him only to strike Blood Erosion instead. Blood Erosion. Witnessing this, Shadow Puppet furiously retracted its chains and turned to flee. If Shadow Puppet had a mouth, it would have thoroughly cursed the mourning child's mother. How could one fight against such cheating? Seeing Shadow Puppet trying to escape, how could Gu Chun let it go? He pulled out the bloodthirsty blade and hacked fiercely at Blood Erosion's head. Roar! Already grievously wounded, Blood Erosion was sealed by spatial force, utterly unable to dodge, and could only watch the long blade fall in despair. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the anomaly, Blood Erosion. Kill points 10,000. Blood Erosion's headless corpse fell, and a round smooth bead dropped. Another anomaly item obtained. Gu Chun quickly stored it in his dimensional space. Watching Shadow Puppet, who was about to merge into the shadows, Gu Chen's figure vanished once more. Shadow Puppet was constantly monitoring the situation behind it. Seeing that human brutally decapitate Blood Erosion, it tried to accelerate its merging into the shadows. But it found the surrounding darkness had suddenly become viscous, as if sealed by an invisible force. Shadow Puppet looked up sharply to see Gu Chun, suspended in midair, the bloodthirsty blade gleaming with a sanguine light. It hastily swung its chains upward, mixed with the wails of the faces. But Gu Chen's body instantly phased the chains, piercing the phantom and striking empty air. Shadow Puppet, how is this fair without a nerf? Void interlayer open. Gu Chun clapped his hands together, and the surrounding space suddenly warped, forming a spherical domain 10 meters in diameter. Shadow Puppet was horrified to find that the shadows it relied on for concealment were dissipating within this domain. Its pitch-black body was exposed with nowhere to hide in the faint light. Shadow Puppet let out a silent roar, its chains flailing wildly, the twisted faces at their ends, releasing a mental shockwave. Gu Chun remained unmoved, blue light flickering in his eyes, as his form switched continuously between reality and the void. With each appearance, the bloodthirsty blade left a wound on Shadow Puppet's body, so deep the bone was visible. The mist-like substance leaked from the wounds, and Shadow Puppet's power was rapidly draining away. It realized in despair that its once proud shadow abilities were utterly useless against this human. Gu Chun raised the bloodthirsty blade high, condensing spatial force onto the edge, causing visible ripples in the space around the blade. The blade light fell like a waterfall, carrying the power to tear space itself. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the anomaly. Shadow Puppet kill points 12,000 before its remnant body dissipated. Shadow Puppet's blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Gu Chen, carrying a hint of confusion, as if asking, what kind of monster are you exactly? Not until its body completely vanished did any anomaly item drop. The lack of loot made Gu Chen feel a bit regretful. He looked up towards the center of the base. Their master Yunqing was locked in fierce combat with the three major anomalies, golden light and aberrant energy, clashing continuously. Watching the naked figure in the sky, Gu Chen's form flickered and vanished from the spot. Under his control, the thick mist gradually formed a large meat-grinding truck, though its appearance was somewhat odd. Wherever it passed, wanderers were swept in and ground to pieces by the mist. Each expansion of the mist was accompanied by the pleasant chime of the system notification. As the strength of the sequencer increases, the power of the sacrificial items will also receive a certain enhancement. After being promoted to the second tier of the sequence, Gu Chen's mastery of the hidden mist assault jacket has reached an entirely new height. He could clearly feel the mysterious energy flowing within the hidden mist assault jacket. It was as if this sacrificial item resonated with his soul on a deeper level. Wherever the thick mist meat grinder passed, the severed limbs of the wanderers fell like snowflakes. Gu Chen floated in midair, the space around him rippling in layers, each ripple harvesting dozens of lives. The system notification echoed in his mind, kill value 100, 100, 100. Is this Brother Chen? The survivors, including Ji Kuan, stared wide-eyed, almost dropping the iron rods in their hands. To them, the sequencer was undoubtedly powerful. But the current Gu Chen had completely surpassed their previous understanding. Chen Mo stood at the front of the crowd, the black longsword in his hand slightly warming. He gazed at the figure in midair, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The second tier of the sequence. He actually broke through so quickly. As a second-tier sequencer himself, he could naturally sense the heart-stopping energy fluctuations emanating from Gu Chen. It had been less than a month since Gu Chen awakened and was promoted to the second tier of the sequence, right? How is it so fast? Is he cheating? Wang Ben stopped in his tracks, his eagle eyes reflecting Gu Chen's swift ghost-like figure. Are those mists the new sacrificial items he crafted? He muttered to himself, the resentment bow in his hand unconsciously drooping. Gu Chen's transformation into a sacrificial item had not been disclosed to the rest of the convoy, and it was only natural that they were unaware. Hong Yuan's hand gripping the blood-red long knife trembled slightly, unsure if it was from the previous battle or the shock within her heart. I actually never truly understood him. She looked at Gu Chen's constantly flickering figure between reality and illusion, a complex expression appearing on her face. She had a deeper level of communication with Gu Chen. Yan Shuyi and Ai Sierra were even more mesmerized, their eyes sparkling with hearts utterly captivated by the man's display of strength. Especially Ai Sierra, her heart surged with indescribable relief. Choosing to be Gu Chen's canary was undoubtedly the right decision. As the saying goes, better to be a king's concubine than a commoner's wife. Following Gu Chen, even if she couldn't be his canary, being a mere XX for him would still be 100 times better than being someone else's queen. She needed to work hard and make sure Gu Chen liked her even more. After 3 days of training in the base, she had already grown a lot. Now she understood better than Yan Shuyi how to make Gu Chen happy and bring him more joy. The battlefield had gained a meat grinder that was slaughtering wildly, naturally drawing the attention of several powerful individuals in the base. The azure blade transformed from Master Yunqing's silver hairpin trembled slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Is this the spatial sequence? And there are so many sacrificial items too. The stronger the sequence, the greater the cost. Many awakens of powerful sequences have perished directly after awakening due to the unbearable price of their sequence abilities. Never did she expect someone could awaken a spatial sequence and still be lively. This young man is extraordinary. The giant fist of the Iron Bone Corpse King brushed past her shoulder, tearing off a piece of her sleeve. Master Yunqing snapped back to reality, swinging her azure blade, sending a golden talisman flying toward the Iron Bone Corpse King's face. However, she was already plotting in her heart, if this child cannot be used by me, he will become a great threat. Compared to Master Yunqing's surprise, the reactions of the three eerie beings were even more intense. The huge bovine skull of the Iron Bone Corpse King suddenly turned towards Gu Chen. Its jaw opened and closed, producing cracking sounds. That little bug actually managed to kill Blood Erosion and Shadow Puppet. The illusion sound demoness body rippled like water waves, emitting sharp and piercing sound waves expressing the turmoil within her heart. But the most shocked was the crying child's mother body. Her naked body floated in midair, trembling violently. The blood-red pupils fixated on Gu Chen's direction, her face filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Both the shadow puppet and blood erosion were her capable assistants. Either of them could easily crush 10 ordinary first-tier sequencers. But he actually, her fingers dug deep into her arm, pink blood dripping from her fingertips. How could this ant, who just 3 days ago couldn't even fully withstand her pink halo, have grown to this extent? This must be an illusion. Yes, it must be a trap set by that wretched woman. The Iron Bone Corpse King's massive bony fist smashed violently into the ground, shaking the entire base. That kid, why is he coming this way? Indeed, Gu Chen floated in midair. The meat grinder formed by the thick mist had already cleared the surrounding wanderers. Holding the bloodthirsty blade, his eyes flickered with a ghostly blue light as he approached the battlefield of the 3 eerie beings and Master Yunqing. Originally, Gu Chen had wanted to kill a few more wanderers, but this large-scale area attack was quite taxing on him. He still needed to conserve his strength to deal with that naked female aberration. Gu Chen's gaze sharpened as he dissipated the mist meat grinder. His figure quietly blurred in the air. Void concealment. His existence was like a droplet merging into the sea. Even the most sensitive perception sequences found it hard to detect. He slowly crept towards the center of the battlefield, each step precisely avoiding the areas of residual energy collisions. Where did that kid go? The Iron Bone Corpse King's massive bovine head turned from side to side, the joints cracking. It felt uneasy about Gu Chen's disappearance, but it did not dare to lose focus in the face of Master Yunqing's golden sword light. The illusion sound Demonis emitted a piercing sound wave, attempting to detect Gu Chen's location but found nothing. Meanwhile, the crying child's mother body in her blood-red pupils flashed a hint of fear that even she herself did not realize. 3 days ago, this human, who could only flee helplessly in her hands, was now completely disappearing from her perception. This was unreasonable. Extremely unreasonable. Kekekek. She emitted a sharp, eerie laugh, trying to mask the unease within. Little bug, do you think I won't find you just because you hid? Once I deal with this wretched woman, I will definitely drain every drop of your blood. Master Yunqing waved her delicate hand, and a sword light fiercely struck down towards the woman's naked body, daring to distract while battling me, seeking death. Iron Bone. Demonis, assist me. Facing this overwhelming strike, the crying child's mother body knew she couldn't possibly fend it off alone. At the moment when the 3 eerie beings were fully focused on blocking Master Yunqing's attack, a blue light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. A great opportunity. His figure quietly solidified in the void behind the naked woman. The space around the bloodthirsty blade rippled visibly. Sneak attack. The strike was swift. So swift that even thought could not keep pace. The blade tore through the fabric of space, thrusting straight into the rear of the mourning child matriarch. What? The blood-red pupils of the mourning child matriarch contracted violently. A pink halo instinctively diffused backward, but it was too late. Poochie. The blade sank without resistance 3 inches below the small of the matriarch's back. Crimson runes on the blade flared to life, greedily draining her life force. Ah! Ah! The matriarch's shriek tore through the night sky. Her blood-red eyes rolled back in an instant. Her suspended naked body convulsed violently as the pink light around her shattered and scattered. The other 2 anomalies, including Master Yunqing, instinctively clenched their own muscles. Damn it, this boy was a true beast. Snow still fell heavily from the sky. At this moment, Gu Chen was truly brandishing a blade in a snowstorm. He didn't press his luck. Having landed his blow, he immediately withdrew. His form flickered back into the chaotic energy fields around him. He hadn't wanted to resort to such low tactics, but the bloodthirsty blade, ranked over 4000 among sacrifices, was simply too weak. Attacking any other part of her body might not have dealt effective damage. Facing a third-turn anomaly, failure to land a decisive blow could easily spell danger. You little wretch! How dare you! The mourning child matriarch's nails extended 3 feet as she clawed behind her, but Gu Chen was already gone. Ugh! She let out a frenzied roar. 3 days ago, in Ronglin district, Zhang Biao's roar had only made her retreat, but now a mere second-turn human and ant had pierced her most hidden weakness. The matriarch's head snapped up, her blood-red eyes scanning wildly. Little beast, come out. Gu Chen, hidden within the folds of the void, sneered disdainfully. Come out, as if, seizing the moment of the matriarch's distraction, Master Yunqing's azure sword and silver hairpin blazed with light. Suppression talisman, bane evil. A massive golden talisman shot straight at the matriarch's face. Meanwhile, the phantom sound enchantress tried to intervene, but was accidentally struck by the Ironbone Corpse King's clumsy bone fist. Amidst the chaos, a fatal rift appeared in the coordination of the 3 anomalies. Logically, as third-turn transcendents, they should not have made such elementary errors. Perhaps the earlier scene had deeply shaken their simple, anomalous minds. In that fleeting instant, the talisman arrived. Boom! The golden talisman slammed into the matriarch's chest, erupting in a blinding flash. Her pink light shield shattered instantly, and her naked form was blasted dozens of meters away. The anomaly flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Ah! The matriarch let out a heart-wrenching howl. A charred, gaping hole was blasted into her abdomen. Her once alluring face was now twisted in agony, her blood-red eyes filled with pain and madness. First wounded by Gu Chen's snowy ambush, then by Master Yunking's talisman, even as a third-turn transcendent, she had lost her combat capability. From the void, Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Using void concealment, he had already silently stalked to a point directly above the matriarch. Like the most patient hunter, he awaited the moment for a killing blow. Now that moment had come. As the naked anomaly opened its mouth to shriek, Gu Chen's form instantly solidified. The bloodthirsty blade descended from above, piercing precisely into her wide-open throat. Poochie! The dull thud of the blade piercing her windpipe was drowned by the matriarch's screams. Just as he had pierced that giant anomaly before, Gu Chen once again triumphed over a superior foe. The crimson runes on the blade blazed wildly, greedily devouring the life essence of a third-turn anomaly. A surge of pure energy flowed back into him, restoring some of his spent strength. Ugh! Gurgle! The matriarch's screams ceased abruptly. Her blood-red pupils dilated sharply. Her hands instinctively grasped the blade-pink blood welling from between her fingers. Those eyes which had bewitched countless survivors now held only uncomprehending terror. That she, one of the major anomalies of Pingqing, should die at the hands of such a minor player. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the third-turn anomaly. Morning Child Matriarch. Kill value 50,000. The system prompt exploded in Gu Chen's mind. At that moment, the matriarch's body began to disintegrate, dissolving into a cloud of pink light particles. A fist-sized pink crystal radiating an eerie glow dropped from the dissipating form. Wisps of blood energy coiled around its surface. Another anomalous artifact. Gu Chen flipped his wrist, instantly storing the crystal in his dimensional space. At the same time, the Ironbone Corpse King's boulder-like fist hurtled toward him. Gu Chen's body began to fade. However, due to retrieving the crystal and the phantom sound enchantress sonic interference nearby, his movement was a fraction too slow. The Ironbone Corpse King's iron fist wreathed in ghostly blue flames grazed his shoulder. A sharp pain shot through Gu Chen as the fist's dark golden bone spurs tore through his jacket, sending up a spray of blood. A bone-chilling cold penetrated his shoulder blade. The Corpse King's ghostfire carried a chilling, baleful aura. Fortunately, his form was already fully within the absolute immunity of void concealment. It was this almost game-breaking skill that allowed Gu Chen at the second-turn level to join a battle of transcendence. Seeing Gu Chen vanish, the Ironbone Corpse King sensed danger. As he turned, a clear, sharp cry rang out. Primordial Qi, lend me power to slay the demon. Master Yunking's sleeves fluttered. Spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, her azure longsword hovered above her head. Gu Chen had seen Chen Mo use this technique before. It was costly and had a long wind-up, but undeniably it was the strongest single-target attack skill of the Celestial Master sequence. The woman hadn't used it before, likely waiting for the right moment. Unlike Chen Mo's cascading golden light, there was no earth-shattering roar. Only a golden thread thin as a cicada's wing cleanly sliced through the night, melting countless drifting snowflakes. The Ironbone Corpse King's bone fist froze mid-strike, its ghostly blue flames extinguishing inch by inch. His massive bull skull and body split apart, the cut smooth as a mirror, even the finest bone spurs glistening like glass. The headless corpse of the Ironbone Corpse King crashed to its knees, its spinal vertebrae disintegrating section by section, finally turning into a cloud of bone dust. The bull skull rolled slowly, landing with a thud in the snow. The ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets flickered twice before being utterly extinguished. The tide of battle can turn in an instant. Sometimes a single small mistake can seal one's doom. Gazing at the massive bull skull, greed flickered in Gu Chen's eyes. No doubt this was another precious, anomalous artifact. The phantom sound enchantress' translucent form trembled violently. Within her watery outline, countless terrified faces churned. The Ironbone Corpse King, beheaded with a single sword strike. A wave of immense terror instantly engulfed her like a rising tide. The overlords who had recently boasted of splitting the territory of Pingqing with her had already fallen too in number. The instinct for survival crushed the arrogance of the phantom sound enchantress as a high-rank anomaly. Run! She dared not cast another glance at the figure of Master Yunqing, nor dwell on the human youth who had vanished into thin air. She flung her arms upward, her fingertips tracing frantic arcs through the void. Countless fragmented sound waves coalesced into visible ripples of indigo, surging wildly in every direction across the base. Whoom! Where the low drone swept the wanderers that had been tearing at survivors in the flames froze stiff. Beneath their ashen skin veins bulged, and the murky pupils in their sockets ignited with a bloody crimson glare. Stop her! Hundreds of twisted forms merged into a torrent charging at Master Yunqing amid flying snow and blood foam. The phantom sound enchantress seized the moment to drift backward. All territorial disputes and monstrous pride were now ground to dust by fear. All she wanted was to scurry back to her lair in the eastern district and never emerge again. Countless wanderers piled around Master Yunqing, in an instant forming a mountain of flesh that swallowed her figure. The next second the mountain exploded with a blinding flash of golden light. Master Yunqing wielded a sword in one hand and formed seals with the other, striking left and right with formidable grace. In an instant countless wanderers were reduced to powder. Even so they hurled themselves forward without regard for death. Gu Chun seized this opportunity to stow away the enormous bull-skull skeleton. Then his form flickered again, vanishing 100 meters away back into the void realm, leaving only the collapsing ruins behind. This time he had struck it rich, with Master Yunqing held up by the anomalies, if not now, when. As for the phantom sound enchantress, he had no intention of pursuing her. Though she fled in disgrace, her fear was of that female celestial master. On his own, he was no match for the phantom sound enchantress. On the snowfield, Chen Mo stood gripping a black longsword, his robes soaked in blood, yet he remained at the forefront, shielding the crowd. The original 8 survivors were now surrounded by over 20 new faces. All people he had rescued along the way. Apart from the woman who had been holding a baby at the start, most were young men and women, with only a few middle-aged ones. Among them were some from the original convoy, but more were followers of the old Blade sect. The fall of the base shattered their dream of a settled life. A rough count showed the entire group had swelled to nearly 30 people. Taking advantage of the moment when countless wanderers swarmed, Master Yunqing, the convoy members, dashed toward the vehicles parked on the west side of the base. Most of the owners of these vehicles had already perished. Some old Blade sect members lacking car keys even ran straight to the nearby stables. After the earlier chaos, most horses had either bolted in panic or been killed by anomalies. Yet a few surviving horses still remained in the stables. Sister Hong Yuan, Brother Chen, Yen Ai and the other girl looked at Hong Yuan, worry flickering in their eyes. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Though Hong Yuan herself felt a pang of anxiety, she offered reassurance and quickly ushered the 2 girls into the back seat of the SUV. She cast a final glance at the Hummer H2, but still saw no sign of that infuriating man. Suddenly, the Hummer's headlights blazed to life. Before Hong Yuan could react, a roar of the engine sent it darting past her. What are you waiting for? A sharp shout came from within the Hummer. Chen Mo and Wang Ben had already climbed into the off-road vehicle and sped out right behind it. You bastard! Hong Yuan cursed, then snapped back to reality, quickly starting the car and tailing them. The other vehicles in the convoy also roared to life, churning up clouds of snow alongside the horses. A few survivors who had neither car keys nor a horse looked on in despair at the convoy. Seeing the lurking wanderers all around, some even threw themselves in front of the cars, trying to force them to stop. Those inside showed no mercy. They floored the accelerator, turning the desperate into speed bumps. Don't blame me. We're all fighting to survive. Take it up with this damned apocalypse. Chen Mo watched from the off-road vehicle, a pang of sorrow in his eyes. Ah, what a pity. These were all his incense offerings. He desperately wanted to save everyone, but clearly lacked the strength. Turning back now would only cost him his own life. Facing this tide of anomalies, even a third-turn transcendent would have to tread carefully. Outside the base, many wanderers still prowled, and as the convoy prepared to leave, they charged forward with roars. Gu Chun sat in the driver's seat, the wound on his shoulder still throbbing. A Furong Wang's cigarette dangled from his lips. He took a deep drag, then slammed the accelerator to the floor with his right foot. Vroom! He could even hear the thumping heartbeat of the Hummer's engine. If this were an ordinary Hummer facing so many wanderers, the weak points like the windows would have been torn apart. But Gu Chen's vehicle was far from ordinary. It was a sacrificial artifact, the rocksteady Hummer. Boom! The first wanderer that collided with it was sent flying like a ragdoll. The vehicle didn't budge. Instead, it absorbed the impact and converted it into shield energy. The Earth armor trait activated. A layer of rocky luster spread across the car's surface, flowing like a living thing to envelop the body. Ding, kill points 100. Gu Chen grinned, crookedly twisting the steering wheel slightly to send 3 wanderers in a row flying. If he weren't already exhausted, he would have simulated a meat grinder to farm kill points. Chen leaped onto the roof of the off-road vehicle, his sword flashing, continuously cleaving the wanderers at the rear of the convoy in two. In the heavy snow, he was drenched in sweat, his sword hand trembling. The convoy raced onward with the rocksteady Hummer leading the charge. Any anomaly daring to block the path was sent flying, transformed into a string of warm kill points. By now, only mindless wanderers lingered around the base. The powerful anomalies with some intelligence had long fled. After all, with their boss dead, why would these insignificant underlings risk their necks for nothing? Fortunately, a large number of wanderers were still under the control of the Phantom Sound Enchantress, ceaselessly besieging Master Yunqing. Once the convoy broke out of the base's perimeter, the number of wanderers gradually dwindled. Following the pre-planned route, the convoy sped along the city avenue. After an unknown distance, when the silhouette of Pingcheng could no longer be seen, the eastern sky had turned a pale gray. The convoy slowly came to a halt at an abandoned highway toll station. On the snowy ground, a crooked construction ahead sign lay half buried in the snow, revealing a dark tunnel entrance in the distance. Over 20 survivors stumbled out of the vehicles. Flanking the convoy were 8 horses, their hooves crunching through the snow in a dull rhythmic beat. Each horse was robust and wealth, a testament to the care they had received at the old Blade Gate base. Otherwise, they could never have kept pace with the gasoline-powered vehicles. Some survivors knelt in the snow, retching, others hugged their knees and wept silently. "Everyone rest here." Chen wiped the blood and grime from his face, his voice heavy with exhaustion. He jumped down from the off-road vehicle and called for Jikuin. "Count the number of people." Jikuin, dragging his weary body, checked by the headlights. "The convoy originally had 8 of us, plus the 26 we just rescued, making 28 in total. 6 were missing, had no vehicle and were left behind forever at the old Blade Gate base. 2 others who had been on horseback were dragged away by wanderers as they broke out of the base." Chen nodded. "Let's eat first. How much supplies does the convoy have left?" His voice was hoarse, betraying neither worry nor relief. They had been fleeing for nearly a full night, and everyone's stomachs were growling loudly. "Captain, the convoy supplies are almost." They had left in such haste that many people had simply scrambled onto any vehicle they saw. Most cars were packed with 5 or 6 people. Even Jikuin had squeezed into a vehicle with Lin Yi and the others. The 2 large buses from the convoy were still parked at the old Blade Gate base. That included the supply bus. Chen let out a deep long sigh and pulled half a bag of compressed biscuits from the off-road vehicle's trunk. "Distribute these first." His original plan had been to leave openly the next morning. But who could have known the base would be attacked by anomalies that very night? Given the current state of the convoy, they were in no condition to scavenge for supplies. Jikuin quickly stepped forward to help, breaking the biscuits into small pieces and handing them out. While some worried, others rejoiced. Gu Chun, for instance, was grinning from ear to ear. After the massive slaughter earlier, his kill count had now reached 88600 points. The mother of the weeping child alone had contributed 50000 points. Truly the top contributor, or rather top contributoress. The 2 second-tier anomalies had together provided another 22000 points. The remaining 10,000 points came from the Wanderers and Cannon Fodder anomalies. Additionally, he had obtained 4 anomalous items. 2 of those were from 3rd-tier anomalies. Gu Chun was so ecstatic he felt like he might explode. In truth, he also had his eye on the silver hairpin belonging to Master Yunqing. That item was definitely a relic, and judging by its appearance, it was of high rank. A true treasure. He just didn't know if he would ever get the chance to seize it. "Brother Chun, what's wrong? Don't scare me." At that moment, Yan Shui and Aisier had rushed over from Hong Yuan's vehicle and were cleaning and bandaging the wound on his shoulder. Seeing Gu Chun grinning foolishly, they feared he had injured his head. If he went mad, what would they do? "I'm fine. You 2 go and prepare some food." Gu Chun calmed himself and sent the 2 off to cook. He immediately examined the bull skull of the Iron Bone Corpse King. System identify. Ding scanning. Name Iron Bone Corpse King's bull skull. Origin taken from the head of the Iron Bone Corpse King, one of the powerful overlords of Pingcheng, severed by a celestial master sequence transcendent. Quality epic. Evaluation. This is a core component of the 3rd-tier anomaly Iron Bone Corpse King. Its bone hardness is beyond imagination and contains the cold, baleful aura from the Corpse King's lifetime. Suggestion: whether refined into a defensive relic or used as material to strengthen equipment, it can significantly enhance the user's survivability. Just looking at the bull skull gave Gu Chun a chilling sensation. This was a sign of a precious, anomalous item. Generally, the more unsettling an anomaly item felt, the more valuable it was. System: if I fuse this bone with my Hummer, how much would the Hummer's ranking increase? How many kill points would it cost? In the past, Gu Chun would have definitely chosen to forge a defensive relic. But now he already possessed the absolute immunity skill Void Concealment. Defensive relics were no longer as necessary for him. In the apocalypse, the three greatest forms of wealth were supplies, relics, and vehicles.